Traversing the parallel realm of the Summer Kingdom, Yue Heng initially wished to lead a life of leisure, yet was compelled by a mysterious crisis to become the most formidable apothecary. He reviving elixir cures Lin Qiye's blindness. The wish potion fulfills Zhao Kongcheng's obsession, and a longevity elixir extends Wang Mian's lifespan. As various formidable contenders vie for these miraculous potions, Yue Heng clings to her medicine box, lamenting, "Wasn't it agreed that as support, I wouldn't need to engage in combat?" Chapter 1. The Enigmatic Boy and the Wheelchair-Bound Girl. At Sangnan City Second High School, a day of significance dawned as Class 2 of Year 2 prepared to welcome 2 transfer students. One was Lin Qiye, a boy with a mysterious affliction who had previously attended a special institution for a year. The identity of the other student remained shrouded in uncertainty. The reason they were privy to Lin Qiye's background was due to his aunt's concern for his adaptation to the new school. She had brought a basket of eggs, imploring everyone to look after him. Consequently, Lin Qiye received an exuberant welcome from his classmates upon entering the classroom. Following him was Yue Heng, who felt the genuine goodwill of youth and found herself smiling slightly. At that moment, the class monitor, Jiang Qian, noticed a girl in a wheelchair at the entrance and hurried over. "Are you also a new transfer student?" "Hello, I am Jiang Qian, the class monitor." "I am Yue Heng." She introduced herself, her gaze falling upon Lin Qiye, igniting her curiosity. "Is this the core of Sangnan?" She sensed the uniqueness of Sangnan City as she entered, and it appeared that everything was intricately linked to the boy before her. As she regarded Lin Qiye, numerous eyes also turned towards Yue Heng, taken aback by the exceptional nature of the 2 new students. One was a blind boy with an enigmatic aura, while the other was a girl confined to a wheelchair. "It seems I can no longer afford to be complacent. I must start unraveling the mysteries anew," she mused, squeezing the Pikachu keychain on her backpack with a hint of frustration. After traversing numerous mythological realms and completing countless tasks, all she desired was a safe world where she could live as an ordinary person. However, an unfortunate glitch in her system had cast her into another summer kingdom, one that appeared tranquil yet was anything but safe. "I merely miscalculated the timing a century ago. When a mist first descended, this place should have been relatively secure, right? Are you truly certain it was safe here 100 years ago?" The unprincipled support system fell silent, and after a prolonged pause, Yue Heng's mind erupted with a chorus of lament. "Woe was me, I was mistaken. Shall we switch to another world? I assure you, I will not err again. Forget it. Once I entered this realm, leaving easily became an unattainable luxury. Besides, this world seems rather intriguing. I shall explore it for a while." As the teacher lectured about the history of this world, Yue Heng listened attentively, for it represented a novel experience. Since March 9th, 100 years prior, this world and planet had been shrouded in white mist, leaving only the Summer Kingdom intact. Yet, tranquility was a mere facade. Chaos reigned both within the mist and beneath the neon lights. Many perceived this world as ordinary and safe. "Greetings, Lin Qiye." Lin Qiye appeared taken aback by her overture, momentarily stunned, but ultimately offered a polite handshake. "Hello, Yue Heng." With that simple gesture, Yue Heng gleaned some insight into Lin Qiye's condition. His blindness was merely a consequence of excessive energy expenditure, and he was on the verge of recovery. He merely needed to take one more step forward or have someone assist him. Similarly, her own condition of being wheelchair-bound stemmed from her own reluctance to exert effort. Empathizing with Lin Qiye's plight, Yue Heng unexpectedly offered, "Lin Qiye, I possess a family heirloom potion that could restore your sight. Would you care to try it?" Producing a small glass vial containing chocolate-like pills, she extended it towards him. "Huh?" Lin Qiye was utterly bewildered, questioning the absurdity of the situation. Did he truly appear so gullible? "No, thank you, Yue Heng. I'm fine as I am. Do not doubt me. This renowned potion can rejuvenate you and effortlessly heal your current ailment. If such a miraculous remedy exists, perhaps you should try it first, Yue Heng." Lin Qiye declined once more. Feeling a headache brewing, he was not easily deceived and certainly lacked the funds for such frivolities. "It seems I'm being perceived as a charlatan. Very well." Upon hearing this, Lin Qiye sighed in relief. At last, he recognized the absurdity of the situation. Yet, his relief was premature. "Fear not, soon you shall witness the potency of my elixir." Lin Qiye assumed Yue Heng was jesting, dismissing her words. However, he could not have anticipated the rapid unfolding of events. "Wait, do you all smell something foul?" At a crossroads, a classmate was about to depart when Yue Heng suddenly inquired, successfully halting his steps. What foul odor? I detect nothing. There is no such smell. Several classmates, including Lin Qiye, were oblivious to any unpleasant scent. Just as they were about to question Yue Heng's sanity, a pungent stench enveloped them, intensifying to the point of inducing nausea. Danger! Run! Get out of here! Yue Heng instructed the classmates, who were gagging, while she deftly maneuvered her wheelchair to block the alleyway. None heeded Yue Heng's warning to flee, for they lacked the perception of danger, instead questioning her. What? What is wrong? Is there a threat? Why should we run? Before they could finish their inquiries, a horrifying creature emerged in their sight, prompting panic screams as they fled in the opposite direction. Some inadvertently collided with Lin Qiye, but their only thought was to escape, shouting for help as they ran. Monster! Help! Someone please! Monster! Are you foolish? Why do you still concern yourself with me? Yue Heng was astonished that Lin Qiye could think of her in such dire circumstances, but then she remembered Songnan City and began to comprehend. Had you run earlier, you might have escaped now. You are bound to remain here with me. Lin Qiye. Chapter 2. Do not panic, you are prematurely alarmed. As the ominous sounds drew near, the creature approached them. However, as Yue Heng spoke, she noticed that the monster bypassed them, pursuing the class monitor instead. Is there truly no one here who can see me, a living being? As she watched the creature prepare to attack Jiang Qian, Yue Heng placed a finger to her lips and quietly uttered 4 words. What is that? Why does it heed your command? What are you doing? Lin Qiye was both astonished and speechless, not to mention terrified. He pulled Yue Heng's wheelchair in the opposite direction, oblivious to the fact that her wheelchair was propelling him forward. All he could think was whether they could possibly survive against such a creature. Do not panic. How can I not panic? Because you're panicking too soon. The moment Yue Heng uttered those 6 words, Lin Qiye felt a foreboding sensation. In the next instant, another creature materialized before him. Surrounded by monsters, it seemed they were trapped. In his terror, Lin Qiye suddenly recalled something and turned to Yue Heng. You appear completely unfazed. You must have a strategy to deal with them, right? Indeed. Before Lin Qiye could exhale in relief, Yue Heng continued, My plan is you. Lin Qiye. At that moment, he desperately wished to voice his frustration. Go ahead, Lin Qiye. This is your opportunity to open your eyes to the world once more. Trust me, you will be fine. With a sigh, she continued, There's no choice, you refuse my medicine. You had your chance to regain your sight, and now you cannot miss this one. Therefore go on, Lin Qiye. Yue Heng gently pushed Lin Qiye, and he felt his cane transform into a Tang Dao. Without time to ponder, a monster's tongue was already poised to lick his cheek. Fueled by a surge of defiance and courage, he swung the blade at the creature. The monster moved with astonishing speed, effortlessly dodging Lin Qiye's strike, while another beast lunged at him. They seemed oblivious to Yue Heng's presence, fixated solely on Lin Qiye, relentlessly pursuing him. In your current predicament, taking a step forward on your own is far more advantageous than being pushed. Open your eyes, the world lies before you. At that moment, with the 2 grotesque figures threatening his life, Yue Heng could hardly restrain himself from intervening. Yet, Lin Qiye was overwhelmed by a fierce longing. I want to live. I wish to behold this world. In that tumultuous instant, an extraordinary sensation washed over him, as if something within him had shattered. He felt as if a sun had erupted within his being, an unprecedented warmth enveloping him, and his eyelids felt as if they were being seared. Consequently, without hesitation, he opened a pair of eyes that had been closed for a decade. Indeed, it is far better to take this step on my own. At the moment his eyes fluttered open, the darkness transformed into blinding light, and the world unfurled before him. Lin Qiye smiled with profound satisfaction, unable to contain his joy. The grotesque creature, previously subdued by the celestial angel's might, charged at Lin Qiye anew as the angel's power dissipated. Hold on. Do you wish to hone your skills? Or perhaps, would you like to see my method? It became apparent to Lin Qiye that the person behind him was far from ordinary. I will try it myself first. With courage still aflame, Lin Qiye brandished the Tang Dao that had materialized in his hands, striking at the creature. He had never trained in swordsmanship, relying solely on instinct. Yet, to his surprise, his strikes proved effective, claiming the life of one monster. Just as he was about to dispatch a second, another figure entered his line of sight, a middle-aged man clad in a dark red cloak. The man wielded a blade as well, swiftly delivering 2 lethal strikes to another creature, the first severing its forelimbs and the second cleaving its head from its body. The 2 fleeing monsters have been dealt with. Let the support team clean up the battlefield. The newcomer was Zhao Kongcheng, who with mere gestures and a few words revealed his extraordinary nature. After casting a glance at Lin Qiye and then at Yue Heng, Zhao Kongcheng approached the seemingly ordinary Yue Heng first, producing a bell and shaking it before him. Yue Heng, Lin Qiye. This gentleman. Just as Lin Qiye attempted to speak, he watched as Yue Heng's eyes glazed over in a trance, gradually closing. Youth is wonderful, one can simply fall asleep. Zhao Kongcheng stowed the bell and moved in front of Lin Qiye, extending a rather clumsy invitation. Did I look handsome just now? Lin Qiye. Handsome. That's right. Zhao Kongcheng chuckled. Do you wish to be as handsome as I am? Not at all. Lin Qiye promptly declined, expressing his fear of death and thus his disinterest in Zhao Kongcheng's flamboyant demeanor. Seeking to extricate himself from Zhao Kongcheng's presence, he cleverly concocted an excuse about retrieving his backpack, all the while pushing Yue Heng's wheelchair away. Where did this sword come from? He pondered, bewildered by the imposing Tang Dao, unsure how Yue Heng had produced it. Yue Heng revealed nothing, allowing the sword to vanish before Lin Qiye's eyes, placing it into his storage space. Congratulations, Lin Qiye. Lin Qiye understood the implication of the congratulations and smiled with delight. Thank you, Yue Heng. After a decade, he had finally regained his sight. I trust now you believe I'm not a fraud. So what do you say? Care for some medicine? A family heirloom remedy, not for 998 nor 98, just 9.98. Yue Heng produced the glass vial once more, and this time, Lin Qiye chose to part with 10 yuan to acquire the potion. Though Yue Heng's words may have seemed dubious, Lin Qiye was in good spirits today and willingly succumbed to the deception. Chapter 3. Do you want some medicine? Indeed, you are extraordinary, and I have high hopes for you. Yue Heng gave Lin Qiye a thumbs up, her words increasingly resembling deceptive flattery. You are my first guest in this world. It is only fitting that I present you with a small gift. With that, Yue Heng extended her finger towards Lin Qiye, and a faint golden light surged toward him. The minor injuries he had sustained moments ago healed instantly, leaving no trace of harm. Let me bestow upon you another small gift. Now, aside from your expression, you bear no flaws. Just a few gestures, which did not have a significant impact, made Lin Qiye more acutely aware that this world is undoubtedly complex. Yue Heng provided an address, which, by fortunate coincidence, lay right next to Lin Qiye's home. It seems we are quite fated, indeed. In truth, Yue Heng had been in this world for less than a month. Her entire identity crafted by the system and seamlessly woven into the fabric of this realm. In this world, Yue Heng is now an orphan. Curiously, the fabricated address assigned to her by the system is conveniently located next to Lin Qiye's aunt's residence. The following day, playing the role of a diligent student, Yue Heng attended class, only to discover that her deskmate had taken leave. Quite clever indeed. They had anticipated that the individual from last night would be waiting at school and had opted not to attend. Upon reaching the academy gate, Yue Heng spotted the peculiar figure from the previous night, who even assisted her by pushing her wheelchair. Yet, her wheelchair was automatic, programmed to select the optimal route to any location she envisioned. Yue Heng, is it? To her astonishment, Zhao Kongcheng intercepted her. Wasn't he searching for Lin Qiye? Who are you? What do you want with me? Yue Heng feigned ignorance, acting as though she did not recognize Zhao Kongcheng at all. Stop pretending, Yue Heng. Surely you remember what transpired yesterday. After all, you are just like that boy from last night. Zhao Kongcheng grinned, clearly pleased with himself. Even if he did not manage to catch the divine agent of the Seraph, he had ensnared another. This was merely the aftermath of the scene, where an anomaly was discovered on the corpse of the ghostly figure, which, upon investigation, revealed a faint divine aura. Following a thorough examination of the involved parties, suspicion quickly fell upon Yue Heng, prompting Zhao Kongcheng to verify. Yesterday? Did something extraordinary happen yesterday? I'm afraid I don't understand what you're implying. You must have mistaken me for someone else. Yue Heng persisted in her charade, denying any knowledge. You wish for me to forget everything yesterday. Yet today you expect me to recall it? Quite the ambition you have. This is not the place for idle chatter. Let us find another venue. Zhao Kongcheng directly approached Yue Heng's wheelchair, intent on forcibly wheeling her away. Look, there asked Lin Qiye, in a bid to escape Zhao Kongcheng's grasp. Yue Heng pointed in a random direction, claiming to see Lin Qiye. To her surprise, as Zhao Kongcheng glanced over, a familiar figure indeed approached from that direction, none other than Lin Qiye himself. Sometimes, fate operates with uncanny precision. However, the situation grew dire. This individual was bound to uncover her deception. Ah, so you claim to have forgotten everything. If you truly had forgotten, how would you know whom I was seeking? Zhao Kongcheng was nearly laughing with frustration. Grasping Yue Heng's wheelchair with one hand and seizing Lin Qiye by the nape of his neck with the other, he declared. Two deceitful little tricksters. This time, I shall not let you escape. He dragged both of them to a more secluded spot. Zhao Kongcheng first directed his inquiries at Yue Heng. His curiosity piqued. Speak. Which deity do you represent? What are your abilities concerning the Forbidden Ruins? I do not comprehend what you are saying. Yue Heng maintained her facade of ignorance, responding with feigned bewilderment. Cease your pretense. The power you left behind is faint, but it cannot elude our notice. Only you two were present at the scene, and this Lin Qiye is the agent of the Seraph Michael. And you? Lin Qiye trembled slightly at the revelation. He had not anticipated Zhao Kongcheng's knowledge to be so extensive. The forces behind him were more formidable than he had imagined. I genuinely do not understand your words. I am merely an ordinary student. The only distinction is that I possess a bit of ancestral medicine. Would you like some, sir? Not for 98. Not for 908, but merely for 9008. One pill can fulfill your desire. Seeing Yue Heng attempt to market her medicine once more, Lin Qiye could hardly bear the embarrassment for others. Zhao Kongcheng, too, found himself bewildered by Yue Heng's sudden shift to salesmanship. What an abrupt topic change. Moreover, who increases their prices like this? I am speaking seriously. I am being serious as well. I genuinely do not comprehend your words. Divine agents? That is a bit juvenile. And I have long since outgrown such notions. Yue Heng resolutely denied any involvement, leaving Zhao Kongcheng at a loss for how to proceed. He could only focus on Lin Qiye for the moment, keeping Yue Heng in tow. Perhaps she might relent later. Zhao Kongcheng's strategy proved prudent. When the topic of the great Xia deity arose, Yue Heng finally dropped her act. Do you think it is so difficult to fathom why only great Xia remains among all the nations of Earth? The reason is not elusive. Yue Heng rose from her wheelchair and approached the window, gazing at the moon in the night sky. Wait, your legs are fine? Lin Qiye and Zhao Kongcheng stared at her in utter shock, momentarily forgetting their previous discussion. When did I ever claim my legs were injured? I sit in a wheelchair merely out of laziness. I prefer not to move. This explanation left both Lin Qiye and Zhao Kongcheng speechless, for they had never encountered such a situation before. It seems you do not intend to continue feigning ignorance. It is pointless to maintain the charade if you do not believe me. Your seraph resides on the moon, and fortuitously, my deity also has some connection to the moon. On the moon? Could it be Chang'e? When the moon was mentioned, the first thought that sprang to the minds of the people of Xia was indeed Chang'e. And Lin Qiye and Zhao Kongcheng were no exception. They felt a flicker of excitement if it truly involved Chang'e. Then the atheism of great Xia would soon come to an end. Not at all. Yue Heng's expression shifted slightly, her smile fading. Chapter 4. The Divine Ruins. Eternity of all things, ah? Both men felt a pang of disappointment. So it is not the deity of great Xia? Then who could it be? Is the deity of great Xia simply not yet due to appear? It appears you have all but forgotten her entirely. The deity I represent is not Chang'e, though she is somewhat related to her. Yet she is indeed a goddess of our Xia. Yue Heng prompted, hopeful they would recall the name of the forgotten deity, fulfilling her wish. However, neither could guess correctly, as they recounted every moon-related deity from Xia mythology, from Chang'e to Wukong, the Jade Rabbit, and even to Martial Tianpeng. They sought to demonstrate they had not completely forgotten the divine. Lin Qiye guessed the name of the Taiyin Star Lord, but still, it was incorrect. Her name is Hengwell. Upon hearing this name, both Lin Qiye and Zhao Kongcheng appeared bewildered. Who is Hengwell? Yue Heng gazed at the moon above and began to elucidate. Chang'e is an evolution of Hengwell. Hengwell is the primordial goddess who can cause the moon to die and be reborn. Her dominion encompasses life, light, and courage. Thus, the name of my divine realm is eternity of all things. So, there truly exists a deity forgotten by the world. What abilities does this divine realm possess? What extent of capability do you currently possess? Why did she seek you out? Zhao Kongcheng was burdened with numerous questions. She approached me, likely because I still remembered her and acknowledged her existence. As for my abilities in the realm of the divine ruins, they are merely auxiliary in nature, at present. I can only heal wounds and restore a semblance of mental strength. When Yue Heng spoke of her powers, Lin Qiye discerned her deception. Yet he chose not to expose her. After all, who does not harbor secrets? Is she not akin to a healer within the team? Such abilities are rare. Yet, they are indeed commendable. A skilled healer is tantamount to having multiple lives at one's disposal. Zhao Kongcheng reflected on Yue Heng's capabilities. Unaware of the phrase a word spoken is a prophecy. His sole desire was to recruit Lin Qiye and Yue Heng into his organization, yet both declined his offer. Lin Qiye expressed a desire to safeguard his small household, for it constituted his entire world. Yue Heng's reasoning was even more straightforward. Can you hire child laborers there? I am not yet 16. I wonder if the law applies to you. With her physical age falling short of 16 and her inherent laziness, Yue Heng successfully evaded their enticements. Ultimately, they watched as she departed. Lin Qiye dutifully assisted Yue Heng into her wheelchair, propelling her forward. Yue Heng, do you possess any medications for mental conditions, preferably of a more affordable nature? I do, but what specific ailment are we addressing? Anxiety, autism, phobias, confusion, or severe trauma? Yue Heng inquired, not bothering to ask why Lin Qiye sought such remedies. Primarily for treating confusion. Then this will suffice. Yue Heng theatrically rummaged through her backpack, producing a small glass vial and handing it to Lin Qiye. How much is it? I'll pay you. Lin Qiye found himself increasingly convinced of Yue Heng's possession of genuine medicinal wonders, despite never having sampled them. Let us set aside the matter of payment for now. Lin Qiye, have you ever contemplated finding your aunt a more relaxed occupation? The indolent Yue Heng, seated in her wheelchair, unexpectedly posed this question to Lin Qiye. You know how lazy I am. I cannot cook, and I am too lethargic to even order takeout. Yet, at mealtime, I can still catch the enticing aroma of your family's cooking. How cruel. Let me be frank. I wish to hire your aunt to manage my meals and tend to my garden. I can offer this amount as a monthly salary. Yue Heng extended 2 fingers, signaling a 6, and emphatically stated her need for a chef. I am on the verge of becoming utterly dependent on myself. I require a kind-hearted individual to care for me. This was indeed true. Yue Heng greatly missed the taste of home-cooked meals. Although the identity assigned by the system conferred upon her a significant inheritance, allowing her to afford a superior chef, she still sought familiarity. You can offer such a generous salary while residing in the old district? Moreover, with such a high wage, why not seek someone more qualified? Lin Qiye presumed Yue Heng felt sympathy for him, and his confusion led him to refrain from agreeing. This house has been my childhood residence. It is a family estate. Upon reaching a certain age, one tends to become nostalgic. Besides, you mentioned that finding someone is easy. Why not choose someone familiar? Also, your family's cooking truly is delightful. You can smell it without tasting it, so you are not the least bit tempted. I am indeed tempted. I have grown weary of those nutrient solutions and fasting pills, dining out or ordering takeout. Apologies, but she is too lazy. In truth, she felt uneasy about hiring other housekeepers. Her territorial instincts were strong, and she disliked others encroaching upon her personal space. Lin Qiye's aunt was an excellent choice, living next door, an adept cook, and someone who had raised Lin Qiye, indicating her commendable character. Lin Qiye ultimately relented but did not commit on behalf of his aunt. Any decision should be made according to her own will. Regardless of the outcome, he felt gratitude towards Yue Heng for her kindness in that moment. Hello, Auntie. I am Lin Qiye's classmate, residing next door. My name is Yue Heng. You may call me Ah Heng. Yue Heng greeted his aunt sweetly, her smile warm. Ah, you are Xiaoqi's classmate. Come in, come in. Have you eaten yet? Join us. Xiaojin, fetch another set of bowls and chopsticks. His aunt beamed as she ushered Yue Heng inside, showing no sign of surprise at her wheelchair, and warmly invited her to dine. Thank you, Auntie. I happen to be quite hungry. No need for thanks. As long as you don't mind that it's merely home-cooked fare. Mind, I could hardly. The aroma of your cooking has nearly driven me mad with hunger. As Yue Heng settled at the table, her gaze met that of the young Jin emerging from the kitchen, accompanied by a black dog, rendering her momentarily speechless. Such a familiar presence, both the person and the dog. Yet, why did it feel as if he were missing an eye? Chapter 5. Arriving a step late, not only was she stunned, but Jin also appeared taken aback, his brow slightly furrowed. This is my cousin, Jin. Xiaojin. This is my classmate, Yue Heng. Lin Qiye introduced them. Yue Heng? The Moonzhu and the Eternal Heng? Jin's gaze fell upon Yue Heng's wheelchair as he suddenly inquired. Yes, is there a problem? Yue Heng raised an eyebrow, growing increasingly curious about this world. After the meal, Yue Heng naturally revisited the proposition of hiring Aunt Yang to oversee her dietary needs, stating that whatever they consumed, she would partake in as well. It was merely a matter of adding another pair of chopsticks. Additionally, she required someone to water the plants in her garden every few days. The monthly salary is 60,000, directly deposited into your bank account. 60,000? Lin Qiye furrowed his brow, exclaiming in shock. Aunt Yang and Jin also stared at Yue Heng in disbelief. Is that insufficient? If so, let us adjust it to a neat 100,000. How does that sound? Yue Heng assumed she had underquoted, lacking awareness of current economic standards. I thought you meant 6,000. 6,000 is already considerable, far superior to the exploitative factory where my aunt works. 60,000 is excessive, and 100,000 is even more so. Excessive? I do not find it so. It truly is rather excessive, Yue Heng. Indeed, Heng, 60,000 is far too generous. Where do you acquire such funds? Both Lin Qiye and Aunt Yang expressed their astonishment at the sum. Yet, Yue Heng maintained that it was not excessive, given her substantial 9-figure inheritance. insisting on the preferred figure of 60,000 as her monthly wage and formalizing a contract with Aunt Yang. After the meal, Lin Qiye escorted Yue Heng to her doorstep. Thank you, Yue Heng. No need for formality. Perhaps we could become friends? Then you shall be my first friend. And you are my first friend in this world. System. How much longer until my powers are fully unsealed? A system resembling a Pikachu emerged from her backpack, bashfully stating, approximately another year? A year? Yue Heng frowned. That time frame felt excessively prolonged. Previously, she believed she had entered a secure and ordinary world, and to avoid significant disturbances. She sealed powers that were never meant to exist in such a realm. The strength was formidable, making both sealing and unsealing cumbersome. The prospect of a complete unsealing taking an entire year was disheartening. Current progress stands at 1, but it should suffice for your needs. Moreover, upon entering this world, you awakened the slumbering aspect of your true self, receiving her blessings, so there is no need to rush toward full restoration. The unreliable system grew increasingly uncertain, fully aware that this situation stemmed from its own miscalculation. Very well, I suppose I can manage with what I have for the time being. Fortunately, the storage space and system mall are functioning normally. Events have already unfolded, and lamenting the system is futile. Yue Heng can only organize the resources at her disposal and the information she has gathered to enjoy her time in this world. Apart from her sealed divine powers, she possesses numerous items for use. Her mental strength, while not counted, can yield effects akin to magic, provided it is sufficiently robust. Besides the eternal divine ruins granted by Heng, she has acquired various skills through completing tasks. In this seemingly perilous, yet genuinely treacherous world, she should be able to thrive. Next door, Lin Qiye held the medicine given to him by Yue Heng, intending to bring it to his psychiatric institution for gods, only to discover that it could not be taken inside. Items from the real world cannot reach the spiritual realm, or perhaps his current abilities are inadequate. Thus, he must resort to alternative methods to treat his patients. The results were satisfactory. He received a small token of appreciation from one of them. Since the incident with the ghost-faced man, the school has abolished evening study sessions, allowing students to enjoy dinner at home after classes. Yue Heng, following the same route as Lin Qiye, walked with him after school to dine at his home. However, an unexpected guest, Zhao Kongcheng, was present at that moment. Zhao Kongcheng is a kind-hearted individual. Rather than persisting in persuading Lin Qiye, he came to engage him in heartfelt conversation and offer financial assistance. Yue Heng listened intently to their exchange and felt an ominous premonition when Lin Qiye bade farewell, saying, "I wish you great merit one day, General Zhao." As Zhao Kongcheng departed, Yue Heng lent him the umbrella she had just given to Lin Qiye. "The rain is heavy outside. Take this umbrella. Hold on to it. I will come by tomorrow to retrieve it." It appeared to be an ordinary black umbrella, and Zhao Kongcheng thanked her before accepting it, disregarding her remark about picking it up the following day. As Yue Heng watched him leave, she felt a pang of concern. Suddenly, a small bat conveyed news to Lin Qiye amidst the night, and Yue Heng understood as well. What a fool! Lin Qiye and Yue Heng dashed into the downpour, ignoring the astonished inquiries of those behind them. System, locate Zhao Kongcheng. Received, location successfully established. The unprincipled system proved somewhat useful, particularly in locating individuals and automatically planning the fastest route. Follow me. Yue Heng grasped Lin Qiye's hand, a gentle force enveloping them, and their forms vanished in an instant. All spatial barriers seemed to dissolve. However, upon witnessing Zhao Kongcheng, Yue Heng realized they had arrived too late. Zhao Kongcheng had already employed a forbidden drug known as ghostly divine draw. This substance, fueled by life itself, guarantees death upon use. In that moment, the crisis remained unresolved. Zhao Kongcheng had no time to ponder why they appeared, only wishing to drive them away. With that, he struck at the ghost-faced king with a blade, his injuries notwithstanding. The force behind this blow surpassed all previous attempts. With a single slash, he severed the ghost-faced king's arm. Forbidden Ruin Sequence 083, Annihilate Life, Flash Moon. Haha. I knew it. I, Zhao Kongcheng, am a genius. He had claimed he was merely an ordinary individual without forbidden ruins. How could he suddenly possess such power? We are but a step too late. He had used a drug called ghostly divine draw, burning his own life to unleash all potential, momentarily acquiring forbidden ruins. Yet, the use of ghostly divine draw ensures death. Yue Heng spoke slowly, her gaze fixed on the umbrella tossed nearby. She walked over and picked it up. "I told you to take good care of this umbrella. I would come for it tomorrow." As she opened the black umbrella, a golden light burst forth, directing towards Zhao Kongcheng with perfect accuracy. In an instant, Zhao Kongcheng felt his injuries heal, and his body filled with strength. Lin Qiye, let him personally slay this ghost-faced king. This ghost-faced king must fall by his hand. Yue Heng halted Lin Qiye, who was about to intervene. Actually, I should have been more direct. I should have told him what this umbrella could do. Perhaps he would not have resorted to such a drug. You silly girl. Even if you had been straightforward, I wouldn't have believed it. Who would think such an unremarkable umbrella could possess such power? Indeed, had Yue Heng explained the umbrella's purpose beforehand, his nature would likely have dismissed it as a jest. With that, he turned his gaze fiercely toward the ghost-faced king, now devoid of both hands. Watch closely. This strike will be magnificent. He burst through the rain curtain, charging at the ghost-faced king. There was no embellishment. He raised his hand and swung his blade. An unprecedentedly massive crescent moon cleaved through the night, moving at a speed beyond the naked eye's grasp, slicing every raindrop in its path in two. The speed of the strike was astonishing, too swift for even the formidable ghost-faced king to evade. Even if it wished to escape, in its current state, it could not. Thus, the black crescent traversed the heavens. In the next moment, the ghost-faced king was cleaved in two, utterly defeated. After exclaiming this statement, the effects of ghostly divine draw faded. Zhao Kongcheng seemed to lose all strength, collapsing backward. Lin Qiye, who had been watching closely, caught him. Gaining a clearer understanding of his dire condition. Your body. Lin Qiye felt bewildered. How could this happen? Cough, cough, it's merely the after-effects of forcibly unleashing potential. Zhao Kongcheng replied lightly. Yet, Yue Heng revealed the truth. You used a drug called ghostly divine draw. Its use guarantees death, and no one can mitigate its damage. I know. He replied softly, yet the weight of those 3 words plunged Yue Heng and Lin Qiye into silence. Why? Behind you, there are not multitudes. Only an old district with sparse inhabitants. Why pay the price of life to stand guard here? No one but us will witness your vigil, and no one will remember your merits. Is it truly worth it? The potency of ghostly divine draw had waned, yet Zhao Kongcheng sensed a lingering force within him, sustaining his vitality in opposition to the drug's after-effects. I should have a little time left, he thought, wishing to converse with them in his final moments. Of course. It is worth it. Must there be thousands? As long as there is one behind us, we shall protect until the end. Moreover, you are here. Those few words brought tears to their eyes. Yue Heng said, then you must live well and continue to guard us. Zhao Kongcheng understood the severity of the after-effects of ghostly divine draw. He did not attempt to comfort Yue Heng and Lin Qiye. Instead, he expressed a hint of regret. I single-handedly killed the ghost-faced king and achieved such great merit. If only I could live, I might become a general. Zhao Kongcheng, you will surely become a general. You must survive. As Zhao Kongcheng prepared to utter further words of farewell, Yue Heng finally interjected. Rest assured, within my divine ruins, you cannot die just yet. At least, while I am by your side, you shall not perish. The reason for my silence until now lies in the word temporary. Should I fail to locate the antidote promptly and dispel the effects of the ghostly invocation, Zhao Kongcheng will inevitably perish. After uttering this, Yue Heng urged the system. Unreliable. Have you not completed the search yet? Upon discovering Zhao Kongcheng's usage of the ghostly invocation, she began analyzing its formula and potential remedies. The prescription had already been sent to the unreliable system for the search of the necessary ingredients. Almost there, just 2 more ingredients to go. Your divine ruins? What does that mean? Both Zhao Kongcheng and Lin Qiye looked up at the sky, only to realize that the heavy rain had ceased. Above them loomed an enormous, perfectly round, and luminous moon, casting a silvery glow upon the ground. In the surrounding area, amidst the crumbling brick and wall seams, an abundance of plants sprouted forth, teeming with vitality. Is this the eternity of all things? Such a formidable life force, Lin Qiye murmured. Indeed, the divine ruins are extraordinary. I should have perished long ago. How can I still speak and think? Zhao Kongcheng's optimism knew no bounds, and he laughed heartily. The divine ruins, eternity of all things. When activated, it can invoke a domain barrier where everything is eternal under your dominion. You can grant life or take it away at your will. Are you rejoicing too soon? She's still so young. Her spiritual power should be limited. How long can she sustain this divine ruins? Once her energy is exhausted, the divine ruins will dissipate, and you shall still meet your demise. Lin Qiye stared blankly at the optimistic Zhao Kongcheng, ultimately refraining from voicing his concerns. However, Zhao Kongcheng discerned from his expression and his unspoken words the essence of his thoughts. Although Zhao Kongcheng had previously been an ordinary individual without the divine ruins, he understood its significance better than Lin Qiye. How could he not know that his current vitality depended on Yue Heng's divine ruins? Once her spiritual energy waned, so too would his life. Yet, he was indifferent, having experienced the divine ruins before his demise and single-handedly vanquished the ghostly-faced king to resolve the crisis. He felt it was all worthwhile. Every second he lived was a bonus, and he was content. Do not carry the burden of my departure, he said with remarkable ease, as if life and death were of no consequence to him. But who truly wishes for death when there is a chance to survive? Chapter 7. Barehanded alchemy. Zhao Kongcheng's rebirth. Zhao Kongcheng surely desires to live. Yet, how could he lack psychological burdens? Lin Qiye, upon reflecting, realized that Zhao Kongcheng had sacrificed his life to protect the old district, safeguarding his home and his entire world. What could he possibly offer in return? Have you always wanted me to join you? As long as you survive, I will join your ranks and serve you for a decade. Lin Qiye uttered these words to prevent Zhao Kongcheng from losing his will to live, much to his own surprise. Zhao Kongcheng was indeed invigorated by Lin Qiye's declaration, feeling an overwhelming surge of strength that made him able to struggle and sit up. Finally, you're willing to join us. Now I can truly die in peace. Yue Heng, look. He's ready to join us. Why not you as well? Yet, Zhao Kongcheng was still unsatisfied with Lin Qiye's promise and sought to persuade Yue Heng to join as well. The search for the antidote was complete, and Ah Heng could commence. Meanwhile, the unreliable system had finally fulfilled its task. You shall not die, General Zhao Kongcheng. I told you I am a purveyor of medicine, and my wares are of exceptional quality, though you doubted me. Now, I shall demonstrate barehanded alchemy. A silver radiance materialized between Yue Heng's hands, large enough to resemble a basketball, radiantly bright, with what appeared to be mottled shadows within. As Yue Heng executed a series of intricate hand gestures, the silver light began to condense. Barehanded alchemy? Zhao Kongcheng was left in awe, and Lin Qiye was equally astonished. The domain opened a breach, allowing several individuals to enter. One of them, evidently a familiar face to Zhao Kongcheng, rushed towards him, a girl among them weeping. Several people clung to Zhao Kongcheng, a blend of joy and sorrow. Some expressed concern while others scolded him, and many wept. Upon learning that Zhao Kongcheng had employed the ghostly invocation, the number of those wishing to cry only increased. No, since you used the ghostly invocation. At least 5 minutes have passed. Logically, you should have perished by now. A middle-aged man with old scars on his face spoke up, unusually clear-headed. Come on, old Chun. Can't you wish for my survival? Isn't it splendid that I am alive? Zhao Kongcheng retorted angrily, feeling aggrieved that his use of the ghostly invocation should condemn him to death. Yet, the captain's observation seemed to hold merit. A particularly cute girl chimed in, having just examined Zhao Kongcheng's body and discovered two opposing forces battling within him. The group collectively turned their gaze toward Lin Qiye and Yue Heng. Yue Heng was engaged in alchemy, performing peculiar gestures in the eyes of outsiders. However, Lin Qiye understood that the medicine Yue Heng was concocting could save Zhao Kongcheng, so he stood protectively by her side, ready for any unforeseen circumstances. Is it you? Someone tentatively inquired, their voice filled with disbelief. As they turned to look, Yue Heng completed the final step, and a silver-white pill emerged freshly prepared. A radiant smile appeared on Yue Heng's face, dazzling like moonlight. Open your mouth. Take the medicine. This time, I will prove to you that my medicine is no jest. Yue Heng instructed Zhao Kongcheng to open his mouth, and he complied immediately. Some attempted to intervene, warning him against recklessly consuming the medicine, but they were too late. The pill seemed to come alive, soaring into Zhao Kongcheng's mouth. As the pill entered his abdomen, a cascade of moonlight enveloped Zhao Kongcheng. Those surrounding him were pushed back by a gentle force, all astonished by the unfolding spectacle. Lin Qiye, it seems you spoke too soon. General Zhao Kongcheng truly can survive. Yue Heng teased lightly as she approached Lin Qiye. I do not regret my earlier words. Before tonight, he may not have been particularly interested in becoming a night watchman. Yet, after witnessing Zhao Kongcheng's desperate struggle, he found it impossible to remain indifferent. He thought that becoming someone like Zhao Kongcheng might not be such a bad idea. The effects of the medicine were rapidly absorbed, and the deathly aura around Zhao Kongcheng dissipated entirely. No one could discern that he had just moments ago appeared to be on the brink of death. Your medicine is truly remarkable. I feel invigorated. Bring on a few more ghostly face kings, and I shall not fear them. Zhao Kongcheng exclaimed, leaping to his feet, brimming with vitality. Old Zhao, are you all right? I am well. I have returned to life. Ha ha. Zhao Kongcheng laughed triumphantly, for he had discovered something even more exhilarating that he was eager to share. Old Chun, old Wu, Hong Ying, ha. I too possess a divine ruins now. A high-risk divine ruins, eclipsing life and moon. Did you ever expect that? What do you mean? Chen Mai suddenly grasped the implication in Zhao Kongcheng's words, realizing the change within him. The shock this revelation brought him was far greater than the fact that Zhao Kongcheng had survived after using the ghostly invocation. It was only at this moment that Zhao Kongcheng found himself at a loss for words, as he became acutely aware of everything that had transpired within him that night. Had he not experienced it firsthand, he would never have dared to fathom such a possibility. Shall we find another place to converse? Yue Heng interjected, her tone seemingly weakened. In the next moment, eternity of all things dissipated. A normal adolescent could not possibly sustain the use of the divine ruins for such an extended period. She sought to avoid appearing too extraordinary. Yue Heng feigned a state of mental fatigue. In the spacious and brightly lit hall of the Peace Affairs office, she was wrapped in a blanket, languidly sprawled on the sofa, with Lin Qiye seated beside her. Within this hall, there were 7 others present. Zhao Kongcheng was one of them, his face adorned with an excited smile as he animatedly recounted his achievements to his teammates. I have acquired a forbidden domain. The high-risk level 083 forbidden domain, Mingxing Shanwei. Ha ha ha. Am I not impressive? To have such a formidable forbidden domain. You have no idea. I single-handedly defeated the Ghost Face King. The others naturally echoed his sentiments, flattering him and further elevating his spirits. It was only after Zhao Kongcheng had finished boasting that Qinmai spoke up once more. All right, let us discuss serious matters. He then turned his gaze towards Yue Heng and Lin Qiye. How about joining the Night Watchers with me? You two are the agents of those deities, correct? You represent the Seraphim, and you represent Heng? Yue Heng nodded in affirmation. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Qinmai, the captain of the Night Watchers Team 136 stationed in Songnan City. Qinmai took the initiative to introduce himself, prompting the others to follow suit. I am Wu Xiangnan, the vice captain of the Night Watchers Team 136. Night Watchers Team 136, frontline combatant, Hong Ying. Night Watchers Team 136, frontline combatant, Wen Qima. Night Watchers Team 136. Combat support and part-time military doctor, Si Xiaonan. Night Watchers Team 136, long-range fire support, Lang Xian. Night Watchers Team 136, Sentinel, Zhao Kongcheng. Once everyone had introduced themselves, Qinmai looked back at Yue Heng, bombarding her with a series of questions directed at this significant variable. Can you tell me how you revived Lao Zhao? Moreover, how did you grant him the power to single-handedly defeat the Ghost Face King? Is this related to the deity you represent? I am merely a pharmacist. I happen to have a medicine that could save him, that's all, she replied nonchalantly. As for why he could single-handedly defeat the Ghost Face King, that speaks to his own exceptional abilities. By the way, Captain Chun, you seem to be in need of medicine as well. Would you like to have a dose? 3 sentences into her pitch for selling medicine, and she was proving to be quite the diligent apothecary. Yet, who could she possibly deceive with such words? You are not speaking the truth. Why is that? Qinmai inquired, perplexed. You saved Lao Zhao, and naturally, we would not do you any harm. You can trust us. Besides, you must have sacrificed a great deal to revive him. Given your selflessness towards Lao Zhao, I thought you would also place your trust in us. Yue Heng sighed. Everyone has their own secrets. There is no need to pry into every detail. Is the outcome not satisfactory enough? Why the incessant questions? Even if I told you, you would not believe me. The umbrella Yue Heng provided Zhao Kongcheng was, at its core, an ordinary umbrella, merely imbued with a divine blessing. When Zhao Kongcheng was injured, the umbrella would unfurl, activating the divine blessing and enveloping him in a golden light. Under the protection of this golden aura, Zhao Kongcheng would gain an indomitable golden body, with his combat prowess instantly tripling. Coupled with his use of the Ghost God Guide, defeating a Ghost Face King was indeed a simple task. The only thing I can reveal is the effect of my forbidden domain, eternal existence. Currently, this forbidden domain possesses no combat capability, it can only heal. Within the domain's barrier, no matter how severe the injuries, one will not perish. Yue Heng was reluctant to divulge too much, to be honest. She had no personal ties with these individuals. She shared this information solely for Zhao Kongcheng's sake. So, you are essentially the healer in this team game? An invincible healer. One who cannot die regardless of injuries? That means you cannot be killed? Si Xiaonan, the military doctor with healing abilities, exclaimed brightly, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she looked at Yue Heng. That is one way to interpret it. However, my mental power is not very high. Once it is depleted, I can no longer maintain eternal existence, and if the injuries remain unresolved, death is still a possibility. Yue Heng deliberately downplayed the effects of eternal existence. Yet, to the others, this was already quite impressive. Yue Heng, you should join us in the Night Watchers. Si Xiaonan, usually shy, was the first to extend an invitation, as she was quite enamored with Yue Heng, feeling an instant connection. Indeed, with your prowess, why not play together for a decade? Lin Qiye, who had already agreed to stay with the Night Watchers for 10 years, encouraged Yue Heng to join. I could consider it, but I am not yet 16. Is that truly permissible? As long as you willingly join, age is not a restriction. This is akin to a military academy, Qinmai explained. I can agree, but I have one condition. Before even joining, Yue Heng had already put forth a requirement, and Qinmai decided to hear her out first. Go on. Then, Yue Heng's next words utterly stunned him. Slowly and earnestly, she stated, within 1 year, both Lin Qiye and I cannot leave Songnan City. There is no room for negotiation. Seated opposite Qinmai, Yue Heng could see his pupils constrict sharply upon her utterance of these words. He was taken aback, clearly aware of more than the others. Why would she propose such a condition? What did she know and how much? At the moment Yue Heng laid out her condition, a phrase almost slipped from Chunmai's lips. But he managed to suppress it. The others, meanwhile, were left baffled by Yue Heng's stipulation. Wu Xiangnan had just begun to voice that this was likely impossible when Chunmai readily acquiesced. Very well, I agree. Within 1 year, you will not leave Cangnan City. Their exchange was not comprehensible to anyone else in attendance, leaving them in utter confusion. As Yue Heng approached familiar territory, she spotted Yang Jin waiting downstairs. A small black dog snuggled at his feet. Yang Jin called out, glancing behind Yue Heng, but noticing Lin Qiye was absent, which left him somewhat disappointed. Are you not together? However, the dog paid him no mind, continuing to cling to Yue Heng, its tail wagging joyfully as if Yue Heng were its true owner. Although my flowers and plants are easy to care for, they are significant and require regular attention from others, Yue Heng said, affectionately petting the small black dog. Finally, the dog reluctantly made its way back to Yang Jin, earning him a roll of the eyes. This dog has truly been a waste of my care all these years. I understand. I will ensure my mother takes good care of it, Yang Jin nodded solemnly. After watching Yue Heng enter his unique little courtyard, Yang Jin lingered a moment longer, gazing at the closed gate, filled with many questions. Who exactly are you? Among the deities I am familiar with, none bear a resemblance to your aura. Yet, why do you evoke such a sense of familiarity? Can your plan truly succeed? I hope it does and can help alleviate the burdens we carry. His whispered thoughts went unheard. Meanwhile, Yue Heng, having shut the courtyard door, did not rush to sleep. Instead, she wandered through the small yard, inspecting her plants and trees. These trees are indeed precious. Not only do I pay Aunt Yang 60,000 monthly for their care, but even adding 2 or 3 more zeros would be worth it. Everything appears normal. They just need time to absorb the energy of the earth and sky. Everything is proceeding according to my plan. You can rest assured. The unscrupulous system sprang forth, having donned an unappealing yet endearing Snoopy skin, which made Yue Heng hesitant to gaze upon it, fearing an uncontrollable fit of laughter. Everything seemed to be functioning normally. After all, my purpose here is for the sake of Cangnan City. His divine realm could not be sustained for long. To alleviate his family's worries, Lin Qiye entrusted a night watchman with a fabricated excuse for his military service and delivered a letter to his aunt. However, the accounts did not align, and his aunt discerned that Lin Qiye's military endeavor was not as straightforward as it appeared, though she chose not to confront him about it. While watering the plants for Yue Heng, she inquired, Heng, that night you went out with Xiaoqi, do you know where he has gone for military service? He didn't go to Qiqihar or Urumqi, did he? Where could he possibly be? Is it dangerous? Upon hearing this, Yue Heng realized that his aunt was well aware of the situation. To reassure her, Yue Heng offered a brief explanation. Are you going too? What would a young girl like you be doing there? What about your home? This was the first time his aunt had seen someone cultivate such a multitude of plants at home, many of which she had never encountered before, leading her to believe that Yue Heng must have invested considerable effort. I must entrust this to you, aunt. Please water them every few days. The rest is unnecessary. As long as this courtyard maintains a certain liveliness, it will suffice. All right, I understand. His aunt nodded in agreement before asking, Heng, when are you going? And can you find my little Qi? Could you bring him something? She remained concerned for Lin Qiye, who, despite being her nephew, felt as close as a biological child to her. I'll be leaving in 2 days. I should be able to see Lin Qiye. You can prepare the items, and I'll deliver them to him. Initially, Yue Heng had intended to reside in the old district, but due to the conflicting testimonies that had revealed her intentions to her aunt, she decided it would be better not to stay there after all. All right, I will prepare. Before departing, Yue Heng brought 10 jars of homemade beef sauce to Lin Qiye. This is my special beef sauce, made with genuine ingredients. Each of you should take 5 jars and eat well while you're away. Concerned that Yue Heng might not be able to carry too much, she ultimately settled on 10 jars, each brimming with her affection for Lin Qiye. Upon seeing the 10 jars, Lin Qiye's eyes immediately glistened with emotion. I don't know how your accounts matched up to raise 2 different locations. Your aunt sensed something was amiss. But thankfully, I've managed to calm her down. She is less worried now. I just miss you and fear that you may be suffering out there, not eating well. However, this sauce isn't solely for you. 5 jars are mine, so don't you dare take what's mine. I need the beef sauce to sustain myself as well. Yue Heng snatched 5 jars of beef sauce from Lin Qiye's grasp and hugged them close, leaving him bemused and speechless. All right, you too. Gather your things and head to the training grounds. The captain and Lao Zhao are already waiting for you. When Qima interrupted them, conveying Chinmai's message. Am I going to? Yue Heng pointed incredulously at herself. I'm just a support. There's no need for me to train. Support roles require training as well. They are the most vulnerable. If you don't hone your skills, how can you protect yourself? Hurry along, little Yueya. and I'll have the captain prepare a feast for you tonight. Hong Ying gave Yue Heng a gentle push, propelling her onto the path of training. When Yue Heng arrived at the training ground, she was taken aback. Hadn't she intended to take it easy? Why was she now seeking out more work? It seemed that relaxing was no longer an option. Just take them down. Don't hit me. I'm merely a support. Lin Qiye, go? Defeat those two. As Yue Heng nimbly dodged, she healed Lin Qiye's injuries and amplified his strength severfold, pushing him towards Chen Mai and Zhao Kongcheng. After an entire morning of training, Yue Heng and Lin Qiye appeared unscathed, while Lin Qiye's swordsmanship had improved significantly. In contrast, Chen Mai and Zhao Kongcheng were visibly fatigued. This is peculiar. You're not like an ordinary support, Zhao Kongcheng exclaimed, breathless. You've cast at least 10 healing spells on Lin Qiye this morning. Has your mental energy been exhausted? If anyone had witnessed Yue Heng and Lin Qiye exiting the training ground without a scratch, they'd have surely assumed they were incapable. Healing minor surface wounds requires minimal mental energy. I could sustain this for another 10 rounds, Yue Heng asserted confidently. The unique nature of eternal all things would amplify the healing effects. Even with 30 treatments for some bruises, her mental energy would not be depleted, let alone when her mental capacity was not at its limit. Goodness, the divine ruins are indeed remarkable. Zhao Kongcheng marveled, a hint of envy in his tone. Meanwhile, Chen Mai regarded Yue Heng, contemplating other matters. Lin Qiye, step aside. I wish to test Yue Heng alone. Upon hearing Chen Mai's command, Lin Qiye promptly vacated the space. Very well. With dual blades in hand, Chen Mai charged toward Yue Heng. Wait, you're serious? Facing the onslaught of Chen Mai's twin blades, Yue Heng deftly evaded. As Chen Mai accelerated his attack, Yue Heng matched his pace. Throughout the exchange, she never struck back, yet Chen Mai's blades never reached her. Her speed surpassed his. Your perception and speed are remarkable. With such velocity, many at the river realm would struggle to keep up. I need not worry about your safety for now. After 5 minutes, Chen Mai conceded his attack and drew this conclusion. Let Lang Xian focus on teaching you about firearms. Only by mastering this can you truly have the means of self-defense. In the shooting range, Lang Xian pondered over 2 targets before him. How can it be so extreme? One is a perfect hit, while the other is a complete miss. The perfect target was Yue Heng's, while the missed one belonged to Lin Qiye. Moreover, their targets were moving further apart and closer together, yet their results showed no signs of change. Have you encountered this before? Lang Xian was astonished by their talents. Suspecting Yue Heng had prior experience with firearms. Only with similar throwing darts and needles, Yue Heng replied, demonstrating by producing an ornate wooden hairpin that concealed dozens of gleaming needles. With a flick of her fingers, she launched a needle that struck Lin Qiye's target dead center, leaving them both speechless. Yue Heng concluded her training early, opting to observe Lin Qiye as he continued. Before long, everyone fell silent as they watched, taught, and practiced, for Lin Qiye exhibited no talent for firearms whatsoever. Perhaps I should teach him, Yue Heng suggested, unable to bear the sight any longer as she stepped forward to offer her guidance. Positioning herself at the shooting line, she instructed Lin Qiye, who stood a head taller behind her. Just hold the gun and stand behind me. After Yue Heng executed a perfect 10-ring shot, Lin Qiye simultaneously achieved the same feat in that moment, their senses aligned, and their movements synchronized. Whatever score Yue Heng achieved, Lin Qiye mirrored. After repeating this 3 times, Yue Heng stepped aside, breaking the connection of empathy, allowing Lin Qiye to take his shot independently. 3 rings. Finally, that's an improvement, Lang Xian exclaimed, nearly shedding tears of joy as the spark returned to his eyes. This method has indeed proven effective. I have come to understand why I missed the target while you struck true. Through the skill of empathy, I had Lin Qiye attempt it twice, and he has managed to control his aim within the 5 and 6 rings, exhibiting remarkable progress. Is this empathy also part of your eternal existence skill? It seems you did not mention it during class today. Perhaps it was assumed that I possess only healing skills. In truth, my eternal existence encompasses 24 auxiliary skills. However, it appears that you are currently unable to utilize many of them. Am I correct? Lin Qiye, upon grasping this, recognized that Yue Heng harbored secrets and chose to conceal them. The focal point seems to lie not in this, but rather in the astonishing revelation that she possesses 24 auxiliary skills, a situation I have never encountered before. Yue Heng, what are those 24 skills? How many can you currently employ? Lang Xian was compelled to confront this issue, as Yue Heng's skills would dictate the nature of their training. Only upon mastering one skill entirely can the next be unlocked. At present, I am proficient in only empathy and eternal night's darkness, the latter of which I have yet to fully master. Yue Heng told a slight fib. These are merely 2 principles I grasped upon arriving in this world a month ago. In reality, I have already mastered all 24 principles. Eternal night's darkness. What kind of skill is that? Eternal Night's darkness is also a skill within the same domain, which, when pushed to its limits, plunges the surrounding environment into absolute void and darkness, rendering all existence imperceptible. As she spoke, Yue Heng invoked Eternal Night's darkness to allow them to experience it. They felt themselves instantaneously enveloped by darkness, as if surrounded by nothingness. Long Xian could hear Lin Qiye calling out to them, yet Lin Qiye, with his slightly lesser abilities, could not perceive their voices. This is the essence of Eternal Night's darkness. If it were to be wielded with greater strength, you would hear nothing and be unable to produce any sound. Once Yue Heng lifted the shroud of Eternal Night's darkness, she elaborated on its other effects. However, even this mild manifestation was sufficient to leave them in awe. Lin Qiye remarked, "I cannot dare to experience Eternal Night's darkness a second time. I have never encountered such profound darkness. Fear not, you may still relish the experience. For I only allowed you to sense it from the adversarial perspective. Allies remain unaffected within the realm of Eternal Night's darkness, significantly enhancing combat prowess." Yue Heng comforted Lin Qiye with a pat on the shoulder, for it was highly probable that they would be teammates in the future, rather than adversaries. Not long after the training commenced, trouble arrived. Yue Heng regarded the messenger before her, Li Yifei from Class 2 of the second year at Songnan No. 2 High School. Lost in contemplation. What were they up to? Wasn't he, after all, the so-called non-Tua serpent demon? What scheme were they playing? Indeed, Li Yifei, who appeared no different from an ordinary person, was, in fact, the embodiment of a mythical creature known as the non-Tua serpent demon. A drug. What does it mean for a monster to kill the dean, only for the dean to be revived? If I recall correctly, on the day I entered Songnan City, I had administered a drug to these non-Tua serpent demons, rendering them incapable of parasitizing any further hosts. This drug would lead to the gradual demise of these parasitic non-Tua serpent demons and their progeny within a few days, allowing those who were hosts to return to normalcy. Now, with this sudden development, could they have discovered something? According to her plan, 7 days hence, upon the completion of a month's time, starting with Li Yifei, all non-Tua serpent demons would lose their powers. Chapter 11. The ancient god church. Yue Heng was genuinely intrigued. Alongside her in infiltrating the second year were Lin Qiye, Si Xiaonan, Hong Ying, and the messenger Li Yifei. Meanwhile, the remaining members were executing external maneuvers to prevent the disaster from escalating. By now, class time had long passed, and the group chose to scale the walls to enter the school. "Zhao, are you unable to climb? Call me sister and act a little cute, and I shall carry you up." Si Xiaonan was the first to vault over the wall, while Hong Ying did not follow suit immediately but instead teased Yue Heng, whom she affectionately nicknamed Zhao. "Sister Hong Ying, please assist me." Yue Heng immediately began to act cute without a hint of hesitation. Lin Qiye's expression mirrored that of the mischievous system draped in the fluffy skin of a giant rabbit resting on Yue Heng's shoulder. "Really? Are you playing this game again? Have you become addicted to feigning weakness?" Being lifted by the lovely Hong Ying, Yue Heng cast a haughty glance at Lin Qiye and Li Yifei. Lin Qiye shook his head in amusement and easily leaped up. Only Li Yifei remained, struggling to scale the wall. Split into 2 teams. "Xiaonan and I will head to the girls' dormitory. Qiye, you and Zhao go to the classroom area. Be cautious. Your safety is paramount. Communicate any developments via the earpiece." As the most experienced among them, Hong Ying swiftly organized the division of labor, advising Yue Heng and Lin Qiye to exercise caution. "Understood. We will be careful. And you and Sister Xiaonan should also stay safe." As Yue Heng and Lin Qiye traversed the now familiar campus, they hastened their pace, soon arriving outside Class 2. With the perceptive abilities granted by Lin Qiye's mundane domain, he effortlessly identified the students who had been infected. However, the creature Li Yifei referred to, suspected to be the non-Tua serpent demon in its true form, Lu Xiaoyan, was not present in the classroom. Soon, it would be the major break. And since today was Monday, there would also be a flag-raising ceremony, which would provide clarity on the number of infected individuals present in the school and might even reveal Lu Xiaoyan's whereabouts. During the flag-raising ceremony, Lin Qiye, holding the national flag, paraded before the entire school and discovered the number of infected individuals. The situation here is manageable. Only a dozen individuals have been infected. However, I cannot rule out the possibility of others who did not attend the ceremony and thus went unnoticed. Lin Qiye reported the findings through the earpiece. This operation turned out to be far easier than they had anticipated, as the number of infected non-Tua serpent demon offspring was not considerable and remained within controllable limits. All right. Now that the investigation is concluded, we shall proceed to a full sweep. Shenmai issued a command to everyone via the earpiece. Understood. However, following the conclusion of the flag-raising ceremony, as the full sweep commenced, all the non-Tua serpent demon offspring seemed to go mad, searching for Lin Qiye, converging towards his direction. Something has gone awry. We have been ensnared. These Nantua serpent demons are targeting Lin Qiye. They must have uncovered something unusual about him and are pursuing him relentlessly. Once again, the ancient god church. Qinmai's voice crackled through the earpiece, filled with barely contained frustration. It seemed he was aware of the implications. Quickly grasping the situation through the information relayed by Yue Heng. Yue Heng, you and Lin Qiye should leave the second high school. We will handle matters there. Yet both individuals disregarded the order to retreat, instead inquiring about Qinmai. What is the ancient god church? We will not leave. This is our inaugural mission. We cannot abandon it midway. I can protect Lin Qiye. Qinmai once more recognized how challenging these two were to manage, recalling their previous insistence on playing for a few years before departing the Night Watchers. The Nantua serpent demon offspring had indeed split into two significant groups, one at the girls' dormitory and the other at the teaching building. It was as if they were responding to some directive, all frantically converging upon Lin Qiye. The Nantua serpent demon offspring in the girls' dormitory were effectively blocked by Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan, with not a single one escaping. Meanwhile, the situation in the teaching building was no better. Yue Heng and Lin Qiye wielded their exorcism guns, taking down one after another with precision. After expelling the Nantua serpent demon offspring, they began their grim slaughter, dispatching them one by one. Now, Lin Qiye is no longer the novice who consistently misses his targets. His accuracy has risen to at least 80%. Qiye has indeed improved, demonstrating exceptional marksmanship. The captain need not worry about the two of them. They can handle themselves. In the earpiece, their mentor, the sharpshooter Lung Xian, smiled with satisfaction. From his vantage point, he observed the movements across the entire school and instructed the two. Lu Xiaoyan has gone to the top floor. However, you two should head to the fourth floor first. There seems to be some unusual activity there. Understood. Yue Heng and Lin Qiye immediately made their way to the fourth floor. In a classroom on that floor, several students had barricaded the door with desks and chairs, believing that this would shield them from the monsters outside. Yet, little did they know, one lurked within. Their actions had inadvertently sealed their own escape route. Even when someone arrived to warn them, they were dismissive. Open the door. There's a snake demon inside. Nonsense. There's nothing in here. It's all out there. Yue Heng forcefully pushed past the one knocking, Li Yifei, and struck the heavily barricaded door, which burst open instantly. At that moment, a raging Nandu snake demon descendant was about to sink its fangs into a student's neck, but Yue Heng swiftly fired an exorcism round at it. This was a necessary step. To save those who had been parasitized, they first needed to expel the demon from their bodies before delivering the fatal blow. As the Nandu snake demon was expelled, Yue Heng threw a flying knife, only to find that another figure moved as quickly as she did. It was a boy clad in a school uniform beneath a white lab coat, wearing glasses, wielding a surgical knife. With a swift strike, the snake demon met its demise. Through Li Yifei, Yue Heng and Lin Qiye became acquainted with this boy in the white coat, named Qingyu, an academic prodigy. These creatures, the Nandu snake demons, which are said to dwell in mythology, had made their appearance in this world, proving that things were far from simple. And Qingyu remained remarkably composed in the face of this sudden threat, analyzing the situation as if he were no ordinary person. Chapter 12. Have you ever heard of the saying, words manifest reality? Yet, why, after living for over a decade? Is this the first encounter I have had with such a being? And Qingyu was eager to uncover the truth about this world. It is because there are those who keep watch for us, shielding us from the dangers hidden in the night, that we remain oblivious. Indeed, where is the tranquility of life? It is merely a burden borne by others on our behalf. Ordinary people are often unaware of the existence of these guardians, let alone their sacrifices. Upon reaching the top floor, they successfully encountered Lu Xiaoyan. However, upon seeing her, Lin Qiye furrowed his brow. Lu Xiaoyan was merely an ordinary person. Yet, Li Yifei began to shout, Lu Xiaoyan is the snake demon. Everyone, flee. A crowd of people hurriedly distanced themselves from Lu Xiaoyan, rushing towards the exit. Lu Xiaoyan also wished to escape, but Lin Qiye, following Qinmai's instructions, fired an exorcism round at her. However, the exorcism round had no effect. Lu Xiaoyan was simply an ordinary person. Enough with the charade. It ends here. Yue Heng was not inclined to continue this game and was about to expose Li Yifei when he lunged at Lin Qiye, taking the brunt of the Nandu snake demon's attack and losing an arm in the process. Li Yifei. Lin Qiye shouted anxiously and launched an attack on the Nandu snake demon. Silence. Yue Heng formed a gesture with her fingers and uttered a single word, causing everyone in Songnan City who was parasitized by the Nandu snake demon, as well as the detached Nandu snake demons, to freeze in place. This also included Li Yifei. Lin Qiye quickly realized what Yue Heng had done, but he was puzzled as to why Li Yifei was also immobilized, because he is also a Nandu snake demon. Yue Heng and Qingyu responded in unison, with Yue Heng's voice echoing through the shared earpiece of Team 136. Casting a glance at Qingyu, Yue Heng continued. This has always been a ruse, a test to gain your trust. However, it remains unclear why they regarded you as so special. This was a long-planned scheme initiated by the ancient god church, which was forced to conclude prematurely due to Yue Heng's involvement and refusal to cooperate, leading to the swift resolution of all Nandu snake demons. None were to be spared. Yet, Lin Qiye insisted on personally eliminating Li Yifei. He came for me. Let me handle it. While it was evident that the situation was not as simple as Lin Qiye suggested, there were undoubtedly deeper secrets at play. Yue Heng nevertheless entrusted Li Yifei's fate to him. This incident was indeed instigated by the ancient god church, solely to locate Lin Qiye. They coerced the Nandu snake demon clan to act as their weapon, seeking out the Seraph's divine agent, Lin Qiye, to either eliminate him or gain his trust. Through Chenmai, Yue Heng and Lin Qiye learned of the ancient god church's existence and the peril it posed to them. Although Qiye had been exposed, fortunately, Xiao Yueya had not yet drawn attention. Hong Ying sighed, troubled by the thought of the ancient god church. The relative quietude of Xiao Yueya's divine ruins meant they had not received any news, which was indeed a good sign. By the way, Xiao Yueya, would you care to explain your actions on the rooftop of the school? Lung Xian suddenly inquired. He occupied the best sniping position and had witnessed everything clearly. Yue Heng merely gestured and spoke a single word, causing all Nandu snake demons to cease their movements. What did I use? How would I know? Yue Heng feigned ignorance, maintaining her facade. Yue Heng, do not conceal anything from us. The more we understand you, the better we can assist and protect you, Chenmai said solemnly. Every divine agent is exceedingly precious. Among the few surviving divine agents among the Night Watchers, Yue Heng is undoubtedly the most extraordinary. Being the sole representative of the great Xia deity and possessing such unique characteristics, yet remaining shrouded in mystery. Honestly, you need not protect me, truly. Yue Heng spoke with a hint of arrogance, clutching eternal existence. She felt invulnerable. In the brief silence, Lin Qiye suddenly spoke, a single strike, and it is lethal. But you will be injured and feel pain. And you fear pain. He had hit the nail on the head. It wasn't that she was unwilling to speak. Rather, she was uncertain how to explain this ability. It resembled a form of words manifesting reality, yet it was not as potent and had its limitations, which she had yet to fully explore. Yue Heng had grown accustomed to playing the role of a wolf in sheep's clothing, and revealing everything would only complicate matters further, making it difficult for others to believe her. Therefore, she imposed restrictions on her current capabilities. I can roughly control beings at the pool boundary and below, but only those that are static or slow-moving. Pool boundary? Xiao Yuezha, try controlling me. I happen to be at the pool boundary. In the Peace Affairs office. Hong Ying exclaimed with excitement. Is that what you want me to try? I will indeed give it a go. At Hong Ying's enthusiastic insistence, Yue Heng instructed her, weep. Upon uttering that word, Hong Ying, who had been laughing heartily just moments before, suddenly burst into tears, her tears flowing uncontrollably. No, I can't believe I'm actually crying. Wait. Why can't I stop? Remarkable. Cease. Yue Heng uttered the word cease, and a faint golden light, visible only to her, enveloped Hong Ying, causing her to immediately stop crying and revert to her previous laughter. Ha, this is amusing. Do give me a try with something else. Feel free to experiment on me without hesitation, it's perfectly fine. Under the intense insistence of Hong Ying, Yue Heng attempted 3 more times. They were stillness. The body becomes motionless, unable to take any action for 5 seconds. Speed. The velocity instantly doubles, lasting for 1 minute. Sleep. One immediately falls into a deep and sweet slumber. The moment the word sleep was uttered, Hong Ying simply fell into an unending sleep, indicating her exhaustion. After resolving the matter with the Nanda snake demon, no significant events occurred thereafter. Soon, the day for the new recruits' training arrived, to the surprise of many. This training was set in Songnan City. Historically, such training sessions took place in the capital, making this year a notable deviation. Yue Heng was not surprised by this outcome, considering Lin Qiye's strong ties to Songnan City. Chapter 13. Indeed, I am the malevolent female supporting character. Wait, Yue Heng, where is your suitcase? Under the blazing sun, Lin Qiye dragged 3 large suitcases along the rugged, muddy path. Although it was not particularly exhausting, the sight of Yue Heng beside her, who was empty-handed and holding an umbrella for shade, made her feel somewhat unbalanced. Isn't my suitcase in your hands? Yue Heng pointed to the sole white suitcase that Lin Qiye carried. Lin Qiye's expression froze. But didn't Sister Hong Ying say this was prepared for me? Oh. She lied to you, just to trick you into carrying my suitcase, Yue Heng said, suppressing her laughter while offering a hint of sympathy towards Lin Qiye for a brief moment. She really is something, Lin Qiye muttered in complaint. Yet she still did not relinquish her grip on the suitcase. Looking around, she felt puzzled. Is there really a training camp in a place like this? Surely, they are not trying to deceive us. What do we have that is worth deceiving? Look, our ride is here, Yue Heng stated, just as a camouflaged military vehicle appeared in their line of sight. Being locals, they were the first to arrive at the training site, and for some, they were considered quite special. Are you Lin Qiye, the divine agent of the Seraph? Instructor Hong, who was responsible for leading them inside, regarded Lin Qiye with the same awe one might reserve for a rare treasure. The gazes of others around her made Lin Qiye feel somewhat uneasy, prompting her to pull Yue Heng into the spotlight. You know me, but you don't know her? Who is she? Should I know her? Instructor Hong seemed genuinely unaware, giving Yue Heng an appraising glance. A bit young, a bit pretty, and what else? This shouldn't be. I am merely an ordinary person. Yue Heng quickly interjected. Not knowing me is for the best. I am just an ordinary person. The ordinary person, Yue Heng, took the suitcase from Lin Qiye's hands and ventured into the dormitory building, seeking a room as far from the exit as possible. She then sat on the bed and remained motionless. Molly, what is happening outside? Why is it so noisy? Oh, it's just a nouveau riche giving gifts. The items seem quite expensive. If you want, you can go grab a portion. Her roommate, named Molly, was a spirited young woman. I certainly want tea. It's a waste of time. Yue Heng decisively shook her head, indicating her intent to cultivate, while others refined their mental prowess. Her practice was aimed at unsealing her divine powers. At 2 in the afternoon, when they gathered again, Yue Heng spotted Lin Qiye, who was accompanied by a small, chubby boy. Qiye, who is this beautiful lady? Aren't you going to introduce her? The moment he laid eyes on Yue Heng, the boy's gaze was filled with admiration for her beauty. Fortunately, his gaze was not lewd, merely appreciative. Otherwise, this is my friend, Yue Heng. Lin Qiye nudged the chubby boy, prompting the introduction. Yue Heng, this is my roommate, by Li Peng. The air was filled with shouts of defiance, as Yue Heng and Lin Qiye stood quietly at the back of the line, not uttering a word. Really now, if they intend to intimidate us, they should just do it outright instead of putting on a show. What a waste of time. Yue Heng shook her head, having grasped the upper echelon's tactics. The first lesson for new recruits: deliver a shock. The procedure must still be followed. It also serves as a preparation for them. Lin Qiye replied softly, saying sorry. These two are already ready to run at a moment's notice. They would confront the intimidation head-on. This new recruit training session had indeed made substantial investments, having invited one of the 4 special teams, the masked team, to pressure them. Upon witnessing the arrival of 7 masked individuals, Lin Qiye and Yue Heng discreetly stepped back, while the unprincipled Bai Li Peng followed suit, leading the trio to flee faster than anyone else when the confrontation began. Wait, aren't we supposed to be going in? Why are we running? Only after they had followed the others did Bai Li Peng realize something was amiss. Without weapons, what are we supposed to do? Are we seeking death? Moreover, now is not the optimal moment to strike. After responding to Bai Li Peng, Lin Qiye turned to Yue Heng. Yue Heng, when do you plan to make your move? Perhaps towards the end, Yue Heng replied, a sweet smile revealing her small canine tooth. They sent the masked team to handle this, clearly underestimating our capabilities. Let us show them around 9 o'clock that we are not mere novices. Hearing Yue Heng's confident tone, Lin Qiye felt reassured, yet she couldn't help but remark, I suddenly think you have a knack for playing the villain, destroying someone's pride at their peak. Isn't that villainous? Indeed, I'm the malevolent female supporting character, so you'd best be cautious. Yue Heng responded in kind. After successfully entering a warehouse, Yue Heng sought out her roommate Molly. The 5 members of the masked team are exceptionally strong. Of the 200 new recruits, I've assessed that only 4 of them could stand a chance against their suppression. In the brief time since the assembly of the combat team, Yue Heng had already analyzed all 200 new recruits. One is my roommate Molly, another is you, Lin Qiye, the third is that outspoken one, Shen Qizhu, and the last is an intriguing individual. The intriguing individual Yue Heng mentioned was indeed quite fascinating, possessing a childlike heart yet bearing a heavy aura of bloodshed. They seemed almost otherworldly. No way, no one talks about themselves like that. Are you not human? Lin Qiye exclaimed, bewildered. Correct, I am not human. Yue Heng gritted her teeth, shattering the large knife she had just acquired. This display drew the attention of many onlookers, and Bai Li Peng jumped in astonishment. Wow, crushing a knife with bare hands. What is that? My friend is impressive. Just as Lin Qiye intended to tease Yue Heng, she was suddenly pushed off balance by her. Go on, Justice Male Lead. Chapter 14. Lord Wang Mian. Would you like some medicine? For longevity, of course. The Justice Male Lead Lin Qiye expressed that he nearly toppled over. Such strength was truly remarkable. Almost reflexively, he swung the knife, a flurry of slashes that, while seemingly chaotic, forced a certain elusive individual to reveal himself. From the void, a man wearing a crescent moon mask quietly materialized. How come you all can see me? The masked team's Yue was about to break down. Were these not a bunch of rookie novices? How could they all see him? Was he to be cast aside? Pure luck, he muttered. Your concealment is somewhat clumsy. In contrast, it indeed evokes the sensation of a valiant hero and a wicked female antagonist. How audacious you are. The Moon Demon, having been provoked by the words of Moon Heng, prepared to abandon Lin Qiye and charge towards Moon Heng. However, two blades intercepted him simultaneously, one wielded by Lin Qiye and the other by Molly. She was merely a support character, and yet you dared to strike at her. Devoid of martial ethics. Upon hearing Lin Qiye's remark, the Moon Demon became even more determined to eliminate Moon Heng first. In any group battle, one should first target the support. Yet, the more he persisted, the less likely it became for Lin Qiye and Molly to allow him to succeed. Aware of the formidable opponent before her, Molly seamlessly integrated the Forbidden Ruin, all things eternal, into her swordplay. One swift strike towards the Moon Demon severed his arm. Indeed, the Forbidden Ruin is perilous, the Moon Demon remarked nonchalantly, as the ethereal moonlight began to swirl around him, swiftly coalescing into a new arm. You too wield moonlight. And quite adeptly at that. You can meld your body into the moonlight, disassembling your adversary's attacks at will. However, unfortunate for you, I too manipulate moonlight. Standing safely in the preparation zone, Moon Heng critiqued their clash, delivering a heavy blow with his words. What if the moonlight ceases to favor you? Upon hearing this, the Moon Demon realized a grave truth. His Forbidden Ruin had been restricted. At the very least, he could no longer use the moonlight to disassemble his body and evade attacks. Now, with a command, everyone in the warehouse launched an assault on the Moon Demon. Help? Am I truly about to meet my end? Are you all really going to watch me perish? Don't mess this up. The Moon Demon cursed as he dodged the onslaught, feeling an unsettling premonition of his impending doom. Gravity shift. Gravity doubled. Just when it mattered most, an individual wearing a scale mask emerged to provide assistance. Moreover, several others appeared from various directions. All members of the masked team. 5 members of the masked team materialized within the warehouse. Regrettably, you find yourselves encircled, Wang Mian remarked, hands in pockets, in a tone that suggested ignorance of his foe's nature. Are you certain it isn't you who has walked into a trap? Moon Heng mimicked Wang Mian's posture and tone, speaking with increased arrogance. All things eternal, activate. The warehouse, which should have contained no flora, instantaneously transformed into a verdant sea, with various plants rapidly growing, some even ensnaring the bodies of the masked team. He had not been informed that Moon Heng was also a divine agent, resulting in his instinctive concealment of this fact. Let us go, Lin Qiye, the breakout is entrusted to you. Moon Heng merely activated the divine ruin and refrained from further action. Nevertheless, her efforts sufficed for Lin Qiye and the others. The doubled gravity imposed by the scales dissipated as Moon Heng's divine ruin activated, and a surge of power flooded into their bodies, enhancing their strength. Lin Qiye assessed the masked team members surrounding him and ultimately chose the rose in the west as his point of breach. Charge. This time, he genuinely intended to break through using the rose, bolstered by Moon Heng's support, instilling him with confidence to create an opening. Meanwhile, the other masked team members were also converging from the west, tightening the encirclement. The night unfurled before them. Eternal night without light was unleashed, causing the 5 masked team members to suddenly feel as if they had lost their sight, significantly hindering their mobility. Yet, to Moon Heng and her allies, the sky merely darkened slightly. Is this truly the ability of a support character? The Moon Demon exclaimed, finally understanding why a fully skilled support character had joined the fray. Captain, eliminate that girl without a weapon first. She is the support, and this skill originated from her. They could only rely on their mental acuity to locate and attack in the darkness, with many of their efforts falling short. When light returned to their eyes, they discovered that they had only managed to eliminate less than half of their number. Over 20 of them had successfully escaped the warehouse. What just happened? The girl wearing the rose mask had yet to comprehend the situation. She was not the only one caught off guard. Those monitoring the situation were equally bewildered. The darkness had obscured not only their vision but also the surveillance cameras. It was that support girl. Her forbidden ruin is also a divine ruin. Wang Mian explained to his companions. Moreover, she seems to possess abilities beyond mere support. During the recent, eternal night without light, he was the least affected. Even able to perceive the directions of Moon Heng and Lin Qiye. He chose to leave Moon Heng for later elimination. However, he was unsuccessful. Moon Heng moved with remarkable speed, effortlessly evading each of his strikes. Instead, he found himself ensnared in a business pitch. You are Lord Wang Mian, are you not? Do you wish to impede my progress? Perhaps it would be wise to conserve your energy. Let us conduct a transaction. I have a potion here that can extend your life. Would you care to try it? Not 98, not 998, only 9,800. Yuan-Ti regretted. He dismissed Moon Heng's jest, which sounded suspiciously like a subpar advertisement. Yet, the display of Moon Heng's strength solidified his resolve to eliminate her first. Just as he prepared to employ the divine ruin, he was suddenly struck on the back of the head. Are you out of your mind? It's merely a small trial. I'd better take my leave. I want to engage with you, madman. As that voice faded, their vision gradually cleared. Moon Heng had already vanished without a trace. This left Wang Mian in deep contemplation, intrigued by Moon Heng. The question lingered in his mind. Which deity does she serve as an agent? Chapter 15. Lackadaisical partners. Living dead, she is also a divine agent? The masked team was collectively astonished. This contradicted the information they had received. They had been informed that there was a divine agent among the new recruits, specifically a seraph, along with several high-risk forbidden ruins. This was already quite troublesome, and now another divine agent had emerged. Are there no divine identifiers that match her? Boss. You mean to say you don't know which deity she serves? The Moon Demon, having had direct contact with Moon Heng, could not help but exclaim. He suddenly felt that being restricted by Moon Heng was not shameful. After all, it was a divine ruin, one that could easily dispatch him. Indeed, there is no recognizable identity, which is why I find this situation so challenging. We might not escape this predicament. Wang Mian suppressed the memory of Moon Heng's words during Eternal Night without light. Those very words had led him to believe Moon Heng was no ordinary individual. The notion of life extinction, was it mere coincidence? Or did she somehow grasp the truth so swiftly? Who on earth are you? Unbeknownst to the masked team, curiosity about Moon Heng was burgeoning. Meanwhile, the instructors monitoring the situation, along with the chief supervisor Yuan Gang, were pondering over the extensive darkness displayed in the surveillance footage. What on earth is Chen Mai doing with the recommended individuals? Did the recommenders not provide clear documentation? Yuan Gang glared at the scan information he had on Moon Heng, feeling a surge of frustration. Name, Moon Heng. Gender, female. Date of birth, December 12, 2005. Forbidden Ruin. All things eternal. Affiliation, temporary member of Team 136. Songnan City. Comparing this to the profiles of others, Moon Heng's documentation was excessively sparse, especially the most crucial aspect. The role of the Forbidden Realm and the information regarding the divine agents have not been documented. Commander, please calm down. Perhaps we have merely misinterpreted the situation. This month's Yue Heng could be anything but a divine agent. Moreover, even if she were, wouldn't the thrill of opening a mystery box be delightful? Must the sudden emergence of this youthful divine agent signify the downfall of the masked team? Although the other instructors were advising Yuan Gang, their curiosity was unmistakable. How intriguing. With 3 divine agents in total, numerous perilous forbidden realms, and the crown prince of the Bailey family, the excitement is palpable. Just thinking about it fills me with anticipation, haha. Meanwhile, Lin Qiye, having located a safe area, realized he was accompanied only by Bailey Pang Pang and Molly. Yue Heng had vanished. Instantly, a sense of panic washed over him. Yue Heng. He feared she had been eliminated or injured. Are you calling for that beautiful young lady? I believe she just entered that dormitory building. Let me check where she is. Bailey Pangang adjusted his binoculars, quickly spotting Yue Heng, who had her hair in a high ponytail adorned with 2 sandalwood hairpins. Lin Qiye hastily directed his binoculars toward that location. Observing Yue Heng seated on the ground next to a shaven-headed man, engaged in conversation, the distance rendered their words inaudible and their lips unreadable. Wonderful. I finally encountered someone even more nonchalant than myself. The lethargic Chao Yuan, who merely wished to languidly await elimination, paid Yue Heng no mind, not even glancing in her direction. Yet, Yue Heng was unperturbed. Her intention was simply to find a companion to share in the idleness and bide time. The need for a companion stemmed from the desire for comparison, which would prevent her from appearing excessively lazy. Indeed, she was quite the clever little imp. What was she doing? Why was she sitting there motionless? Lin Qiye understood Yue Heng best. He recognized that her laziness had resurfaced. She wished to slack off. But would the masked team permit her to do so? The masked team consisted of only 5 members, and their strategy was evident: to execute a blitzkrieg, eliminating them in the shortest time possible. And she, without a doubt, was the individual they most wished to eliminate. Lin Qiye lowered his binoculars, his expression growing somber. What shall we do? Continue to hide? Or should we go and bring her out to hide together? Molly, unfamiliar with tactics, inquired of Lin Qiye about their strategy. We can no longer remain in hiding. We must act. In truth, a swift resolution would be most advantageous for them. However, Lin Qiye could not fathom why Yue Heng, who surely understood the situation, still opted to delay. At the same time, Wang Mian, arriving to regroup, posed a similar question regarding Yue Heng. Why choose to procrastinate? You should be the strongest among us. Why not eliminate the weakest of our group instead? What is the point of such a rapid conclusion? Quite literally, it means I want them to train a bit longer before I intervene. After all, you are not my enemies. I would not inflict serious harm upon them, let alone kill them. Because his teammates were already calling for help, he feared that if Yue Heng were not handled swiftly, his comrades might be unmasked by others first. The goal of 5 individuals was indeed rather ambitious. Yet, he remained expressionless. You are quite strong. Just a tad. Yue Heng gestured dismissively, then uttered a bewildering statement. In fact, the potions I possess are marginally superior to my own capabilities. Care to give them a try? I have all sorts. Huh. Qiao Yuan was genuinely at a loss, sensing something awry with her tone. Do not doubt me. My potions are quite potent, encompassing various types. Some restore mental energy, some replenish stamina, and others heal injuries. I even have a calming elixir that I believe would suit you perfectly. After such a pitch, Qiao Yuan found himself more bewildered than ever. However, his response to Yue Heng's salesmanship differed from the others. It was his most genuine thought. I have no money. Thus, I cannot afford your potions. Perhaps you should find someone else to sell to. Qiao Yuan spoke slowly, his expression forlorn, exuding an air of despondency. No, do you not realize I am jesting? Am I toying with you? Yue Heng had not anticipated Qiao Yuan's reaction, and her eyes immediately sparkled. There is no need for you to deceive me. I have no reason to be duped, nor would anyone play tricks on me. Besides, I sense that you are speaking the truth. Chapter 16. Your Excellency is human. Not a foolish dog, this is truly novel. Upon entering this world, Yue Heng had pitched the potions from the system stores several times. Yet it was the first instance someone believed her. No worries, I will not charge you, she exclaimed. System. Procure a large bottle of the calming elixir and change its flavor to fruity. Acknowledged. 50 points have been deducted. With that, Yue Heng patted Qiao Yuan on the shoulder and promptly produced a small glass jar shaped like a bear, filled with 50 fruit-shaped candies. The jar was adorned with a colorful string, suitable for wearing around the neck, resembling a child's snack. Here, take this. Eat one when you are feeling down, and another when you feel you might lose control. You can even have one when you are in a good mood. Just be sure to come back to me when you're running low. Yet, Qiao Yuan did not accept it. I cannot accept things from others without money. Consider it a gift between friends. You are the first to believe I am not speaking nonsense, urged Yue Heng. Hearing this, Qiao Yuan hesitantly extended his hand. This feeling was even better than staying at the temple. Therefore, he found himself reluctant to witness Yue Heng's face fall into disappointment. I am Qiao Yuan, and I am quite dangerous. Qiao Yuan hesitantly spoke, lowering his head. I am Yue Heng. What a coincidence. I fear no danger. With that, Yue Heng rose and extended her hand toward Qiao Yuan. However, he did not grasp her hand. Observing this, Yue Heng simply pulled him along, and as she did, the entire structure began to tremble violently, crumbling into debris. Thankfully, Yue Heng was swift enough to pull Qiao Yuan away from the dormitory, escaping the debris unscathed. Not even a speck of dust adhering to them, though others were not so fortunate. What a waste. Why must we destroy our homes during a fight? My beef sauce. Your Excellency is human, not a foolish dog. Yue Heng exclaimed in frustration, her voice carrying far, reaching the ears of a certain destructive canine. Yet, as she surveyed the ruins of the 3 dormitory buildings, her spirits lifted upon spotting an intact pink suitcase. Lin Qiye's suitcase had survived the destruction. Surely, her beef sauce was also safe. Captain, it seems someone is calling you a dog. Yue Qiye chimed in, relishing the chaos. Yue Heng, stop slacking and take action. Lin Qiye, who had hurried over to join forces with Shen Qizhu against the masked team, overheard Yue Heng's furious voice and immediately called for her to act. However, Yue Heng merely found a smooth stone and sat down, feigning ignorance. Have you finished all my aunt's beef sauce? Here's the deal. I have 2 bottles left. I'll share one with you if you hurry up and take action. Lin Qiye knew precisely how to entice Yue Heng. The mention of sharing beef sauce made her eyes light up. Indeed, she had consumed all 5 bottles that belonged to her during the past month. Really? Of course. It's true, I never lie. Though slightly exasperated, Lin Qiye reaffirmed. Classmate Lin Qiye, you truly are a good sport. In the next moment, Yue Heng activated Eternal All Things. As he gazed at the nearby Yue Heng, and then at Lin Qiye, who was hastening towards him, Qiao Yuan, who had just moments ago been on the brink of death, experienced an instantaneous revival. What is his name? What did you just call him? Lin Qiye? What is the matter? Which Lin? The Lin of Double Woods. Is there an issue? He is rather youthful and quite handsome, but not as handsome as him. Standing amidst the ruins, the 8 gods and the passage of 10 years. It turns out you are the one who traverses the world for us. Qiao Yuan stared at Lin Qiye, murmuring to himself. Upon hearing this, Yue Heng became intrigued. This was far too comprehensible and amusing. Lin Qiye, he is revealing your identity card. This is precisely about you. Stop being ridiculous. Lin Qiye cast a helpless glance at Yue Heng. Are you really going to use a perpetual existence? It seems you don't want that jar of beef sauce. This is already sufficient, isn't it? Just look for yourself. Among the ruins, tendrils began to sprout. These vines, robust and powerful, effortlessly cleared the rubble, allowing those buried beneath to emerge with ease. The injured had their wounds healing at a visibly rapid pace, nearly devoid of any trace of injury. I am merely a support. Achieving this much as a support is already commendable. Haha. Lin Qiye indicated his disinterest in conversing with Yue Heng, dismissing such nonsensical reasoning. He surveyed the surroundings, precisely locating Wang Mian. This was the adversary he sought, despite Wang Mian's formidable strength. He wished to test his mettle. Meanwhile, the masked rose faced off against the katana-wielding Molly. The pricking-headed Shen Qingzhu confronted the masked Vortex. After handing over the masked moon demon to his partner Vortex, Shen Qingzhu let out a sigh of relief, turning to see Yue Heng, who wore a similarly cheerful expression. Masked moon demon. Hee, the laughter has ceased. Help. Why? During an ordinary task, merely training new recruits, must I encounter so many adversaries who counter my abilities? I should not have taken on this mission. Stop dawdling. Can't the two of us defeat one? The masked balance shot a sidelong glance at the moon demon, fingers intertwined, as weapons and bricks scattered on the ground. All sharp and hard objects levitated, locking onto Yue Heng and Zhao Yuan. No, I am just a support. Why are you targeting supports? This is utterly lacking in martial ethics. Is there truly no one who can see me? I believe my presence is not so negligible. The rotund Bailey Pang Pang, with his Cantonese accent, easily squeezed through. Using his impressive physique, he successfully positioned himself in front of Yue Heng, thumping his chest confidently, declaring, "No worries, beautiful sister. I will protect you in place of Qiye. Aren't you just an ordinary person without a forbidden zone? I may lack a forbidden zone, but I possess forbidden items. There is more than enough of this." Bailey Pang Pang, brimming with confidence, boasted that he had an abundance of forbidden items, capable of crushing others. "No need for you. I believe I can handle this alone," Zhao Yuan asserted, reaching out to grasp a knife that was coming his way. Chapter 17. How can one be this unfortunate? Yet Yue Heng reached out first to block him. "No rush. Have a candy first. Allow me to find you a fine knife." As she spoke, she began rummaging through her pockets. In truth, she was searching the weaponry area of her storage space with her divine sense. Before long, she truly unearthed a splendid blade. The blade was broad, adorned with a grand ring at the base, entwined with a dragon, and topped with a bird-like form. Surprisingly, Zhao Yuan complied with Yue Heng's suggestion, taking a piece of candy from a small bare glass jar and popping it into his mouth before hanging the jar around his neck. "Here, hold on to it." Upon seeing the knife in Yue Heng's hand, Zhao Yuan paused momentarily. "It will be dangerous once I have the knife. You should keep your distance and ignore me." After saying this, he fixed his gaze intently on Yue Heng. Only when she nodded did he take the knife from her grasp. "I hope you are not too weak. Don't perish at my hands." Upon receiving the knife from Yue Heng, Zhao Yuan spoke with remarkable arrogance. The balance and moon demon hesitated in their assault. Intrigued to see what kind of strength this unique and audacious Zhao Yuan would display, and what surprises he might bring forth. However, in the next instant, they regretted their curiosity. The moment Zhao Yuan's fingers made contact with the hilt of the knife, a surge of black malevolence erupted like a raging fire pillar, shooting skyward. Dark flames burst forth from Zhao Yuan's skin, instantly incinerating his outer garments, revealing a sturdy frame marred by scars. The black malevolent flames intertwined around him, gradually solidifying into a bizarre humanoid form. Half human, half demon. A slight grin crept across his lips as a wisp of white smoke emanated from within him. Slowly, he opened his eyes, revealing a pair of blood-red, otherworldly pupils. In his gaze, there was no trace of reason or calm. He resembled a wild beast. "My goodness, this is quite terrifying," Bailey Pang Pang exclaimed, as a golden rope wrapped around Yue Heng's waist, swiftly dragging her away from the battlefield. "It's better for us to keep our distance. We wouldn't want to be caught in the crossfire." This is the Forbidden Zone Sequence 031, Black King Annihilation. Not something ordinary people can contend with. It could scare someone to death. How could such a thing exist? Though he claimed to be frightened. If Bailey Pang Pang had reined in his curious expression, it would have appeared more genuine. Black King Annihilation, that sequence number is rather advanced. Yue Heng mused, observing the spiraling black malevolence. Indeed, the Forbidden Zone here is both advantageous and disadvantageous. Although she was still unaware of Zhao Yuan's past, she could surmise from this Forbidden Zone that the power it bestowed upon him was overwhelmingly potent, while he himself was far too feeble. Once activated, he would lose his sanity, becoming a machine of slaughter, consumed solely by the desire to kill. Meanwhile, abandoning Lin Qiye, Wang Mian rushed to support his teammates, also providing an explanation of Black King Annihilation. From his words, one could discern the exceedingly high praise of above all beings beneath the divine. Truly, being the captain, Wang Mian must find it exhausting, constantly rescuing one individual after another. Yue Heng shook her head, clicking her tongue. Just moments ago, Wang Mian had aided the Balance and Moon Demon, only to be flung away by Chao Yuan's counterattack. However, a vine had ensnared him mid-flight, halting his advance. He should have severed the vine, as he had always done in previous instances without any awareness. Yet, as he prepared to strike, a surge of clarity flooded his body, compelling him to stop. Consciousness? That shouldn't be the case. Wang Mian and Bailey Pangang murmured simultaneously, as they were relatively acquainted with the nature of Chao Yuan's forbidden zone. Logically, he should possess no awareness whatsoever. Furthermore, Bailey Pangpang had already devised a strategy to thwart Chao Yuan's rampage. Just as Wang Mian was about to engage Chao Yuan once more, Lin Qiye had already intercepted him. Wang Mian, your opponent is me. Lin Qiye was also a formidable adversary, leaving Wang Mian with no choice but to continue battling him. Rest assured, Captain, we merely underestimated him earlier. Now we will respond appropriately, and all will be well. The two remained skeptical, believing they could not defeat a single Chao Yuan together. A hint of consciousness, but not much, Yue Heng remarked, furrowing her brow. She had underestimated Chao Yuan's condition. The medication she provided was still somewhat insufficient. At this moment, Chao Yuan had undergone a complete transformation, the black malevolence swirling around him, a sinister smile gracing his lips. Da Xiaolong unleash? As Yue Heng's words fell, the seal on the renowned blade in Chao Yuan's hand shattered, and the blade erupted in a dazzling golden red glow, radiantly brilliant. In an instant, it became intertwined with the black malevolence. The originally formidable Forbidden Ruins have now become even more potent with the addition of the legendary blade. How is one to contend with this? Both Tianping and Yue Gui have been rendered vulnerable. Yue Gui glanced at Tianping, then at Chao Yuan, and finally at the seemingly indifferent Yue Heng and the portly Bailey. Ultimately, he resolved to abandon his comrades and stealthily attacked Bailey. However, this decision was destined to be erroneous. For Bailey was not to be underestimated. At the moment Yue Gui initiated his surprise assault, a blinding golden barrier unexpectedly enveloped Bailey, effortlessly deflecting the short sword from Yue Gui's grasp. All eyes turned to the assailant, and Yue Gui was suddenly engulfed in embarrassment. It's fine, I'll try again. Disregarding the odds, he drew another sword and lunged at Bailey once more, yet he failed to inflict even the slightest harm, while his own weapon was shattered. Yue Gui is truly on the verge of exploding. How can one be this unfortunate? Encountering another nemesis, how delightful. This is no ordinary leisure quest. I declare that I have sustained an injury on the job. After this mission, I demand a paid leave to mend my wounded spirit. Next time, I absolutely will not accept such a task. I should never have participated. With a woeful expression, Yue Gui evaded Bailey's onslaught from the Forbidden Ruins, overwhelmed by the situation that compelled him to enter stealth mode. Yet, fortuitously, Bailey possessed an item that could counteract his invisibility. Upon spotting the Eye of Truth in Bailey's possession, which dispels illusions, Yue Gui's heart sank. He felt an icy chill. No one should be this unlucky, truly. Chapter 18, Lin Qiye, it feels like you're mocking me. Yue Gui's streak of misfortune was evidently far from over. Today, he was destined to be the unluckiest of all. Not only had he been thrust into the fray between Xiangwei and Mali, nearly being struck by his own allies, but he also found himself calling out for help in a vortex, only to unwittingly stumble into the battlefield of Chao Yuan and Tianping, where he narrowly escaped being attacked by Chao Yuan. Tianping, save me. Captain, help me. After flailing about, he finally distanced himself from the conflict, hoping to catch his breath, only to feel a hand on his shoulder. Ah, help. Xiangwei, save me. The other members of the masked team, along with the instructors observing through the monitors, remarked, Comrade, you seem to be having a rather unfortunate day. Perhaps it would be best to cease your struggles and concede defeat. It appears that the more you resist, the worse your luck becomes. Yue Heng patted Yue Gui's shoulder, as if ready to remove his mask at any moment. Can I refuse? Yue Gui was on the verge of tears from his misfortunes. Wouldn't Lady Luck show him some favor? It seemed not. Now, Yue Gui truly felt like crying. Very well. Considering your extraordinary bad luck today and the shared character in our names, I shall refrain from being the first to remove your mask. Come, let us sit down and observe the match. After all this time, aren't you tired? If you're not tired, I certainly am. Yue Gui was indeed weary, both physically and mentally. Watching Yue Heng lounge about, he suddenly felt inclined to join him, plopping down with a resigned sigh. Whatever. If we lose, we lose. Yue Heng, you dare to claim you're exhausted? Lin Qiye, facing Wang, was left speechless, wanting to scold him but unsure how. Yue Heng paid him no mind, and instead looked up at the airborne Tianping. Tianping, why not descend for a moment? Or shall I elevate Qiao Yuan even further? As she spoke, robust vines ensnared Qiao Yuan, lifting him to Tianping's altitude. Free from merely inflicting blade strikes, Qiao Yuan now aimed a direct attack at Tianping. Tianping's pupils constricted sharply as he hastily descended, exclaiming, "No more fighting, no more. I'm tired, let us take a break." Upon hearing this, Qiao Yuan snapped back to attention. The golden glow emanating from his blade intensified, suppressing the dark aura surrounding him, and the Black King annihilation came to an abrupt halt. Amitabha, well done. For the first time, holding the blade, Qiao Yuan regained his clarity, even as the violent intention within him simmered. "Here, take it. Thank you." Cradling the Daxiao Longke, he approached Yue Heng, sincerely expressing his gratitude. "No need for thanks. However, you may keep the blade for now. It's merely for my collection. Use it until you find a more suitable one to return it to me." Yue Heng did not accept the blade, but instead handed it back to Qiao Yuan. "Well, it truly is the Daxiao Longke, the foremost ancient blade of the Xia kingdom, directly named after the great Xia. This blade actually exists, and I've seen it with my own eyes." Barely a minute into his rest, Bailey sprang up, eyes sparkling upon seeing the grand sword in Qiao Yuan's possession. "May I touch this blade?" Bailey's gaze was fixated on the Daxiao Longke, his hand reaching out but hesitating. Only after receiving permission did he finally lay a hand on the weapon. "The Daxiao Longke is here with you. You are indeed remarkable." Tianping, too, gazed longingly at the Daxiao Longke but managed to restrain himself. "I'm merely an ordinary support," Yue Heng stated earnestly. "As for you over there, and you, the one conjuring black holes, it seems neither of you can manage to best the other. Why not take a break and rest? This is a vortex, not a black hole. I'm not just some show-off. I have a name, Shen Qingzhu." Both the vortex and Shen Qingzhu retorted simultaneously, yet their actions remained unchanged. "Can you two quiet down? You're blocking my view of the match." Two thick vines shot up from the ground, ensnaring both the vortex and Shen Qingzhu, forcibly dragging them apart toward the relaxation area, revealing the intense battle between Lin Qiye and Wang that they had obstructed. "Lin Qiye, you must rally and give it your all. As fellow divine agents, we cannot allow one to outshine the other, can we? I have faith in you. I know you can win." Upon hearing Yue Heng's words, Yue Gui felt indignant. "Nonsense. My captain will certainly triumph." Bailey, too, joined in support of Lin Qiye. "You're mistaken. Qiye will win. Go, captain. The most handsome." The vortex shouted enthusiastically, while Bailey echoed, "Go, Qiye. Defeat him. Captain, strike him down." As Jiangwei approached to rest, she joined the chorus of encouragement. "Qiye, you can do it." Even Qiao Yuan chimed in, indicating that Lin Qiye's identity held significant meaning for him. Suddenly, the masked team and the new recruits began to argue, their rivalry shifting from combat to a contest of volume. "This is excessive. Your voices are too loud." Their boisterousness irritated Yue Heng, who only addressed the 4 members of the masked team. "For the sake of my ears, I suggest you all take a break." With that, for sturdy vines wrapped around them. As they struggled to escape, they found it futile. Their attempts only tightened the binds further, forcing them into silence. Yue Heng, satisfied, raised his voice. "Lin Qiye, stop stalling and go for it." Tianping interjected, "Wait, didn't you just complain about the noise?" The vortex remarked, "You're allowing the officials to start fires while forbidding the citizens from lighting lamps." Xiangwei added, "Little miss, that's rather inconsiderate." Yue Gui concluded, "This doesn't seem like the actions of a good person." Facing the mockery of the 4 members of the masked team, Yue Heng remained unfazed and responded with a playful tone, "I never claimed to be a good person. I've always identified myself as the vicious female antagonist. Is it not entirely normal for a villain to operate in such a manner?" Such a logical statement left them momentarily speechless, unsure of how to retort. I interjected, "Could you refrain from merely sitting there and speaking? It feels as though you are merely offering empty words. Are you bold enough to showcase your true abilities and face Wang Mian in a duel?" Lin Qiye, on the other hand, raised his voice in rebuttal against Yue Heng. Chapter 19. This is what I call preemptive investment. You actually want me to step into the arena? Yue Heng incredulously pointed at herself, her expression and tone a perfect blend of astonishment. "Lin Qiye, you lack appreciation for kindness. This is an excellent opportunity, a worthy opponent. Perfect for you to test your recent progress. Come now, give it your all. I assure you, the moment you are out of energy, I shall intervene without holding back." The two exchanged words across the distance, seemingly oblivious to the presence of others. Upon hearing her words, Lin Qiye's face exhibited sheer disbelief as he turned to Wang Mian with a resigned smile. "As you can see, my teammate is not very supportive. She urges me to give it my all. This is not my desire to fight desperately, but rather her insistence. You two seem to have a close relationship." Wang Mian observed, though his masked visage concealed his true emotions. However, his tone conveyed a sense of contentment. No, our relationship is far from good. Lin Qiye and Yue Heng exclaimed in unison. Wang Mian fell silent, opting instead to initiate the time goddess domain once more. Their battle was due for a conclusion. The two even summoned each other's divine pressure, engaging in a contest befitting deities. Ultimately, the time god represented by Wang Mian proved no match for the seraph. Wang Mian faced defeat. As the time goddess domain around him shattered piece by piece, Lin Qiye seized the opportunity to strike, successfully severing half of the mask from Wang Mian's face, revealing his delicate eyebrows and calm, handsome features, which gazed at Lin Qiye with a hint of resignation. No way. He actually won. Almost everyone stood in astonishment, for the scene before them was utterly unexpected. Yet, Wang Mian, looking at Lin Qiye, began with an apology. I'm sorry. In the next moment, ripples danced in his eyes. Time goddess domain, activate. But the following instant, the ripples froze in place. The time goddess domain failed to materialize. Is this a joke? It's merely a small training session. Must one exert themselves so vigorously? Yue Heng remarked as she approached Wang Mian. With each step, verdant flora sprang forth, teeming with vitality. Wang Mian's time goddess domain had been halted. How can this be possible? While others might have been oblivious to the unfolding events, the keen-eyed instructors watching the match understood precisely what was transpiring. Yet, his time goddess domain was indeed interrupted. Many pairs of eyes, filled with scrutiny, turned toward Yue Heng, the most likely source of the anomaly. Upon seeing the objects in her hands, they felt as if the sky had fallen. This is disastrous. Where did this girl come from? Meanwhile, both Wang Mian and Lin Qiye regarded Yue Heng as she approached, her hands brandishing four uniquely patterned masks, the very masks belonging to the other four members of the mask team. You truly managed to accomplish this, Wang Mian sighed, gazing at the masks in Yue Heng's grip. Of course, it was effortless, Yue Heng replied, lifting her hand to wave the masks in a specific direction. Having already lost, are you truly resorting to cheating to preserve a so-called victory? She then looked at Lin Qiye, who had given his all, and teased. How was the experience? Enjoying yourself? Quite well, Lin Qiye responded with a smile. Despite Yue Heng's apparent nonchalance, her demeanor provided him with a surprisingly pleasant experience. That's good to hear. The timing is just right. It is precisely 9 o'clock, neither a minute more nor less. You too. Can't you allow me to win just once? Do you genuinely wish to conclude this training session now? Wang Mian sighed, feeling a bit weary. Among the over 200 new recruits, only a handful were truly capable, barely countable on one hand. To let such individuals conclude their training and join the Night Watchers would be a disservice to them. Come now, let us negotiate. I possess a family heirloom elixir that grants longevity. I shall offer this elixir to you if you allow us to win. And refrain from activating the time goddess domain again. Yue Heng interrupted Wang Mian's intentions to use the time goddess domain yet again, throwing out a tempting bait. Isn't that the elixir you previously attempted to peddle, with prices escalating higher each time? I distinctly recall your last quote being 10,000, and now you're just giving it to me? At that moment, Wang Mian genuinely began to believe in the existence of the elixir Yue Heng spoke of, though he could never have anticipated its remarkable efficacy. His inquiry indicated intrigue, prompting Yue Heng to produce an elixir from her non-existent pocket. Actually retrieved from the System-S marketplace, an elixir of longevity costing 100 points, extending life by a century. Of course, if you feel guilty, you could always transfer me 10,000 instead, she added, shoving the vial into Wang Mian's hands. I've already begun researching this formula. I'm close to a breakthrough. Should you need more, feel free to reach out. Wang Mian gazed at the vial in his hand, smiling softly, though he sighed, realizing the training session was likely nearing its end. Despite his curiosity, he refrained from questioning Yue Heng about the source of her elixir or how she came to know of his circumstances. Every Night Watcher harbors their own secrets, after all. Rest assured, the training will not conclude just yet. However, that is not our concern. Those who should be worried have arrived. With a stern expression, Yuan Gang appeared in the area as Yue Heng's words faded. The gathering was not particularly large. Aside from the 5 from the masked team, only Lin Qiye, Yue Heng, Bali Pangdang, Imoli, Chao Yuan, and Shin Qizhu remained. Time is up. The match has concluded. Lin Qiye, Yue Heng. Yuan Gang called out to the two, revealing his purpose. You both performed exceptionally, managing to win this match. Chapter 20. He bore an enormous burden. However, for the greater good. I hope you both can pretend you did not win and refrain from mentioning your victory to others. Yuan Gang proposed a solution rooted in secrecy. As long as you agree, I will ensure you receive some form of compensation. We are principled individuals, Lin Qiye stated earnestly, casting a glare at Yue Heng, who had stepped back. Traitor. Furthermore, he added, sir, I do not believe that after this battle, they will remain so arrogantly deluded as to think they can leave the training camp. I believe that each individual now possesses a profound understanding of their shortcomings and the strength of others. We will only strive harder, adjusting our attitudes and embracing the forthcoming training. Due to Yue Heng's betrayal, Lin Qiye had to articulate this entire sentiment alone, and astonishingly, his words managed to persuade Yuan Gang. New talents emerge with each generation. The era belonging to you young individuals is indeed upon us. Let it be as you suggested. Yuan Gang gazed deeply at Yue Heng and Lin Qiye, acutely aware that a new era was on the horizon. At 3 in the morning, the clock is ticking. Have you ever seen the moon at 3 a.m.? Yue Heng claimed she had seen it today. She now regrets 100 times her impulsive decision to join the night watch and participate in the training. Gathering in the chilly midnight breeze, she found herself alone. And a few seconds later, only Lin Qiye arrived. Mo Li, her roommate from Yue Heng, had set off last month, but was delayed for some unknown reason. Lin Qiye, I think I want to be a deserter, she said. Hearing the instructor's words that they must reach the training ground within 3 minutes after the whistle blew, Yue Heng felt an even deeper sense of regret. Get a grip. You don't really want to be a deserter. I do, she replied. Instructor Hong, overhearing their conversation, cleared his throat to interrupt them. It was somewhat inappropriate to speak like that in front of the instructor. Once the training officially commenced, all newcomers' forbidden realms were suppressed by forbidden objects. This was precisely why others failed to arrive within 3 minutes. Their forbidden realms were entirely restrained, rendering them as ordinary people. However, there were 3 exceptions. Chao Yuan's Black King obliteration was still intact. With a knife, he could immediately activate his forbidden realm. The mortal realm Lin Qiye received from the Seraph and the Starry Night Dancer from the Goddess of Night could also be utilized, albeit somewhat suppressed. As for Yue Heng, she was wholly unaffected. Could this be the peculiarity of divine agents? Lin Qiye and Yue Heng sat together, watching others punished by running laps, while engaging in conversation. It should be so. The stronger the forbidden realm, the more powerful the mental strength, and thus the lesser the suppression. So, we could be considered to be cheating? Yue Heng could sense the effects of the forbidden objects suppressing the forbidden realms, which were specifically aimed at ordinary newcomers. However, there were always a few extraordinary individuals. I don't feel that my mortal realm possesses any great strength. Aside from slightly improved perception, it seems to lack anything else. Lin Qiye cradled his head in his hands, gazing up at the moon, seemingly recalling a night from 10 years ago. He wondered what the Seraph had in mind. 10 years ago, it inexplicably looked at him, said nothing, and left him blind. Now, inexplicably, he had become its agent. Still unclear about the abilities it had bestowed upon him. Listening to Lin Qiye's complaints, Yue Heng turned to him, her eyes widening slightly in shock. After a moment, she broke into laughter. No way, Lin Qiye, do you really know nothing? The Seraph didn't just glance at you out of the blue and blind you for 10 years. It seems that overusing the power of the Forbidden Realm not only left you blind for a decade, but also caused discrepancies in your memory. This black mark has been carried by the Seraph for 10 years. It truly has been patient, never coming to settle the score with you. Ha ha ha. Yue Heng was thoroughly amused by Lin Qiye. What do you mean? Lin Qiye suddenly looked at Yue Heng, his gaze intense. Yue Heng, do you also know the secrets surrounding me? Please tell me. I don't want to be in the dark. His earnestness made Yue Heng hesitate to jest further. However, some matters were indeed unsuitable to discuss with Lin Qiye at this moment. Thus, she shared only half of her thoughts. I understand medicine. And due to being a divine agent as well, I discerned the cause of your blindness the moment I saw you. It was not harm inflicted by the Seraph's energy, but rather the result of your overexertion of the power granted to you. At merely 7 years old, you were unable to withstand that overwhelming strength, resulting in the backlash that left you blind. Over time, your injuries gradually healed, and your mental strength grew stronger. It was only that night that your decade-old injury was completely healed. Yue Heng analyzed Lin Qiye's circumstances purely from a healer's perspective, refraining from mentioning anything else. Overusing the power granted to me by the Seraph? But what exactly did I do? Lin Qiye still looked perplexed, but he felt the absence of memories. And those lost memories were undoubtedly significant to him. Yue Heng, do you have any medicine that can help me recover my memories from 10 years ago? I want to know what truly happened then. He grasped Yue Heng's hand eagerly, once again asking for medicine. Yet, this time, Yue Heng shook her head. I'm sorry, but I currently don't have any medicine that can help you recall events from 10 years ago. Those memories are ultimately something you must unearth on your own. Yue Heng indeed had methods to help Lin Qiye remember, but what would happen afterward? In a situation where the status quo couldn't be changed, it might be better for Lin Qiye to remain unaware. It's fine, I was just asking. Perhaps those memories are something I wouldn't want to recall, and maybe it's for the best that I don't. My current life isn't bad at all, let us leave it at that. Yue Heng sighed in relief. After all, sometimes forgetting is the most merciful choice. Breaking the tranquility too early is not a good thing. However, from what you've said, it seems I've truly misunderstood the seraph. Its power must have assisted me greatly. Chapter 21. Are you sure you're not a toxic friend? Lin Qiye's words seemed to express gratitude for the seraph's help. However, if someone were to misinterpret his words, they might find themselves ensnared in a web of misunderstandings. It should be so. Your mortal realm represents miracles, and perhaps a miracle might just occur. Yue Heng remained silent about the miracle from 10 years ago, pretending not to react. Lin Qiye decided not to press further for answers. The Forbidden Realm is indeed humanity's most vital reliance in the fight against the enigmatic, but it does not encompass everything, unless your Forbidden Realm is extraordinarily potent. So much so that a mere snap of the fingers could eliminate the enigmatic. Hearing the instructor's words, Lin Qiye suddenly nudged Yue Heng. Here. I'm here to report your ID. Among all present, Lin Qiye was the most familiar with Yue Heng. He felt she epitomized what the instructor described, capable of eliminating the enigmatic with a mere gesture. I don't understand what you're saying. I'm tired. Not understanding is fine. As long as I do, that's all that matters. When the instructor announced practical exercises, everyone finally perked up. To Lin Qiye's surprise, the first person chosen was Bai Li Pangpang, an ordinary person without a forbidden realm. However, Bai Li Pangpang had money. Sorry, Instructor Han. I just forgot to turn off the automatic emergency mode. Watching the wooden sword snap into 3 pieces, Bai Li Pangpang felt quite apologetic and hurriedly turned off his forbidden object named Yaoguang. Instructor Han, feeling somewhat exhausted, dismissed Bai Li Pangpang and pointed to Lin Qiye. You, come up. Upon hearing this, Lin Qiye was even more excited than Yue Heng and gave her a gentle push. 7 Qiye, are you sure you're not a toxic friend? Bai Li Pangpang couldn't help but interject. At this moment, Lin Qiye was slightly agitated, ignoring Bai Li Pangpang, his gaze fixed on Yue Heng. Eager to see how she would respond. Why was I chosen? Instructor, you don't seem like someone who would pick on easy targets. Yue Heng murmured in quiet complaint as she picked up a wooden sword. Her movements revealed her unfamiliarity, akin to a novice handling a blade for the first time. Watching Instructor Han frown, he began to have his doubts. The superior must have made a mistake, asking me to focus on her. She appears utterly unremarkable. I wonder if she can withstand my strike. Perhaps I should go easy on her, lest I incapacitate her entirely. Such were the thoughts swirling in Instructor Han's mind as he offered a few pointers on the use of the blade, primarily for instructional purposes. Before finally delivering the fateful slash, the 2 wooden swords clashed, and in the next moment, both shattered into splinters. Clearly, there was a defect with the swords. Yue Heng discarded her broken hilt, immediately pointing fingers at the weapon. Instructor Han, too, discarded his hilt, discreetly concealing his trembling hand behind his back, still tingling from the impact. Good heavens, had he really just struck steel? No matter, I shall simply acquire another sword. With a forced smile that masked his concern, Han switched swords and even hands. Refusing to believe he could err again, Yue Heng, equally confident, shared his sentiment, for she too was convinced she would not falter. Yet only she knew that her wooden sword had shattered due to her excessive force, which the ordinary material could not bear. She thought if she merely moderated her strength, all would be well. This batch of swords must indeed be flawed. After enduring the shock in both hands, Instructor Han attempted to salvage his dignity. He swiftly sent Yue Heng off and requested a new batch of swords. Today was destined to be an ill-fated day for Han, as he had unwittingly selected several individuals as subjects, none of whom were easily trifled with. To make matters worse, he had also chosen Xiao Yuan, who was renowned for his expertise in Buddhist teachings. Good heavens, hasn't your forbidden realm been suppressed by prohibited objects? The superior has led me astray. Suddenly, the Black King's decimation emerged, catching Instructor Han off guard, nearly resulting in a mishap with his own comrades. In a flurry of anxiety, he hastily concluded the training session. Upon witnessing the meager meal served after formal training, Yue Heng wept loudly. Is this truly fit for human consumption? Raw pork paired with plain buns, surely even wild boars would turn their snouts up at this. This was their second meal, and once again it was the same dismal fare. Yue Heng felt as if she could already envision the third meal. Very well, let him prepare delectable dishes for the next 3 months. There was even a small dish of pickled vegetables, which appeared somewhat appetizing. You must eat. You haven't had anything this morning, Lin Qiye urged, pushing his portion of pickles towards Yue Heng with a tone reminiscent of coaxing a child. Lin Qiye was generally not picky about food, as long as it was edible. He would accept it. Yet he knew Yue Heng was quite discerning. If the food did not suit her palate, she would rather starve than partake. Although Yue Heng had never truly experienced hunger, she had a craving for flavor, and nutrient solutions or fasting pills simply did not suffice. Forget it. This cannot be consumed. Yue Heng regarded the two small dishes of pickles, which seemed to glimmer with a hint of some intoxicating substance. Hearing her words, Chao Yuan paused in his motion to offer the pickles. Are these pickles problematic? Just a touch of medicine, he stammered. Bai Li, startled, dropped his chopsticks, his face paling. It's an intoxicant, harmless to the body, but despite this reassurance, Bai Li's expression remained troubled. How could there be an intoxicant? Has some nefarious individual infiltrated the training camp? Bai Li, who valued his life, was understandably distressed. Despite having faced danger numerous times, he still feared death. This should not be a concern. The intoxicant is likely intended for the training camp. The upcoming exercises may require us to be a bit disoriented to cooperate effectively. Yue Heng speculated, confident that the instructors would not allow them an easy passage through training. So, should we eat or not? Bai Li inquired, eyeing the pickles, raw meat, and buns. They had to fill their stomachs for the afternoon's rumored extreme training. Ultimately, however, Bai Li and the others chose to forego the pickles, enduring their distaste as they munched on the raw meat with buns. Chapter 22. I suppose I shall eat something. However, not everyone could accept such a meal. The rebellious Shen Qingzhu was the first to protest, but to no avail. When the masked squad of 7 entered, their respectful demeanor towards the chef quelled any further dissent among the others, forcing them to reluctantly sample the unpalatable food. Many resorted to consuming raw meat alongside their buns. For without nourishment, they would lack the stamina to face what lay ahead. The only one who abstained was Yue Heng. Her spoiled and languid demeanor caught the attention of several instructors, who exchanged disapproving glances. Yue Heng, however, remained indifferent. She did not require food to sustain her energy. To her dismay, the kitchen had even prepared a special feast exclusively for the masked squad. The enticing aroma wafting from within hardened Yue Heng's resolve. The large round table of the masked squad was laden with a sumptuous array of delectable dishes. Over 200 pairs of ravenous eyes fixated on the masked squad's table, as if prepared to rush forth to seize the food at any moment. Yue Heng, Qiye, come and join us. Wang called out to Yue Heng and Lin Qiye, his face unmasked and surprisingly vibrant. Without hesitation, Yue Heng took her bowl and chopsticks to the masked squad's table, while Lin Qiye shook his head in amusement and followed suit. The 7 members of the masked squad seemed particularly enthusiastic towards Yue Heng, continually serving her heaping portions. By the time Lin Qiye settled down, Yue Heng's bowl was practically overflowing. When Lin Qiye finally sat down, the same serving ritual commenced, but he declined. You have exquisite dishes yet choose to eat raw meat? The masked squad expressed their astonishment. Lin Qiye decisively shook his head. I am a rookie. I shall consume what rookies are meant to consume. Upon hearing this, Yue Heng lifted her gaze from her meal and fixed a penetrating stare on Lin Qiye. Heh! In that instant, her stainless steel chopsticks snapped into several pieces. I suppose I shall eat something after all. Lin Qiye quickly amended his statement, reaching for a clean pair of chopsticks to offer to Yue Heng. The masked squad could not help but erupt into laughter at the sight. Actually, I came over to ask a few questions, Lin Qiye admitted, feeling somewhat embarrassed, as he had many inquiries regarding the divine agents, with Wang being the very person he sought. From Wang, they learned the entire process of how Lin Qiye became the agent of the god of time, including the deity's expectations of him. Furthermore, they heard a familiar name from Wang's lips. The ancient god church. Yes, those lunatics from the ancient god church attempted to recruit me, but I declined. Ever since, they have sought to eliminate me. Thankfully, I now have a group of outstanding teammates by my side, and the ancient god church dares not approach me any longer, for they cannot contend with us. However, you two are still newcomers. Be wary of the ancient god church's members. As a senior, Wang generously shared extensive advice. After imparting his counsel, Wang hesitated, glancing at Yue Heng. Your Excellency Wang, if you have any questions, please feel free to ask, Yue Heng urged, unable to tolerate his indecisiveness. Wang paused, gathering his thoughts amidst the shock. That medicine is quite effective. As long as it works, Yue Heng nodded in satisfaction. Realizing that she too might possess the potential to become a divine healer, Yue Heng, belatedly grasping the significance of the information, regarded Wang with a look that conveyed disbelief. It's merely 3 dormitory buildings. This isn't your fault. Even if it were, it should fall upon the superiors. Yuan Gang, who was monitoring the situation, sneezed loudly. It was my doing. Thus, I should bear the consequences. Wang rejected Yue Heng's assertion, willingly shouldering the repercussions of the incident and resolving it adeptly. With a jest, he proceeded to tease Yue Heng. Yue Heng was unwilling, saying, Am I really such a petty person? You are, Lin Qiye interjected sharply. Just eat. Yue Heng shot Lin Qiye a glare. Wang Mian understood Yue Heng's concerns, but he was genuinely fine, so he quickly reassured her, the medicine you provided is even more potent than I anticipated. But you should use it sparingly. Yue Heng muttered in response. Although Wang Mian was known as the agent of the god of time, he was still merely a mortal. With a finite lifespan, how much longer could he endure the repeated depletion of his vitality? Indeed, Captain should conserve his strength. After all, you still have us. Members of the masked squad chimed in, echoing one another, fully aware that their words were of little consequence. For Wang Mian, however, these sacrifices were worthwhile. All right. I'm genuinely intimidated by you all, he interrupted his repetitive teammates, turning to bid farewell to Yue Heng and Lin Qiye. The next time we meet should be outside the training camp. I hope by then you have all grown and flourished. This was a blessing. I hope that they would not vanish due to the ancient god's teachings. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Qiye buried his head and fell asleep. A glance around revealed that the newcomers were already slumped in various positions. I look forward to our next encounter. Perhaps we will have the chance to fight side by side, Yue Heng said before she too succumbed to slumber, ensuring she would not waste the second round of the soporific. In the dining hall, she was the only newcomer still awake, and it felt inappropriate to stand apart from the group. When all the drowsy newcomers eventually awoke, they found themselves at the foot of Jinan Mountain, burdened with 70 pounds of weight. If this training is meant to kill me, it could just state that plainly. A few more kilos and it would match my own weight. Yue Heng lay at the bottom of the pit, unwilling to move. Stop pretending, Yue Heng. You heard it too. Failure will result in a brutally harsh punishment. Lin Qiye emphasized the word brutal. Hearing this, Yue Heng sat up in alarm, feeling as if she were on the brink of death. Chapter 23. A mouse approaches how wicked. She thought, recalling the raw meat from earlier. The thought of the cruel punishment made her grit her teeth as she uttered those 4 words. It felt as if this extreme training was entirely tailored to her. While running with a heavy load, drones would drop paint, and being hit would lead to elimination. The crucial point was that she could not attack the drones, obstruct the paint, or remain stationary for too long. The last rule struck her the hardest, as she had initially planned to find a blind spot in the surveillance to lie down for a day. Stop complaining and move, Lin Qiye urged, pulling Yue Heng along. They needed to traverse the mountain before dawn. Lin Qiye dragged Yue Heng forward, with Chao Yuan closely following. Bai Li, due to lack of exercise, lagged several steps behind. Can't you all wait for me? Bai Li panted, seeking assistance. The instructor said we could help each other. Can you be a bit more friendly and share the load? Lin Qiye replied. No, I refuse to be friendly. Chao Yuan added, get lost. Yue Heng chimed in. You seem to have plenty of energy left, so push through it. Bai Li, you surely don't want to face that cruel punishment. The drones were approaching. Bai Li, who had initially resigned himself to fate, sprinted faster than anyone else upon witnessing the punishment dealt to those struck by the drones. The punishment was nothing less than social death. Eliminated individuals would be forced to wear the truth ring, compelled to disclose their unspeakable secrets in front of everyone in the training camp. Such a scene was a grand spectacle of social humiliation, and those with thin skin would surely find it unbearable to remain in the camp. This punishment was truly life-threatening. Yue Heng couldn't help but vent her frustrations. Social death is still death. The instructor who devised this training method is truly vile. Throwing us into a place with no end is merely a way to drain every ounce of our energy. This must be aimed at me. It has to be. No end? Lin Qiye immediately seized on this crucial information, scanning the surroundings before glancing at the sky, ultimately realizing that Yue Heng was indeed telling the truth. This was a training session without a conclusion. The entire Jinan Mountain was enveloped by a forbidden object, and whether they could run through the mountain to reach the end depended on the instructor's whims. Bai Li's face turned pale, realizing that meant they were all destined to face that punishment. Not necessarily, Chao Yuan stated, revealing his discovery. Those who faint from exhaustion did not face any punishment. So, if one simply exhausts themselves to the point of fainting, they would avoid punishment? Yue Heng's eyes sparkled with realization. Her hairpin remained intact, and she pulled out a handful of silver needles. No way. You're not really considering stabbing yourself to faint, are you? Maybe you should reconsider, Lin Qiye said, astonished that Yue Heng had concocted such a scheme to evade the training. What do you mean, reconsider? I think this method is quite effective. Just as Yue Heng was about to pierce herself with the silver needles, she suddenly halted, a glint of cold light in her eyes and a chill radiating from her. What's wrong? Lin Qiye inquired. Nothing. It's just that a mouse has arrived. Just then, Shen Qizhu, who had been approaching, remarked, Is that mouse referring to someone? Surely not me. Yue Heng tucked away the silver needles and resumed her cheerful demeanor. I suddenly feel you have a point. There is no need for such drastic measures. Let us face this extreme challenge together. At that moment, many had reached their limits, and the drones paused briefly, allowing them a moment to catch their breath. What exactly is your forbidden realm? Shen Qingzhu approached Yue Heng, voicing his curiosity. Last night, he was one of the few present, yet he could not discern Yue Heng's forbidden realm. Ah, that is a secret, Yue Heng replied, quickly shifting the topic. Your forbidden realm is quite fascinating. Qi is a rare ability. Once your mental strength grows stronger, you will surely become even more formidable. Suddenly complimented so directly, Shenqizhu felt a bit lightheaded, nearly forgetting his original purpose for approaching. As he prepared to leave, Lin Qiye and Qiao Yuan spoke up. Lin Qiye asked, "Didn't you say my forbidden realm is incredible and unique?" Qiao Yuan added, "He isn't as impressive as me." Shenqizhu countered, "You are impressive, but during the battle with the masked squad yesterday, why didn't I see you in action at the start?" Since Yue Heng and Lin Qiye appeared familiar, Shenqizhu directed his sarcasm at Qiao Yuan. "So, you're a disciple of the Buddha? No wonder you keep saying ba." After Yue Heng had just labeled Qiao Yuan as a disciple of the Buddha, this disciple managed to infuriate Shenqizhu to the point of spiritual upheaval. Yet, Shenqizhu could not defeat Qiao Yuan, so he could only leave in frustration. Lin Qiye remarked, "The Buddha doesn't seem to have such a way with words. I'm not a disciple of the Buddha. I'm merely a sinner who spent 7 years in a temple, trying to cleanse my own sins," Qiao Yuan explained, reciting another Buddhist phrase, ba. Upon hearing this, Lin Qiye immediately fell silent, genuinely fearing that Qiao Yuan would entangle him again, seeking help to absolve some sins. He was no enlightened master and could not handle such matters. The drones did not allow them much respite, merely exchanging a few words. They returned. However, the drones did not seem intent on striking them, more like playing a game of cat and mouse. Yue Heng, just as she began to voice her complaints, found paint aimed directly at her. She moved with a swiftness that effortlessly evaded the paint. Amidst the burdens, the Bluetooth device connected to her transmitted the occasional inquiries from others regarding their social failures. Soon, they began to hear tales of the swaggering figure, Shenqizhu. Shenqizhu, a man with a chestnut build, bore an exterior that was both hard and piercing, repelling others with an aura that seemed to deter even passing dogs. Yet, beneath this formidable facade lay a heart of remarkable softness, characterized by integrity and kindness, fiercely loyal to his brothers. Alas, this time, the swaggering figure had truly met his match, provoking the ruthless laughter of Bai Li Pangdang. Upon hearing this, Yue Heng turned to Bai Li Pangdang and said softly, "You must be quite fearful of elimination, yet you have persevered until now. How about I lend you a hand? After all, I am quite curious about the secret that you are so desperately trying to conceal." Chapter 24. You have a new task. Please check. Lin Qiye also cast a pensive glance toward Bai Li Pangdang, extending a hand of temptation. "Indeed, I too am intrigued by a secret." Qiao Yuan followed closely behind, echoing the sentiment. Under the scrutinizing gazes of the three, Bai Li Pangdang felt a sudden chill run down his spine and stepped back 2 paces. "Please don't scare me. I am quite timid, easily frightened." All right. It was just a jest. How could we possibly do something like that?" Bai Li Pangdang whimpered, on the verge of tears, for the jest was hardly humorous. At this moment, they had been in Jinan Mountain for quite some time. The sky had long since darkened, and many newcomers had already been eliminated. Those who had managed to endure until now were likely less than 20%. Bai Li Pangdang was rapidly reaching his limit, his complexion paling. "Why haven't I fainted yet? Yue Heng, why don't you give me a couple of needles? Are you skilled at this? Will it hurt?" Bai Li Pangdang gasped, bewildered by the mystery that sustained him thus far. "Quite adept. A single prick and one shall surely swoon. No one can rouse them," Yue Heng remarked, producing a glimmering silver needle. Before she could administer it, Bai Li Pangdang succumbed to unconsciousness. "However, you still have another path." Just as Yue Heng was poised to offer him an alternative choice, she fell silent upon witnessing Bai Li Pangdang truly faint. Yue Heng was taken aback. Could it be that this fellow is afraid of needles? Lin Qiye replied, "It seems so." Qiao Yuan scoffed, "What a fool. By the way, what was the second path you suggested to him?" Lin Qiye inquired as he resumed walking. "I believe you have all forgotten that I am a support and also a healer," Yue Heng replied nonchalantly, catching up with Lin Qiye. "No wonder you appear so unperturbed. Have you already administered it to yourself?" Lin Qiye's eyes widened in astonishment, infused with reproach. "Are we no longer friends? You didn't even share this good fortune with me." By this time, they had been in the mountains for 5 to 6 hours. To the eyes of others, the seemingly delicate Yue Heng not only endured, but also maintained an even breath and a rosy complexion, showing no signs of fatigue. "I haven't used it on myself. You are simply too weak. What does a few hours of weighted endurance matter? In my previous missions, I often fought tirelessly, battling opponents for 10 days or even half a month, where the earth shook beneath us. That was merely the beginning. Because I had exerted myself so thoroughly before, I thought to take it easy this time, to be a sloth in this world, yet unforeseen complications arose." "Are you truly not going to use it? Then I shall abstain as well." Lin Qiye suddenly refused Yue Heng's assistance. "Why are you so determined?" Yue Heng asked, puzzled. as she had been prepared to help Lin Qiye restore his energy. Qiao Yuan was equally perplexed, because I wish to test my limits. Only by breaking through them can I attain greater strength, Lin Qiye declared solemnly, sensing the impending bottleneck of his mental fortitude. Perhaps the opportunity for a breakthrough was within reach. As night deepened, the number of those remaining dwindled, and the announcement of penalties had long ceased. Now, within the entire Jinan mountain range, it seemed only the three of us remained. I too am nearing my limit, Qiao Yuan murmured, swaying slightly. Yue Heng steadied him, a soft green light shimmering in her palm. Goodness, the support has not been severed. The instructors monitoring from afar jumped to their feet in astonishment upon seeing the green glow. They had not anticipated that the Jinshu monument had not entirely suppressed Yue Heng's forbidden power. Her support abilities remained intact. Lin Qiye was taken aback by the green luminescence. Isn't this akin to cheating? No need. Cheating for me is not worthwhile. Qiao Yuan blocked Yue Heng, refusing her assistance. Are you prepared to be eliminated? Are you not concerned that your secret may be overheard? There is nothing to fear. Qiao Yuan sat down, offering them a slight smile. You may continue on your way. After watching them depart, he awaited the arrival of the training camp instructors. Before long, Yue Heng and Lin Qiye heard the tale of Qiao Yuan. What is the greatest regret of your life? When I was 6 years old, I failed to drown myself in the river. Why? If I had died then, none of the subsequent events would have transpired. I would not have allowed my forbidden power to spiral out of control, resulting in the deaths of 172 innocent villagers. Nor would I have been incarcerated, taking the lives of 161 individuals within the police station with a mere nail clipper. This is not your fault. It is my fault. I will not evade it. My body was beyond my control, and that is my error. Upon hearing Qiao Yuan's past, both Yue Heng and Lin Qiye felt a weight upon their hearts. Was Qiao Yuan at fault? He was not. It was not his intention. He was merely under the control of his forbidden power, a mere tool. He was at fault. Those innocent lives indeed perished by his hand. And he bore the burden of 333 lives lost. Whether right or wrong had become an unclear distinction. Yet, it was undeniable that Qiao Yuan was stained by this sin, which explained why he persistently clung to Lin Qiye, repeating that Lin Qiye could absolve him of his guilt. Yue Heng. It seems we are left with just the two of us. Can we reach the finish line together? After speaking, Lin Qiye perhaps felt the weight of his words and smiled again. After all, I do not wish to uncover your secret. It must be something extraordinary, and I fear for my life. Let us set aside secrets for now and deal with the rats. After Yue Heng uttered this, the instructors closely monitoring the surveillance at the foot of Jinan Mountain were horrified to discover that the location information for Yue Heng and Lin Qiye had been compromised. They could no longer see Yue Heng and Lin Qiye, nor could they ascertain their coordinates, as though these two individuals had vanished entirely. Who are you? And what do you intend to do? Lin Qiye regarded the suddenly appearing man before him with caution. He wore orange triangular glasses, a leather jacket, and had large tattoo-like markings on his neck, giving him an eerie appearance. Permit me to introduce myself. I am Lu Liang, the 16th disciple under the auspices of the Ancient God Society. As the man spoke, the previously silent malevolent system suddenly chimed in. Host, you have a new task. Please check. Chapter 25. The grinding stone delivered to your door. Upon hearing this voice, Yue Heng thought she was dreaming. Malicious, have you lost your mind, or have I? Am I not still on vacation? Where did this task come from? Tell me, where does this task originate? Who mandated that I take on tasks during my break? Who understands the agony of overtime during a long holiday? Heng, this task is perfectly suited for you. The moment I laid eyes on it, I knew it was meant for you, so with my swift fingers, I claimed it for you. The voice of the unscrupulous system carried a hint of smugness, as if it had received praise from Yue Heng. Yet, Yue Heng could only dismiss it with a scoff. Frustrated, she was unwilling to engage with the unscrupulous system any further, although her anger remained unvented. However, there was a misfortunate soul right in front of her. Murmur, Lu Liang. What absurd names, both dreamlike and unscrupulous. But who are you? I must inform you. You have crossed paths with a formidable foe. No, wait, you are merely a projection. Your true self too timid to show, a coward hiding in the shadows. Lin Qiye, a bystander, was utterly oblivious to the unfolding drama and was only stunned by the scene before him. Yue Heng summoned the moonlight, transforming it into a blade, and struck directly at the middle-aged man named Lu Liang. Initially dismissive, Lu Liang's expression shifted dramatically as he was sent flying by Yue Heng's strike, evidently gravely wounded. Who are you? Aren't you the divine agent of the Seraphim? Lu Liang's gaze towards Yue Heng grew serious. Isn't this batch of newcomers all from the Lantern Realm? Isn't the Forbidden Abyss suppressed by the Jinshu Monument? Are you a divine agent or a high-risk entity from the Forbidden Abyss? His words were somewhat excessive, as the reality starkly contrasted with the information he had received and the scenario he had anticipated. As Yue Heng prepared to strike again, Lu Liang hastily interjected. Do not act impulsively. I come not with the intent to harm you, but as a sincere representative of the ancient God Church, inviting you to join our ranks. Enough of this nonsense, Yue Heng, Lin Qiye interrupted, feeling a sense of discomfort at the mention of the ancient God Church. The church was responsible for the ghost-faced king who nearly killed Zhao Kongcheng, and the incident with the Nanda serpent demon was also orchestrated by them to flush him out. Now, the ancient God Church was once again entangled with the new recruit training camp. Who knows what else they might do to harm others? It seemed negotiations had failed. Lu Liang's smile faded, revealing a more normal demeanor, although he still appeared rather dismal. Indeed, we have no interest in the ancient God Church. The two of them spoke in unison as they charged towards Lu Liang. However, noticing the small dagger provided by the training camp in Lin Qiye's hand, Yue Heng chose a suitable blade from her personal collection and tossed it to him. Use this. The weapon she threw was a black and red, 3-foot-long blade. Simple yet formidable, a renowned ancient sword known as Ming Hong. The first owner of the Ming Hong was the Yellow Emperor Xin Yuan, but its overwhelming intent threatened even its wielder, prompting plans for its destruction. Yet, it transformed into a red cloud magpie, vanishing into the horizon. When Lin Qiye grasped the Ming Hong, a resounding cry echoed, invigorating his spirit. How naive. Though I am merely the 16th disciple of Lord Murmur, I stand on the brink of the sea realm. Not someone you two can contend with. A cruel smile crept across Lu Liang's face, a fade that barely concealed his murderous intent. Those who cannot be utilized by the ancient God Church must vanish from this world. Allow me to escort you on your way. A sea realm expert. Lin Qiye's eyes widened in shock, realizing that the ancient God Church had dispatched a sea realm powerhouse against him. Do not heed his boast. He is merely at the peak of the river realm, far from the sea realm. Moreover, this coward is merely a projection. He likely lacks even true river realm power. Yue Heng swiftly dispelled Lin Qiye's fleeting self-doubt. Regardless of river or sea realm, I shall strike without hesitation. With the Ming Hong in hand, Lin Qiye felt an indomitable spirit rise within him, vowing never to concede. Trouble is brewing. This kid might truly discover the path to breakthrough. He has only been training for less than 2 months, and if he transitions from the Lantern Realm to the Pool Realm, come. You two have your fun. I shall cheer you on, Lin Qiye. Your opportunity to break through to the Pool Realm is right before you. Do not squander the sharpening stone that has presented itself. Disregarding camaraderie, Yue Heng swiftly struck Lu Liang with several blows, leaving him severely injured before gracefully retreating. Leaving the battlefield to Lin Qiye. The onslaught of Yue Heng's attacks left Lu Liang momentarily stunned, his focus now fixated on her instead of Lin Qiye. Who are you? From where do you emerge, this monster? You are neither from the Lantern Realm nor the Pool Realm. At the very least, you must be. Stop. Yue Heng interrupted, silencing him. The sharpening stone need not speak. It would obediently allow Lin Qiye to hone his skills. Honestly, your words are unbearable. Where is there a monster as beautiful as I? I am simply an invincible beauty in my youth, rendered half defeated and unable to speak. Lu Liang became the perfect sharpening stone for Lin Qiye. This time, Lin Qiye did not jest about Yue Heng's lack of loyalty. For his goal aligned with hers, to use this opportunity to break through to the Pool Realm. He sought powerful strength to become stronger and ever stronger. Only with formidable power could one navigate this world brimming with mystery and thrive. Thus, the sharpening stone was astonished to witness that with each strike Lin Qiye unleashed, his strength grew exponentially. His attack power, speed, and mental fortitude surged astonishingly. Truly, he was the protagonist of this world, advancing at a remarkable pace. The unscrupulous system, donning the favored panda skin of Yue Heng, emerged, observing their sparring with delight, exclaiming, "Ah, how splendid." This remark was enough to drive Yue Heng, who had been quietly watching, into a frenzy. Unscrupulous, you owe me an explanation. Where have you brought me? What protagonist? Is this a book, a drama, or an anime? Regardless of what it is, this is not where I am meant to be. With a cold smile, Yue Heng seized the panda's ears and lifted it. Chapter 26, A Generous Task Delegate. I am called Wu Yang, not unscrupulous. Heng, your accent is rather thick. Under Yue Heng's deathly glare, the unscrupulous system felt a pang of guilt. Is there really no difference? Realizing Yue Heng was growing angry, it quickly began to flatter her. Our Heng is not only the most outstanding member of the mythical, immortal, and hero department, but also a leading figure among the 5 departments: mythology, historical records, film, literature, and anime. With Heng's prowess, a mere task should be easily managed. Enough with the flattery. Tell me clearly, where am I? Lin Qiye is the protagonist. What are the other plot lines? Yue Heng remained unimpressed, cutting off its attempts at ingratiation. Well, this, I'm not entirely certain. My apologies. I only learned that Lin Qiye is the protagonist through a task I recently acquired. However, The task mentioned little about the other plot lines. As it spoke, the unscrupulous system attempted once more to deceive Yue Heng. Heng, take a look at this new task. Although I snatched it, you have yet to accept it. There are only 10 minutes left before the opportunity disappears. The rewards for this new task are quite substantial, and I can tell you will appreciate them. Yue Heng scoffed. I am no novice. I have no need for tasks. Substantial? How substantial could it be? Do I covet such rewards? 10,000 points. Yue Heng, that seems somewhat enticing. 10,000 points did not seem too high, barely a fraction of what she currently possessed. Despite her stubborn refusal, the unscrupulous system recognized her facade. Knowing she was slightly tempted. After all, her highest point total from a previous task was merely 3,000, and that task had been exceptionally challenging. The reward of 10,000 points is merely a token from the Federation. The rewards from the task's client are far superior, surpassing this sum by immeasurable magnitudes. Just look at this reward, and you will surely find it enticing and undoubtedly accept it. What is the client offered? Indeed, Yue Heng's interest was piqued. Yet, she swiftly suppressed this surge of excitement. I shall not look. I must not look. A task that offers such generous rewards must surely be exceedingly challenging. And I am certain I would fail. Perhaps I should refrain from pursuing it. If you cannot accomplish it, then truly no one can. For you are the most exceptional tasker among the 5 great departments. The unscrupulous system sighed deeply, appearing profoundly disappointed and regretful. In that case, I shall have to transfer the task to the prominent figure in the film department. Perhaps only she has a glimmer of hope in completing it. Stop. Do not give it to her. Yue Heng immediately interrupted the unscrupulous system, insisting that she must first see what this task entails. I have yet to look. How can you presume that I will not accept it? Upon seeing the reward offered by the client, Yue Heng's eyes widened in astonishment. Indeed, you have not deceived me. This is a reward tenfold, 100-fold better than 10,000 points. This task must be entrusted to me. No one else could possibly comprehend or undertake it. It has been many years since I have encountered such a generous client. Their largesse is unparalleled. This time, is Yue Heng not concerned that the reward is too bountiful, or that the task may be excessively difficult? What is there to fear in difficulty? Challenges are what make it exhilarating. I shall accept it. Tom stood still. Arrange for me to communicate with the client's consciousness. I wish to ascertain their precise requirements. Very well, the connection is currently being established. Upon hearing the client's specific task requirements, Yue Heng immediately felt a twinge of regret. Indeed, there is no easy money to be made. The client is exceedingly generous. Yet this task is undeniably arduous. Yue Heng began to negotiate with the client, who, in turn, engaged in a playful bargaining dance with her. I can grant you 2 golden keys. However, these keys require you to complete an additional task before they can be utilized. What task? Quite simple, to resurrect Songnan City completely. Upon hearing the task, Yue Heng truly grasped what it meant to be favored by the goddess of fortune. This task is remarkably easy for her, as she has already been actively working towards it since her arrival in this world, with everything meticulously planned. This is not mere luck. It is your divine heart that cannot bear to see the suffering of the masses. All of this is well-deserved. The client effortlessly saw through Yue Heng's thoughts, and 2 orbs enveloped in radiant light were bestowed into her hands. May all go smoothly for you. The generous client provided Yue Heng with her golden keys. One is a book titled Compendium of Extraordinary Beasts, and the other is a skill named Invocation of the Divine. Regrettably, these 2 treasures remain sealed. Only by completing the resurrection of Songnan City can she utilize them. How generous. I hope every client could be so magnanimous. After regaining her composure, Yue Heng glanced again at Lin Qiye and the sharpening stone, discovering that Lin Qiye was in good condition, before allowing time to flow once more. Having undertaken numerous tasks, Yue Heng was particularly cautious, fearing that Lin Qiye might encounter trouble while she communicated with the client. After all, Lin Qiye was crucial to her success in completing the task. Nothing could go awry. Although LV Liang was the sharpening stone, his power far exceeded Lin Qiye's, requiring Lin Qiye to exert every ounce of his strength to contend with him. Even so, Lin Qiye still sustained injuries. Several times, Yue Heng felt compelled to rush in and eliminate LV Liang, but she restrained herself. Lin Qiye, you can do this. Yes, I can. At the moment Lin Qiye broke through to the pool realm, he unleashed the power of the Seraph, and with indomitable fighting spirit, he successfully defeated LV Liang. However, everything was abruptly interrupted by Yue Heng, wounded and not only seeking to flee but also attempting to employ tricks. What a dream! Yue Heng enveloped Lin Qiye within the eternal existence, wrapping the moonlight around LV Liang's projection, causing it to vanish completely in the bright moonlight. Simultaneously, far away in the fog-laden ancient god church, the bright moonlight illuminated the dim hall, enveloping LV Liang's form. The radiant and gentle moonlight seemed to act as a corrosive poison, consuming LV Liang entirely. Anyone attempting to approach the moonlight to rescue LV Liang faced severe burns from its radiance. A cold, feminine voice suddenly echoed in the hall. Chapter 27. Here we go again. Dare to provoke him again, and you shall be next. With this proclamation, no trace of LV Liang remained in the hall. He was utterly annihilated by the moonlight's power. The ancient god church erupted into chaos. For them, this was a profound humiliation. To have someone intrude and effortlessly slay a believer before so many witnesses, only to depart unscathed. Who was it? Who could it possibly be? LV Liang sought the Seraph's divine agent, yet this was clearly not the power of the Seraph. Who else is by the side of this divine agent? Is there a powerful being within the great Xia realm capable of such feats? The uproar, the shock, the disgrace. The Seraph's divine agent, huh? What happened to that LV Liang? Did he escape? Lin Qiye questioned, relieved in the mountains of Jinan. Yes, he fled. He was merely a projection. Difficult to catch and kill. He managed to escape. Lin Qiye felt a twinge of disappointment. He had hoped to eliminate LV Liang and extract secrets about the ancient god church from him. However, he sensed something amiss. It was as if LV Liang had not fled but had perished. Yet, he wisely refrained from asking further, instead running alongside Yue Heng towards the destination. Utilizing the Starry Night Dancer to rapidly recover his stamina, Lin Qiye felt the exertion was not as daunting as before, and he began conversing with Yue Heng. Yue Heng, is it just my imagination, or have you suddenly changed? Changed in what way? Yue Heng responded, astonished. The aura you emit feels different. Previously, you resembled a salted fish reluctant to turn over, but now you are imbued with vitality, as if you have suddenly found a purpose. What is it? Do you have a task? Lin Qiye joked casually, inadvertently hitting upon part of the truth. Indeed, there is a purpose, there is a task. With a task at hand. I can no longer remain languid as during vacation. Yes, I have a task. My task is to reach the finish line before you. That will not do. I cannot allow you to leave me behind too far. After a challenging reconnection with their instructors, Yue Heng and Lin Qiye were met with silence as they observed the two rapidly advancing red dots on the map. Shouldn't their stamina have been depleted? Why are they still moving faster than at the outset? How can this be? Are they both not prodigies? Extreme training has persisted for 10 hours. How can they still be brimming with energy? Jinshu Monument must be malfunctioning. However, this was merely an excuse the instructors were unwilling to accept. Were they unaware of the condition of the Jinshu Monument? For many years, no one had successfully completed the extreme training. And now, two might emerge. The world is truly about to become lively. Do not give birth to the extraordinary. Do not give birth to the extraordinary. Do not give birth to the extraordinary. Within the psychiatric hospital of the gods, Nix's treatment progress had finally reached 50%, allowing for the extraction of a new skill. Lin Qiye fervently prayed not to draw the most fearsome extraordinary birth. As he saw the pointer nearing extraordinary birth, his heart raced to his throat, and he was on the verge of losing control. Fortunately, luck was on his side. The pointer passed extraordinary birth and landed upon darkest corruption. Hooray! I knew my fortune would hold. After obtaining the dark erosion, Lin Qiye was elated. With the treatment progress reaching 50, he could temporarily bring the patient into the real world. He decided to take Nix out for a breath of fresh air, and upon receiving her consent, he led her outside. Is this your divine realm, Dandaos? Nix inquired, her words tinged with curiosity. Lin Qiye, albeit puzzled, shook his head in response. This is not a divine realm, this is the real world. The world? Nix tilted her head, pointing towards the distant, illuminated city. But this is clearly a divine realm. This is indeed the real world, your highness, the goddess of night. A familiar voice, firm and resolute, echoed from behind Lin Qiye. What brings you here? Lin Qiye was taken aback to see Yue Heng, particularly since they were in the male dormitory. Yue Heng ignored his surprise, her gaze fixated on the suddenly appearing Western goddess. As she scrutinized Nix, the latter was equally observing her. Just when Yue Heng contemplated intervening to prevent Nix from unveiling the truth about the divine realm, Nix unexpectedly burst into tears. Her exquisite features bore an expression of both sorrow and joy. Hemera, do you not recognize your mother? Are you angry with me? Hemera, my child, I have finally found you. She cried as she rushed toward Yue Heng, embracing her tightly. Lin Qiye thought to himself, here we go again. While Yue Heng initially intended to evade the embrace, Nix's demeanor resembled that of a loving yet sorrowful mother. Softening at the moment, she yielded to the embrace. Glancing at Lin Qiye, whose suppressed laughter was evident, her eyes silently queried. It seems her mind is a bit unhinged, easily mistaking those she meets for her children. For instance, she sees me as her son Dandaos and you as her daughter Hemera. Lin Qiye responded with gestures and expressions, grateful that they had grown familiar enough to communicate without words. Hemera, I have missed you so dearly, Nix lamented. appearing less as the goddess of night and more like a mother reminiscing about her children. Lin Qiye silently suggested, perhaps you could play along with her? Yue Heng shot him a glare but ultimately relented, tentatively uttering, Mother? Well, it's fine, I suppose. What harm is there in calling her that? Nix immediately shed tears of joy, gently caressing Yue Heng's face. My child, my daughter, you are as beautiful as ever. My brother? Yue Heng's gaze drifted toward Lin Qiye, who suddenly appeared rather insufferable. Lin Qiye, encouraged, proclaimed, Indeed, it is I, your brother Dandaos. In Yue Heng's eyes, his expression was daring her to call him brother. Chapter 28. I, too, desired to be an ordinary person. Lin Qiye remarked. What ill intentions could I possibly harbor? I merely wished to tease her. I refuse. Yue Heng decisively rejected the notion, adamant that she could never refer to Lin Qiye as brother. Upon hearing this, Lin Qiye's smug grin vanished in an instant. It must be Dandaos who has angered you. Dandaos, come apologize to your sister. Nix gazed at Lin Qiye, her eyes filled with subtle reproach. As if to say, how could you bully your sister? The cheerful expression that had graced Lin Qiye's face had now shifted to Yue Heng's. Observing the treatment progress bar surge to 60, Lin Qiye ultimately chose to acquiesce to Nix's words, adopting a compliant demeanor. I am sorry, sister. I should not have upset you. Lin Qiye knew how to exploit the situation. Yue Heng's fists were truly clenched. She swore that during tomorrow's training, she would certainly bring Lin Qiye to the ground. Noticing Yue Heng's tense fists, Lin Qiye swiftly redirected the conversation, asking Nix, how does it feel to be out? Quite splendid. I have seen Hemera. It has been the happiest moment of my day. Having suffered immense psychological trauma, Nix genuinely regarded Yue Heng as her daughter, the day goddess Hemera. Yue Heng refrained from contradicting her, continuing the charade. I am also quite happy. No matter where I am, I always think of you. Although she felt indifferent towards the Western deities at this moment, before her stood not the goddess of night, but a mother yearning for her lost children. Few could harden their hearts against such a mother. In this world, nearly all of Nix's children had perished, which had led to her profound mental anguish. What a pity that I cannot leave this training camp just yet. Otherwise, I could show you around. There are many intriguing things in the modern city. Lin Qiye expressed his regret, casting his gaze into the distance. Nix's confusion of them for her children stirred memories of his last relatives in this world. He longed to see his aunt and cousin again. Wait, you brought me along without asking. Yue Heng, who had been dragged into this ordeal, wished to voice her thoughts but ultimately decided against arguing with someone in a fragile state of mind, shooting Lin Qiye a fierce glare instead. You are about to cause a ruckus. Lin Qiye gleaned the meaning behind her glare, momentarily perplexed. However, his thoughts quickly shifted to his aunt and Yang Jin, chuckling. Ah Jin, you have been so clumsy in my absence. Ridiculous. She is not clumsy. She was merely startled by your sudden appearance with Nix. Yue Heng silently defended the poor Yang Jin. Upon landing on the rooftop, they found Yuan Gang waiting, knife in hand, fixating intently on Nix. With only Nix present, Yue Heng had already vanished without a trace. That little traitor. Please, this is the boys' dormitory. How do I explain being seen here at this hour? I, too, wish to be an ordinary person like Bai Li Fatty. Before Yuan Gang, Lin Qiye showcased his eloquence, employing his superb acting skills and rhetoric to smoothly navigate the situation. Surely, a leader should not cause any major disturbances. What does she mean by that? On the way back to the dormitory, Lin Qiye remained in a state of confusion. Little did he know the chaos that had ensued across the entire realm of Xia when Nix wielded her divine power. Fearing an imminent crisis, they had even summoned a human prodigy. Fortunately, it was merely a false alarm. After 5 months of training, Camp 039 finally, at long last, welcomed a 4-day holiday. The vermin of the ancient god sect showed no signs of settling down. Was Nix's appearance causing them to become more restless? Come forth and become nourishment for the sea of sorrow. Yue Heng mused quietly, only to be interrupted by Bai Li Fatty's lamentations. This is targeted. It must be targeted. They are plotting against me, Fatty. Honestly, I had planned to invite you all to Guangzhou and Shenzhen. Calm down. Even if we can leave Chang'an City, we will not be going to Guangzhou or Shenzhen. Yue Heng casually reassured him. Bai Li Fatty wailed sorrowfully, resembling a child weighing over 200 pounds. Do you not think this holiday was rather abrupt? Lin Qiye voiced his skepticism. Perched on Yue Heng's shoulder, the mischievous system, now donned in Jerry's skin, immediately began to flatter. Truly, a protagonist stands apart. You have swiftly discerned the issue. Change your skin, otherwise, roll off my shoulder. With that, Yue Heng shrugged, shaking the system off. No. Jerry is quite adorable. Hung, are you jealous that I praise Lin Qiye without acknowledging you? Have you reverted to being a child? In my heart, you are the most important. No, Jerry, have a fondness for Tom. Yue Heng discarded the Jerry skin system and spoke to Lin Qiye and Xiao Yuan. The knives I gifted you should be held in your hands later. Yue Heng had given each of them a knife, but as Qiao Yuan could not touch it, she added a small object to seal it. Only when Qiao Yuan wished to use the knife would it become a true weapon. Upon hearing this, Lin Qiye sensed that this holiday would be far from ordinary. It's nothing, merely a few mice, no significant issue, replied the system cloaked in Jerry's skin, trembling. Resolved never to use that skin again. Lin Qiye suddenly recalled that 5 months prior, Yue Heng had uttered similar words. Back then, she had mentioned a mouse had arrived, only to reveal a formidable half-step Sea Realm expert afterward. Thus, Lin Qiye grasped Yue Heng's metaphor instantly. No way. Are they never going to stop? You'd have to ask them. Excuse me, what are you two discussing? Bai Li, the chubby and timid one, raised his hand. Chapter 29. Do not inquire into each other's secrets, Yue Heng. Children shouldn't ask too many questions. Lin Qiye. Ordinary people shouldn't pry too much. Their dismissive responses amused Bai Li, who felt indignant. When had he become a child or an ordinary person? A select few, like Bai Li, who lacked the restrictions of the Forbidden Ruins, only felt their mental strength had intensified. Then there were prodigies like Lin Qiye, who had broken through to the pool realm during extreme training at Jinan Mountain. Although his mental prowess had increased considerably, he still had a long way to go before reaching the next realm. What is that? While everyone was still reveling in joy, someone suddenly pointed out the window and exclaimed. High in the cerulean sky, 5 unidentified objects swiftly sliced through the clouds, leaving white trails as they plummeted toward them. Is that the Macabaccaby? The embodiment of cuteness. Is our mother here to attack us? A netizen shouted excitedly. It's a missile. Everyone, get down and grab something. The destructive power of 5 missiles was not to be underestimated. Should they strike, they could easily obliterate the training camp, not to mention their buses. Almost forgetting that this was the age of technology, it was shocking that they resorted to missiles. Yue Heng had anticipated a direct confrontation but was surprised by the use of heavy weaponry. Suddenly, a massive round moon appeared in the sky, swiftly undergoing a lunar eclipse, leaving behind a colossal black hole encircled by a silver ring. That black hole devoured the 5 missiles without leaving a trace of residual energy. This was one of the auxiliary skills of the eternal existence, lunar eclipse cataclysm, which consumed all in its path to reverse calamity. Despite being prone, many still peered up, both anxious and astonished, witnessing the lunar eclipse engulfing the missiles. Swallowed? Was that a black hole? Are we safe now? Just as they began to rejoice, another missile approached, aimed directly at their buses. Yue Heng was about to act when a spear entwined in rose-colored flames shot forth from a distance, piercing the missile and causing it to explode. A fireball erupted in the air, the resulting shockwave nearly toppling the bus. The fragmented missile debris rained down like metallic shards from the sky. Both Yue Heng and Lin Qiye sprang into action, with Yue Heng encasing the bus in a protective shield, while Lin Qiye employed Darkest Abyss to alter the trajectory of the missile fragments, intercepting them before they could reach the bus. Being only in the pool realm, the extensive use of Darkest Abyss drained Lin Qiye significantly, nearly exhausting him. Fortunately, Yue Heng grasped his hand, and a silver light enveloped him, swiftly restoring his mental strength. Only a few sensed their intervention. Following the immediate danger, Yue Heng feigned fear and sobbed to the hurriedly arriving Hong Ying. Sister Hong Ying, I was so scared. It's a good thing you're here. Otherwise, I would never see you again. As long as she acted vulnerable enough, no one would suspect her. Indeed, after witnessing her display, those who initially doubted whether the lunar eclipse was her doing began to question their own suspicions. Unable to resist her charm, Hong Ying immediately embraced Yue Heng, soothing her with gentle strokes on her back. Meanwhile, Lin Qiye and Zhao Kongcheng suddenly felt somewhat superfluous. After negotiating with instructor Hong, Zhao Kongcheng took Lin Qiye and Yue Heng off the bus early. You two should rest well. We will report to Captain Chen about our mission. Yue Heng, don't you have any questions? You must have seen me using Darkest Abyss today. After Hong Ying departed, Lin Qiye inquired. Huh? Why should I ask? What do you want to know? Yue Heng, who had just awakened from a nap on the bus, seemed a bit disoriented. Don't you want to know how I acquired this ability? Lin Qiye, who had endured a decade of relentless questioning, found Yue Heng's lack of inquiry somewhat disconcerting. You need not ask. It's clear that the night goddess granted it to you. Darkest Abyss is one of her crucial skills. Then why not ask why she bestowed this skill upon me? Why did she seek me out? No need. It's not a significant matter, nor does it harm me. Everyone harbors their own secrets, do they not? As she spoke, Yue Heng countered Lin Qiye's question. I too possess many secrets. Just as you discern my use of the lunar eclipse today without probing. Sometimes, it's better not to ask. Indeed, we all have our own secrets. Lin Qiye smiled, feeling a sense of relief. Yue Heng, shall we make a pact never to pry into each other's secrets? She extended her hand toward Yue Heng. Nodding, Yue Heng took her hand, sealing the agreement. Agreed, We shall never inquire. I want to know why we were attacked by missiles. Shouldn't this be under military control? Who would dare to assault us? Lin Qiye furrowed his brow, looking at the familiar seniors in the living room. The missiles are military-controlled. Which is why there were questions about how our mother would come to attack us, Chinmai explained. They weren't targeting you. Their aim was solely at you, or that chubby one. Lin Qiye immediately understood. Another ancient god church incident. She grimaced, feeling disgusted. Meanwhile, Yue Heng buried her face in a pillow. As expected, Chinmai and Instructor Hong swiftly picked up on the crucial information. Another? What do you mean? Lin Qiye. Oh no. I slipped up. Wasn't the last incident with the ghost-faced king and the non-Tua serpent demon orchestrated by the ancient god church? Hence, it is another incident. Yue Heng quickly fabricated an excuse. No, if that were the case, why would Lin Qiye be anxious? Chapter 30. The unfortunate by Li Zhao Kongcheng suddenly fixed his gaze on Lin Qiye. Yue Heng immediately turned to look at Lin Qiye but did not notice any signs of anxiety. Lin Qiye hurriedly denied it, but it was too late. Zhao Kongcheng pointed at the two and burst into laughter. Ha! Have I managed to extract a lie from you? Chinmai inquired with a grave expression. When did you encounter the ancient god church? Surely it wasn't during your initial training camp, when you suddenly lost signal for an extended period? Instructor Hong recalled that peculiar incident, where the two had merely claimed to have encountered nothing unusual, prompting no further inquiry. At that time, we sensed something amiss. As though an unseen force had forcefully interfered. Yet you asserted there was nothing to worry about. With an instructor present at the training camp. It was as if no secrets could be kept. Lin Qiye, myself, had rejected him, leading to an attempt on my life, which we resolved together using divine artifacts. Both of them, resolute, explained in nearly identical words, leaving no room for suspicion regarding their honesty. Who was it, and what was their strength? Why won't you elaborate? This is simply absurd. Instructor Hong exclaimed, slamming the coffee table in frustration. I don't know. They might be slightly stronger than us. Let's just say it and leave it at that. Their testimonies were remarkably consistent, clearly prearranged. They concealed this matter primarily because Liang's strength surpassed theirs, making it improbable for them to handle the situation alone. To safeguard their secrets, they agreed to omit any mention of Liang's identity and capabilities. In truth, as time passed, we were more curious about how such a national treasure had turned against our own. Once the explanations concluded, Yue Heng swiftly shifted the topic. It was the ancient god church that attacked the number 39 missile launch base and secretly fired operational missiles. Upon our arrival, we discovered numerous shattered statues and remnants of flesh, along with a serpentine statue smeared in blood. Serpentine statue? Lin Qiye pondered. Medusa? One would hardly expect a single Medusa to act so brazenly, perhaps forgetting that she was the only sister among the trio lacking immortality. Upon hearing Yue Heng's remarks, a sense of foreboding washed over Lin Qiye, prompting an urgent correction. No, she is merely Medusa's proxy, not Medusa herself. There's no difference, Yue Heng retorted, raising an eyebrow. One of her assigned tasks was to eradicate the malevolent deities wreaking havoc within Daxia's territory. Medusa, how does she not qualify? In fact, this break was also meant to protect you newcomers. More importantly, it was intended to use you and Bailey Tumming to ascertain whether we could draw out the puppet masters, whose targets were either you or him. But rest assured, your safety will be prioritized. Indeed, our Team 136 will ensure your protection, Qiye, they all affirmed. Hearing their assurances warmed Lin Qiye's heart. I believe Qiye isn't in much danger initially. It's Bailey Fatty who is at greater risk, Yue Heng remarked thoughtfully. Exchanging a glance with Lin Qiye, the ancient god church likely aimed for Lin Qiye, while Bailey Fatty might merely serve as a decoy, a diversionary tactic. Bailey Fatty did not answer his phone. Lin Qiye tucked his device away and informed Yue Heng, leave it to me. As Yue Heng stepped outside, he communicated with the Infinite system. Infinite, please hack into the surveillance near that hotel and keep an eye on Bailey Fatty's situation. In an age of advanced technology, it was essential to learn how to utilize it effectively. The system represented that very advancement, capable of decrypting all electronic information at will. Task complete. That little chubby fellow is somewhat unfortunate. The top floor he occupies is currently under siege, and Xiao Yuan is nearby. However, given that little fatty is similar to the blue fatty, he is temporarily safe. Within mere seconds, the system fulfilled its mission. Yue Heng guided Lin Qiye toward the designated landing point of Bailey Fatty. Upon encountering the open no-restriction zone, they halted. Have the Night Watchers intervened? Lin Qiye sensed an ominous premonition. The figures before them seemed more adversarial than friendly. Not necessarily the Night Watchers. Criminals exist in every profession. Perhaps those who possess forbidden artifacts may also harbor malevolent intent. They cannot be deemed true guardians. Yue Heng shared her thoughts akin to Lin Qiye's, relaying the information just uncovered by the system as she breezed into the no-restriction zone. Glancing back at Lin Qiye, who remained motionless. What? Do you need me to escort you in? Upon hearing this, Lin Qiye hesitated no longer and stepped boldly into the designated area. When they arrived, Bailey Fatty and Qiao Yuan had already been engaged in combat for a while. As fate would have it, they witnessed someone shooting 3 arrows at Qiao Yuan. Do you dare to catch my arrows with your bare hands? Seeking death. The one who dares to strike at my friend, it is you who seeks death. Seizing a brick from the roadside, Lin Qiye hurled it toward the 3 arrows, which had managed to knock back the artifact-wielding Qiao Yuan yet caused no harm to the brick. Moreover, that red brick struck the archer's head, exacerbating her injuries and rendering her unconscious. Oh my, I thought your arrows were formidable. Turns out even a brick surpasses them. How humiliating. Yue Heng scoffed mercilessly at the injured archer atop the building. The fallen adversaries, previously confident in their backup, found themselves at a loss for words. As they had entered with only 3 members, one dispatched by Yue Heng's brick, another reduced to scraps by the frenzied Qiao Yuan, and the last captured by Lin Qiye. Blue Fatty. No, Bailey Fatty, do you have a truth ring? I still have a live one to interrogate. Chapter 31, In the Snowy Night. I held her hand as Yue Heng chastised Lin Qiye and Qiao Yuan. She remarked, next time, don't strike so hard. Though they are worthless, they can still be of some utility. Let's not discuss this for now. Perhaps we should have Bailey Fatty search for the sealing scroll first. Lin Qiye observed Qiao Yuan, enveloped in a malevolent aura, and tightened his grip on his twin blades, Mingyong blade and Xingqian blade. No need for that. He has ceased his assault. Didn't you notice? Allow him some time to regain his composure. A little rest is beneficial for health. Qiao Yuan clutched the Daxia dragon sparrow lent by Yue Heng. Having eaten a candy before the fight, maintaining his rationality despite the temporary inability to suppress the forbidden power. I am not Blue Fatty. Bailey Fatty weakly protested while rummaging through his pockets, despite his resemblance to the Blue Fatty. Yue Heng urged as she descended with the archer, hurry up. Otherwise, this one will perish. Seizing the moment before she passed, they sought to glean information. I seem to have forgotten my truth ring. Bailey Fatty admitted after an exhaustive search yielded nothing. Then never mind. Let's just kill her. While there were alternative methods to extract information, Yue Heng deemed them unnecessary and time-consuming. Why have you come? Do you miss me, Bailey Fatty? He exclaimed joyfully upon their arrival. Lin Qiye sheathed his twin blades in the specially designed scabbard on his back. Shrugging, I merely came to take a look and extend a gesture of hospitality. Yue Heng unflinchingly exposed his intentions. He missed you. He heard you were in danger and came to check on you. Did you not worry about me? Qiao Yuan, having released his malevolent energy and returned to normal, remarked wistfully. Compared to you, we should be more concerned about the individuals who encounter you, the 3 replied in unison. Who would dare provoke Qiao Yuan in his Black King annihilation state? Qiao Yuan seemed to agree. After recently enduring an assassination attempt, are you not afraid? Following the incident, the 4 of them sought a noodle shop to replenish their energy. Observing by Li Pangpang, who appeared unfazed, Yue Heng expressed admiration for his remarkable psychological resilience. One becomes accustomed to it. I have faced countless assassination attempts throughout my life. Yet, were he aware that he ought not to have suffered such assaults, it might be better for him to remain oblivious. This latest attempt was directed at you and Lin Qiye during the 4-day holiday. The first few days are likely the most perilous for you, so do exercise caution, Yue Heng cautioned, as she intended to remain close to Lin Qiye. The secret from a decade ago remains known to an unknown number of individuals, and she feared that some might act unscrupulously and secretly abduct Lin Qiye from Songnan City. The reason he was located this time is likely due to his ostentatious accommodations. Had he chosen a more discreet lodging, he may not have been found so swiftly. Qiao Yuan speculated, his tone bordering on complaint regarding Bai Li Pangpang's extravagant lifestyle. You can no longer stay in such hotels. But where else can you reside in Songnan City, given you have no property? Is it feasible to purchase a house on short notice? The wealthy Bai Li Pangpang never anticipated a day would come when he would fret over where to stay, and the only solution he could conceive was to buy a house. The other 3 were rendered speechless by his lavish remarks. It's the new year. The real estate market is closed. Where can you possibly buy a house? Lin Qiye dismissed his notion. However, there are properties available for sale. Yue Heng rummaged through her belongings and produced a set of keys, placing them on the table. These are some villas in Songnan City. Take a look and see if any appeal to you. I can offer them at a 20% discount. No need for a discount. I would gladly pay an additional 20. Lin Qiye and Qiao Yuan exclaimed. At times, I truly wish to compete with the wealthy. He is wealthy. I am not. My family has gone bankrupt, and I am left with nothing but a dilapidated house. Yue Heng did not consider herself wealthy, for her inherited fortune likely paled in comparison to Bai Li Pangpang's head alone. The true measure of wealth is best reflected in Bai Li Pangpang. Wait a moment. With so many properties in Songnan City, why do you remain at Hong Ying's home? Hong Ying enjoys my company and wishes for us to live together. Very well, no objections here. Soon after, they encountered Zhaigo, who was financially strained. And Lin Qiye worried that Bai Li Pang might have persuaded him to become a bodyguard. Pang, ensure your phone is on 24/7. In case of danger, remember to take your phone with you. As they parted ways, Yue Heng offered this advice. Although Bai Li Pang did not comprehend why one should carry a phone while fleeing, he nodded in agreement. I will wear it around my neck. That should suffice. As Yue Heng and Lin Qiye walked towards Hong Ying's residence, Yue Heng paused. Lin Qiye, please call your aunt and ask her to have Yang Jin stay at my house for a few days. Does my aunt face danger? Lin Qiye immediately feared the worst. Panic etched across his face as he prepared to rush to the old city. No, not yet. There has been no sign of danger, but I am merely concerned. Now that Bai Li Pang's whereabouts are known, yours should not be difficult to uncover either. For now, let your aunt and Yang Jin stay at my place to ensure their safety. My residence is impenetrable to outsiders. Anyone entering without my permission will be reduced to fertilizer, nourishing the rebirth of the flowers. After arriving in Songnan City, Yue Heng had planted special flora in her old city residence, which others deemed ornamental. In truth, these plants were intended for resurrection. Some possessing intelligence and excelling at guarding the premises. They thrived at the epicenter of the seraph's residual power, absorbing remnants of divine energy and the forces of nature. Within a year, Songnan City could transition from Lin Qiye's divine realm to a tangible world with minimal effort. This was Yue Heng's strategy upon arriving in this world. Focused solely on idleness, aside from consuming time, it presented no significant drawbacks, and it required little exertion while offering myriad benefits. Although Lin Qiye promptly heeded Yue Heng's advice and made the call, providing a reason for his aunt and Yang Jin to stay at Yue Heng's home, his concern lingered. Yue Heng extended her hand towards Lin Qiye, who grasped it amidst the snowy night. Chapter 32. The genius madman of the sewers. Her hand was warm, akin to the gentle sun of winter. The moment Lin Qiye clasped Yue Heng's hand, they seemed to meld into the snowy light, vanishing with the snowflakes in the night breeze. Only a certain system, compelled to modify data, was aware of their presence. Such is the nature of the technological age, rife with prying eyes, often leading to inexplicable phenomena. When Lin Qiye reappeared, he found himself at his doorstep, cloaked in a thin veil of light. No one can perceive us, yet we can see them, Yue Heng remarked as she observed a small black dog darting toward them, silently retracting her previous statement. Well, except for that dog. The canine, raised by Erlang Shun, was exceptional, while the sun god might not excel in all areas. It was undoubtedly formidable in tracking. However, this little black dog was not the sun god, thus could only sense their presence without truly seeing them. Of course, should someone awaken their third eye, the situation would differ. Being able to see them up close was already a significant advantage. Lin Qiye felt content. His voice choked with longing. He understood that his current state was not one he could reveal to his aunt and the others, as it would only endanger them. This method of handling the situation was impeccable. At that moment, his aunt and Yang Jin were busy moving in some essential belongings. And it was evident that his aunt was in high spirits. You merely received a phone call, and yet you seem so elated, Yang Jin remarked, his grin stretching to his ears, clearly just as pleased. Why shouldn't I be happy? His call signifies that he is well, she replied, demonstrating a mother's innate ability to discern her child's health and emotions, even from a mere voice on the line. Although his aunt was not Lin Qiye's mother, their bond was akin to that of family, perhaps even surpassing many biological mothers in devotion. Following his aunt's lead, Lin Qiye entered Yue Heng's courtyard for the first time, discovering an abundance of flora. Many plants were still blooming even in the snowy night, although he did not recognize a single one. While the houses were all situated in the old city, Yue Heng's residence was notably larger. The ground floor boasted a kitchen, bathroom, and living room, along with 2 guest rooms, which his aunt and Yang Jin would occupy after tidying them up. Typically, the second floor offered greater privacy, and his aunt and Yang Jin had no intention of venturing there. I initially hesitated to come to Xiao Yu's house, fearing it might be an imposition. However, since you and Xiao Qi suggested it, I thought it best to comply to avoid upsetting you children. His aunt genuinely failed to comprehend why they needed to stay at Yue Heng's house. She had intended to brush off Lin Qiye's request, but was persuaded by Yang Jin to come along. How could you even suggest such a thing? We would never be upset with you. Yang Jin, more astute, refrained from mentioning the true reason for their visit, thus his aunt did not inquire further. In truth, when Lin Qiye suggested they go to Yue Heng's, Yang Jin had already pieced together much of the story. It seems that some mice will be coming around these days. Little Black, we must guard our home diligently. In the room, Yang Jin murmured softly while cradling Little Black. Fortunately, the soundproofing was quite effective. Otherwise, Yang Jin would have been exposed prematurely. He was no ordinary student. He sensed danger the moment he received that phone call. Moreover, he possessed knowledge that far surpassed Lin Qiye's understanding. Considering that his aunt was merely an ordinary person and that Yue Heng's residence was indeed an impregnable fortress, he persuaded his aunt to come over. Tomorrow marks New Year's Eve, and the day after is the first day of the Lunar New Year. Those mice certainly have a knack for timing. Yue Heng and Lin Qiye stealthily moved outside, and upon spotting a mouse scurrying by, Yue Heng frowned. Seriously, who has such an appetite for keeping mice, especially in the sewers? I truly do not comprehend it. There really are mice. Seeing the mouse dart away, Lin Qiye chuckled, feeling considerably relaxed at that moment. They had just circled the vicinity of the house and had yet to discover any suspicious individuals. Perhaps they had not yet located this place. Nevertheless, taking precautions was indeed necessary. This place was his entire world. This time, without Yue Heng needing to extend her hand, Lin Qiye took the initiative to grasp hers, his cheeks slightly flushed. Miss Snake Woman mentioned that if the target did not arrive before tonight, they would directly abduct the woman and child and hand them over to her. As soon as this plan was voiced, a chilling male voice echoed. The Snake Woman. Once again, you truly have no boundaries. While someone had their sights set on this place, Yue Heng and Lin Qiye had already arrived, merely wanting to ascertain the number of their adversaries. Upon hearing their intention to abduct his aunt and Yang Jin, Lin Qiye could no longer restrain himself. As Lin Qiye unsheathed his twin blades to eliminate the threat, Yue Heng, serving as support, first cast a protective shield over her residence. We must not disturb my aunt. Subsequently, she immobilized the 3 lurking mice with a binding spell. Yue Heng, I wish to deal with them personally. He would show no mercy to those who sought to disrupt his world. Very well, I'll leave it to you. By the way, inquire about the whereabouts of that snake woman. She truly knows how to hide. Yue Heng only sensed that the snake woman had entered Songnan City. But when trying to locate her, she suddenly vanished, deliberately concealing her trail. Finding that snake woman proved to be quite the challenge. Last night, she even endured her obsessive-compulsive tendencies to delve into the sewers in search of that genius madman. However, that madman revealed that he only had her initial location upon entering Songnan City, after which she disappeared without a trace. From his expression, Yue Heng sensed he was speaking the truth. I believe Team 136 has lost a genius. Gazing at the multitude of mice beneath her feet, Yue Heng felt her fear of clusters intensifying. This individual is indeed a genius. A few mysterious heads produce such a plethora of things, all of which prove to be quite useful. However, the line between genius and madness is perilously thin. I will apply for your assistance once more. If that does not suffice, you may follow my lead. How does that sound? I have diminished the capabilities of Qingyu's mouse legion. The mice he just created should not be able to gather such extensive information without alerting numerous powerful beings. Chapter 33, Balance of Yin and Yang. Absolute fairness following your lead? Qingyu scrutinized Yue Heng, acknowledging that she was indeed the most exceptional individual he had encountered. His fish species permeated the entirety of Songnan City. As soon as one entered, they could not escape his gaze. Though some had noticed the mice, including those more formidable, like the snake woman Yue Heng sought. Only Yue Heng had made it this far. Or perhaps it is more appropriate to say we should collaborate. Qingyu adjusted his glasses, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Behind the lenses, Yue Heng glimpsed his ambition. He was a dangerously intriguing individual. Yet, she yearned to embrace that danger. Very well, we shall collaborate. As a gesture of goodwill, I shall assist your friend. Together, we will eradicate those repugnant entities from Songnan City. Yue Heng initially assumed that the individual mentioning the snake woman would know her whereabouts, and Lin Qiye shared that belief. Unfortunately, they had overestimated their knowledge. These 3 individuals not only lacked information about the snake woman's location but were also incapable of establishing a direct connection with her. Truly useless. They were no longer worth employing. Upon uttering this sentiment, Lin Qiye swiftly dealt with those from the ancient cult who sought to harm his loved ones. And their SA phone. Yue Heng picked up the fallen device. While she was not particularly savvy in hacking, she possessed a system. Through this phone, she should be able to indirectly contact those from the ancient cult who had entered Songnan City. She sent them a message informing them that Lin Qiye had appeared and that the hostages were secured. They needed to stop hiding like mice. Yue Heng communicated with the system, which hacked into their phones, filtering candidates and transmitting the message to the appropriate recipients. After completing these tasks, the system immediately sought its reward. A new skin set has just been released in the shop. After the discount, it only cost 128 points. Could you buy it for me? You already have plenty of skins, enough to last you 2 years without duplication. Do you still want more? But they are all outdated and unattractive. Please, help. Now even the system has taken to being coy. Bye. Unable to resist the system's pleas, Yue Heng relented and allowed it to purchase the skins it desired. After all, her system had this peculiar fondness for various anime skins. I have messaged the snake woman. I just hope she emerges from her lair. I do not wish for them to linger into the next year. Let us resolve this matter before the new year arrives. Yue Heng glanced at Lin Qiye, sharing her plan. Lin Qiye expressed his full agreement with a nod. They should indeed eliminate all threats before the new year, as leaving them until the first day would be too ominous. It was now 8 in the morning, and with 16 hours remaining until midnight, they hoped their adversaries would refrain from employing diversionary tactics. As they spoke, they wandered aimlessly through the city. Lin Qiye, are you not afraid? The ones coming for you include formidable beings from the sea realm. Not at all. I am not alone. Our brother Lung has been following closely behind, ever vigilant for our safety. After entering the pool realm, Lin Qiye's mental probing range had significantly expanded, allowing him to sense that Team 136 was diligently guarding them. Had they encountered any formidable opponents, assistance would have arrived immediately. After an hour of wandering, the individuals they sought had yet to reveal themselves, prompting Yue Heng to drag Lin Qiye to the market to procure an abundance of vegetables and then to the mall for New Year's gifts. Upon exiting the mall, they finally spotted a snake-eyed figure, and Lin Qiye exhaled with relief. Finally, someone has emerged. Feigning ignorance, they continued walking until they reached a location they deemed suitable, where they finally halted. You there, do not follow us. With so many snake eyes, it's rather unsightly. Yue Heng wasted no time in voicing her thoughts. For the excessively vain snake woman, this remark struck a nerve, prompting her to leap out. Who are you calling ugly? You are the ugly one, looking like a gas canister. As a fellow woman, the snake woman had hit Yue Heng's sore spot regarding her height. Disregard her. Her eyes are everywhere, but on her head, which has caused her some issues. She must be envious of your beauty, leading her to utter such nonsensical words. Lin Qiye immediately comforted Yue Heng, fearing that she might lose her composure and eliminate the serpent woman first. He sensed that although this serpent woman was the agent of Medusa, her strength was not particularly formidable, and he wished to hone his skills first. Eyes that pose a problem should not be allowed to linger. Yue Heng understood Lin Qiye's intent and refrained from attacking the serpent woman immediately, instead dutifully providing support. A full moon appeared, quickly transforming into a black crescent, resting at their feet. The 24th auxiliary skill, Inai Balance, was activated. Within this skill, the mental energy of everyone except her would be suppressed, maintaining the so-called Inai Balance. In simpler terms, the serpent woman's mental energy was reduced to the mid-stage of the pond realm, achieving an alternate balance. What is this ability you possess? After her mental energy was suppressed, the number of serpent eyes rapidly diminished, and the serpent woman instantly sensed something was amiss. Staring in shock at Yue Heng, how could her mental energy be suppressed to such a low level? How could she fight now? Of course, it is an entirely fair ability. Since Lin Qiye is in the mid-stage of the pond realm, you must be reduced to the same level for fairness. As Yue Heng spoke, she stepped back, leaving the stage to Lin Qiye. However, the serpent woman, incensed, cast a glance at Yue Heng and uttered enticing words. Come, gaze into my eyes. Surely, this agent of Medusa must be a bit foolish. Anyone familiar with Medusa knows that she possesses eyes capable of petrifying others, even if one were unaware. Who would still gaze into her eyes after such a declaration? Well, Yue Heng would look, as she invited her to do so. Yue Heng said to Lin Qiye, lifting her gaze toward the Medusa agent, opening her moonlit eyes to meet hers. In the next moment, the Medusa agent shrieked in agony, covering her eyes. Now, I assure you, I shall not intervene. With the serpent woman's eyes rendered useless, Yue Heng raised her hand, extending 2 fingers in a vow to Lin Qiye. Lin Qiye felt no desire to comment. With the serpent woman in such a state, he found no sense of achievement in the confrontation. Chapter 34. One must pay the price for this. Well, she is a divine agent, after all. I might as well engage with her. After a brief moment of speechlessness, Lin Qiye regained his fighting spirit. Although the serpent woman no longer posed a significant threat, she remained a divine agent, one who had targeted his family. He still yearned to eliminate her. Do not think that because you've temporarily blinded me and suppressed my mental energy, you can defeat me. In comparison, you are still far too inexperienced. The serpent woman's enchanting eyes were now closed, blood tears at their corners. Yet, her expression bore no trace of fear. She believed her eyes were only temporarily injured. These eyes held the power bestowed by the divine. The serpent woman could not fathom that anyone could easily destroy them. However, the reality she was reluctant to accept was that her eyes had been utterly ruined. Once a proud divine agent, she was now in a state of half damage. Lin Qiye's swordsmanship advanced rapidly, yet the serpent woman was swift and possessed teleportation skills. Qiye, do you need assistance? Yue Heng asked, preparing to crush the serpent eye beneath her foot as a warning to Lin Qiye. However, Lin Qiye promptly declined. No, I can manage. It was not that Lin Qiye was ungrateful. He understood that he could not continually rely on Yue Heng. He was not in any immediate peril and could handle the situation himself. Only by doing so could he genuinely grow. Very well, then continue. The chubby blue figure found himself in peril again, facing a Sea Realm opponent who was no match for him. Should he intervene? The system relayed the current situation of the chubby figure to Yue Heng through omnipresent surveillance. Not yet. That is the responsibility of the one surnamed Yuan. The chubby fellow won't die. His phone is hanging around his neck. Within the chubby figure's phone, Yue Heng discreetly instructed the system to infuse a high-dimensional data code. It served no other purpose than to ensure that when the chubby figure was in dire straits, the system would transport the three of them to Yue Heng's side, provided the phone was not lost. We cannot spare the time. The second Sea Realm has yet to appear, and we do not know what they are waiting for. If they do not show up soon, Lin Qiye may kill the serpent woman. The unscrupulous system used. Could it be that there is discord within their ranks? Perhaps the second Sea Realm bears a grudge against this serpent woman and wishes to see her demise. That is quite possible. Just as Yue Heng acknowledged the system's speculation, she quickly retracted her statement. Actually, it is not possible. The second Sea Realm has now arrived. Just as Lin Qiye's Minghong blade was about to sever the serpent woman's head, a silver spear intercepted his strike. Lin Qiye frowned, observing a man around 30 years of age. The newcomer did not merely block Lin Qiye's Minghong blade. He intended to retaliate, though his motion was halted. Oh, you finally appeared. I was nearly bored to death waiting. A melodious girlish voice exclaimed dramatically, imbued with an oddly joyful tone. Only then did the newcomer notice Yue Heng, who stood quietly at a distance, as if she were non-existent, and frowned slightly. Based on your strength, you should be in the Sea Realm. I wonder what your standing is within that ancient divine church. The youthful girl gazed at him with a bright smile, displaying no fear. And her words were anything but simple. I'm Han Shaoan, the 13th seed of the ancient divine church believers. He politely introduced himself. Yet the cold murderous intent in his gaze made Lin Qiye uneasy. You should leave. After completing his introduction, Han Shaoan turned to glance at the severely injured serpent woman, speaking in a detached manner. Although the serpent woman was weaker than him, her status as a divine agent granted her precedence within the ancient divine church. There were few divine agents in the ancient divine church. The serpent woman could not perish here. Yue Heng, Lin Qiye called out. No one knew why he shouted her name. Not even the serpent woman. She nodded slightly, snorting coldly, and attempted to teleport away with her serpent eyes. However, her escape was interrupted. I did not permit you to leave, and neither did Lin Qiye. Why did you believe you could succeed? Yue Heng approached them step by step, her smile radiant. Though to Lin Qiye, it appeared enchanting. To Han Shaoan, however, Yue Heng's expression was filled with icy murderous intent. Even a mere glance from her instilled fear within him. You are the 13th seat of the believers, slightly stronger than that waste of the 16th seat, but only marginally. Upon hearing Yue Heng's words, Han Shaoan was immediately engulfed in panic as terrifying thoughts surged through his mind. You are that person? No. Han Shaoan recalled that a few months prior, his suddenly deceased ally, El Liang, was the 16th seat of the believers, as mentioned by Yue Heng. However, according to the church's narrative, the one who killed El Liang was an immensely powerful individual, utterly unlike the high school student before him. You two have just introduced yourselves. It is only polite that I do the same. Before you stands the sole representative of the ancient gods of the Great Xia, a figure not to be trifled with lightly in our summer realm. She has infiltrated the 039 missile base, taken countless lives, and harbored nefarious thoughts. Such transgressions must not go unpunished. The moment the serpent woman attacked the 039 missile base, she was already inscribed on Yue Heng's death list. Lin Qiye, go forth. Upon hearing these words, Lin Qiye did not even glance at Han Shaoan, but instead strode directly towards the serpent woman, who was ensnared by the moonlight. Lin Qiye had longed to slay the serpent woman the instant she threatened his family. Only through her demise could he quell the fury and unease within his heart. Yue Heng understood this sentiment, thus refraining from acting herself and allowing Lin Qiye to deliver the fatal blow. Dare you? Han Shaoan's long spear moved, aiming for Lin Qiye, but was thwarted by a shroud of darkness, rendering him intangible. Do not be so hasty. Your turn has yet to come. The sharpening stone of the ocean realm awaits. I am certain Lin Qiye will find it delightful. Chapter 35. Who is the cat, and who is the mouse? Thank you for the invitation. But I harbor no fondness for such games. In the boundless darkness, Lin Qiye's voice did not reach Han Shaoyan's ears. Only Yue Heng could hear him. No. You do enjoy it. Come now, Lin Qiye, what a delightful game of cat and mouse this is. In the eternal night. Han Shaoan was as blind as a true blind man, or perhaps even worse, for he was also deaf. His mental acuity could only perceive the surroundings within a two-step radius. His eyes were devoid of sight. and he could not even sense the ground beneath his feet or the passage of time. Han Xiaoan attempted to employ his ocean realm prowess to break free from the binds of eternal night, only to find himself ensnared even tighter. Who are you? How could someone of your caliber exist in Songnan City? Han Xiaoyan's voice was filled with astonishment, for this seemingly adolescent girl possessed a strength surpassing his own. How could this be possible? Are you members of the ancient god cult Heart of Hearing? I have plainly introduced myself. Or is your memory limited to a mere 7 seconds? Yue Heng felt utterly speechless. What a remarkable individual she was, having already introduced herself. Yet he still pressed for clarity. How ridiculous. The representative of the ancient gods of the great Xia. Suddenly, Han Xiaoyan recalled something he had previously overlooked. The death of Lu Liang was indeed intricately linked to Yue Heng. A being capable of effortlessly slaying someone under the watchful eyes of several gods at the headquarters of their ancient god cult, who truly stood behind Yue Heng? Footsteps echoed from behind. As he looked up to the sky, the crimson realm of the unbound void unfurled. Old Chen, why have you all come as well? Noticing Chen Mai and others furrowing their brows at the black hole behind him, he hastily began to explain. Lin Qiye should be having a splendid time inside. Would you like to join him? Fear not, you will only gain enhancements within, without any adverse effects. I can hear you. I am not enjoying myself one bit. Lin Qiye shouted with fervor, exasperated. Though they claimed he should come play cat and mouse, he felt very much like the mouse. Seizing the moment when Han Xiaoan was distracted, he swiftly approached to land a couple of strikes before retreating. Had he lingered even a moment longer, Han Xiaoyan's spear would have found its mark. Yue Heng merely disrupted Han Xiaoyan. She did not suppress his mental prowess to the same level as before. Is this your eternal night? Are you certain we won't fall into a black hole upon entry? The void-like blackness before her exuded an eerie sensation, as if stepping inside could lead to complete oblivion. Although she felt a twinge of unfairness, the skill of eternal night was indeed formidable. She felt no detriment, only enhancements to her mental acuity and speed. As for Han Xiaoan, he found himself in a dire predicament, deaf and blind, his senses severely limited. Lin Qiye's thoughts were straightforward. He sought to draw someone in to assist him, as confronting Han Xiaoan alone was an arduous test of his speed. This appears rather entertaining. I shall venture inside. She truly regarded him as a whetstone, laughing heartily after teasing Lin Qiye. With that, Hong Ying also brandished her weapon and charged towards Han Xiaoan. Very well. Allow me to sharpen my blade as well. Although Han Xiaoyan retained his offensive capabilities and mental prowess, everything else was stripped away, including the ability to utilize the forbidden ruins. His sensory range extended only about 2 meters around him. Truly, what an exquisite sharpening stone this was. Unable to employ the forbidden ruins and devoid of any sense of security, Han Xiaoyan began to despair. He finally realized that from the moment Yue Heng introduced herself, she had no intention of allowing him to leave alive. But he, too, was determined not to grant Yue Heng an easy time. You are neither in the pool realm nor the river realm to confine me and prevent the use of the forbidden ruins. You must be at least in the infinite realm. Yet there cannot possibly be such a young infinite realm in the great Xia. Who are you? Why disguise your identity and hide in this insignificant Songnan city? He believed he had unraveled Yue Heng's true identity, striking a nerve. Little did he know, his voice failed to reach the ears of others. Eternal night was a skill of profound void. Yue Heng merely utilized a fraction of its properties to render them incapable of hearing one another. Should eternal night be pushed to its utmost limits, it could ensnare an individual in a fate worse than that of a vegetative state. It seemed a conundrum. On the surface, I am but a figure in the pool realm. I should not possess the ability to bind someone from the ocean realm. Thank you for the reminder. I shall now begin to concoct my justification. Yue Heng cradled a system resembling a yellow rat, twirling its electrically charged tail, half threateningly. Quickly, let us devise a rationale. Wait, didn't you just acquire a new skin? Why are you still using this yellow rat skin? Oh, let us set that aside for now and focus on finding a reason. The unscrupulous system evaded Yue Heng's inquiry, feigning deep thought and devising a plan. The system has grown bold enough to deceive her for points. Could it truly be Han Xiaoyan? He had seemingly joined the ancient god cult and become a follower. Upon entering the realm of eternal night, Chen Mai was astonished to find Han Xiaoyan, his expression tinged with a hint of sadness. He had initially held a glimmer of hope that it was merely a case of sharing a name. Old Chen knows him? He was once the captain of the night watch in Suzhou City, a comrade of ours. Chen Mai's sorrow stemmed from having once stood on the same front lines, sharing common ideals, only to witness a former ally descend into darkness and clash against them. Little Crescent, first dispel the eternal night. Do not strain yourself too much. I happen to have some questions for him. I wish to know if he is an undercover agent. Chen Mai spoke solemnly, holding on to his final sliver of hope. Oh, very well. Yue Heng complied with Chen Mai's request without hesitation. Should he truly be an undercover agent, it would be best not to push too far. For the life of an undercover agent was fraught with difficulty. However, it appeared they were destined for disappointment. Are you a true believer or a false believer? Did you join with ulterior motives? Are you an undercover agent? After Chun Ma posed his inquiries, Han Xiaoyan furrowed his brow. You think too much. Chapter 36. The ancient god cult is quite distasteful. Once one enters as a believer, they are forever bound to that identity. Their soul contracts are far more terrifying than you can imagine. Regardless of one's intentions or objectives prior to joining, once the contract is signed, all will vanish, leaving only a puppet behind. Yue Heng. Oh dear, it seems we have indeed overthought things. Upon hearing Han Xiaoyan's words, Yue Heng prepared to draw her sword. Yet, it seemed Chun Ma still had more to ask, and Han Xiaoyan appeared to have more to reveal as well. If one day, your comrades were crucified, you would face two choices, either fight to the death alongside them or abandon all dignity and freedom to save others. What would you choose? In hushed tones, Yue Heng confided in Lin Qiye, expressing her disdain for the ancient god church. Indeed, Lin Qiye nodded, feeling a twinge of fear. He could hardly bear to imagine how he would react if he found himself in such a predicament. Don't worry, that won't happen to you, Yue Heng reassured him, gently patting his shoulder. No matter who I was or what I experienced in the past, I am now merely the 16th seed of the believers, Han Xiaoyan. As Han Xiaoyan spoke, he cast a glance at Yue Heng, attempting a final struggle, activating the Forbidden Ruins. Forbidden Ruins Sequence 079, Great Wind Disaster, activated. Forbidden Ruins Sequence 037, Black Wuchang, activated. Realizing Han Xiaoyan's intentions, Chen Mai quickly initiated his Forbidden Ruins as well. However, the effects of the two Forbidden Ruins seemed to differ remarkably. Chen Mai's Forbidden Ruins stirred with considerable commotion. Within the dark expanse, the outline of a blood-red palace flickered behind him. And at the pinnacle of this palace hung an ancient and enigmatic plaque, the Hall of Yama. In contrast, Han Xiaoyan's Forbidden Ruins merely conjured a small whirlwind from the ground. The legendary Great Wind Disaster failed to materialize. The members of Team 136 exchanged incredulous glances. This is a super high-risk Forbidden Ruins? With that, the last glimmer of hope faded from Han Xiaoyan's eyes. He could do nothing but cast a futile glance at Yue Heng. Perhaps I have gone a bit too far, Yue Heng mused as she stepped forward, her eyes turning silver. A colossal, almost all-encompassing moon ascended behind her. In that moment, she seemed to transcend her former self, radiating divine brilliance, as if protected by a deity. Within the moonlight, a graceful figure appeared to be soaring. Was this truly her authentic strength? The ancient gods of Daxiao were indeed so formidable? A whisper of awe rippled through the crowd. Farewell, 13th seed of the believers. Under the divine might, Han Xiaoyan collapsed in resignation, his form vanishing in the silver moonlight. Yet, the moment he beheld the rising moon, he had foreseen his demise. In his final moments, he uttered his last words. Be cautious, beware of the murmurs. Before his obliteration, he fixated his gaze not on Yue Heng, but rather on Lin Qiye. Had any other members of the ancient god church been present, they would have immediately recognized the striking similarity between Han Xiaoyan's demise and that of El Liang. Among the crowd, only Lin Qiye furrowed his brow in astonishment. If he hadn't misjudged, the moonlight power wielded by Yue Heng, that is, the strength of Heng Hua, was intertwined with a hint of azure light. It seemed he had discovered something significant. With Han Xiaoyan's death, Team 136 remained in shock, their expressions still bemused. As they watched the full moon fade and Yue Heng's divine essence dissipate, Chen Mai inquired, was that, just now, the divine power of the goddess Heng Hua? Indeed, Yue Heng affirmed. Explaining, Heng Hua temporarily lent me her power, or rather, I harnessed the divine might through my vessel to confront Han Xiaoyan. Yet, her explanation served merely as a fade. After granting her the so-called agent status, Heng Hua had succumbed back into slumber. It was not Heng Hua who effortlessly vanquished Han Xiaoyan. The true force that ended Han Xiaoyan, as well as El Liang, was another divine power, artfully concealed within the moonlight. With the crisis averted, Yue Heng suggested, perhaps Wu Xiangnan should remove those explosives. You all smoke. What if a spark ignites? She glanced at Wu Xiangnan, subtly distancing herself from him. Although Lin Qiye was unaware of the unfolding events, he knew that following Yue Heng was always a wise choice. And he too stepped back. Upon witnessing Wu Xiangnan's wry smile as he lifted his cloak, Lin Qiye was taken aback. Wu Xiangnan was wrapped in explosives. No, Captain Wu. Are you serious? After recovering from his shock, Lin Qiye was filled with a mix of emotions. Are you truly willing to perish alongside Han Xiaoyan? Was it worth sacrificing your lives for me? Such thoughts stirred deep emotion within Lin Qiye. Wu Xiangnan, seemingly unaccustomed to the somber atmosphere, chuckled. Don't consider yourself so significant. Don't elevate Han Xiaoyan in your mind. It's not worth dying with him. My Forbidden Ruins have a peculiar trait, infinite rebirth, so I am essentially invulnerable. Wu Xiangnan spoke with a light-hearted tone, alleviating Lin Qiye's unease. Yue Heng cleared her throat gently. Well, Wu, you know I possess the potential to become a divine healer. So your words. Before she could finish, Si Xiaonan embraced her, covering her mouth. I can't comprehend why he fixated on me until the end. Did he remain resolute in his intent to kill me even in death? As they walked toward the exit of the boundless void, Lin Qiye was still filled with questions. Unable to fathom Han Xiaoyan's behavior, a sense of unease brewing within him. Yue Heng, while aware of the underlying reasons, deemed it better to remain silent. A recent message had arrived on her phone from Lin Qiye's cousin, Yang Jin. Chapter 37. We cannot leave Songnan City. Just now. While we were preparing the New Year's Eve dinner in the kitchen, someone slipped into the yard. Xiao Hong barked a couple of times, and then that person vanished. Was that your backup plan? In truth, it was accurate to say that the person had disappeared, as they had become fertilizer, likely absorbed by now. Old Shin, you arrived so quickly. You promised us a New Year's Eve dinner. I want braised pork ribs, cola chicken wings, and tomato beef stew. You didn't forget any of it, did you? As they strolled, inhaling the festive aroma in the air, Yue Heng immediately recalled the promised New Year's Eve dinner from Chen Mai, her mouth watering with anticipation. Chen Mai, lost in contemplation, was interrupted by Yue Heng's mention of the dishes, a smile creeping onto his face. However, what Yue Heng did not expect was that someone was there to mooch off her meal. Oh, fatty, you all are still alive. How wonderful. For individuals approached to join the feast, Yuan Gang, Bai Li Fatty, Shin Qingzhu, and Chao Yuan. Why do I feel like you aren't particularly pleased to see me? Bai Li Fatty scratched his head, confused by the situation. Ignore her. She's acting like a child. Hoarding food, Lin Qiye explained while setting out new utensils. With the arrival of 4 additional guests, it meant she would have to eat less. Bai Li Fatty had the largest appetite, which did not sit well with her. Yet Lin Qiye refrained from voicing this thought. I am a child. Yue Heng, for once, took the initiative to declare her youthfulness, having recently celebrated her 16th birthday. How did Han Xiaoyan meet his end? I sensed, just as they began their meal. Yuan Gang posed his question. He had come over intending to ask something but happened to join them for the New Year's Eve dinner instead. Commander Yuan, must you interrupt me while I savor this delicious meal? Yue Heng halted her chopsticks, casting a resentful glance at Yuan Gang. Let's eat first, and discuss afterward. Seated beside Yuan Gang, Chen Mai spoke up. The members of Team 136 had not spent a significant amount of time with Yue Heng. Yet they had already discerned her fondness for exquisite cuisine. Anyone who dared to interrupt her enjoyment of delectable dishes was undeniably at odds with her. Chen Mai's culinary skills were exceptional. Each dish was infused with emotion and was absolutely delightful. Aside from Yue Heng, the others indulged in food and drink. And by the time the meal concluded, several of them were thoroughly intoxicated, including Bai Li Pangpang, Shin Qizhu, and Chao Yuan, as well as Hong Ying and Zhao Kongcheng. The only ones still coherent, apart from the sober Yue Heng, were the lightly inebriated Lin Qiye, Chen Mai, Wu Xiangnan, and Yuan Gang. How did Han Xiaoyan meet his demise? At the very moment of his death, I sensed an ethereal aura. Yuan Gang finally had the opportunity to voice his curiosity. I reported that he was killed by me. Chen Mai raised his gaze to Yuan Gang, seemingly questioning his need for clarification. What they did not know, I was well aware of. If only you could eliminate Han Xiaoyan. Who was the true culprit behind his death? Yuan Gang was not easily deceived and remained skeptical of Chen Mai's assertions. After speaking, Yuan Gang's hawk-like eyes shifted toward Lin Qiye. Not at all. Why would you suspect me from the morning? Lin Qiye protested. Have you forgotten the commotion you caused earlier? You lured Nikes here. You have a record, Yue Heng retorted. What are you two communicating with your glances? Speak up. Yuan Gang's voice rose slightly, having noticed their silent exchange. Keep your voice down. Don't wake them. Lin Qiye cautioned. Stop staring at him. It was me who killed Han Xiaoyan. Wait, what kind of look is that? You're actually doubting me. Why wouldn't I be capable of killing Han Xiaoyan? Yue Heng declared, no longer wishing to feign normalcy. She was ready to reveal her true identity. She was a genius. A formidable presence disguised within the novice village. Yet, her act seemed too convincing, as Yuan Gang continued to regard her with skepticism. Old Chen, Captain Chen, Uncle Chen. The young Yue Heng immediately turned to Chen Mai to voice her grievances. It was indeed her doing. Previously, I withheld this information because I didn't want to expose her too soon. Upon Chen Mai's explanation, Yuan Gang was persuaded. How old is she? Merely at the pool realm. I'm now even more curious about how she killed Han Xiaoyan. While he believed Chen Mai, his curiosity piqued. He sought to uncover the truth. She is not an ordinary night watcher. She is also a divine agent, the agent of the great Xia deity, Chen Mai stated slowly, revealing this information because he deemed Yuan Gang trustworthy. The weight of those words struck Yuan Gang with astonishment. A divine agent, and for the great Xia no less. Captain Chen, you have kept this hidden well. You have not shared any genuine information with me. Such a treasure, yet you keep it concealed, fearing it may lose its luster. Yue Heng's eyes sparkled as he gazed at Yue Heng, akin to a connoisseur admiring a rare gem. It was precisely because she was so valuable that she needed to be better concealed. Who could guarantee that there were no hidden believers among the Night Watchers? It was best to wait until she had truly matured. This was Chen Mai's reasoning, which is why he tacitly supported Yue Heng's facade of being ordinary. This is too perilous. Your surroundings are far too dangerous. How can two fledgling divine agents be allowed to remain together? What if they? Yue Heng's words were cut off by Chen Mai, who would not entertain any refusal. Lin Qiye cannot leave Songnan City. Yue Heng chimed in. I cannot leave Songnan City either. I have a vital mission here. I do not wish to depart Songnan City for the time being, Lin Qiye reiterated. The two directly involved, along with their captain, resolutely expressed their opposition, leaving Yue Heng feeling helpless, his head aching. These two were not merely geniuses. They were insufferable. Chapter 38. Rebirth on the first day of the new year. One agent of an ancient great Xia deity, one dual deity agent. If anything were to happen, he would have no one to turn to for solace. This is not the time for your capriciousness, Yue Heng insisted, his tone turning slightly stern. Old Chen. He is scolding me. Am I being capricious? Where is my capriciousness? I am clearly the most obedient. Yue Heng again reported to Yue Heng, addressing Chen Mai. They truly cannot leave Songnan City. If you do not believe me, you can inquire with Xiaoping Ge, Chen Mai immediately defended. Though Lin Qiye had a strict command not to leave Songnan City, adding Yue Heng to the mix was inconsequential. Moreover, making Yue Heng an ordinary night watcher was, in fact, a form of protection for her. When Chen Mai conveyed this to Yue Heng and successfully persuaded him, Yue Heng, however, feared she might have exposed herself. The purpose of the ancient deity's visit to Songnan was likely not to eliminate Lin Qiye but rather to test her, and it seemed they had already succeeded. Her days of tranquility might soon be over. Yet, she felt unfazed. She was alone and unafraid. Very well, we shall proceed as you say. After Yue Heng had asked everything he wished to know, he prepared to depart. Yue Heng stopped him, pointing to the three inebriated individuals. Wait, what about the three of them? You brought them here. You cannot simply abandon them. There are no rooms for them to sleep here. Yue Heng resignedly dragged the three intoxicated individuals to the vehicle, feeling as if his teeth were straining under the effort. As the clock struck midnight and the fireworks erupted, Lin Qiye's phone rang immediately. He promptly pressed the answer button and stepped aside to take the call. Uncle Chen, Brother Wu, this is your New Year gift. Yue Heng produced 2 boxes, handing one to Chen Mai and the other to Wu Xiangnan. Little Moon, you've changed. Just moments ago, you said there was no gift for me, and now look. Wu Xiangnan smiled as he opened the box, only to find a single piece of candy, his smile faltering. Upon seeing that Chen Mai's box contained only a piece of candy as well, his heart sank further, feeling it was decidedly unfair. Isn't this a bit biased? I recall you gave Xiaonan and Hongning gemstone necklaces, yet we received mere candy? Be grateful for what you have. You dare to complain? Chen Mai opened the glass jar and ate the candy, stowing the box away. However, as the hard candy melted in his mouth, he sensed something amiss. Wu Xiangnan, who followed suit, also felt that something was off. What's wrong? Is the candy so delightful that it has them overjoyed? Lin Qiye approached, teasing them as they stood like 2 statues. That's not candy, it's medicine. You're not ill. You shouldn't need to take medicine. Yue Heng tugged at Lin Qiye, leading him a few steps away. Let us not disturb them. Huh, it's actually medicine? They mistook medicine for candy? Someone has crafted medicine to resemble candy? Suddenly, Lin Qiye recalled the little bear candy jar hanging around Chao Yuan's neck. You truly are a child, mistaking medicine for candy. Are you trying to convince yourself that you were eating candy and not medicine? So what? Nothing at all. Lin Qiye manually muted his microphone, sitting quietly on the sofa as he observed the transformations of the 2 guardians. Do they suffer from an ailment? What could it be? Your words seem somewhat insulting. Not at all. Indeed, Yue Heng possesses somewhat obsessive tendencies. She has a peculiar fondness for concocting various pills and elixirs in the guise of candies, striving for the delightful flavors of sweets. Moreover, she enjoys presenting certain reagents in the form of juices. As Lin Qiye aptly remarked, each instance of medication serves as a form of self-soothing. He scrutinized the pair, and with his heightened senses, he quickly discerned their subtle changes. You are not mistaken. Their mental afflictions are gradually intensifying. It appears that they have absorbed more than half the medicinal potency. Wu Xiangnan previously commented that Yue Heng only offered them a single candy, indicating favoritism. Little did he realize the immense value of these 2 candies. Over the past few months in the training camp, Yue Heng seized every opportunity to study their conditions, culminating in the creation of these 2 precious elixirs tailored specifically for them just last night. Among them, the one for Chen Mai required more effort due to the complexity of his issues. However, This did not imply that Wu Xiangnan's was any simpler. The elixirs prepared for both of them were exponentially more challenging than the one given to Zhao Kongcheng. On the first day of the new year, they were reborn, poised to reclaim their destinies in full. Yue Heng and Lin Qiye assisted the remaining inebriated individuals to their beds or unceremoniously tossed them onto the sofas. By the time they tidied everything, it was already 1 a.m. Neither of them felt the slightest inclination to sleep. So they each procured a chair and sat opposite Chun Mai and Wu Xiangnan, munching on sunflower seeds while engaging in conversation. My aunt just mentioned you, saying she wanted to ask for our address to send us some food, but it's quite difficult to provide her with that information. Alas, one lie must be supported by a multitude of others. I truly crave beef sauce. What afflictions have Captain Chen and Wu endured that they have not yet recovered? That seems about right. But wait, you gifted them each a present. How could you forget about me? Am I unworthy? Lin Qiye exaggeratedly lamented, as though he had been slighted by Yue Heng. My presence here to protect you should be considered a gift. Yue Heng jested, asserting that she had indeed given a present. However, it appeared that someone took her words to heart. Then it settled. This shall be my New Year's gift. Lin Qiye's remarks caused Yue Heng, who had already prepared a gift, to hesitate momentarily. Never mind, he didn't truly want it anyway, so it saved her some money. Chapter 39. His connection to mental illness let us just give it to you for now. Nonetheless, Yue Heng tossed the small gift to Lin Qiye. After all, it was meant for him. If she didn't hand it over now, she might forget it altogether. The item thrown to Lin Qiye was a small gourd-shaped vial containing something akin to a life-saving pill. Inside was a miraculous medicine, no matter how grave the injury. Taking this potion would ensure survival, even in the face of subsequent attacks. Who knows when the ancient god sect might target you again? With this medicine, you essentially gain an additional life. Yue Heng asserted her fairness, insisting that every member of Team 136 deserved a New Year's gift, and Lin Qiye could not be excluded. As the morning sun broke through the clouds, Songnan City welcomed 2 new individuals. This marked merely the beginning of their rebirth. Their future paths stretched far ahead, radiant and promising. After all, their wounds had healed completely. They were now 2 ordinary individuals. Observing the awakening Chen Mai and Wu Xiangnan, Yue Heng stifled a series of yawns and rushed upstairs for a nap. Curse the ancient god sect. It had deprived her of restful sleep these past few days. Seeing Yue Heng's fatigued demeanor, they could only hold their tongues. Captain, everyone harbors their own secrets, do they not? After all, he was the one who expended the most energy during yesterday's battle. These 2, I swear. Yet, he was not wrong, was he? Everyone has their secrets, including us, which we have not shared with them. Why must we pry into her secrets? So be it. When the time comes, she will speak. Do we not trust her even to this extent? Ultimately, the 2 convinced themselves not to inquire further about Yue Heng's knowledge of their injuries or the availability of corresponding treatments, fearing that such questioning might render her uncomfortable. During this period, Yue Heng had mentioned the matter of Enqingyu. In the end, Chen Mai and Wu Xiangnan merely agreed to apply for Enqingyu's enrollment in this year's Night Watch training camp. Yue Heng also inquired whether Chen Mai could find a way to have her aunt's culinary creations sent to an official address, then forwarded to the training camp. Chen Mai expressed that such arrangements were not feasible, and he even felt a twinge of jealousy. Is what I make not delicious enough? Isn't it sufficient that I prepare meals for you? The formidable Sea Realm warrior transformed into a personal chef, diligently crafting a variety of meat sauces to ensure they, especially Yue Heng, enjoyed their meals during the training camp. The 4-day holiday swiftly drew to a close, and the time for farewells arrived once more. Do you believe that the world we inhabit is truly real? In class, Yue Heng had been struggling to stay awake, forcing herself to remain alert to avoid following in the footsteps of her slumbering peers. Upon hearing Lin Qiye pose such a question, she instantly became alert. For creatures dwelling in the depths of the sea, and for 2-dimensional beings, what basis do we have to assert that the world we occupy is indeed authentic? What constitutes true reality, and what defines a genuine world? Beyond this realm, what exists? Under the scrutiny of higher-dimensional beings, what are we? This cascade of inquiries left the instructor bewildered, while simultaneously awakening Yue Heng. Is the individual posing these questions even mentally sound? Lin Qiye appeared to be far from a person suffering from mental illness. Yet, his connection to such conditions seemed rather intimate. Amidst the profound silence, Lin Qiye introduced another weighty question. Have you ever considered that we might be creations of a higher dimensional existence? At this moment, Yue Heng was truly wide awake. Not only was she alert, but the animated system observing also emerged, resting on her shoulder, astonished by Lin Qiye's presence. Could it be that the protagonist has achieved consciousness? Such matters should not be probed too deeply. Excessive contemplation may lead to mental instability. Indeed. Upon hearing Lin Qiye's relentless inquiries, the instructor's gaze began to glaze over, indicating the onset of mental strain. The world in which we exist is undeniably real. To prevent Lin Qiye from driving the instructor to madness, Yue Heng rose to her feet. No, this world is merely a book. How can it be deemed real? The system perched on Yue Heng's shoulder failed to comprehend her assertion and voiced its confusion. Why would you say that? Lin Qiye's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Eager to hear Yue Heng's insights, he felt a burgeoning anticipation. How could he have overlooked her perspective? He asked these questions out of compulsion, nearly driven to madness by them, and was on the verge of developing mental issues himself. The second patient in his so-called divine mental hospital, named Merlin, suffered from a similar affliction. Excessive exploration of the world's authenticity has led to a profound skepticism regarding its reality, causing Lin Qiye, an otherwise ordinary individual, to teeter on the brink of madness. The matter has transcended mere therapeutic progress or the extraction of skills. It now hinges on the stability of his mental state. One must consult their heart and consciousness. If one perceives this world as real, then the corresponding awareness grants it authenticity. Regarding your earlier inquiry about the possibility of a higher dimensional existence crafting this realm, one might argue that the moment consciousness emerged at the birth of humanity, this world became a tangible reality. It truly came to life. Chapter 40. The perils of ignorance in understanding this world. This is your world, my world, the world of everyone present. Our reality is inherently authentic. Each of us is a being of flesh and blood, imbued with soul, consciousness, and thought. We compose the world. And thus, how could it be false? To prevent mental disarray and the specter of madness, Yue Heng has earnestly endeavored. From the vantage point of an observer, she attempts to elucidate whether this world genuinely exists. As for the system that insists this is merely a book, Yue Heng has her retorts. This has long ceased to be just a book. Perhaps these characters and occurrences were birthed from someone's pen, yet once they were created, they began to transcend their creator's control, manifesting flesh and consciousness, becoming genuine beings. Hey ha! Hooray, hooray, hooray! Strange sounds reverberated throughout the training ground as those adorned with wristwatches seemingly transformed into acrobats, performing in the spacious arena. Front flips, back flips, one-handed handstands, and other dazzling feats filled the scene. Yue Heng finally comprehended why this wristwatch was dubbed the acrobat trigger. Lin Qiye, with his wristwatch on, executed a sudden front flip. Ha 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 ha. Yue Heng erupted into laughter, though regrettably, she missed Lin Qiye's second front flip. Don't laugh at me. You should put on your watch too. Channeling his mental energy into the wristwatch to withstand the electric current, Lin Qiye shot a disgruntled glance at the gleeful Yue Heng. I've already donned it, however. This contraption is ineffective against me. Yue Heng waved her left hand, revealing her already secured wristwatch. Among those present, she was the sole individual who did not perform acrobatics. Consider yourself impressive. Lin Qiye, who missed out on the excitement of Yue Heng's antics, let out a sigh, but it mattered not. He could still enjoy the spectacle of others, particularly that of Bai Li Pang Pang, without the Forbidden Ruins. Bai Li Pang Pang found it significantly more challenging to manage the wristwatch's mental energy than others. The existence of the wristwatch even necessitated Lin Qiye to feed him. Initially, Bai Li Pang Pang, with his typical cheekiness, sought assistance from the enchanting Molly, but she mercilessly berated him, extinguishing that notion entirely. This predicament left both Yue Heng and Lin Qiye feeling fortunate, as they could effortlessly control the wristwatch's current. Otherwise, they would have lost face like Bai Li Pang Pang. Neither of the two prideful individuals considered that this was merely one of the wristwatch's functions. I truly do not know what has transpired with Wu Good. I can only discern that he is injured and that I have treated him accordingly. To avert further inquiries from Lin Qiye regarding the situations of Chen Mai and Wu Xiangnan, and to sidestep any potential loopholes in her words, Yue Heng swiftly introduced Yuan Gang. However, I believe our commander Yuan should be in the know. Why don't we consult him? All right, I trust you. I shall inquire with Commander Yuan. In truth, Lin Qiye understood that Yue Heng simply wished to avoid discussing the matter or resorting to deceit. She only claimed ignorance regarding Wu Xiangnan's condition without mentioning Chen Mai's. Nevertheless, Lin Qiye refrained from pressing further. One inquiry was sufficient. I will accompany you. I too am curious about how Wu Ge sustained such severe injuries. Yue Heng was acutely aware that Wu Xiangnan had sustained grave wounds, likely due to numerous uses of rebirth that barely allowed him to escape with his life. Unbeknownst to her, she subconsciously categorized Wu Xiangnan among her own, intent on uncovering the identity of his adversary and seeking vengeance. They gleaned the tale of Wu Xiangnan from Yuan Gang. A heavy and sorrowful narrative. Sasuke from Japan? Very well. Upon learning that the individual who harmed Wu Xiangnan was a man named Sasuke from Japan, a surge of murderous intent swelled within Yue Heng. Yuan Gang expressed regret regarding Wu Xiangnan, remarking that he was nearly the previous Wang Mian. Had he remained unscathed and not traversed the fog of those experiences, his current achievements would undoubtedly be considerable. As for Chinmai, I too am unaware of what transpired with him. 10 years ago, did Captain Chen suddenly vanish and arrive in Songnan City a decade ago? Lin Qiye, seizing upon an important detail from Yuan Gang's account, shot an intense glance at Yue Heng. 10 years ago, again 10 years ago, could it be mere coincidence? What transpired in Songnan City when he was chosen as the divine agent by the Seraph? Why was he the only one left in the dark? Yue Heng did not even glance at Lin Qiye, fully aware of his inclination to inquire further. She denied him the opportunity for further questions, instead directing her attention to Yuan Gang and shifting the topic. What is the cataclysmic calamity? Could it possibly refer to that disaster in Songnan City from 10 years ago? That calamity from that year could very well have nationwide implications. It is an object of prohibition, the most terrifying forbidden object in history. Yuan Gang inhaled deeply, his tone laden with gravity. It is called Shiva's Wrath. The essence of Shiva's Wrath is an ancient parchment, possessing the catastrophic power of a world-ending class. Ranked at sequence 008. If one inscribes a name upon its blank surface, the very concept it denotes will be obliterated. Upon hearing Yuan Gang's account, Yue Heng felt a chill run down her spine. She had never anticipated the existence of such perilous entities in this world. Was this truly reasonable? Forgive her selfishness. But she could not help but feel relieved that Yue Heng was not her true name, but rather a pseudonym she had employed for an extended period. No. This entity is not overwhelmingly powerful. Did he not mention that erasing an ordinary person requires an immense cost? Even if the outer gods of this world were to intervene, they would be unable to inscribe your name upon it. While the system also expressed astonishment at the existence of such a phenomenon as Shiva's Wrath, it believed Yue Heng faced no threat whatsoever. No, what was sealed and suppressed by Captain Chen in the Forbidden Ruins was this deadly Shiva's Wrath. Had I known this entity possessed such conceptual powers, I would have destroyed it rather than assisted in its suppression, Yue Heng lamented inwardly. The downfall lay in their insufficient understanding of this world. The task commission provided only a brief overview akin to a mere synopsis. Chapter 41. Has my laid-back nature penetrated so deeply into society? This concept of a divine object that obliterates whatever it inscribes is utterly outrageous. Yet, upon learning of its existence, Yue Heng's instinctive reaction was to destroy the object rather than wield it herself. Following the emergence of Shiva's Wrath, several malevolent entities wandering within the fog coveted its existence, leading to a divine conflict 10 years prior over the acquisition of this parchment. In the past, 5 extraordinary human beings convened at the border of the Great Xia and engaged in a fierce battle against Loki, the god of deception from the Norse pantheon, and Gaia, the Earth Mother from Greece, resulting in cataclysmic upheaval. This was nearly all that Yuan Gang knew of the events. However, Yue Heng could piece together a rough narrative from these fragments. A decade prior, the divine conflict saw the Great Xia's 5 exceptional humans suffer defeat. After all, they were but mortals, unable to contend with deities. The wrath of Shiva fell into the hands of Gaia and other foreign gods, and one of these deities unleashed the destructive power of Shiva's wrath, obliterating Songnan. At that time, it was also when the Seraph chose Lin Qiye to act as its agent. Utilizing the divine power of the Seraph, Lin Qiye restored Songnan City through the immortal realm. The disaster seemed as though it had never occurred. Only one child had been left blind for a decade, mistakenly deemed mentally ill for 10 years. This was why Nix had remarked that Songnan City was Lin Qiye's divine kingdom. For the present, Songnan City was, in essence, a miraculous realm rebuilt upon Lin Qiye's mortal realm. Should Lin Qiye depart from Songnan City or meet his demise, the miracle would collapse, and the divine kingdom would vanish. It appeared that Lin Qiye needed to find a way to recover the memories lost since that night 10 years ago when he glimpsed the Seraph. As Lin Qiye exited Yuan Gang's office, he suddenly expressed this thought. That seemed quite challenging. Perhaps it was best not to attempt it recklessly. Yue Heng, concerned that Lin Qiye might act impulsively, hastily dissuaded him and made a promise. Let us wait until the 15th day of August this year, and I shall reveal to you all that I know regarding the events of a decade past. This 15th of August marks the day when Songnan City quietly resurrected. The ordinary citizens need not be aware of what transpired. They should continue their daily lives as usual. Lin Qiye's eyes brightened. Are you referring to the Gregorian calendar or the lunar calendar? There is a month's difference between them. Just 6 months remain. That is soon. Lin Qiye was finally satisfied. He could wait for merely half a year. Furthermore, time passed swiftly within the training camp. In the dead of night, the instructors preparing to conduct a practical exercise for the new students were on the verge of despair, unable to contain the mysterious entities within the female dormitory. They had brought 3 such entities, none of which could be confined within. As soon as they were introduced, the entities, as if encountering a ghost, desperately attempted to flee. showing no inclination to act otherwise. Perhaps it was not a ghost they feared. Yuan Gang reviewed the girls' profiles, and atop the list was Yue Heng's information. The entities must have sensed a formidable power that instilled fear within them, one more terrifying than death itself. The unusual behavior of the female dormitory immediately led Yuan Gang to think of Yue Heng. He could find no other explanation. But there are only a group of new students there, aren't they? And they are all girls, who are typically weaker in power. How could there be a presence that could terrify entities from the boundary? Indeed, aren't they all just ordinary girls? Not every instructor was aware of Yue Heng's uniqueness. Many viewed her merely as a somewhat spoiled and even lazy oddity. Just as Chunmai had worried, Yuan Gang had no intention of disclosing Yue Heng's special nature to them. Just as he pondered how to isolate Yue Heng, a shocked instructor pointed at the surveillance screen, his voice trembling. "Are you certain that all the girls there are ordinary?" Following the direction he indicated, everyone gazed at the monitor displaying the female dormitory, who was not astonished. A girl, clad in pure cotton pajamas and with sleepy eyes, held 3 vine-woven bags that appeared rather flimsy. Yet within them were 3 entities from the boundary, now trembling together like quails. "Have you 3 finished? You've disrupted my sleep incessantly. Do you know I have a morning temper? Huh? Speak." The 3 boundary entities replied, "If we could speak, we wouldn't be entities. So annoying, just annihilate us." Woken after being disturbed in her dreams 7 or 8 times by the 3 entities, Yue Heng was in an exceptionally foul mood and glared at them. Murderous intent evident in her eyes. Wait, Yuan Gang could no longer contain himself, appearing before Yue Heng to intervene. They had expended considerable energy to bring these 3 boundary entities. It would be a pity if they accomplished nothing in the end. "Commander Yuan, why are you still awake at this late hour? Did you also get disturbed by them? They have gone too far. I shall take care of them and grant you a peaceful rest." Yuan Gang's head throbbed. Would this special training result in failure before it even began? "Are you not going to stop me? I truly intend to kill them." Yue Heng had already drawn her sword, yet Yuan Gang did not attempt to hinder her. "If you truly wish to kill them, you would have acted by now. You wouldn't be making a fuss. This display is merely a ruse to avoid participation." Isn't it? Yuan Gang swiftly deduced Yue Heng's true intention based on her past behavior. Yue Heng had no intention of killing the 3 boundary entities. Rather, she had likely surmised that their second appearance in the dormitory was a setup for their special training. "You guessed it. Is my tendency to slack off so well known?" Haha. Unabashedly exposed, Yue Heng showed no signs of embarrassment. "It's not entirely slacking off. I'm simply looking out for you all. With me around, your special training cannot proceed normally." Chapter 42. Can I really deceive Lin Qiye? Not to mention, which of these timid entities dares to act recklessly on my territory? Saying this, Yue Heng lifted the 3 entities she held. "Consider this, but I must first understand how you were able to capture these 3 entities. You must know that although they are suppressed, they are still from the boundary, whereas you are merely from the pool realm." How Yue Heng managed to silently subdue 3 boundary entities was beyond his comprehension. It wasn't as if he had never encountered a divine agent. After all, there was another dual deity agent lying around. Was the ancient divine agent from the Great Xia exceptionally different? The pool realm is simply what I allow you to see. After all, being too powerful wouldn't suit my lazy nature. Of course, Yue Heng would never express this. Her explanation was that she possessed a certain object, which could be considered a high-level forbidden item, with a skill named Ruling the World. Once Ruling the World is fully activated, all beings, upon witnessing it, yearn to submit, harboring no thoughts of resistance. I have a slight fear of death and am even more terrified of being ambushed while I sleep. Therefore, every time I sleep, I activate Ruling the World. And lo and behold, 3 little demons stumbled into it. Yue Heng spoke earnestly, fabricating tales of the forbidden item, Ruling the World. Though she did possess a spiritual technique called Ruling the World, she had no time to use it. The 3 little demons were entirely subdued by the formidable aura she naturally exuded, submitting to her will. Well, to put it simply, it's just that my strength is overwhelming, instilling innate fear. Is there truly such a forbidden item in the world? It seems we are still quite uninformed. Haha. If you know, I would be worried. Ultimately, Yue Heng successfully evaded participation in the special training, achieving a perfect score, due to her desire to slack off and her formidable strength. After all, the special training was fundamentally intended to assess the various abilities of these newcomers. Having independently subdued the 3 enigmatic beings of the Chuanjing, Yue Heng has already demonstrated her formidable prowess. Due to her overwhelming strength, the rest are rendered superfluous. However, would you care to join us as a contributor to the atmosphere, assisting us in rendering this drill more realistic? As Yuan Gang observed Yue Heng lounging comfortably in the monitoring room, his mind was suddenly ignited with a mischievous idea. How shall we cooperate? Upon hearing the mention of a prank, Yue Heng instantly perked up, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Upon the completion of Yuan Gang's plan, Yue Heng cast him a look that conveyed disbelief, as if to say, "Are you not a little deranged? Just say yes or no. In truth, your agreement is not necessary. After all, your disappearance must be explained reasonably." Yuan Gang felt somewhat uncomfortable under her gaze. After all, this was not solely his idea. New students had endured such scenarios year after year. He had experienced similar hardships in his youth. You yourself said it makes no difference whether I agree or not. Do I really have a choice? I can only agree. And how could I miss out on something so amusing? In the end, Yue Heng acquiesced, deciding to play along in their theatrical performance. The first act involved letting her dorm mate, Molly, witness the gruesome scene of her demise. Molly, caught in a light slumber, was abruptly awakened. And before she could drift back to sleep, she was engulfed by a pungent scent of blood. Realizing the gravity of the situation, her years of vigilance prevented her from uttering a sound. Instead, she stealthily turned on her flashlight, directing it toward the source of the odor. When the beam illuminated the scene before her, her pupils dilated in horror as her complexion turned ashen. Struggling to contain her terror, she pressed her hand against her mouth to stifle any cries. For, in the beam of her flashlight, she beheld the lifeless body of her roommate, Yue Heng, mangled and gruesome. Severed in two. The expression on her face bore no sign of pain, as if she had merely uttered a sound in her sleep, leading to this tragic fate. The stench of blood intensified, and Molly could hardly comprehend how she managed to endure the sight. Really, your tastes are a bit morbid. It's merely a training exercise. Why make it so realistic? As Yue Heng exited her room, she caught sight of the lifelike imitation of her corpse and felt an odd sense of novelty. The imitation was so convincingly crafted that it was likely she would meet a similar fate if she were truly dead. Yet, she feared for her roommate's emotional state. How is this even fair? I was merciful. After all, I didn't splatter her with blood. The sight of her own body, severed and concealed beneath a blanket, left Yue Heng astounded at the absurdity of the instructor's pranks. The corpses used for atmospheric effect were astonishingly lifelike. Wait, what are you doing? Hasn't my corpse been used already? Are you really going for a second round? Surely not. Upon seeing her corpse appear once more on the surveillance screen, Yue Heng's expression shifted to one of incredulity. You dare to say it's my fault? Just look at Lin Qiye. What a state he has been reduced to. After discerning that this was merely a drill, she found herself contemplating how to provoke a reaction from him, curious to see if he would still remain apathetic. Yuan Gang, surprisingly irritated, retorted, "How is it my fault? And you know we are the closest of friends. Is there not a chance he might see through the ruse?" Yue Heng was at a loss for words, marveling at their delusions of grandeur. Lin Qiye would effortlessly discern the truth. "Ah, that's where you misunderstand," Yuan Gang chuckled, stroking his chin. "Shall we place a wager? Lin Qiye will undoubtedly believe that is indeed your corpse. He won't be able to discern the truth immediately." Yue Heng promptly declined. "I won't bet. Gambling is hardly a noble pursuit. Is it not?" She pondered, reflecting on the fact that her imitation corpse was not particularly convincing, merely sufficient to fool a startled Molly in dim lighting. Could it truly deceive Lin Qiye? Chapter 43. I knew you wouldn't die so easily, however. To Yue Heng's astonishment, it indeed fooled Lin Qiye. Not only did it deceive him, but it also ensnared Xiao Yuan, Shen Qingzhu, and Bai Li Fati, who were with Lin Qiye. The surveillance footage revealed Lin Qiye's complexion turning visibly pale. His lips moved as if to speak, yet no sound emerged. Surely this must be a falsehood. We are unharmed. How could she possibly be dead? Shen Qingzhu's expression mirrored concern, though he remained the sole one capable of rational thought, voicing doubts. She previously shattered the Wangmian Time Sanctuary. How could she fall to a mere hunter? Shen Qingzhu held firm in his belief, viewing Yue Heng as immensely powerful, albeit seemingly languid. Yet, Molly claimed Yue Heng had been killed while sleep-talking, a time when one is most vulnerable. Bai Li Fati's face turned an even paler shade, though he was already quite fair-skinned. Witnessing the sight of a friend's body severed in two unnerved him greatly. Xiao Yuan, typically reticent, was also the most impulsive. He swiftly unsheathed his blade, activating the Black King's annihilation, and charged out. In that moment, there was no time for astonishment at his newfound clarity. He became focused on a target. The remaining two were more concerned about Lin Qiye's well-being. "Qiye, are you all right?" Bai Li Fati noticed something amiss with Lin Qiye, wishing to console him but unsure how to approach. Shen Qingzhu, on the other hand, was far more direct. "Lin Qiye, don't just stand there. Xiao Yuan has already taken action. What do you intend to do?" "Fine. If you remain still, then I shall take my leave." Cursing the hunter, Shen Qingzhu departed with a fierce resolve. Meanwhile, Lin Qiye remained silent. After Shen Qingzhu left, Lin Qiye suddenly removed his coat and draped it over the severed body, then wordlessly walked away. Xia, wait for me. Wily Fatty hurriedly pursued him, only to notice that Lin Qiye's eyes were red. They all must die. Witnessing this scene, the instructors could only applaud enthusiastically. Their efforts had finally ignited the students' spirits. Excellent, excellent. Now we have a show to behold. See, I was right. Your corpse is indeed quite effective. In contrast to Yuan Gang's exhilaration, Yue Heng felt a pang of discomfort. Are we not being a bit excessive? This verges on deception. Lin Qiye, you foolish boy. Did I not tell you? My sanctuary grants me immortality. No one can truly kill me. Yue Heng's voice dwindled to a whisper, barely audible. Yuan Gang, catching only her complaints about Lin Qiye's foolishness, found himself laughing heartily. Ah, youth is truly delightful. We are not deceiving them. We are merely testing their capabilities. So far, Lin Qiye's performance has been commendable. Shenqing Zhu is just a bit irritable, but he is not entirely ineffective. Qiao Yuan has pleasantly surprised us. He has gained control over his Black King's annihilation and no longer blurs the line between friend and foe. But why must he always have a piece of candy before drawing his blade? Yuan Gang meticulously analyzed the individuals who performed commendably. Finally pausing at the mention of Qiao Yuan, there was a significant transformation within Qiao Yuan. The Black King's annihilation was a situation far beyond his current capacity to manage. Yet, he managed to exert control over it. Upon discovering the corpse of Yue Heng and succumbing to fury, he encountered several newcomers from the training camp. However, rather than attacking, he became like a broken record, repetitively asking, "Where's the hunter? Where's the hunter?" The hunter lamented, "I am wronged. That is not candy, it is medicine." Coupled with the Dian Longke in his possession, it could negate the effects of indiscriminate aggression following the activation of the Forbidden Ruin. Yue Heng softly elucidated the situation, noting that he was nearing the end of his current supply of medicine and it was time to concoct a second batch. A single vial would suffice for Qiao Yuan for a maximum of 3 months. Moreover, this medication, costing less than 10 points, would be tenfold in the system's marketplace, and its efficacy was inferior to that of Yue Heng's own preparations. Medicine? You provided this? Yuan Gang recalled. Weren't you previously peddling your concoctions all over? Initially, they had assumed she was merely jesting. No one believed it to be genuine. To their astonishment, the medicine proved to be remarkably effective. Yuan Gang, astounded, regarded Yue Heng as though she were a rare treasure. Indeed, she had promoted her medicines to many, and aside from Qiao Yuan, who believed her instantly, and Bai Li, who was somewhat naive and affluent, others dismissed her claims as mere abstraction. Of course it is real. I never speak falsehoods, Yue Heng insisted. Never speak falsehoods? Yuan Gang retorted. You are the most notorious liar in the entire training camp. Upon hearing this, Yue Heng sprang to her feet. Slander. You are slandering me. When have I ever been a liar? I am merely lazy, not deceitful. You may call me lazy, but you cannot accuse me of lying. I am the most honest child. Indeed, Yue Heng was simply lethargic. Her tendency to shy away from challenges led others to perceive her as weak. Thus, when they discovered her true strength, they assumed she had been dishonest, despite her never having lied. Help? How can someone be so lazily audacious? Yuan Gang exclaimed. It was merely a drill. Certainly, no one has truly perished. Naturally, Yue Heng had not met her demise either. Yuan Gang, observing the intense stares from several individuals, could only shout towards a jeep parked behind him. Stop napping. Come out. I am not sleeping. You locked the door. How could I get out? Came Yue Heng's lament from the back of the jeep. I had to climb out of the trunk. Otherwise, I would have had to smash the vehicle. Yuan Gang felt a bit embarrassed as he unlocked the door, allowing Yue Heng to emerge, casting a reproachful glance his way. However, she soon felt a shadow loom over her, as she was embraced unexpectedly. I knew it. You wouldn't die so easily. Chapter 44. I shall never die. Only reset caught off guard by Lin Qiye's embrace, Yue Heng momentarily froze. Sensing his slight tremors, she gently patted his back, her voice softening. It's all right. See? I am perfectly fine. Do not worry. I will not come to harm. Truly, just remember this. I will not die. Yue Heng spoke sincerely. She was indeed invulnerable. Even in a world where deities like Shiva and concepts of despair existed, she could not perish. At most, her physical form might succumb, with her soul being whisked away by the system. Retaining the coordinates of the world to restart was merely a standard procedure, akin to resetting a game. Ahem. We are still present. Yuan Gang feigned to cough thrice, unable to bear the sight. The two immediately separated as if jolted. Yue Heng. I knew you wouldn't easily succumb. Bai Li, a rotund yet agile individual, was the next to sidle up to Yue Heng. Get away. It was you who argued that she was slain while sleeping. At her most vulnerable moment, Qiao Yuan chided, nudging Bai Li aside. The cool-headed Shenqi Zhu merely cast a distant glance at Yue Heng, remaining aloof. Humph, you all doubted me before. However, these vanished individuals, while not truly dead, have nonetheless faced their demise. Suddenly, Bai Li grasped a realization, murmuring to himself, Bai Li, if you remain silent, no one will mistake you for a mute. Chao Yuan admonished. Yue Heng shot a glare at Yuan Gang. Ahem. Yuan Gang resumed his tactical cough. In truth, Yue Heng had not perished at the hands of the hunter. Everything was a mere act. She had independently captured those three mysterious beings, nearly derailing their plans. To prevent this disruption, it was decided she would not participate in the drill. However, to provide a reasonable explanation for her absence, the narrative of her demise was concocted. Yuan Gang had to clarify this, as it was one of Yue Heng's requests. Yet, she would never fathom the lengths he went to for this clarification. In the dining hall, a video loop of the surveillance footage from the girls' dormitory that night was played on the large screen. As Yue Heng lay in slumber, upon realizing the situation, she wished for a fissure in the ground to swallow her whole. The rationale was that many remained skeptical of Yue Heng's solitary confrontation with three mysterious foes, despite numerous individuals believing it. Did you apprehend all three of them? That seems more like your style. Lin Qiye commended Yue Heng while subtly inching towards the corpse of the spider child. Truly. You are the one who shattered the king's face in the forbidden ruin, single-handedly breaking the deadlock. Shen Qingzhu had always revered Yue Heng for this remarkable feat. Recalling how he had struggled upon his arrival at the training camp and suffered at the hands of the masked team, holding on to that grudge still. Impressive. You've achieved full marks in every training segment. This time will likely be no exception. Chao Yuan, ever observant, had already discerned Yue Heng's true nature. She merely appeared lethargic but was, in fact, perfectionistic. In the current training segments, she had excelled, as if she could tolerate no imperfection. Wait. She has maintained full marks in previous segments? Yuan Gang gasped, his voice rising, causing others to cover their ears. He realized that by agreeing to Yue Heng's request for full marks, her cumulative score would indeed be flawless. Since the initiation of the new recruits training camp, no one had ever achieved a perfect overall score. What? Am I not allowed to attain full marks? Yue Heng retorted. Indeed, can she not achieve full marks? Lin Qiye and others echoed her challenge. Yuan Gang, wishing to divert the topic, turned sharply towards Lin Qiye. Put down the spider child's remains. If not, I shall feast upon braised spider legs. Lin Qiye declared, her appetite far from delicate. Yuan Gang shook his head. Just put it down. His reasonable suspicion seemed aimed at Lin Qiye. Moreover, you must also surrender the cube's remains. Huh? Lin Qiye blinked innocently. The cube? It has no remains. No remains? Correct. It was merely a cube. Once I shattered it, it disintegrated like sand, leaving nothing behind. Lin Qiye's expression was exceedingly sincere. It was evident that he merely wished to leave the mysterious corpse to Yue Heng, who had also chimed in. Just listen to yourself. Is your demand reasonable? It's said to be a magic cube. How could there possibly be a corpse? Surely, after being destroyed, something mechanical would be reduced to mere fragments, wouldn't it? In my opinion, you shouldn't be so unreasonable. Lin Qiye bears no responsibility for collecting their remains. Yuan Gang, who had been taken aback by the barrage of remarks, could only express his frustration with a dismissive comment. Fine, if you say there is none, then so be it. These two precious darlings desire a mysterious corpse. What harm could it do to provide them with one? Let us assume that the magic cube's remains truly shattered into pieces. I knew it, you little rascal. Bringing the magic cube's corpse here would certainly stir things up. Wait, what is this hideous creature? Yue Heng, a top-tier beauty enthusiast, was as startled upon seeing a mummy as if he had just experienced a nightmare, leaping up in shock. Originally fast asleep in bed, Yue Heng sensed the conjuration of a summoning spell that could pose a threat to the training camp and hurriedly rushed over. What he found was Lin Qiye feeding a mummy ammunition. Upon hearing Yue Heng's voice, Lin Qiye initially felt a twinge of panic. However, Yue Heng's subsequent remarks left him speechless, rendering him unable to feel alarmed. Just listen to what you're saying. Do you think I could possibly contract or summon such a thing? It's not like I could summon something so useful. Chapter 45, Late-Night Food Shows. Featuring unique delicacies. What species is this? Why does it consume such items? Observing the mummy ravenously devouring ammunition moments ago, Yue Heng could hardly comprehend. Though she too enjoyed food, she only indulged in culinary creations infused with emotion. How could this creature eat anything, treating bullets as if they were gourmet delicacies? Incomprehensible. Utterly incomprehensible. Scanning species, skin complete. Type, mutated wasteland world, war mummy. Ability, converts consumed weapons into its own power. Current danger level, intermediate. After the unbounded system completed its mechanized scan, it was left astonished by its own final statement. Habit, truly an unwholesome trait. Lin Qiye, unable to hear Yue Heng's conversation with the system, was troubled, pondering how to explain this war mummy to Yue Heng. Yet, Yue Heng appeared to be fully aware, accepting the situation with remarkable composure as she gazed at the mummy cradled in Lin Qiye's arms. It cannot be allowed to eat whatever it pleases. Your intervention is justified. As these are military supplies, and it would be challenging to explain later on. Lin Qiye yearned to clarify that it was not he who prevented the mummy from eating. Had Yue Heng not appeared, he intended for the mummy to consume every last item in that warehouse. It would serve as a humorous retaliation for deducting a point from him, and for scaring him with the scene of Yue Heng's tragic demise. The war mummy had suddenly leaped into his arms upon Yue Heng's arrival. Fearing the mummy would continue its performance in front of Yue Heng, he had intervened. No more eating, it cannot eat. Yue Heng stopped him. No worries, the military supplies are off limits, but I have some here. She then summoned the system. Unbounded. Let us exchange for some ordinary firearms, starting with 100 points. Understood, commencing the exchange. Exchange successful. The armory department generously presents 3 drops of concentrated liquid explosives. Please collect. After the exchange was completed, Yue Heng began producing firearms from her small pocket, quickly amassing a considerable pile. Let it eat. No problem. It's just like watching a food show, albeit a rather unusual one. While other food shows feature gourmet meals, this one showcases bullets. Go ahead. She patted the mummy, encouraging it to consume the firearms Yue Heng had produced. Lin Qiye curiously glanced at Yue Heng's seemingly small pocket, wondering if it contained a spatial realm akin to that of a plump individual. Roughly, yes, one could interpret it that way. Yue Heng's space is significantly larger than Bai Li's, with the primary distinction being that her space is not restricted and cannot be confiscated. Yue Heng, aren't you curious about how it came to be? Lin Qiye pointed at the mummy, which had now grown to a height of 2 meters. No longer a mere small mummy. How else could it have arrived? You summoned it, didn't you? Quite the talent. You managed to summon such a creature on your first attempt, even if it is somewhat. Yue Heng, a top-tier beauty enthusiast, swallowed back the word ugly. I mean, aren't you curious about how I can perform summoning magic? Why would I ask? Have you ever inquired about how I can refine medicine with my bare hands? Have you asked how I possess this spatial realm? No need to ask. However, will it not find this monotonous? Food shows can easily stimulate one's appetite. Yue Heng found herself ravenous just watching someone consume bullets, worrying whether the mummy would tire of it. Is it truly that delectable? With her stomach growling, Yue Heng reached for the firearms scattered on the ground. It shouldn't be dry. It's not like it's waiting for a meal. It's a mummy. But you are human. Lin Qiye promptly snatched the firearm from Yue Heng's hands, exasperation mixed with amusement as he looked at her. Perhaps he should learn some culinary skills? Just look at how the training camp has left the children starving. They even desire to eat bullets. Late-night food shows. A thirst that leads to poison. Yue Heng remarked, her cravings aroused. When the mummy grew to 3 meters, threatening to breach the warehouse, Lin Qiye hastily called for a halt. Meanwhile, Yue Heng had only managed to consume less than a quarter of what she had produced. And thank you, Yue Heng. Such a small appetite. Come, let us have some liquid explosives to ease the way. Yue Heng waved a uniquely crafted small vial in front of the now shrunken mummy, causing it to leap behind Lin Qiye in fright. Am I truly that terrifying? Yue Heng touched her face, unable to comprehend. In its eyes, it could not distinguish beauty from ugliness, only danger from safety. Ironically, in its perception, you were the epitome of danger. The unbounded system explained as if it were watching a performance. Certain species possess an acute sensitivity to danger. In the eyes of this small mummy, Yue Heng could effortlessly obliterate its existence, causing it to tremble in fear. Lin Qiye had not anticipated that the war mummy would react this way in front of Yue Heng. Indeed, the mummy's standards of beauty were quite distinct. Can you lend me some firearms to replenish what it just consumed? Oh, just take what you need. I have no idea what it has eaten. These ordinary military supplies are quite inexpensive in the system's multiversal marketplace. 100 points could fill 10 warehouses. Yue Heng had barely scratched the surface before running out of space. Would you like to keep this liquid explosive? It can be fed to it or saved as a grenade. With proper aim, it could potentially deal a significant blow to a sea realm entity. Upon receiving the liquid explosive, Lin Qiye felt as if he was holding a hot potato. A liquid explosive capable of severely injuring a sea realm entity? I fear I might accidentally blow myself up. I think I shall return it to you. After returning the hot potato to Yue Heng, Lin Qiye felt his head finally steady on his shoulders. He could discern that the liquid explosive was not meant to exist in this world. Yue Heng's secrets likely surpassed his own. However, he refrained from probing further, choosing to act as if he were oblivious. Coward. Indeed, I am a coward. My aim is not precise, as you well know. Chapter 46. A storm approaches that should suffice. The shooting test has a perfect score of 10. And you scored an 8. I find myself beset by misfortune, and I dread the thought of those 2 misfortunes befalling me. As the two conversed, they meticulously erased all traces of their presence in the warehouse, ensuring that no one would suspect that someone had been awake there the previous night, let alone that a robbery had nearly occurred. In early August, the summer heat was oppressive, and the air was thick with humidity. Among the assembled group, Yue Heng gazed up at the overcast sky, sensing an impending storm. The reason I have summoned you all is that your respective transfer orders have been issued. I announce this now, so you can prepare accordingly, Yuan Gang declared. Yue Heng paid little attention to his words, for there was nothing to anticipate, unless something unexpected transpired. Both she and Lin Qiye would remain in Songnan City. Lin Qiye could not leave, and it appeared that Yue Heng's transfer request, submitted by Chun Mai, had been approved. As anticipated, Lin Qiye was assigned to Team 136 in Songnan City, and Yue Heng was similarly assigned to the same team. To be honest, when Yuan Gang revealed these two orders, his astonishment matched that of the others. He could not fathom why the higher-ups had arranged it thus. However, he had no authority to question it. Upon hearing the results, Yue Heng and Lin Qiye were surprisingly content. We ended up together again, quite delightful. They both remarked in unison. While they had no objections, others certainly did, particularly the assertive Shin Qingzhu, who voiced his skepticism. Report, he shouted from the crowd. I object. They are clearly the top two from this training camp, one even achieving a perfect score. How is it that they did not enter a special team? And why are they allowed to remain in Songnan? Shin Qingzhu, who greatly admired strength, had only respected two individuals throughout the entire training, Lin Qiye and Yue Heng. His discontent was reminiscent of his feelings upon entering the camp, though this time it was for other sake. Yet, in truth, this was a directive from the higher-ups of the Night Watchers, and they were bound to comply. As the rain began to pour, the crowd dispersed. Yue Heng approached Shin Qingzhu to explain, hoping to alleviate his concerns. Actually, I actively chose to stay in Songnan. I contacted a few people and used some special channels to apply for my transfer here. That application was submitted through Chen Mai, who reached out to Xiaopingge, and it was then reported up the chain. Upon hearing this, Shin Qingzhu, who had been brimming with indignation, was momentarily taken aback. So you're saying you deliberately used connections to transfer to this desolate place? His earlier frustration dissipated instantly. He had encountered many who used backdoor methods, but this was the first time he saw someone do so in such a manner. Shin Qingzhu found himself at a loss for words, truly exasperated. He then turned to Lin Qiye, who had also approached. What about you? Surely you didn't also use connections to stay here? Well, sort of. I couldn't be more eager to remain in Songnan, Lin Qiye replied. Shin Qingzhu exclaimed, you two are hopeless. With deeper frustration, he stormed off. Lin Qiye, noticing Yue Heng standing in silence, gently pulled her to gain her attention. Yet, Yue Heng remained still, her gaze fixed on the raindrops, her voice melancholic. Lin Qiye, let me ask you, if you could save countless lives but would never again have a stable life, would you still save them? You shouldn't pose such a question to me. I lost my stable life the moment I awakened to the ordinary realm, came Lin Qiye's response. Suddenly, the ground trembled. Was it a mudslide? Surely not an earthquake. No, it was an earth dragon. After uttering this, Yue Heng vanished before Lin Qiye, merging with the rain. But isn't an earth dragon just another term for an earthquake? Bai Li, who had come over, caught a fragment of their conversation and scratched his head in confusion. Wait, did she just disappear? Having grown accustomed to Yue Heng's sudden appearances and disappearances, Lin Qiye was more concerned about what she meant by earth dragon. Do you think there's a possibility that the earth dragon she mentioned isn't just a metaphor, but rather a mysterious entity named Earth Dragon? Ahong. Do not act rashly. Your divine power as the Azure Emperor remains sealed, and you have unlocked less than 10% of it. You cannot use the Azure Emperor's powers excessively. The Wuliang system urged Yue Heng anxiously from below Jinan Mountain. Yet, the urgency of the situation outweighed all else. Lives were at stake. A verdant energy enveloped Yue Heng, causing numerous trees to sprout from the ground, halting the descent of soil and rocks. However, according to the system's definition, the lives of these people combined were of lesser importance than yours, Ahong. In the realm of the system, only Yue Heng exists, and its words are devoid of warmth. Thus, she retorted, you are merely a system, Wuliang. In the hearts of people, all lives hold equal value. To prevent the system from influencing her, Yue Heng temporarily sealed it, retaining only its formatting function. Empowered by divine energy, trees and vines traversed the ruins, freeing those trapped beneath the debris. A green luminescence spread through the rain, symbolizing hope for life. Moments after Yue Heng vanished from the square, Lin Qiye swiftly realized the gravity of the situation. He refrained from recklessly pursuing her, instead heading to Yuan Gang's office to explain the circumstances. Simultaneously, Yuan Gang sensed the fluctuation of divine power once more. Thus, within a minute of Yue Heng's departure, all personnel from the training camp mobilized toward Jinan Mountain. The divine energy fluctuations sensed by Yuan Gang were also felt by many others. Songnan was poised to become lively. Yet, at that moment, Yue Heng had no time to spare. The divine power, now sealed, was insufficient. It amounted to less than 1/10,000th of her previous state of strength. Nonetheless, it was merely a minor inconvenience. It would suffice. After all, this divine status was obtained from the primordial world, and she could not afford to be bested by mere foreign deities. Chapter 47. This sin cannot be forgiven. Yue Heng's mission extended beyond merely rescuing individuals from the ruins. She aimed to heal their injuries and restore those unfortunate souls who had perished in this calamity back to life, to exist as they once did. For her, the immediate priority was to save lives. Natural disasters are inherently merciless, and this was not a natural disaster, but rather a man-made catastrophe. The most innocent victims were the villagers. After resting briefly, Yue Heng removed the necklace from around her neck and tossed it skyward. Upon landing, it formed a domain akin to a boundless empty space, enveloping the small villages at the foot of Jinan Mountain. As the personnel from the training camp traveled by vehicle, they witnessed the rampant growth of vegetation along the route, an exuberant life force manifesting in the downpour. The overgrown foliage clung tightly to the soil, preventing its erosion. Upon their arrival at the mountain base, they were met with a vast green barrier blocking their path, seemingly isolating them from entry. "What is this? It resembles a boundless empty space," murmured someone in the crowd, puzzled by the phenomenon. Their primary concern was whether they would be barred from entering and thus unable to assist the villagers within. However, Lin Qiye sensed a familiar energy emanating from the barrier. He recognized it as Yue Heng's power. Consequently, he stepped forward and effortlessly passed through the barrier, emerging on the other side to inform the others. "We can all enter without breaking through." The shimmering barrier isolates these small villages into a realm seemingly detached from the world, impervious to rain and landslides. As Lin Qiye articulated, those from the training camp can come and go freely. Each individual who enters hears a particular message. "Lin Qiye, this is not a natural disaster. It is a man-made calamity. Exercise caution, and if necessary, take refuge within." It is the voice of Yue Heng, her echoing transmission activated upon sensing an intruder. What does it mean that it is not a natural disaster, but a man-made one? And where has that girl Yue Heng run off to? Is she aware that leaving the camp without permission is a grave offense? Despite knowing the danger, she recklessly wanders about. Instructor Hong, who is rescuing alongside Lin Qiye and others, is furious, lamenting Yue Heng's disregard for orders, yet his true concern lies with her well-being. Even without much information from Yue Heng, he deduces, based on his understanding of her and Lin Qiye's own reasoning, that the ancient god church has once again encroached upon them. The so-called landslide is also the work of the ancient god church. However, he fails to comprehend why the ancient god church would harm these innocents. They are utterly blameless. A single landslide could easily claim the lives of these ordinary people. "You speak of the ancient god church?" Despite his seething anger, his pace remains unrelenting. They are unaware that Yue Heng has already saved those affected. They only know that if they run faster, the villagers' chances of survival increase. Indeed, apart from the ancient god church, he cannot conceive of anyone else who would act in such a manner, possessing the capability to do so. If it truly is the ancient god church, Lin Qiye, you are in grave danger. They are undoubtedly targeting you. Instructor Hong is acutely aware of Lin Qiye's identity and immediately grows concerned for him. "I do not believe I am in danger. Rather, it is Yue Heng who faces peril. The threat she poses to the ancient god church is far greater than mine." Lin Qiye yearns to voice this thought, but restrains himself, hoping that his fears are unfounded and that Yue Heng is indeed safe. He wishes fervently that the ancient god church is solely focused on him. "Yue Heng, I remember your words. You shall never perish. You would not deceive me, would you?" At this moment, Yue Heng, who occupies Lin Qiye's thoughts, finds herself deep within an underground cavern. The space is filled with searing magma, its fiery glow illuminating the otherwise dark cavern. Is this the flame vein earth dragon? Despite being at the same sea realm as me, it is astonishingly powerful. Yue Heng furrows her brow at the disfigured man, who is howling with mad excitement. She refrains from immediate action, intrigued to hear what this excessively enthusiastic lunatic might utter. The flame vein earth dragon is indeed the king among earth dragons, should Lord Murmurs manage to tame it in due time. The ancient god church could once again wield a disaster-level warrior. This accomplishment would rival the defeat of that dual god agent. To acquire 2 top-tier accolades in one fell swoop is truly a stroke of fortune. Upon hearing this deranged man's words, Yue Heng can no longer contain herself. "Murmurs, again. Cannot he ever be quiet?" A clear, melodic voice suddenly pierces the air, startling both the man and the dragon, unveiling the presence of a second living being. "Who are you? Show yourself." The disfigured man, disturbed by his plans being interrupted, calls out suspiciously. In the next instant, a gust of wind strikes him sharply. "Mind your language. You are a follower of Murmurs. How fortuitous, for I have already slain 2 of his followers." Yue Heng glides through the air effortlessly, casting a cold gaze upon the duo. Who exactly are you? The disfigured man, taken aback by her words, hesitates, gauging whether Yue Heng, appearing merely as a novice of the pool realm, might indeed be a formidable opponent. Such rudeness. Before inquiring about another's identity, shouldn't one introduce oneself first? However, I find your introduction unnecessary, as you shall soon be a corpse. Yue Heng's gaze is frigid, starkly contrasting with her youthful visage. It is you creatures who have incited this calamity, resulting in over 200 casualties. Such a crime is unforgivable. Chapter 48. I am more interested in you. Have these individuals ever contemplated the difficulty of saving lives while taking them? Killing is but a single stroke. Yet rescuing a life is a monumental challenge. For Yue Heng, wielding the power of life, saving a single person is exponentially more arduous than taking 100 lives. Let alone for others. You appear to be merely a novice of the pool realm, yet you dare to attempt to kill me. How audacious. Even upon witnessing Yue Heng's manifestation of pool realm spiritual energy, the disfigured man does not grow arrogant, but instead becomes increasingly wary. Based on his years of experience, those like Yue Heng are either pretending to be weaker than they are or have formidable backing, instilling fear through their association. In either case, if not handled carefully, he risks his own demise. To bolster his hope for survival, he invokes Murmurs, attempting to test Yue Heng. I am Ma Etienne, the 14th seed among Lord Murmur's followers. Murmurs is nearby. How could you possibly kill me? You need not test me. If the real Murmurs were to arrive, I might pay him heed. Alas, your ancient god church is comprised of cowards who dare not show themselves. After uttering these words, Yue Heng unleashes a swift strike. It is a blindingly fast sword. A glimmer of cold light reaching Ma Etienne's eyes only an instant too late. This lightning-fast attack leaves no room for evasion. Ma Etienne, who had been clutching a bead since Yue Heng's arrival, has no time to crush it. With a single stroke, Yue Heng cleaves the self-proclaimed 14th seat in half. A bead slips from his grasp, which Yue Heng catches. You wish to kill Lin Qiye? I shall deal with you first. She coldly regards the disfigured man's lifeless body as it plunges into the magma, rising only a wisp of black smoke that swiftly dissipates. Villains perish from their own verbosity. Do you know this? I have always kept this in mind, preparing my moves while speaking. Only a fool would hold on to a distress signal without sending it in advance. If not you, then who? With that, Yue Heng turns her attention to the flame vein earth dragon, which has remained quiet since her arrival. Are you stronger than an ordinary sea realm dragon? The earth dragon, realizing her inquiry, eagerly nods. If it could speak, it would surely affirm, yes, yes. I am far stronger than that useless one. It perceives Yue Heng's words as an invitation to be tamed, understanding it cannot compete with her strength. However, Yue Heng's gaze shifts towards its liver. I have heard that the stronger the dragon, the more delectable the meat. I wonder how your flesh is, and whether your liver is tender. Upon hearing this, panic fills the dragon's eyes. I am not tasty. Not at all. My flesh is tough, and my liver is fatty and inedible. The flame vein earth dragon desperately wishes to communicate, yet it cannot. Very well. The ancient god church has sent forth too many pests, and I find myself in need of assistance. Your strength is passable. Let us forge a master-servant contract. Obey my commands, and I may allow you to live a little longer. Who wishes to die when life is still within reach? The Earthpulse Flame Dragon willingly entered into a master-servant contract with Yue Heng, subject to his commands. After the binding, Yue Heng led the dragon outside. In these mountains, several individuals bore a similar aura, and they were indeed your foes. Go, eliminate them. Yue Heng waved a sphere he had just acquired from Ma Etienne before the dragon's nose. The Earthpulse Flame Dragon readily accepted this command, recalling vividly that grotesque creature had set its sights on it. It harbored a grudge. Remember, do not invoke your geological disaster abilities again. Otherwise, this was Yue Heng's stern warning to the dragon, should it trigger another geological calamity. He would not hesitate to obliterate it. The recent mudslide was a consequence of the encounter between Ma Etienne and the Earth Pulse Flame Dragon, instigated by their clash. After dispatching the dragon to eliminate the other ancient cult's followers who had come this time, Yue Heng crushed Ma Etienne's fear. Nightmare, shall I come to you? Or will you come to me? As Nightmare engaged in a fierce battle with Yuan Gang, intent on ensuring his demise within a nightmare, he suddenly heard such words. Intriguing. Exceedingly intriguing. In this small city of Cangnan, hidden talents abound. The audacity is remarkable. Having slain a mere wastrel from the sea realm, he dares to provoke me further. The man clad in a black tailcoat, with long hair and a devilish visage, appeared to be a gentleman. A faint smile graced his lips as he glanced at the wounded Yuan Gang. He had initially planned to dispose of him before pursuing the one who dared to slay his followers. However, it seemed there was no time. The provocation had reached its peak. Thus, he chose to spare Yuan Gang for the moment. With that, he vanished from Yuan Gang's sight. Even though Yuan Gang was shocked by his words and yearned to detain him, it was utterly impossible. On another front, Lin Qiye and his companions found themselves in peril. The compassionate Shin Qingzhu, moved by a little girl's tears, resolved to ascend the mountain for a rescue, only to encounter members of the ancient cult. The others from the cult seemed to possess precise knowledge of Lin Qiye's location, making their way toward the village where he resided. Aware of the unfolding events through bat reconnaissance, Lin Qiye opted to draw away 3 foes from the river realm, choosing to face this trial alone. A necessary ordeal for their growth. At last, Yue Heng encountered the much-discussed figure. You are the projection of Nightmare's nightmare? Why do you not dare to confront me personally? Are you afraid? With unrelenting mockery, Yue Heng wasted no time in confronting him. Although Nightmare possessed an appealing countenance, his heart harbored disdain for the one disrupting his peaceful existence, rendering him detestable. You are Yue Heng. Indeed it is you. Nightmare remained unfazed by Yue Heng's derision, maintaining a gentlemanly demeanor and a perpetual smile. I am curious to witness the capabilities of the current soul divine agent of the great Xia ancient gods. Compared to that dual deity agent, you pique my interest more. Especially since you have already killed 2 of my followers. As he spoke, a glimmer of darkness flickered in Nightmare's smiling eyes as he gazed at Yue Heng. Chapter 49. No worries. I merely wished to kill you. Yue Heng did not retreat. Instead, she met Nightmare's gaze head-on. Did you truly believe I only killed 2 of your followers? How delightfully naïve. Of course, she refrained from correcting him, as this projection of Nightmare was merely an illusion, and it would be unwise to disclose that it was 3. Fascinating. You can withstand my soul attack. Though Nightmare wore a calm smile, he was inwardly astonished. His soul attack had never missed its target. I am doing this for your own good, dear Nightmare. My mental realm is the true Nightmare. Do not be ungrateful. Yue Heng feigned benevolence, almost causing Nightmare to falter. Interesting. I suddenly find myself reluctant to kill you. You are simply too to my taste. It would be better to keep you around for training. Nightmare exuded an air of certainty, his voice gentle. And anyone unaware of his identity might mistake him for a gentleman. He had thoroughly investigated Yue Heng's public records, age, background, the divine ruins, and even her personality. A fallen aristocratic girl of 17, the unknown divine agent of the great Xia ancient gods, with healing as her primary ability. At 17, even with lifelong training. How formidable could she possibly be? Moreover, he sensed that Yue Heng's displayed mental power was merely at the level of the pool realm. In truth, had it not been for Yue Heng's significant support, he might have been in real danger. That's fine. You may not wish to kill me, but I certainly wish to kill you. Yue Heng's tone remained magnanimous. She surveyed Nightmare thoughtfully, contemplating how to inflict some harm upon his true form as well. After much consideration, she devised the simplest method. I have reconsidered. Why not unleash another soul attack upon me? This time, I assure you I will not resist. Given her overt intentions, she initially believed Nightmare would disregard her request. To her surprise, he acquiesced. As you wish. Upon hearing his agreement, Yue Heng's eyes widened in astonishment. Wait, isn't that the leader of the ancient cult? How could this be? However, her astonished expression appeared as fear to Nightmare, confident in his power. He believed his abilities were bestowed by the divine, and his intrinsic mental strength was unfathomable, even as a mere projection. He had already reached the pinnacle of the sea realm. Anyone witnessing this would hardly believe Yue Heng stood a chance. Once again, a glimmer of darkness filled Nightmare's eyes as he willingly entered Yue Heng's mental realm. Yet, he failed to notice the flicker of azure light in her eyes as he did so. Why is it all darkness? You certainly harbor a great secret. Upon entering Yue Heng's mental realm, Nightmare doubted his own vision. For her mental realm was an expanse of utter blackness. An extreme darkness that felt as though it could consume him. This darkness startled him momentarily, but soon, his curiosity to uncover the secrets within grew stronger. At that moment, he heard Yue Heng's voice. Oh, do you find it dark? No worries. I shall provide you with light. I am indeed a good person. With that, a narrow beam of brilliant light pierced through the darkness. However, this light failed to impart any sense of safety to Nightmare upon seeing it. An instinctual fear surged within him. Yet, how could he escape? As he beheld that radiant light, his projection began to dissipate. But his reaction lagged just a moment too long. Ah, as expected of my treasured sword, it truly delivers. The bright beam Nightmare witnessed was merely a sword being unsheathed. The released sword's intent not only obliterated the projection, but also struck directly at his true form. Confounded, the real Nightmare could not comprehend the source of his grievous injury. Damn it, who is it? Who ambushed me, yet dares not reveal themselves? Nightmare failed to consider the possibility that this was the result of his nightmare projection. He assumed he had been attacked. After all, this was not his first time employing a nightmare projection, and previous ones had never inflicted any harm upon his true self. Unlike this time, when he was suddenly gravely injured, a strand of sword energy collided within his soul, exacerbating his already severe wounds. The sword energy belonged to the sword saint, Zhao Ping. After being ambushed and severely wounded, the once eloquent scholar could no longer maintain his composure. He clung desperately to the name, convinced that the one who had harmed him must be this sword saint, Zhao Ping, completely unaware that he had mistaken the culprit. After resolving the projection of the scholar, the still agitated Yue Heng did not realize that someone was unjustly bearing the blame for her troubles. Meanwhile, a certain sword saint, Zhao Ping, working as a waiter in a restaurant, had no inkling that a heavy injustice had been cast upon him. Why can't I kill you? Do you possess some form of resurrection ability? A man wielding an axe looked at the group of seemingly indestructible youths before him, growing increasingly frantic. The ones relentlessly pursued, such as Xin Qingzhu, who had sustained injuries yet remained very much alive, were equally perplexed. Indeed, we possess such a resurrection ability. Are you frightened? If so, kneel and apologize. Though the arrogant Xin Qingzhu was unaware of the underlying reasons, it did not deter him from putting on a show of bravado. Trying to deceive me? There is no one in this world who cannot be slain. The harder you are to kill, the more thrilled I become. The man with the axe appeared as excited as a lunatic, though, in truth, he was indeed a bit unhinged. Bali Tu Ming. Take the three of them and leave first, Shen Qizhu instructed the least injured by Li Peng earnestly. He believed their survival thus far was purely a stroke of luck and did not wish to tempt fate any further, so he wanted the others to escape first. Please. Bai Li Peng, my dear. Bai Li Peng suddenly shouted in excitement, interrupting Shen Qingzhu's plea. How could a resurrection ability be so reliable? Brother Zhuang, I won't abandon you. We will all be fine. Bai Li Peng, coming back to his senses, wore a radiant smile. At this moment, Bai Li Peng produced a large loudspeaker from his spatial pocket. Yue Heng, look over here. We need your help. The volume was so great that not only did Yue Heng, who was relatively close, hear it, but even Lin Qiye, who was in the opposite direction, could not miss it. Yue Heng was startled by the noise and instinctively covered her ears. Wait, is Yue Heng even here? Can she hear you calling? The oblivious brother Zhuang was left speechless by Bai Li Peng's antics. She cannot be far from us, for we are currently within her domain. Bai Li Peng, having experienced Yue Heng's healing effects on 2 occasions, finally connected the dots and realized why they could not be killed. Since their encounter with the axe-wielding man, he had nearly slain one of their companions, but each blow had significantly diminished in strength, merely inflicting injuries rather than death. This ability was Yue Heng's eternal existence domain. Within her domain, she could dictate life and death. If she chose not to let someone die, that individual would find it extraordinarily difficult to do so, even if they wished for it. Bai Li Peng, he repeatedly shouted while using the forbidden object alongside Xin Qingzhu to fend off their adversary, resembling a soul-calling invocation. Stop calling. My ears are about to go deaf, Bai Li Peng exclaimed. Finally, after much calling, Yue Heng approached. The moment she drew near, the wounds on Xin Qingzhu and the others instantly healed, making them appear as if they had never been injured. This is sufficient. Leave the rest to me. Once healed, Brother Zhuang resumed his assertive demeanor, eager to undertake the task. All right, do as you wish, Yue Heng replied, understanding Xin Qingzhu's current mindset. He wished to avenge his brother, and she respected that sentiment. After a brief explanation, Xin Qingzhu shot a cold glance at the axe-wielding man and snapped his fingers with confidence. Empowered by rage and unyielding determination, Brother Zhuang maximized the use of Qi Min, compressing the space within a certain radius into a vacuum, a highly destructive domain. Observing the man collapse from asphyxiation, Xin Qingzhu seized his axe and beheaded him. This act, however, drained Xin Qingzhu considerably. Just as he began to falter, a hand grasped him, a warm energy flooding into his body. How do you feel? Quite well. Xin Qingzhu replied with a relieved smile, amazed that he had survived. Good. I want to check on Lin Qiye. Yue Heng initially intended to see how Lin Qiye fared. Since the Earth-Vein Flame Dragon was also dealing with the ancient cult, she wasn't overly concerned about him. Through the dragoness perspective, she could see that the cult members had all perished at its and Lin Qiye's hands. However, Lin Qiye was unaware that the Earth-Vein Flame Dragon was an ally. Sensing a threat from the dragon, he summoned Nyx, which led to the dragon's demise. Yue Heng didn't even have the chance to utter her plea to spare the dragon. Never mind, I hadn't intended to keep it alive anyway. This minor earthquake and landslide were caused by the Earth-Vein Flame Dragon. Had Yue Heng not intervened, the casualties would have neared 200. Thus, when she previously mentioned wanting to extract the dragon's liver, she genuinely intended to claim its life to atone for the disaster it had wrought. Now that it had been resolved by Lin Qiye, it spared Yue Heng from further trouble. due to Yue Heng's intervention. Shen Qingzhu did not need to invoke the ghostly deity and was not claimed by the scholar as projection, allowing him to officially participate in the oath and become a night watchman. Meanwhile, Chen Fuzi, a paragon of human strength, felt that Songnan was a most ill-fated place. Just as he was deciphering the energy fluctuations of one deity, another's presence loomed. How could such a small place as Songnan be so tumultuous once more? Though his tone remained light, Chen Fuzi's mood grew heavy. For humanity, deities were overwhelmingly powerful. If both deities harbored ill intentions, it was uncertain what price would have to be paid to resolve the situation. As the carriage sped through the Songnan city, Chen Fuzi suddenly ordered the driver to halt. Closing his eyes, he used his mental energy to sense the surroundings before instructing the attendant to continue, but he ultimately chose to remain in Songnan city. He had discovered something peculiar in Songnan. Meanwhile, Yue Heng, situated in Jinan Mountain, sensed Chen Fuzi probing her small courtyard with his mental energy and could only sigh in resignation. Rubbing her face, she understood that it was time to employ her acting skills. I admit, I saved those disaster-stricken villagers. However, regarding whatever horse or scholar you mentioned, I truly know nothing. With wide eyes, Yue Heng fixed a look of innocence upon Yuan Gang. You know nothing? How strange. I did not kill these two individuals, nor did you. Are you suggesting they met their end by their own means? Yuan Gang was almost laughing in exasperation. He was not there to trouble Yue Heng, merely seeking clarity to appropriately reward her. However, Yue Heng feigned ignorance, her expression innocent and perplexed. Who could say? Perhaps they had grown weary of life and sought their own demise. In any case, I remained oblivious, merely a minor assistant in this realm. Among all present, aside from you, the only other possibility lay with Lin Qiye. It could hardly be that Lin Qiye was the perpetrator. Perhaps your conjecture is accurate. It was indeed Lin Qiye who committed the act. After all, he is a dual deity agent. Yue Heng resolutely shifted the blame onto Lin Qiye. When Yuan Gang sought out Lin Qiye, he too followed this line of reasoning. All unreasonable occurrences were attributed to Yue Heng. I suspect she orchestrated these events, as you know. She is the sole representative of the ancient gods of Daxia, possessing abilities unknown to us all. Yuan Gang exclaimed, "This is maddeningly familiar." He struggled to find suitable words to describe the two of them, exasperating him as he pointed at them. That cannot be. Chapter 51. Just an ordinary old man glaring at the two in unison before him, Yuan Gang slammed his hand on the table. Unfortunately, both displayed considerable audacity, showing no fear whatsoever. In truth, we should all just wish for peace and safety. Why complicate matters with unnecessary concerns? Yue Heng attempted to brush the matter aside. Lin Qiye shared her sentiments, quickly echoing her thoughts. If we were to delve deeper, we might uncover the truth of him utilizing the powers of Nikes to slay a peak earth vein flame dragon, which would not bode well. Yuan Gang ultimately decided to refrain from further inquiries. After all, it was unlikely he would extract any answers. Besides, an important event in the training camp was imminent. One that could not be delayed, the Night Watchman's oath. Only by taking the oath under the red flag could one truly become a night watchman. This time, Shen Qizhu also stood among the oath-taking ranks. Alongside all the members of the training camp, they followed Yuan Gang in swearing allegiance under the red banner of Daxia. Should darkness descend, I shall stand before millions, sword drawn against the abyss, blood staining the heavens. Hey buddy, this is a gift for you, not just for show. Bai Li Pangpang distributed farewell gifts in front of the dormitory building, reminiscent of his arrival day. Shen Qingzhu initially declined the gift, but Bai Li Pangpang insisted everyone received one, claiming him as a friend, so she accepted it. Among the many boxes Bai Li Pangpang prepared, several stood out as special gifts for friends, such as Shen Qizhu, Lin Qiye, Chao Yuan, and Yue Heng, each receiving a unique box. He had one special box left, but it remained unbestowed, its recipient unknown. Don't forget to visit me in Guangzhou and Shenzhen. Bai Li Tuming waved goodbye, and as Bai Li Pangpang walked away, Yue Heng remarked on his retreating figure. Only he could afford such grand gestures. Lin Qiye didn't need to open the box to discern the gifts. To Chao Yuan, a sealing scroll; to Shen Qizhu, a jade piece; and to Yue Heng, the previously mentioned truth ring. As for Lin Qiye, he received a forbidden item known as the Crimson Heart, resembling a ruby. This artifact could enhance his attack power by 20% and slow his opponent's speed. Indeed, such generosity is rare. As Yue Heng admired the truth ring, specially sent from Guangzhou and Shenzhen, she felt reassured. Glancing at the note Bai Li Pangpang included with the box, she begrudgingly accepted the gift. Yes, they were indeed friends. Peacekeeping office. Underground. Do not be anxious. We are merely having a casual conversation. An elderly man, around 50, sat on the sofa, observing the young man and woman opposite him. With a wooden hairpin securing his long white hair, he appeared aged, yet his eyes retained a spark, exuding an ethereal presence. He softened his tone, attempting to soothe the overly tense youth, embodying the archetype of a kind old man. However, his reassurances fell flat. The youth remained apprehensive, fully aware of his identity. How could one not be nervous? After all, he was one of the 5 pinnacle humans. We were but novices in the presence of such a significant figure. The youth, Lin Qiye, smiled, attempting to mask his anxiety with a grin. Indeed. Only 3 individuals occupied the underground space: Yue Heng, Lin Qiye, and the sage, Chenfuzi, who claimed to be merely an ordinary old man. Chenfuzi set down his teacup, a gentle smile gracing his features. I simply came to meet you. I should have done so much earlier. Fortunately, I did not miss this grand surprise. Upon hearing the phrase grand surprise, Yue Heng tightened her grip on her teacup. It seemed this was indeed directed at her. Have you heard of us? Lin Qiye inquired, somewhat astonished that he had gained such notoriety. The only dual deity agent of Daxia. How could I not have heard of you? You are quite remarkable, young man. Chenfuzi's words carried deeper meaning, but Lin Qiye, at that moment, remained oblivious. He had known Lin Qiye long before his ascension to dual deity status, indeed. For 11 years. The deity you represent is the Daxia goddess Hengwo, who governs the laws of moonlit nights and the principle of life. Chenfuzi's gaze shifted to Yue Heng, his words laden with implication. It was hardly a simple chat, as he had already discerned the answer, rendering further inquiries unnecessary. Yue Heng also set down her teacup, wary that her emotions might betray her, risking the teacup's safety. Chenfuzi, however, remained unfazed, slowly recounting tales. Indeed, ancient texts from the pre-Qin period documented Hengwo's ascent to the moon, merging with it, enabling the moon's rebirth and restoring light to the world. Historical accounts indicate that Hengwo's primary ability was resurrection. Subsequently, she merged with the moon, acquiring powers related to moonlit nights. Thus, the divine realm she granted you should encompass both abilities. As Yue Heng stated, he had already grasped the answer. My divine realm is eternal existence, which you must already be aware of. I know what you wish to ask. Indeed, as long as I possess sufficient strength to unleash the power of eternal existence to its fullest, I can invoke the principle of life, bestowing miraculous life. Now that such revelations had been made, there was little left to conceal. Upon finishing his statement, Lin Qiye noticed a flicker of tension in the demeanor of Chenfuzi, seated across from them. Since when? Chenfuzi began to engage in a game of charades with Yue Heng in front of Lin Qiye. Lin Qiye nearly dropped his teacup at the unexpected answer. Chapter 52. The explosive Xinqingzhu. For reasons unknown, he instinctively felt that Yue Heng had lied. To do so in the presence of one of humanity's apex figures was indeed audacious. I shall reside in Songnan City for over a month before departing. For words that could compel a pinnacle human to remain in Songnan for an entire month. The situation was not entirely certain, so Chenfuzi refrained from voicing this thought. Meanwhile, those guarding outside, Wu Xiangnan and Chen Mai, were increasingly anxious, fearing potential repercussions, such as inciting Chenfuzi's ire. Upon witnessing the 3 individuals emerge with smiles, the 2 finally exhaled in relief. They had finally returned, and it was merely a casual conversation that had them so tense. Master Chen shook his head and vanished from their sight. What did Qi Yi, Xiao Yueya, and Master discuss with you? Everything all right. Once Master Chen departed, the other members of Team 136 gathered around, expressing their concern. Zhao Kongcheng was the first to voice his inquiry. However, upon receiving the answer, he regretted his question. There was truly nothing of significance. I shouldn't have asked. Wait, hold on. You two are so impressive. Why were you assigned to our Songnan City Team 136? Hong Ying and Wen Qima, who were there to pick up the recruits, noticed a flaw in the situation. No, Sister Hong Ying, how can you say that? Is our Team 136 not good enough? What's wrong with being assigned here? Yu Heng teased playfully. I wouldn't want to go elsewhere. Where else could I find a captain who cooks so deliciously and is willing to prepare meals for us every day? Xiao Yueya, you've gone astray. That is not what I meant. While Team 136 was indeed commendable, they had to admit that they were relatively lower ranked among the Night Watcher squads. Generally speaking, only those who performed poorly in the training camp would be assigned to their team. Indeed, my performance is rather lacking. Lin Qiye nodded solemnly, affirming Hong Ying's assumption. Yet, Yue Heng ruthlessly exposed his pretentiousness, revealing his actual scores during the training camp. Sister Hong Ying, don't listen to his pretentiousness. His score was 97. Placing second in the training camp. Had it not been for a 2-point deduction in shooting and another point in special training, he would have achieved a perfect score. 90. Wait. Did you just say he scored 97? Goodness. How can you be dissatisfied with such a score? Hong Ying exclaimed, almost wanting to slap Lin Qiye for his audacity. When Shima's focus was different, he had clearly heard Yue Heng mention that Lin Qiye was second. Shouldn't our primary concern be that a score of 97 only placed Qiye second in the training camp? The first place must have been a perfect score. Congratulations. You are correct. Lin Qiye chimed in, revealing Yue Heng's achievement. The top score in our training camp was indeed a perfect score. A perfect score? Who could possibly achieve such an extraordinary feat? The entire Team 136 was astonished, having participated in the Night Watcher training. They understood how challenging it was to earn a perfect score. Yue Heng, unfazed by the revelation, displayed a proud demeanor, slightly lifting his chin and pointing a thumb at himself. That would be me. Surprised, aren't you? Both the first and second place have joined Team 136. Ah, Xiao Yue, how can you be so adorable and so impressive? Overwhelmed with astonishment and delight, Hong Ying could no longer resist cupping Yue Heng's cheeks and playfully rubbing them. Even Shen Muyi, who had anticipated that Yue Heng and Lin Qiye would not perform poorly, was pleasantly surprised by their excellent results. I never expected our team to welcome both the champion and the runner-up. Can the champion order an extra dish today and enjoy Chef Chen's culinary skills a few more times? Yue Heng blinked at Shen Muyi, seemingly filled with visions of various home-cooked dishes swirling in his mind. Haha, one dish is hardly enough. Order 3. Yay, I want braised pork ribs, steamed base, and tomato beef stew. At that moment, Shen Qingzhu, reporting to the capital city, furrowed his brows at the man in a tailcoat blocking his path, instinctively sensing a threat. Who are you? To his surprise, the person sent to the capital city team was not the 2 divine agents he had anticipated, but rather the man before him. The man was none other than the Whisper of the Ancient God Church. He had expected Yue Heng to be the one reporting to the capital city team. Thus, he intercepted on the road from Tsangnan to the capital, only to find Shen Qingzhu instead of the anticipated Yue Heng. After glancing at Shen Qingzhu, the Whisper appeared somewhat satisfied. A high-risk forbidden area, not too shabby. Why do you compare me to others? And what else with that look? Can I join the capital city team? The fiery and impulsive Shen Qingzhu was quick to ignite. Quite spirited, I like that. The Whisper's eyes glimmered with intrigue. Shen Qingzhu swiftly shut his eyes, but it seemed he was already too late. I shall conquer you, make you believe in me, and become my most loyal disciple. That would indeed be quite amusing. You are from the Ancient God Church. Upon hearing this familiar term, Shen Qingzhu immediately recalled the Ancient God Church. In that fleeting moment, he contemplated many things and arrived at a bold decision. If he infiltrated the Ancient God Church as an undercover agent and dismantled it from within, would that not narrow the chasm between them? Why didn't you mention you were from the Ancient God Church? I was just looking for a way to join. This is quite fortuitous. Noticing Shen Qingzhu's abrupt change in attitude, the Whisper found it even more amusing. Naturally, he did not fully believe Shen Qingzhu's words. All right. This is the soul contract for disciples, which will be directly imprinted upon your soul. However, he remained confident in his abilities, believing that once the soul contract was imprinted, Shen Qingzhu would become his most loyal disciple, forever unable to resist. Shen Qingzhu, equally confident, believed he could withstand the soul contract. In addition to addressing this mysterious incident, we must also be vigilant regarding another matter. Recently, there have been frequent thefts of mysterious corpses, which we refer to as the grave robbers. Upon hearing about the grave robbers from Hong Ying, Yue Heng immediately thought of the laboratory established by Qing Yu in the sewers. There was no need to guess. Those corpses must have been procured by Qing Yu. This was evident from the phone he received upon leaving the training camp. I think I'd prefer to work alone. I just want to dissect the mysterious. Our collaboration can continue. You can hand over the mysterious corpses you have slain, and I can assist you in eliminating some things. And Qing Yu was solely interested in the mysterious corpses. He initially sought to join the Night Watchers under the impression that it would facilitate his dissection of the mysterious. However, he later realized that he was not suited for the Night Watchers. Of course, a more significant reason was that the mysterious corpses he had independently acquired were already sufficient for his experiments. By the way, this is the footage from the incident. It is precisely because of this footage that we can confirm this is a mysterious event that has been transferred to us. As he spoke, the surveillance camera used as evidence was activated. The footage displayed a man being forcefully pinned against a wall in the backyard by an invisible force, as iron nails leapt from the ground, piercing into his limbs. Yue Heng watched the footage with a furrowed brow, at a loss for words to describe his current feelings. Do you also find it strange that his hands disappeared? It's as if they were devoured bit by bit, yet the corpse's hands appeared to have been neatly severed. Lin Qiye also found the footage unsettling, but he could only immediately deduce this much. It's not devouring, it's growing bit by bit. Yue Heng frowned, recognizing that the technique used to process the footage was so clumsy that even without the system's intervention, she could discern it. Reverse playback, not devouring, but gradual growth? But what could be the purpose of this? Moreover, the corpse of that waiter indeed had its fingers severed. The personnel responsible for transferring the case to them raised doubts, for he had seen the deceased's body, which bore traces of the victim's blood. What if the person in the footage was not the victim? The dim lighting obscured his face, did it not? Lin Qiye had completely come to believe in Yue Heng's words, making a reasonable conjecture based on Yue Heng's reverse playback. However, there was no second blood sample at the scene. Regardless, as long as it could be confirmed that the footage had been tampered with, they could directly confront the tavern owner who provided the recording and interrogate him about his motives for fabrication. Ultimately, it was Qin Mai who made the decision to send the footage for a more authoritative examination, assigning Wen Qima to accompany Lin Qiye and Yue Heng to meet the tavern owner to see if they could uncover any inconsistencies. Unfortunately, they could not find the tavern owner. The tavern and the premises were absent, and the surveillance had left no trace of him. I will go examine the corpse, Lin Qiye declared. I will seek assistance, Yue Heng added. Wen Qima felt somewhat superfluous. Yet, the paths of Yue Heng and Lin Qiye soon crossed again. "In Qingyu, what brings you here?" Lin Qiye inquired. "How did you get in?" In Qingyu responded. "Perhaps we should sit down and have a proper conversation," Yue Heng suggested. The two individuals, still in shock, instinctively complied with Yue Heng's proposal and took their seats. "So you are the thief of secrets, and Yue Heng, you knew all along. Otherwise, you would not be in his laboratory." Lin Qiye mused. He found it hard to believe that the thief of secrets was in Qingyu, especially with someone having built a laboratory in the sewer. "I am quite curious about how you managed to enter. After your last visit, I had indeed heightened the security," and Qingyu remarked, her tone devoid of irritation towards Yue Heng's uninvited presence. Rather, she was intrigued to know how he had managed to bypass her defenses for further improvements. "Do not think about improving. I am different. My presence cannot be thwarted," Yue Heng retorted. "But you may ward off others," he added, casting a glance at Lin Qiye. And Qingyu adjusted her glasses, disapprovingly asserting, "Indeed, how could one call it theft when it pertains to scholarly pursuits?" Thus, Lin Qiye realized that her plea for assistance was directed towards Qingyu. He had not anticipated such a coincidence. Chapter 54. You two fight. I shall observe. This isn't right. When did you two become so amicable? Lin Qiye recalled that their only interaction with Qingyu had been regarding the Nandu snake demon incident. Yue Heng casually explained, "Last year during the New Year, I sought his assistance. By the way, it was he who informed me about the visitors in your vicinity." "You sought my help? Who were you looking for?" And Qingyu queried, still unable to discern how she could assist Yue Heng. "I have already sent you the photo of a tavern owner. If my guess is correct, he possesses regenerative abilities and has some accomplices." And Qingyu pulled out her phone to review Yue Heng's messages, mentally searching for images of the owner and summoning her network of informants dispersed throughout the city. Within a minute or two, she discovered the last location where the person had vanished. He disappeared near the airport. Indeed, he is hiding in that vicinity. The airport? Yue Heng commanded the system, "Wuliang, check if he has purchased a ticket. There is a purchase record. It is for a flight at 3 o'clock tomorrow morning. Has this tavern owner committed a crime?" And Qingyu inquired after her investigation. Upon seeing her frown, Lin Qiye sensed that something troubling had occurred. "What is the matter? What has happened?" "The soul of this corpse has vanished too cleanly. It does not appear to have dissipated naturally after death. Rather, it seems to have been deliberately eradicated." "You can discern that? What sort of ability is this?" And Qingyu was eager to analyze Yue Heng's capabilities, but besides sensing an overwhelming vitality within him, she could not ascertain any other abilities. Thus, she opted for a direct inquiry. "It is merely my specialty. If even a trace of the soul remained, I could resurrect him. However, with absolutely no remnants, any resurrection would result in nothing more than a puppet. A puppet is not worth resurrecting. Yet the absence of a soul confirms his death, which is quite complex. Let us go meet that tavern owner." Yue Heng had gathered all he needed to know and intended to leave immediately. However, Lin Qiye grew curious about Qingyu's abilities and recalled that she had expressed interest in joining the Night Watchers last year. He extended an invitation. Yet Qingyu had declined, citing similar reasons. "But once the Night Watchers discover your abilities and your actions, you will have only two choices: join the Night Watchers or be confined to a sanctum. Are you going to report me to the Night Watchers?" And Qingyu lifted her gaze to Lin Qiye, her eyes reflecting a hint of coldness through her glasses. "What would I report? She has not made any accusations. I merely find it a pity. If you join the Night Watchers, who knows how much help you could offer us?" And Qingyu patted the mouse that had climbed onto her lab coat. "Come, let us together confront this enigmatic tavern owner." Seeing the mouse on her shoulder, Yue Heng discreetly distanced himself, placing Lin Qiye between himself and Qingyu. As the three made their way to the airport, the other members of Team 136 were also investigating the tavern owner's whereabouts and the stories behind the corpses. Upon their arrival at the hotel where the owner resided, Wu Xiangnan sent them a message. He is conducting a ritual for the promotion of vengeful spirits. He has already sacrificed 5 individuals, offering 5 souls. The next step involves the sacrifice of numerous souls. Therefore, We must prevent his second step from succeeding. Understood. We will handle it. Yue Heng shut his phone. And all things eternal quietly unfolded, enveloping the entire hotel and separating it into two realms. Go on, Lin Qiye. There are surprises within. Having completed the preparations, Yue Heng signaled Lin Qiye to break down the door and engage. Lin Qiye chuckled, shaking his head, yet complied, as he too had sensed the surprises lying beyond. Upon breaking down the door, they were met with the tavern owner and a mysterious entity known as Tin-Cutting Ghost Child. The moment the door swung open, they fell into a realm of silvery white, vast and boundless, as if they had changed venues entirely. You two fight. I shall merely watch the spectacle, no. I shall give you some air. With that, Yue Heng pulled out a chair and sat down, ignoring the trio still grappling with the situation. Akin to preparing to crack open some seats. Wait, your strength has increased slightly. Let us lower it to the pool realm together, shall we? Two half circles, one black and one white, sank beneath Lin Qiye and the tavern owner's feet, instantly suppressing the tavern owner's mental prowess to the peak of the pool realm. Night Watchers? How did you find me so quickly? What gave you away? Despite the sudden suppression of his mental power, the tavern owner remained unflustered. He still had trump cards. Thus, he was more curious about where he had slipped up. And Xingyu corrected him. Wait, I am not a Night Watcher. Lin Qiye had already drawn his dual blades, stating, that will be explained after we deal with you. Yue Heng remained seated in his chair. Villains perish by their own verbosity. Have you not heard? Who resolves whom is yet to be determined? The tavern owner's face hardened with a fierce glint in his eyes. As the 10 killing ghost children by his side instantaneously multiplied, splitting into 2, then 4, they soon became a dense swarm, provoking an acute sense of fear in onlookers afflicted by claustrophobia. Leave this to me. Witnessing this spectacle, the previously reluctant and Xingyu's eyes immediately sparkled with excitement. What a remarkable ability! What an excellent subject for research! Lin Qiye, do not say I did not assist you this time. I have already dealt with the most formidable one. The remaining 2, you may handle yourselves. The tavern owner swiftly turned his gaze to Yue Heng, who was toying with an empty crystal ball in his hands. The tavern owner was utterly distraught, abandoning his confrontation with Lin Qiye to launch an attack on Yue Heng. What have you done to the great Beilai clan? How could you possibly have defeated the illustrious Beilai clan, a being of great mystery from the West? You must have employed some trickery. A mere illusion. It was just a dying little bug, easily disposed of, he replied. However, with its remains, I can afford a bit more ease. Chapter 55. I came here to revive Songnan. The eerie threads surged toward Yue Heng, yet she remained motionless in her chair. Just as the threads were about to ensnare her, a straight blade severed them. Your opponent is me. Meanwhile, Xingyu leisurely wielded a scalpel, dispatching one 10 killing ghost child after another, all while analyzing their abilities. His smile and the gleam in his eyes were not sinister. Rather, they exuded a certain elegance. Lin Qiye could have opted for a simpler route to victory, such as summoning mummies. Yet, with Yue Heng suppressing the tavern owner's strength, he chose to challenge himself instead and refrained from summoning anything else. Nevertheless, Lin Qiye triumphed, successfully slaying the tavern owner. Simultaneously, and Xingyu was left with merely one last 10 killing ghost child. So this is the true body. I have found you. Having gathered enough data, and Xingyu finally resolved to eliminate the 10 killing ghost child. I shall take this corpse with me, he declared to the others, sounding more like a notification. You may take it. I will simply say that Yue Heng Lin Qiye accidentally reduced this fellow to dust. Both spoke in unison, casting blame upon one another. I knew you would try to shift the blame onto me, Lin Qiye remarked, wearing an expression of knowing. Likewise, you both truly are. And Xingyu glanced around the silvery space. How do we exit? Why don't you think of a way yourself? Exactly what I intended. And Xingyu adjusted his glasses and scanned the expanse of silvery space, analyzing it. After some time, he spoke with a hint of joy. I found it. He then grasped the corpse of the 10 killing ghost child and walked in a direction, gesturing as if pulling a door, after which he vanished. He just left like that? What else? Should we keep him for a meal? No, he breached your domain. Normal. I had left the back door open, originally for my people to enter. Who knew they had not arrived yet? Listening to the dialogue between the two, and Xingyu shook his head with a faint smile before departing. August 10th. 2 days before the Ghost Festival. The day of the year when the Yin energy and the aura of death are at their peak is fast approaching. I do not know how you discovered that thing within me, but it cannot be removed. Too many covet it. If it is extracted, its presence will leak. And Songnan will face crisis once more. Chenmai gazed at the girl seated across from him, suddenly feeling that he had never truly known her. But if it remains, you will die. Yue Heng fixed her unwavering gaze upon Chenmai, slowly stating, it is not so exaggerated. Besides, your medicine has not only healed me but also helped suppress it, has it not? I will not die. Chenmai clenched his hands at his side. attempting to mask his unease. I possess a pair of eyes that can see through life and death. You cannot deceive me, Captain Qin. This entity suppressed within you will not only prevent you from utilizing the forbidden ruins, but will also erode your mental and life force. One day, it will drag you to your demise. Yue Heng aimed to persuade Qin. She did not wish to resort to violence against him. However, extracting it will cause more deaths. Qin seemed to recall distant memories, pain flashing in his eyes. But one day, you will no longer be able to contain it. When that time comes, what is meant to happen will still occur. Yue Heng retrieved the True Words ring gifted by Bailey Pangu, saying, "You can see that this is the True Words ring." She placed the ring upon her finger. Everything I am about to say will be true. Seeing her action, Qin was somewhat astonished, but ultimately decided to sit and listen to Yue Heng. I am confident in extracting it without revealing a trace of its presence, ensuring that outsiders remain oblivious. As for whether I can destroy it, I have yet to see that entity, so I cannot guarantee it 100%. However, I possess myriad methods to seal it completely. The strength of conceptual divine items is difficult to measure, and Yue Heng did not dare assert she could destroy it. Yet, sealing it was within her capabilities. Will this seal harm you? Looking at the True Words ring on Yue Heng's hand, Qin believed her words to be entirely genuine. Yet he remained concerned about her well-being. No. Will you use it to obliterate any existence? No. Who are you, and what is your purpose here? Qin could not restrain himself from asking these questions. I am Yue Heng, and my primary purpose here is singular, to resurrect Songnan. The last 4 words reverberated in Qin's mind like a thunderclap. Though Yue Heng's voice was clear, he still felt as if he had misheard, incredulously asking, "What did you say?" Yue Heng had to repeat. I said, "I intend to resurrect everyone in Songnan completely." She added, "I possess that capability, do I not?" "You too have felt it. You were fully revived by a single pill from me. Even when Lin Qiye's mundane divine domain can no longer sustain itself, you will not vanish with its disappearance. Indeed, he has been thoroughly revived. Yet, a person and a city are not the same." Qin remained skeptical. "They are not the same, which is why I began preparations a year ago. Now it is time. Will this not affect you?" Upon hearing this question, Yue Heng paused before smiling and responding, "Borrowing the entity you have suppressed within you may very well have no effect on me." At this point, Yue Heng removed the ring. "All right. You have asked enough questions. You should trust me now. I must extract it from you tonight, and your disagreement will be of no consequence." With this, Qin found it impossible to continue doubting Yue Heng. A person so singularly dedicated to the resurrection of Songnan could harbor no ill intentions. Even if she had some unspoken truths, even if she bore many secrets, he chose to place his trust in her. "I believe in you. I will entrust it to you." Be it they both referred to as the conceptual divine object, Shiva's grudge. This object was of great significance, coveted by countless outer gods, sparking divine conflicts and resulting in countless sacrifices. Qin's willingness to entrust this to Yue Heng demonstrated his profound trust in her. "I will not betray your trust," Yue Heng solemnly promised. "I seem to have misremembered the timeline, having advanced their departure by a bit. I suppose I shall let it be." Although many things occurred ahead of schedule, the sequence of events remained intact. Chapter 56, Arise, my Songnan. Upon witnessing the successful transfer of the Shiva's grievance to Yue Heng, there was an eerie silence from the outside world, with no one sensing the presence of Shiva's grievance. Qin finally breathed a sigh of relief, feeling an overwhelming sense of liberation wash over him. "Is there anything else I can do to assist you?" he inquired, gazing at Yue Heng, who was securing the Shiva's grievance. Eager to contribute to Songnan's revival, Yue Heng pondered for a moment, aware that there were many eyes watching from outside. However, Qin, burdened by the repercussions of the Shiva's grievance, was indeed unable to offer any substantial help at that moment. "Do you know that Mr. Qin who visited a few days ago? Can he truly be trusted?" Qin was taken aback by Yue Heng's suspicion towards Mr. Qin, finding it both amusing and exasperating. "He is absolutely trustworthy. Among the 5 pillars of our great Xia, there isn't one who is untrustworthy. If you doubt him, how can you trust me? You are different. I have tasted your cooking numerous times. How could you be a villain?" Yue Heng retorted. "I've only met him once. It's only natural not to trust him fully." Yue Heng mumbled something that Qin could not quite catch. "What did you say?" "Nothing. Just that I need to discuss something with him, to see if we can summon more people for support. Recently, the number of eyes on Songnan has increased, and I fear they might soon notice any changes and harbor ill intentions. If a formidable foe were to come and undo Songnan's revival, I would have nowhere to lament. Were it not for the multitude of eyes on Songnan, Yue Heng would not have felt compelled to engage in conversation with Qin. Deploying her, eternal being, was mentally exhausting. "It is wise to prepare for unforeseen circumstances," Qin replied solemnly. "Songnan cannot withstand another destruction. Yue Heng initially intended to send him away. But upon realizing that Qin Mai was already privy to the plan, he refused to depart. Meanwhile, as Team 130 SIX's other members left, Songnan City was sealed. The gazes of the 5 human pillars were fixed upon Songnan, with Mr. Chun taking command directly within the city. You are a good child. Having a sense of caution is commendable, Mr. Chun remarked, tapping Yue Heng with his ruler from a distance, ultimately refraining from any harsh reprimands. He was the sole human pillar to have entered Songnan in recent days and felt the city's vibrant life force, noticing some anomalies, which led him to seek out Yue Heng and engage in their earlier discussions. However, at that time, Yue Heng was skeptical of this person she had only met once, for she could not afford to take risks. During Songnan's revival, she was at her weakest. If a powerful individual were to ambush her then, she feared she would vanish alongside Songnan. I am glad you are not angry, Yue Heng said, flashing a compliant smile. What is there to be angry about? Mr. Chen replied, setting down his teacup to survey the garden at Yue Heng's home. This garden is truly beautiful, but after tonight, it may very well vanish. You must have put considerable effort into its maintenance. Will you be able to part with it? I did not invest much effort. It was tended to by the kind aunt next door. What is there to miss? A garden traded for a city is a bargain hard to come by, Yue Heng replied. Having laid out formations with rare spiritual plants in the garden specifically for tonight's endeavor, so she felt no attachment. She merely worried that the neighbor might panic upon awakening to find her home had vanished overnight. She hoped to create an illusion in time. It is nearly time. You may proceed. This night, I shall not allow anyone to enter your courtyard. As the hour of the rat approached, Mr. Chen rose to leave, waving goodbye to Yue Heng. After his departure, Yue Heng's eternal being enveloped the courtyard. With 2 sea-bound treasures buried as fertilizer, it would save me some effort. How's the energy from the Shiva's grievance? Decomposing. Time was too short. It had only been over a day since acquisition, and less than 1% had been decomposed, amounting to the power of a formless realm. It is somewhat scant, but better than nothing. As she spoke, Yue Heng drew upon that minuscule portion of energy and infused it into the core of the formation beneath the courtyard. At the stroke of midnight, she activated the formation. The vibrant plants and architecture began to fade gradually, while the patterns of the formation grew increasingly luminous. As midnight marked the birth of yang energy, the moment when life and death intertwined, the principles of life were set into motion, yielding maximal results. By the name of the Azure Emperor, empowered by my eternal essence, I gather the vital energies of heaven and earth to bestow life upon Songnan City. As Yue Heng uttered these words, a bluish-green light flickered at her forehead, and an aura of divinity enveloped her. Is that her? From the second-floor window, young Jean, cradling the small black dog, seemed to perceive a pair of eyes capable of seeing through everything manifesting in his forehead. The small black dog barked twice. Do you not think so? Yang Jin's expression was somewhat despondent. Regardless, I must protect her. Songnan requires vitality, for it cannot endure another calamity. In the deep of night, as ordinary people slept soundly, a nearly tangible vitality enveloped the entirety of Songnan City, gently caressing their forms and infusing them with eternal life. Songnan City began to awaken. However, the events were far from over. Despite being the day of Songnan City's rebirth, the Raven of Calamity from Team 136 suddenly cried out, its calls piercing and harrowing. Lin Qiye and Qin Mai, sleeping in the office, were instantly jolted awake. What could have caused the Raven of Calamity to cry out? Lin Qiye pondered, utterly clueless as he observed the Raven's blood-curdling cries, his mind buzzing. Wait, Chun, why are we the only two? Where is Yue Heng? I recall she was here before I fell asleep, claiming she would stay up late to read novels. She has gone to undertake a significant task. Qin Mai appeared notably calm, for he had anticipated this turn of events. However, the arrival of external gods and the cry of the Raven of Calamity indicated that Yue Heng's plan had succeeded entirely. A city that had been destroyed a decade prior and could only rely on miracles to maintain its semblance of life had suddenly revived completely. Such a transformation would undoubtedly alert countless external deities, rekindling their memories of the Shiva's grievance that mysteriously vanished from Songnan City 10 years ago. Arise, might Songnan. Haha. The voting initiated a few days ago will conclude by midnight tomorrow. Chapter 57. The deities of Great Xia have always been present. Along the coast of the East Sea, fierce winds howled, and tumultuous waves crashed against the shore, threatening to engulf the entire city. It felt like the end of the world. A young man, wielding a long sword, emerged from the storm, the crisp sound of his blade cutting through the air momentarily drowning out the deep, resonant roar of the ocean, plunging the realm into a profound silence. Before him lay the territory of Great Xia, where divine beings were forbidden. The young man halted at the shoreline, speaking softly. He was one of the 5 human pillars of Great Xia, the Sword Saint, Zhao Ping. Opposing him was the sea god, Poseidon. Meanwhile, in the northern region of Great Xia, another of the 5 human pillars, the venerable Yue Heng, also faced off against Hades, the god of the underworld. Simultaneously, a knight confronted Loki, the god of tricks, and a scholar engaged Indra, the god of thunder and storms. With mere mortal bodies, they stood against the divine. Where are Lin Qiye and Chenmai now? The newly invigorated Yue Heng inquired of the system about their whereabouts. Lin Qiye had just been pulled into a carriage by Mr. Qin, deep within his inner world. Chenmai, meanwhile, stood guard outside Songnan City, enveloped in an unyielding void. The system's positioning is remarkably precise. Yet it can only identify individuals and objects in the immediate vicinity of Yue Heng, those who have made contact with her, regardless of where such individuals may wander. The system retains the ability to pinpoint their exact location. Consequently, it has unearthed several significant commands. What do you intend to do? As Yue Heng rose, Yang Jin, accompanied by Xiao Hailai, obstructed her path. Naturally, I will attend to my obligations, she replied, crouching down to gently pat Xiao Hailai's head, her tone soothing. Songnan is something I have rescued. That which I save belongs to me, and I shall never permit anyone to destroy it. Oh, it seems it is not a person. But that hardly makes a difference. With that, she stood and gazed at Yang Jin. Upon first encountering him, she sensed a faint familiarity in his aura, which intensified as she beheld Xiao Hailai. After uttering her last words, Yue Heng vanished from Yang Jin's sight. The artifact known as Shiva's grievance symbolizes absolute annihilation. Should it fall into the hands of a malevolent deity, it would undoubtedly spell disaster. You, in the land of Daxia, devoid of deities, cannot safeguard it. As Poseidon finished his declaration, a crisp sound of applause resonated. Quite impressive. After so many years, this is the first time I have encountered such audacity. To voice one's greed with such righteous indignation. A melodious female voice emerged from the night, seemingly illuminating the darkness with an approaching light. And who might you be? The sea god Poseidon regarded the approaching human girl, perplexed as to why successive humans from Daxia dared to confront a deity of his stature. Shouldn't one first introduce themselves before inquiring about others? I am Poseidon, the sea god. Apologies, but I am unfamiliar with you. I only acknowledge Ma Zhu as the sea god. This statement instantly darkened Poseidon's expression, as he recalled some unfavorable thoughts and admonished, in Daxia, where there are no gods. Ma Zhu is but a non-existent entity. Silence. A male and female voice simultaneously interrupted Poseidon, halting his words. Ma Zhu is the sea god of Daxia. Compassionate towards all beings, her divine duty is to rescue and ensure tranquility upon the seas. Poseidon, a Greek deity, is inherently combative, and wherever he goes, disasters ensue. Only when in a good mood does he pacify the calamities he causes. Thus, the two sea gods are inherently at odds with one another. Who are you? This is not a place for you to be. Zhao Ping looked at the girl beside him, puzzled by her sudden appearance, believing that this war should not involve her. Oh, I possess many identities. I am an ordinary person, Yue Heng. Of course, I am also the agent of the Daxia goddess Heng. However, should her divine essence be unsealed, she could indeed be considered an ancient deity of Daxia. After all, that which is sealed within her, believing this to be an ordinary world, is a divine essence obtained from the primordial era of Daxia. When did the deities of Daxia acquire agents? Yet, even if you are a divine agent, you remain merely a mortal. A mere mortal who dares to offend a god shall undoubtedly pay the price. Poseidon brandished his trident, prepared to strike down Yue Heng. You are overly hasty, Poseidon. I have merely come to rectify a few of your misconceptions. Surely, you would not become enraged before I have even spoken? Yue Heng seemed to provoke Poseidon further, as if relishing his ire. Who claims that Daxia is devoid of gods? After posing this rhetorical question, she called out, I summon the Lady of Clouds. Each word resonated clearly. Songnan City has been revived, and the 2 promised golden fingers have arrived. The ability to summon a deity was initially intended for the spirits of the gods to attach themselves to her body for battle. However, due to certain reasons, her body repels the attachment of other deities. Nevertheless, within her realm of eternal existence, divine souls can manifest in corporeal form. For the realm of eternal existence is, in fact, a unique divine space obtained by merging the divine powers of 2 deities. Clouds, respond to my call. A clear, melodious female voice seemed to emanate from the void, leaving many astonished at the familiarity of the sound. Golden light burst forth as the divine bird Qingluan soared into view. Upon its back sat a woman clad in a red robe, draped in a white crane cloak, her hair styled elegantly, exuding an extraordinary grace and aura. Who are you? Upon witnessing the appearance of Yun Xiao, Poseidon sensed the divine energy radiating from her and was utterly astonished. I am but the most ordinary deity of Daxia. No. Are not all the gods of Daxia already gone? Where did this goddess emerge from? Poseidon suddenly turned to Yue Heng, questioning how a divine agent of Daxia could possess such capabilities. Are you not aware of whether the gods of Daxia exist? Yunxiao coldly observed the outer god daring to tread upon the territory of Daxia, unafraid to challenge their supposed absence. We, the gods of Daxia, have always stood with the people. Though Yunxiao may be a minor deity, she would never allow an external god to trespass. With that, a golden light appeared in her hand, revealing the primordial golden cauldron. Chapter 58. The first day of the appearance of the gods of Daxia, sending off the outer gods. The primordial golden cauldron, one of the innate treasures, possesses immense spatial divine power, capable of containing the myriad treasures of heaven and earth. With formidable abilities to gather deities and objects, once the golden light emerged, there was no escape from calamity. Is that the Yunxiao I know? Zhao Ping, a sword saint whose greatest passion beyond swordsmanship is reading novels, quietly inquired as he beheld the dazzling golden cauldron. It should be. Riding the divine bird Xingwan and wielding the primordial golden cauldron, it would be difficult to impersonate her. Yue Heng felt somewhat uneasy. She had only heard of the difficulty in summoning a deity, not that summoning was also a challenge. Oh dear, that might not be necessary. The 9 has already been laid out. After all this time, there is finally an opportunity to act. The Lady of Clouds must be quite excited. Poseidon was beginning to feel the chill. The 9 is a formation that even the primordial heavenly sovereign of Daxia could not easily breach. The Yunxiao humbly referred to herself as merely an ordinary minor deity. That was merely her modesty. She had made her appearance, and if he were to remain absent, it would seem inappropriate. Surely, he could not allow these outer gods to believe that Daxia was truly so easily bullied. He turned to glance at the houses behind him, hesitating for a moment. Let me see you one last time. The only beings capable of sensing Yunxiao's presence, aside from Yue Heng, Zhao Ping, and Poseidon, were those who also belonged to the pantheon of Daxia. This was indeed a fortuitous development. At this hour, too many outer gods coveted Daxia: Hades, Poseidon, Loki, Indra. Yet Daxia would never allow a throng of impassioned mortals to stand in their way. Daxia, without question, possesses its own deities. For instance, under the supremacy of the 9 in the primordial golden cauldron, the fully unleashed Yunxiao dispatched Poseidon beyond the borders of Daxia. Moreover, a certain Buddhist deity known for reciting scriptures, Jin Chanzi, was making his way towards the north, radiating golden light, proclaiming his intent to ferry the souls of the wronged across the underworld. Meanwhile, as mortal Yang Jin bid farewell to his mother and turned away from the home he had inhabited for over a decade, his aura surged with each step, transforming him from an ordinary man into a divine being, progressing through the realms until he attained godhood. The mortal Yang Jin was no more. Only Erlangshan Yang Jian remained. Nevertheless, in this war to protect Songnan and safeguard Daxia, those guardians who, with their mortal forms, dared to confront the gods also shone brightly. The members of Team 136 in Songnan City, apart from Yue Heng, had assembled in the city, joining their captain Chen Mai to confront the frost giants. The special team, Phoenix, had been summoned. Oh, that genius madman who hides daily in the sewers conducting experiments has ventured out, risking capture by the night watchers. Songnan is also his home. No one retreats, for they are backed by millions. With just you alone, you cannot stop me. Loki shook his head. Among your so-called apex humans from the Great Xia, one is in the East Sea, another in the northern frontier, one entangled with Indra, and yet another is asleep, Shiva's grievance. They are destined to fall into my hands. Isn't he outdated in his information? Yue Heng could not help but glance at the young man beside her, who appeared to be only slightly older than herself, the very one Loki referred to, still in the East Sea. However, to be honest, when she had attended class and heard when Chima speak of those 5 apex humans, she had assumed they were all elderly. Could it be that it's not his information that is outdated, but rather your speed that is too swift? The young apex human spoke slowly. Who would have thought that just 10 seconds ago, I was still on the coast of the East Sea? Though Songnan is not far from the East Sea coast. That speed is rather astonishing. As soon as Poseidon fell, he was immediately whisked away to Songnan City. I have no choice. I am in a hurry to give these outer gods a proper burial. Although I do not know who inscribed Songnan City on Shiva's grievance a decade ago. Anyone who harbors thoughts against Shiva is, in my eyes, an enemy. The two engaged in a conversation, oblivious to the presence of Loki and Luo, who both turned their attention to Yue Heng upon hearing her audacious remarks. Loki shot her a cold glance. To give outer gods a burial. Such a bold claim for a mere mortal. It is not arrogance. It is your ignorance of her true capabilities. Zhao Ping, who witnessed Poseidon's demise, added slowly. He could discern that the appearance of Lady Yunxiao was connected to Yue Heng. Therefore, to say that Yue Heng had slain Poseidon was not entirely unfounded. Furthermore, Your information is indeed outdated. Poseidon is dead, and I am not in the East Sea, but right before you. Loki retorted. There is no need to continually emphasize my outdated information. Poseidon is dead? Impossible. He is the supreme deity of Olympus. How could mere mortals possibly kill Poseidon? While it may seem challenging for mortals to slay gods, it is worth noting that Poseidon was indeed killed by mortals. My great Xia has deities, does it not? Almost instantaneously after Yue Heng's declaration, the voice of Erlang Xinyang resonated clearly. The deities of great Xia coexist with our people. There are lands to defend, people to protect, and beliefs to uphold. That is what it means to be divine. Listen, who dares to claim that great Xia is without gods? Zhao Ping chuckled like a child. Meanwhile, Loki's expression darkened. If Indra had truly invaded Songnan City, and if Poseidon had perished, would he be next? Yang Jian chose to engage in battle, which was to be expected. If he continued to feign ignorance, he would no longer be Yang Jian. However, his words rang true. It was indeed time for you, the god of trickery, Loki. Yue Heng smiled at Loki, an ancient parchment appearing in her hand. You went to great lengths to find this artifact. How about I ensure your name appears upon it? Do you think I am incapable of inscribing your name upon it? You underestimate me. As the parchment imbued with the essence of Shiva's grievance unfurled, characters began to manifest upon it. Chapter 59. Deceiving the gods. The ancient parchment exuded an aura identical to that of Shiva's grievance. After searching for so long, it was in your possession. A cold light flickered in Loki's eyes as he attempted to forcibly seize Shiva's grievance from Yue Heng. However, she skillfully evaded him. Retreating to the rear where the members of Team 136 had already surged forward, shielding her in their midst. Luo Wei and Zhao Ping held Loki back, one in front and one behind. As Loki's name was on the verge of being inscribed upon the parchment, he showed no signs of panic. In fact, he smiled, a look of pride upon his face. Lin Qiye, who observed everything, suddenly felt an ominous premonition. It was the Klein realm. Yue Heng, be careful. But it was too late. At that moment, a dagger pierced through Yue Heng's heart from behind. A veil, seemingly insubstantial, enveloped Shiva's grievance, and a familiar hand grasped it. In a flash, she appeared next to Loki. I have brought you what you desired. The petite figure was none other than Si Xiaonan from Team 136. Moments prior, she had been behind Yue Heng. At this time, Yue Heng lay in Hong Ying's embrace, a dagger lodged in her heart, blood pouring forth as her vitality waned. Watching Si Xiaonan retrieve Shiva's grievance from Yue Heng, while witnessing Yue Heng's imminent demise, Loki was thoroughly satisfied. Well done, you are indeed the chosen agent. Si Xiaonan, the divine agent of Loki, the god of trickery from Norse mythology, held true power, Klein realm. With the deities of Great Xia now manifesting, it was uncertain who might come to slay him. Having acquired what he sought, Loki wished only to depart. Very well. Si Xiaonan nodded impassively, pulling over Lang Xian. But I must take him with me. He is my chosen believer. Just a mere ordinary person, Loki thought. Having just achieved such a significant feat, he had no reason to deny her such a trivial request. Fine, let us depart. At that moment, everyone's attention was fixated on Yue Heng, fearing for her safety. Utterly incapable of stopping Loki. However, Lin Qiye was different. He saw Yue Heng's pale face, her slowly closing eyes, and the dagger lodged in her heart. He abruptly turned his head away, unable to bear the sight. Simultaneously, a surge of murderous intent flooded his heart. He would leave no room for Loki to escape. This was the price for harming Yue Heng. As Loki prepared to leave, the triumphant smile on his face faltered. Just as Si Xiaonan and Lang Xian stepped through the rift he had created, it closed before he could follow. He immediately attempted to break through once more. The spatial fluctuations at his fingertips intensified, yet no matter how hard he tried, he could not breach the confines of this space. Meanwhile, Lin Qiye's dual blades surged toward him. He and Lin Qiye were ensnared by an extraordinary force. You must remain. Who allowed you to leave? The divine power residual within Lin Qiye awakened, golden ripples exploding from him, heralding the birth of a new miracle within this realm of mortals. This was a miracle capable of challenging the gods. Meanwhile, Yue Heng, lying in Hong Ying's embrace, seemingly devoid of life, was, at that moment, engaged in lively conversation. Do you wish to torture him with that dagger? Are you not being a tad hasty? His soul can hardly bear it. I do not understand your words. Do not act as if we are familiar. I do not know you. It matters not that you do not recognize me. What matters is that I know you. You wish to torment Loki, then let Lin Qiye have a turn first. It won't hurt anything. Nonetheless, Lin Qiye's battle with Loki was indeed captivating. The miracle of the realm of mortals was exceptionally effective, transforming the impossible into reality, rendering the schemes of the god of trickery futile. While Loki could summon, Lin Qiye had his own summoning magic. Although the Godzilla he summoned may have appeared less than graceful, its strength was undeniable. within the confines of the realm of mortals. Under the influence of the encroaching darkness and the possession of Merlin, Lin Qiye could momentarily wield the power to slay gods. Drawing upon the residual divine power of Michael within him, a blade suddenly erupted from Loki's chest as the searing and immense power of the seraphim surged into his being, rapidly incinerating everything within him. "Oh, I await your arrival," Lin Qiye replied calmly. Indeed, what arrived in Songnan City was merely a doppelganger of Loki. His true form remains in Agaster, Northern Europe. However, even Agaster's Loki did not fare well, as a golden arrow shot from afar severed one of his arms. Remarkably, Yue is also awakened. That arrow truly brings a sense of satisfaction. When witnessing this scene alongside a certain Taoist, Yue Heng could not contain her excitement and exclaimed aloud. A vibrant female voice emanated from her embrace, and tears glistened in Hong Ying's eyes, her expression frozen in shock. Little Moon Crescent? Hong Ying was immobilized. And so were the others. No, wasn't Yue Heng supposed to be dead? A stab from Klein's realm aimed at the heart leaves few survivors. Even if one were to survive, they certainly should not appear so vigorous. In Hong Ying's arms, Yue Heng opened her eyes, meeting the gaze of numerous rabbit-like eyes, her confidence instantly waning. "I can explain. All right. We are all ears for your explanation." Lin Qiye and the others nodded, while Lu Wuwei and Zhou Ping, who had not left, also nodded in agreement. Yue Heng thought, "Why does this process feel somewhat amiss? Wait, let me first extract this knife." As she spoke, she effortlessly withdrew the dagger embedded in her heart, causing others to feel a tightness in their chests. Upon its removal, the dagger transformed into a green leaf, leaving no wound on Yue Heng's chest. And the blood that had previously surged forth vanished. It was all a ruse. Everything was merely an elaborate deception aimed at the trickster god Loki. The one who shot the sun was E, not the Great E or Ho E. Ancient texts simply refer to him as E. The Great E is a modern fabrication, likely to differentiate the sun-shooting E from Ho E. Ho E, the ruler of the kingdom of Yoqiong during the Xia dynasty, was a foolish monarch, certainly not a wise one. Yet he continuously bore the myth of shooting the sun. The Han dynasty is to blame. They truly did not regard the divine as divine. Chapter 60, a fake Shiva's grievance. Who will fall for it? Nevertheless, I believe we should first address the aftermath. Dawn has arrived, and they must awaken from their beautiful dreams. However, Lin Qiye, you ought to take a rest. Upon waking, all will be well. A silver light flashed in Yue Heng's eyes as she locked gazes with Lin Qiye, who felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over him, and he succumbed to slumber. Yue Heng rose, gazing towards the eastern sky, where the first light of dawn was beginning to illuminate the horizon. That night, ordinary people slept soundly within the beautiful dreams woven by Yue Heng, unaware of the events that transpired in the city to safeguard their night. Upon awakening, they would only vaguely remember having a delightful dream the previous night, continuing their daily lives, simple yet beautiful. This is the duty of us night watchmen. Team 136, Peace Affairs Office, Underground. The modest Peace Affairs Office had never witnessed such a crowd before. All members of Team 136, except for Si Xiaonan and Lang Xian, along with the three human paragons, Qin Fuzai, Lu Wuwei, and Zhou Ping. Oh, and a keen analyst, and Qingyu. Yue Heng had initially intended to explain matters only to Team 136, but she felt a twinge of nervousness at the sight of the additional 4 individuals. Lin Qiye, you must already know much. Do you require me to start from the beginning? Yue Heng asked, observing Lin Qiye, who had resurrected after slumber. If all went as expected. Lin Qiye had already encountered the Seraph and learned the truth about Songnan City from them. You promised to tell me everything. I want to hear you recount the story behind the fake Shiva's grievance that I deliberately revealed in front of Loki. Fake? Zhou Ping, Lu Wuwei, and Qin Fuzai, who were aware of the story behind Shiva, were all somewhat taken aback, as they had not realized it was a counterfeit. Chun Mai and Lin Qiye, familiar with Yue Heng, had already guessed some of the truth, knowing she would never allow Loki to take the genuine Shiva-esque grievance. Wait, could you first explain what Shiva's grievance is? The curious and Qingyu chimed in. Yue Heng produced the parchment. Although at a distance, he could discern the aura of destruction emanating from it. Many in Team 136 were unaware of its significance. Shinmai had no choice but to provide an explanation. 10 years ago, an accursed outer god obtained Shiva's grievance. And for reasons unknown, Songnan City caught its ire. It inscribed Songnan City upon Shiva's grievance. As Yue Heng continued to explain the events surrounding Songnan City, she had her suspicions regarding the identity of that accursed outer god. It was either Gaia, the Earth Mother of Greek mythology, or Loki, the trickster god of Norse legend. Which is why she set a trap for Loki. I know that accursed outer god is Gaia, Zhou Ping and Lin Qiye stated simultaneously, their tones revealing their disdain for Gaia. Very well, I will remember that name, Yue Heng noted in her revenge notebook. You are already aware of the power of Shiva's grievance. In an instant, The entirety of Cangnan City was obliterated, with only Lin Qiye fortunate enough to survive. It was then that Lin Qiye was chosen by the Seraph to act as a divine proxy, using the Seraph's power to open the mortal divine realm, allowing Cangnan City to be reborn after 10 years. However, last night, Cangnan City truly came back to life. The outer gods, who had been watching Cangnan City, immediately recognized this change and recalled the long-lost Shiva's grievance. Or perhaps, they still held a grudge against Cangnan City and sought to annihilate it once more and seize Shiva's grievance, which led to our battle last night. Among those present, several who knew the truth felt a fleeting guilt for not revealing it to Yue Heng. It was not that they were displeased with Cangnan City, rather, they were wary of Lin Qiye, the blasphemer foretold in the prophecy. Thus, they returned to Cangnan once more to seize Shiva's grievance. No wonder I sensed something different about today's Cangnan City compared to yesterday's. It turns out it was this, and Qingyu adjusted his glasses. Perceiving yesterday's Cangnan City as a beautiful aerial garden, while today's had a palpable vitality. The air still brimmed with residual life force. He could analyze it, but could not replicate it. Among the outer gods that came yesterday, the most formidable was the trickster god of Norse mythology, for he had only sent a doppelganger. This point was brought to my attention by Xiaonan. Hearing this name again, deliberately forgotten by them, caused an uneasy shift in the expressions of Team 136 members. They could not forget the moment when Xiaonan plunged a dagger into Yue Heng's heart. That act of deception was a scheme devised by Xiaonan and me, solely to outwit the trickster god Loki. Initially, I set this trap merely to allow Loki to take the fake Shiva's grievance. However, certain unforeseen events occurred. Nevertheless, it should have reached its true form by now. Yet, why did Xiaonan choose to leave with the trickster god, taking Lin Qiye along? Hongying still struggled to accept Xiaonan's departure. She was the agent of the trickster god. The matter of Shiva's grievance had concluded, and Loki would undoubtedly take her with him. As for Lin Qiye, weren't they a couple? Naturally, they would leave together. Are they a couple? Hongying was bewildered. Xiaonan's decision to follow Loki was resolute. She had confided to Yue Heng her desire to slay a god. However, Lin Qiye's abduction was somewhat unexpected for Yue Heng, though still understandable. What exactly was that fake Shiva's grievance? And what purpose did it serve to warrant such a ruse to allow Loki to take it? Upon hearing this question, Yue Heng smiled, a devious grin forming on her lips. What a splendid thing it is. However, the performance I staged with Xiaonan was indeed my request, primarily to cultivate Loki's trust in her. Moreover, the expression on the face of the god of deceit, upon witnessing the dead and realizing he has been outsmarted, would undoubtedly be most remarkable. As for that counterfeit Shiwoyan, Yue Heng merely cloaked it with a layer of essence separated from the genuine Shiwoyan, which was sufficient to deceive the senses. Not only would the cunning Loki be fooled, but even Gaia, who had previously utilized the Shiwoyan, would find it indistinguishable before its activation. When the moment of true usage arrives, they shall comprehend the true nature of the Shiwoyan. The voting results are in, and Lin Qiye has emerged as the people's choice. Thus, this article tentatively designates Lin Qiye. Chapter 61. He erased all traces from the world. This was a meticulously crafted counterfeit, possessing abilities akin to the Shiwoyan. However, it harbors a sinister twist. It only rebounds upon the user. Should Loki hastily inscribe a complete name using divine power upon it, the counterfeit Shiwoyan would indeed activate. Yet it would also strip the user of certain attributes, such as divine power or lifespan. The greater the force exerted in its usage, the more severe the backlash. Furthermore, after a single use, this counterfeit would be destroyed, delivering a final blow to the user. While it may not possess the power to slay a god, it is certainly sufficient to bring them to their knees. Anyone seeking to wield such a malevolent artifact must pay the price. Indeed, Yue Heng has classified the Shiwoyan, a cataclysmic artifact, as a wicked object. Though it is merely an item, its moral implications depend on the intentions of its wielder. However, all beings in this world harbor greed, varying only in degree and self-control. Once one has tasted it once, the insatiable desire for a second encounter inevitably follows. The recent incursion of external gods serves as a prime example. So where lies the true Shiwoyan? This question lingers in the minds of many present, yet none dare voice it. Observing the hesitations of some, Yue Heng proactively broached the subject. The genuine Shiwoyan has been destroyed, and such an entity shall no longer exist in this world. Although the decomposition of the Shiwoyan has not yet reached 1%. Even Yue Heng can no longer retrieve the authentic Shiwoyan. At most, he could extract a faint essence to create a mere illusion. It is well that it has been eradicated. Upon hearing this outcome, a collective sigh of relief was released, even from Qingyu, who delights in exploring various mysteries. Without a miracle, all of Cangnan would have faced obliteration due to the Shiwoyan. While questions from others have been resolved, matters concerning Team 136, and Si Xiaonan remained unsettled. Once the other four departed the office, it was only then that Hong Ying could no longer contain her tears. Xiaonan. Her bond with Si Xiaonan was profound, and she could hardly bear the thought of her departure, regardless of the reasons. She gazed at those around her, yearning for an affirmation. Without hesitation, they collectively uttered the words, "They are merely temporarily parted, destined to reunite one day." With solemnity, Hong Ying made a promise. At that moment, she remained unaware that her wait would not be as simple as for Si Xiaonan and Lang Xian. Outside, the rain fell heavily, a summer tempest. Lin Qiye, amidst the sound of rain, heard Yue Heng call out to him. "There is one more thing I must convey to you." "What is it?" The gravity with which Yue Heng approached this matter indicated it was of no trivial nature. Suddenly, he sensed something slipping away from him. "Do you know who it was that proclaimed the return of the great Xia deity today? Shouldn't it be a god?" Lin Qiye chuckled. Yet upon seeing the sorrow in Yue Heng's eyes, his laughter faltered. It was Erling Shun, Yangjian. However, he also bore another identity, Yangjin. "The reason you still remember him is due to the cherubic's mortal realm. He entrusted me with the task of erasing your memories of him, but I refused. I hold no authority to erase your memories. As it stands, only you and I are aware that Yangjin once existed. Even his mother, your aunt, has entirely forgotten she bore such a child. In this divine war, while Songnan has survived, the mortal Yangjin has vanished forever." The rain pattered outside. Yet Lin Qiye felt as though he had lost his hearing, a buzzing in his ears rendering all sounds indistinct. To think that my younger brother, who has followed me since childhood, harbors such a remarkable lineage, the renowned Erlang Shin Yangjian. Yet, to me, my brother Ajin. Even if I were to learn that Yangjian and Yangjin are one and the same, I would find it difficult to accept. Yangjian feels too distant, while Yangjin has been my companion for over a decade. No matter how formidable Erlang Shin Yangjian may be, he pales in comparison to my brother's significance. What has become of him? Does he still remember me? Will I ever see him again? Lin Qiye urgently posed question after question. The assurance was that they would meet again. However, certainly not in the immediate future. "You foolish one, he must remember you. Otherwise, why would he have me assist in erasing your memory? If he did not recall you, you would merely be a stranger to him. For now, let us assume he is in seclusion to recuperate. Once he has healed, he may very well come to see you. That is a relief." Lin Qiye finally let out a breath. Compared to death, compared to complete disappearance, such an ending is indeed favorable. He still cannot forget the moment during his slumber when he encountered the cherubic on the moon and heard the truth from him about 10 years prior. His heart was fraught with panic and despair upon realizing how close he came to losing his family, his entire world. Originally, the power I lent you was only sufficient to sustain the mortal realm for 10 years, granting Songnan merely a decade. Once that period elapsed, the entirety of Songnan would vanish anew. However, the circumstances have changed. A new vitality has surged into Songnan. It has truly come to life. No longer is it the miraculous realm reliant on the mortal realm to maintain its day of prosperity. This is a new miracle. The cherubic S-words illuminated the essence of heaven and hell. Such vitality of existence is something I have not witnessed in a long time. Lin Qiye, my emissary. You likely remain unaware of the extraordinary miracle that Songnan has become. No force, no entity can obliterate it any longer. Chapter 62, The Bestiary of Mountains and Seas. Riding the Huang. Even if the Shuoyan were to re-emerge, Songnan City would still endure, under the absolute protection of the laws of life. The inhabitants of Songnan City shall merely follow the natural course of their lives until their very end. This is the blessing of the laws of life. These were the cherubic's final words to Lin Qiye, and in that moment, he felt an urge to weep. How wonderful it is that his home shall no longer be so easily destroyed. Naturally, Lin Qiye harbored many questions. He could certainly perceive that Songnan City had been revived by Yue Heng. He was uncertain how Yue Heng accomplished this, yet he thought it unnecessary to know, as long as the outcome was favorable. Thank you, Yue Heng, for reviving Songnan. The revival of Songnan was the result of our collective efforts. Without your reconstruction a decade ago and your perseverance over the years, I could not have achieved what I did later. Who are you? And why did you render him unconscious, seeking to do the same to me? In the darkness, Yue Heng gazed at the woman who had unexpectedly appeared in his room, feeling as though he had stumbled into a most peculiar predicament. Do not be deceived by her swift concealment of her hand behind her back. One cannot overlook the pink sac in her grasp, for her gaze is exceedingly discerning. Nonsense, there is nothing of the sort. Who could possibly be dazed? Am I truly that kind of person? Xia Siming executed a triple denial. I have no fondness for the pink sac. It is Lin Qiye who adores the color pink. Yue Heng declared that he had indeed witnessed her hiding the sac. Upon hearing this, Lin Qiye, who had been feigning slumber in another sac, could no longer maintain his ruse. Who likes pink? You are spreading rumors. You possess 2 pink suitcases, your bedsheets are pink, and so are your curtains. Enough, enough. Is it so wrong for me to like the color pink? Lin Qiye emerged from the sack, unable to continue pretending to sleep. Who understands? It's the middle of the night, and I was peacefully resting in my room until someone came to knock me out and stuff me into a sack. And as if that were not enough, I must endure the jests of friends regarding my collection of pink household items. You do not like pink? Then what about this rainbow-colored sack? What do you think? Xia Siming surprisingly produced a vibrantly colored sack, a riot of hues, with so many colors. Surely there is one that you favor? Yue Heng replied, it seems that the issue is not the color of the sack. Observing their silence, Xia Siming interpreted. Could it be that none of these colors appeal to you? Then tell me, what color do you like? I shall find a sack in that hue. Is it possible that your current actions could be categorized as kidnapping, which is illegal? Yue Heng remarked, gazing at the sack in Xia Siming's hands with a somber tone. I am aware, she retorted. However, the only way to recruit you both into my team is through this method. Xia Siming felt no remorse for her actions, believing that exceptional talents must be actively recruited. Come, choose a sack quickly. Time is of the essence. Such a beautiful young lady. I am reluctant to resort to force. Lin Qiye interjected. Does that mean you would be willing to use force on me? Beautiful sister, you appear quite villainous. I do not even know who you are. How can I just follow you? It was impossible for him to enter the sack. First, he needed to extract information. With every utterance of sister and a sweet, innocent smile gracing her face, Xia Siming felt herself being tempted. I am Xia Siming, the captain of the Phoenix team. I am not a villain. I am here to sincerely invite you both to join the Phoenix team. The captain of the Phoenix team? Both Yue Heng and Lin Qiye had heard this title before, knowing that she was the representative of the goddess Athena. Rumored to also be called the humanoid Tyrannosaurus, it seems you both have heard of me. That is splendid. I have also heard of you, so we are somewhat acquainted. With that, Xia Siming prepared to take them away, as she sensed a familiar presence approaching, but she was still a moment too late. I must say, Captain Xia, your late-night endeavor to steal my team members seems rather unethical. Wu Xiangnan and Chen Mai's voices echoed from downstairs, clear enough to reach their ears. How could this be considered theft? I am merely making an effort to recruit talented individuals. Caught in the act, Xia Siming remained unperturbed, becoming even more audacious. Such exceptional talents should be part of our special team. This statement momentarily silenced Chen Mai and Wu Xiangnan. Yet, in an instant, Wu Xiangnan devised a new strategy. While they should indeed belong to a special team, they possess the qualifications to form their own special team, requiring no affiliation with another. Furthermore, whether it be your Phoenix team or Wang Mian's masked team, both have sufficient numbers and lack the capacity for new recruits. Thus, it would be wise to abandon your ambitions. People, the 136 team may not be able to hold on to them much longer. However, a day more is better than none. Wu Xiangnan. Xia Siming's temper flared, nearly inciting a sparring match. I have heard your injuries have healed. It has been a while since we last sparred. How about we have about today? Wu Xiangnan had once been a member of the special team Blue Rain. Had it not been for past misfortunes, his current strength would rival Xia Siming's. But it is still dark outside. Perhaps we should rest first and discuss matters upon awakening. Lin Qiye interjected, concerned that Wu Xiangnan might not be a match for Xia Siming. He quickly pulled Yue Heng into the conversation. Our Yue Heng is utterly exhausted. If you disturb her sleep any further, she will become irate. Indeed, I detest all creatures that disrupt my slumber. Yue Heng solemnly nodded in agreement with Lin Qiye. In truth, she was not at all tired. She had not been asleep when Xia Siming arrived. Had she been disturbed from her dreams, she would not have reacted so calmly. Just prior, she had been burning the midnight oil, engrossed in the newly acquired compendium of beasts and monsters. Though it appeared thin, she had spent 2 or 3 hours perusing it without reaching the end. Nevertheless, she had stumbled upon some intriguing information. Within her mental realm, the book Compendium of Beasts and Monsters lingered on the page, featuring a creature known as Cheng Wang. In the land of the white people, north of Longyu, there lies a creature called Cheng Wang, resembling a fox, adorned with horns upon its back, and one who rides it may extend their life by 2,000 years. Cheng Wang, an auspicious beast of the great Xia, bestows an additional 2,000 years of life upon its rider. Chapter 63. Let us together raise the fox. The tome titled Compendium of Beasts and Monsters contained not only creatures, but also rare herbs. Moreover, there were usage restrictions. Only one beast or herb could be summoned or extracted each day, and only after exhausting all options would such limitations cease to exist. With so many beasts and herbs to explore, only being able to select one per day would undoubtedly prolong the process to 1 or 2 years, a rather vexing predicament. She retrieved her phone and sent a message to Wang Mian. Where are you? Before I even left the training camp, you said you would come to prime me and Lin Qiye away, and yet, They have already stuffed us into sacks without you in sight. Indeed, prior to their departure from the training camp, Wang Mian had messaged Yue Heng, stating his intent to come to Cangnan to lure Wu Xiangnan and abduct her and Lin Qiye. As for how she had Wang Mian's contact information, she owed it to Wu Xiangnan, who had facilitated the connection during last year's New Year celebrations. Upon connecting, Wang Mian had promptly transferred her 100,000 yuan, claiming it was for the cost of a certain medicine. It was Wang Mian's generous gesture that elevated his status in Yue Heng's eyes. Wang Mian, I am on my way. Wang Mian, who stuffed you in his sacks? It must be that Xia Siming. Can she not adhere to any rules? Wang Mian, you both must not run off with her. And indeed, he was bringing members of the masked team along with him. By the time Wang Mian and his companions arrived, the sun would have risen. Meanwhile, the Phoenix team had regrettably departed. As they left, Xia Siming was still heard grumbling about something. That leftist peel. What harm would it do to allow us a couple more days of rest? Xia Siming longed to remain in Cangnan City and abduct the individuals, but as a cog in the corporate machine, she had no holiday to spare. Duties awaited no one. Before dawn, they set off on a new mission. Finally, they had departed. After bidding farewell to the Phoenix team, members of the 136 team collectively sighed in relief. However, their relief was premature. One Phoenix departs, and now another masked team arrives? Do these special teams have no sense of propriety? Upon learning that Wang Mian and his group had arrived in Cangnan City, the members of the 136 team were left speechless, with Wu Xiangnan drawing his sword. Stop. Let us calm down. It was I who summoned the masked team, Yue Heng quickly explained while pressing down on Wu Xiangnan's sword. What? You did that, little moon? What are you planning? Hong Ying asked, puzzled and somewhat worried. Wu Xiangnan had already expressed his regret, lamenting, I suddenly regret giving you both my contact information. Regret was futile now, as the masked team, adorned in their distinctive masks, approached with an air of familiarity. Yue Heng stretched his words in a teasing manner. Regret is too late now. It seems my sword has been neglected for years, and you've all completely forgotten me. Wu Xiangnan merely remarked this. And before he could even draw his sword, Yue Heng had already hidden behind the scales, prompting laughter from the others. Look at your pathetic self. The scales trembled, shaking off Yue Heng's grip on his clothing. Subsequently, it expressed disdain for Yue Heng while assisting Wang Mian in lifting Yue Heng's spirits. Yue Heng, have you made up your mind to join our squad? If you agree, this coward, Yue Heng, can take a brief exit. Yue Heng retorted, all right, I can disappear for a bit. But that wasn't the reason I gathered you. I brought you here to summon a fox. Yue Heng declined to join the masked team. Yet her mention of summoning a fox left others bewildered. Summon a fox? What kind of fox? A white fox, purple fox, or perhaps a Tibetan fox? It can't be a nine-tailed fox, can it? In the face of their inquiries, Yue Heng deliberately kept them guessing. Just come with me. Leading the two teams into a spacious room, Yue Heng commenced her summoning ritual. Her mental power traced the page featuring Che Wang and the Shanhai Jing. And the previously dim image of Che Wang began to radiate golden light. Before Yue Heng, a corresponding shape of golden light also emerged. Mere moments later, the golden light solidified into the form of an enormous, platinum-hued fox, revealing itself to the audience. This fox, glowing with golden light, measured approximately 4 to 5 meters in length and 2 to 3 meters in height. Though it possessed only a single golden tail, it sported a pair of exquisite deer antlers. Is this the fox you wanted us to summon? It's quite beautiful, someone remarked. Is this a new mysterious creature? But why can't we discern its realm? This is what you summoned. It must possess some unique qualities, they murmured, perplexed yet eager for Yue Heng's explanation. This is Cheng Wang, a primordial auspicious beast of our great Xia. Yue Heng approached Cheng Wang, gently stroking its lowered head. I wonder if you've ever read the Shanhai Jing. It mentions this creature in the Western classics. Cheng Wang resembles a fox, adorned with antlers on its back, and lives for 2,000 years. Upon hearing the last 6 words, the 6 members of the masked team, excluding Wang Mian, rushed towards Yue Heng, some surrounding her while others gravitated towards Cheng Wang, filled with excitement. Yue Heng, can this Cheng Wang assist our leader? I can't believe our great Xia still harbors such mysteries. Can the leader ride Cheng Wang? If possible, we can fulfill any request you have. Yes. Don't think we were weak during last year's training camp. We're quite formidable. And we can meet any of your demands. The 6 surrounded Yue Heng, each speaking over the other, leaving her unsure of how to respond first. I summoned you so that Lord Wang Mian could ride Cheng Wang. Otherwise, why would I go through the trouble of bringing you here? I wouldn't want to walk with you all. You're far too busy. However, Wang Mian, feeling a strong moral obligation, hesitated, sensing he was taking advantage of Yue Heng and struggled to find a polite way to decline. There is no need to feel guilty. Consider it a huge favor owed to me. Favors are the most precious currency, and you'll all owe me in the future. Yue Heng smiled, feeling as though she had gained a significant advantage. Summoning Chenghuang was something she intended to do anyway, and allowing someone to ride it would not cost her anything while gaining her a few favors. Perhaps due to the prior incident with the medicine, the masked team members trusted her immensely, promising to owe her a favor even before experiencing the benefits of Chenghuang. They solemnly promised that whenever she needed help, regardless of the time or place, they would rush to her side, providing their utmost support. Indeed, Yue Heng did not deceive them. After Wang Mian rode Xinguang, he immediately gained an additional 2,000 years of lifespan. However, it was at this moment that Yue Heng realized another limitation of Chu Wang. Each individual could only ride Xinguang once in their lifetime to gain an additional 2,000 years of lifespan. Subsequent rides would yield no such effect. 2,000 years was already sufficient. After all, the average person lived no more than 100 years. This was an increase of over 20 times. Wang Mian felt no regret over this outcome. He was quite satisfied. If one could endlessly increase their lifespan by 2,000 years, chaos would undoubtedly ensue. Not wanting to waste the summoning of Xinguang, Yue Heng prepared to let others ride when Shu Wang expressed its dissent. You mean to say that I can only allow one person to ride per day? Very well, let us set that aside for now. Let us pet the fox first. It's so adorable. Petting Xinguang could also extend lifespan, albeit not by the full 2,000 years, perhaps only 3 to 5 years, but it was still better than nothing. Moreover, it felt incredibly pleasant to touch. Yue Heng's eyes sparkled with excitement as she encouraged everyone to join her in petting the fox, Xinguang. Xinguang's fur was soft and long, offering an unparalleled tactile delight. By the way, Yue Heng, I actually have a task during my visit to Cangnan. Even knowing that it was impossible to lure Yue Heng and Lin Qiye away, Wang Mian and the others did not immediately depart from Cangnan. Well, if you have a task, then go ahead and do it. What are we doing here? Our mission is related to you. Wang Mian said as he produced a document folder and handed it to Chen Mai, then stated seriously, Commander Yi wishes to meet with your 136th squad, especially you, Yue Heng. And Lin Qiye, I have been dispatched to escort you to the capital. Huh, we need an escort? Can't we go directly? Lin Qiye was confused, questioning why they required an escort from a special squad for what seemed to be a simple trip to the capital. Had something happened? Yue Heng's first reaction was one of concern. After all, the strength of their 136th squad was not weak. Wu Xiangnan and Chen Mai had both recovered, stabilizing their abilities in the sea realm and were striving for the chaotic boundless realm and beyond. Moreover, Yue Heng and Lin Qiye were shrouded in numerous secrets and hidden strategies. Zhao Kongcheng, Wen Qima, and Hong Ying were seasoned night watchmen. Why would there be such concern for their safety that warranted a special squad to escort them? The primary concern is for your safety and Lin Qiye's. Just recently, Shen Qizhu, who went to report to the capital, disappeared along the way. Investigations indicate that Shen Qizhu likely fell into the hands of the Ancient God Church. However, the Ancient God Church's original target was not him but you. Wang Mian ultimately revealed some information to them, though he withheld further details. For instance, even after a thorough cleansing, the 039 training camp still harbors spies from the cult of the ancient gods among its ranks. And there are also pawns of the cult within the upper echelons of the Night Watch. Otherwise, Shen Qingzhu would not have vanished. And they would not be concerned about the cult of the ancient gods striking against Yue Heng and Lin Qiye again. Though unspoken, the higher-ups of the Night Watch are acutely aware that Yue Heng and Lin Qiye have recently endured the catastrophic calamity of Cangnan and are presently in a state of vulnerability. Was Brother Zhuang taken by the cult of the ancient gods? Lin Qiye did not anticipate such an occurrence. In his surprise, he instinctively reached for Yue Heng beside him. But he found nothing. Do you know the exact location of the cult of the ancient gods? Had they not been shrouded in fog, Yue Heng would have already dashed out. It is truly audacious of them to constantly monitor the Night Watch, attacking one moment and the next. Remain calm. We must not act impulsively. Although Lin Qiye felt a surge of anger, he was well aware of his own capabilities and understood the necessity for prudence and long-term planning. Little Moon, I recognize you are friends, but the matter concerning Shen Qizhu requires careful deliberation. Yue Heng had long regained his composure. Yet they continued to urge him one after the other, leaving Yue Heng feeling quite helpless. They had to change the subject. Are we heading to Shangjing City? Is there no way to refuse? What are you thinking? The Night Watch must naturally obey orders. Pack your belongings. Tonight we fly to Shangjing City. Chen Mai closed the documents and issued the command. He had perused the contents of the files, yet he had no idea what they contained. His expression was a mix of joy and anger. Lin Qiye had an opportunity to sneak a glance, but in his effort to restrain Yue Heng, he neglected to do so. What secrets lie within? Are they matters we are unworthy to know? Yue Heng opted for a direct approach, boldly attempting to extract information from Chen Mai. Once we reach Shangjing City, you will find out. Chen Mai evaded Yue Heng's probing, refusing to elaborate. Yet Yue Heng persisted, urging him to give them a hint. Was it good news or bad? If it is bad, then I shall not go. It is undoubtedly good news. Qianmai was genuinely at a loss for words. Even if it were bad news, you must go and comply with your superior's orders. He had lied. Qianmai's follow-up statement immediately alerted Yue Heng and Lin Qiye to the fact that he was concealing the truth. Chapter 65. You never asked me. Qianmai was usually reticent, and his repeated explanations only appeared as a cover to the others. The trip to Shangjing was certainly not ordinary. However, Qianmai clearly preferred to remain tight-lipped, dismissing them to prepare their luggage. The veteran of the night watch, Zhao Kongcheng, observed the puzzled expressions of Yue Heng and Lin Qiye and shared his speculation. Songnan is merely a small city. They have already recovered. And there is no need for 2C realm guardians here. Moreover, they are soon to enter the infinite realm. Such talents would not be allowed to squander their time in a place like Songnan. If my guess is correct, both Old Qin and Old Wu will be reassigned to Shangjing. However, if they leave, our team 136 will be reduced to just 5 members. Lin Qiye had not anticipated that they would face separation so soon again. No, Old Qin cannot leave. How will I manage my meals if he does? If he must go, he must take me with him. Yue Heng expressed her reliance on Qianmai's culinary skills. Old Wu would never expect that he was cast aside simply for his lack of cooking skills. Zhao Kongcheng, who was driving, jested to lighten the atmosphere. I am merely speculating. My guess may not be accurate. Yet, he felt a deeper sense of unease. Sensing that the impending departures from Team 136 would not be limited to Qianmai and Wuxiangnan. Lin Qiye and Yue Heng would undoubtedly not remain in a small city like Songnan. Their temporary stay in Songnan was likely only due to Lin Qiye's indispensable role in the mortal realm and Yue Heng's involvement in the critical revival of Songnan. Now, with Songnan rejuvenated, there was no longer any reason for them to stay. In Shangjing City, headquarters of the Night Watch. You have arrived safely. Our mission is complete. After the masked team uttered these words, they departed without pause, hurrying to their next assignment. Their haste left Yue Heng and Lin Qiye bemused, prompting them to exchange comments. Their special team is quite busy. It is fortunate we did not agree to join them. Otherwise, we would be overwhelmed. Indeed, Songnan City, with its mountains and seas and fewer tasks, is the perfect place for us to enjoy our retirement. Just as Yue Heng and Lin Qiye were gossiping, an unfamiliar voice interrupted. A youth, barely in his teens, remarked, thinking about retirement already? Upon hearing this voice, the two instinctively straightened their posture, like students caught talking in class. As the words fell, a middle-aged man draped in a dark red cloak entered. At the sight of this man, Qianmai and Wuxiangnan immediately stood. Commander Yi. The rest followed suit. For the other 5, it was their first encounter with Commander Yi. Yue Heng glanced up briefly before hastily lowering her head. The room was dimly lit, and she had not been prepared. She nearly blinded herself with the radiance emanating from Commander Yi. Please, take a seat. There is no need to be tense. After Commander Yi took his seat, his gaze swept over Yue Heng and Lin Qiye. I summoned you to Shangjing to commend and thank you for all you did during the Songnan calamity. The commendation is merely a prelude, Yue Heng mused. Songnan is our home, and it is our duty as Team 136 to protect it. This is what we ought to do. As team leader, Qianmai spoke on behalf of everyone. Yet you performed exceptionally well. Commander Ye's praise was entirely sincere. Commander, is this commendation not a bit excessive? Qianmai had not anticipated that he and his team would one day receive such an honor. Not at all. Commander Ye's gaze fixed on Lin Qiye and Yue Heng. One of you vanquished the Norse trickster god Loki's avatar, while the other summoned the great summer goddess Yin Xiao, who eliminated the Greek sea god Poseidon. Truthfully, the other members of Team 136 have benefited greatly from the prowess of Yue Heng and Lin Qiye. As soon as Commander Yi finished speaking, 6 pairs of eyes were fixated on Yue Heng. You never asked me. Yue Heng retorted with a sense of indignation. These are trivial matters, mere trifles. The glances directed at her grew more accusatory. Very well, it was she who forgot to mention it. Indeed. Her skill of summoning deities has its limitations. It can only be used once a day, and she currently cannot summon higher-tier gods such as the 3 pure ones. Queen Mother of the West, Earth Goddess, or Niwa. Had she been able to summon multiple times, she would undoubtedly have pursued Loki to the ends of the earth and dealt with that unworthy god. When Zhou Ping and I discussed this, I was somewhat incredulous. I am also curious how you managed to summon the goddess Yin Xiao. The intensity of the gazes on Yue Heng increased, and Commander Ye's scrutiny became more formidable. Must I reveal it? Yue Heng hesitated, feeling that the origins of her unique ability were somewhat difficult to explain and was reluctant to disclose. She had expected Commander Yi to press further, but he surprisingly did not. Of course, you are free to keep it to yourself. However, I am now curious whether you will be able to summon the goddess Yin Xiao again in the future. Can you summon or contact the Erlang Jian, who recently appeared in the Great Xia? Yue Fan finally broached the matter that weighed heavily on the minds of the higher-ups among the Night Watchers. Upon hearing the name Yang Jian, Lin Qiye's grip beneath the table tightened, and his demeanor grew tense. I presume your inquiries extend beyond merely his whereabouts, but rather encompass the fate of all deities in the Great Xia, he surmised. Indeed. The entire cadre of Night Watchers within the Great Xia was deeply concerned about the whereabouts of their divine beings, with their intentions laid bare. Yue Fan did not deny it, but rather openly acknowledged their purpose. After a brief moment of hesitation, Yue Heng divulged all she knew. Their dedication and sacrifices should not remain unknown to the world. I can assure you that the deities of the Great Xia have always been present. They have never forsaken you. As the mist descended, engulfing the earth, did you not wonder why only the territories of the Great Xia remained untouched by the fog? This was due to the gods of the Great Xia sacrificing their divine powers and mortal forms, transforming into 9 national guardian monuments to safeguard the borders. This act prevented the mist from encroaching upon the lands of the Great Xia, thus sparing its people from the calamity of the fog. Consequently, following the arrival of the mist, we could only perceive the existence of external gods, while the deities of the Great Xia remained imperceptible. Yet, they have always been with us. Upon hearing Yue Heng reveal the truth about the mist's inability to penetrate the Great Xia, even though they had previously speculated about it, they were nonetheless taken aback by the revelation. The notion that they had relinquished their divine powers and mortal forms easily conjured thoughts of death. Yue Heng shook her head, countering, "No, you are misunderstanding. That day, it was merely that Erlang Shun could not tolerate the external god's audacity in believing that the Great Xia was devoid of deities. He forcibly restored his divine form to confront and slay Indra, uttering those words to instill fear in the external gods, deterring them from treading lightly upon the Great Xia. However, in doing so, he nearly exhausted his strength, to the brink of losing his divinity and vanishing forever." At this point, Yue Heng hastily pried apart Lin Qiye's tightly clenched hands, spreading them open. Describing Erlang Shun as lively seems rather inappropriate. The term elicited a humorous response from Yue Fan. "Oh, inappropriate? I find it quite fitting. When Yang Jian was still known as Yang Jin, he was merely a teenager of 13 or 14 years, the very age of vibrancy, is it not? No wonder our deities of the Great Xia disappeared. It was indeed to protect us, the people of the Great Xia," Zhao Kongcheng remarked, reminiscing about their conversation from a year prior on similar topics. Yue Heng's words were primarily directed at Zhao Kongcheng and the others, while Yue Fan easily discerned that he was not entirely uninformed. Sharing this information was merely a formality. As Yue Fan listened to Yue Heng's extensive account, he was also testing the waters. The outcome of this trial left him quite satisfied, prompting him to disclose the true reason behind their visit. "Yue Heng, Lin Qiye. If you both remain with Team 136, you may be somewhat overlooked. Would you be interested in joining a special task force?" "Not interested." Yue Heng immediately rejected the proposition without a second thought. She had seen firsthand how busy the special task forces, Phantom and Phoenix, were. She had no desire to join. "Isn't Song Nin appealing?" Lin Qiye echoed her sentiments, also declining. "Commander, aren't the existing special task forces already at full capacity?" Wu Xiang Nin expressed confusion, yet a flicker of excitement stirred within him. Could it be that the 5th Special Task Force was about to emerge? The current Special Task Forces may be full, but the Special Task Force itself is not yet complete. We are still lacking a 5th Special Task Force among the Night Watchers, Yue Fan declared. His gaze filled with anticipation as he looked towards Yue Heng and Lin Qiye. "We have long harbored plans to establish a 5th Special Task Force. And should this come to fruition, the most suitable candidates for leadership would be you two." "I cannot. I am a slothful creature. Let Lin Qiye take the lead." "I cannot. I am inept. Let Yue Heng lead." Both swiftly dismissed their capabilities, attempting to shift the burden onto one another, showcasing a well-practiced rapport. "Yue Heng, Lin Qiye, I will not allow you to speak ill of yourselves. You are the best." The others chimed in. "Oh, how harmonious." Yet Lin Qiye retorted that such harmony was merely him anticipating Yue Heng's thoughts and responding accordingly. "Oh, it seems you two have agreed to form the Special Task Force." Yue Fan, adept at manipulating concepts, was quick to interpret the situation. However, Yue Heng resolutely declined, shaking her head vigorously. "I have not. I cannot." Simultaneously, she cast a pleading glance toward the diagonal Wu Xiang Nan. "Commander Yi, they are both fresh recruits who have only recently emerged from training camp. Isn't it a bit hasty to have them establish a special task force so soon?" Perceiving the signal, Wu Xiangnan interjected, suggesting that it was premature to discuss such matters. "I did not say they should establish a special task force immediately. They are not yet up to standard, as you well know," Yue Fan responded, prompting a collective sigh of relief from Team 136. However, Yufan did not allow them to fully relax. Yet, we must seize promising talents while they are still ripe. Although they may not yet meet the criteria, we can begin their preparations, guiding them toward that standard. Be cautious not to force their growth too quickly, Yue Heng murmured, almost causing Yufan to choke. Are you suggesting a preparatory special task force? Wu Xiongnan asked, striving to temper his excitement. Pretty much, Yufan confirmed, nodding in agreement and continuing along Wu Xiangnan's line of thought. During the preparatory assessment, they will undertake different tasks and receive enhanced training. Once they complete our evaluation, the 5th Special Task Force will officially be established. Wait a moment, Yue Heng raised her hand. It seems we have not agreed to form a special task force. Lin Qiye may be capable, but I truly am not. Indeed, I believe you ought to solicit our opinions on this matter, Lin Qiye added, raising his hand as well. Yet Yufan disregarded their objections and directly addressed Chen Muyi. You were tasked with convincing them. They are still young and do not comprehend what establishing a special task force entails. Chen Muyi nodded, having anticipated this day since he first encountered Lin Qiye and Yue Heng, thus finding it easier to accept. Before concluding, Yifan took the opportunity to speak privately with Chen Muyi and Wu Xiongnan. And Xiongnan, your injuries have healed. You ought to reclaim your sword and restore the renown of the Blue Rain Team's indomitable swordsman. This statement implied a transfer from Team 136. Commander, is this not rather sudden? The sudden departure of so many from Team 136 will leave it struggling. I do not expect you to leave immediately. I can grant you a year's time. Transform Yue Heng and Lin Qiye's mindsets, preparing them to become qualified night watchers for the establishment of the Special Task Force. Simultaneously, during this year, you may scout for new recruits, training your successors to serve as the captain and vice-captain of Team 136. A year should suffice. Upon hearing that Yufan had allotted them a year, Chen Muyi and Wu Xiongnan fell silent. After all, as night watchers, they were soldiers, bound to obey orders unconditionally. Old Chen, you actually threatened me. You have changed. After reviewing the materials in her hands, Yue Heng's eyes widened in astonishment. The documents were not merely about anyone else. They pertained to Qingyu, detailing the location of his laboratory, the mysterious entities he had dissected, and an arrest warrant. Qingyu had made significant contributions during the Battle of Tsangnan, and Yue Heng protested, asserting that it would be heartless of old Chun to sever ties after crossing the river. She had a bond with Qingyu and greatly admired his talents. To imprison such a gifted individual would be a tremendous loss. This is the rule of the Night Watchers. We possess no privileges to alter it, Chenmai replied sternly. And Qingyu had committed a crime by stealing from the mysterious. And thus, he must be taken to the fasting hall. Chen's demeanor was unyielding, showing no regard for the assistance Qingyu had provided during the battle. Is this true? Yue Heng turned to Zhao Kongcheng for confirmation. Indeed, Zhao Kongcheng nodded seriously, though he struggled to suppress a laugh, realizing how Chen's team had cleverly manipulated the situation. While the rules were indeed strict, Team 136 was not devoid of compassion. They had never truly intended to report Qingyu to the fasting hall. Their actions were merely a ploy to persuade Yue Heng and the others to form a special team. Once they secured Yue Heng's cooperation, they would likely have Lin Qiye on board as well. Is there any way to rescind this? Yue Heng inquired tentatively, defending Qingyu. He has not committed any heinous acts. He simply enjoys conducting dissection experiments. After all, he has personally slain mysterious entities, contributing to the protection of Tsangnan. Wu Xiongnan joined Chenmai in the charade, revealing that there were indeed alternatives. Ordinary teams lack privileges, but special teams possess them. Be it even provisional ones, they have more leeway than you realize. Upon hearing this, Yue Heng understood the underlying motive. They aim to establish a special team. But is it truly necessary? Does the Great Xia really lack special teams that much? Recently, Tsangnan had been peaceful, and Yue Heng had yet to grasp the urgency of the situation. In truth, there was a dire need for special teams. When Chenmai presented recent data on mysterious incidents to Yue Heng and Lin Qiye, they realized that the world had never been tranquil. The frequency of mysterious events and incidents involving ancient cults had been escalating exponentially in recent years, with some large-scale occurrences increasing at an alarming rate. Only special teams and top-ranking squads could manage such crises. However, only 3 special teams were active, rendering them incapable of handling all the tasks, which explained the busyness of the Mask and Phoenix squads. Moreover, the number of night watchers who had sacrificed their lives in recent years had surged significantly. As a series of confidential data unfolded before Yue Heng and Lin Qiye, they remained silent for a long while, their gazes filled with resolve. In unison, they declared, "We are willing to obey the orders and attempt to form a special team." They were individuals who responded better to soft persuasion than to harsh demands. Furthermore, as Yue Heng gazed at the substantial sacrifice board, she felt a profound sense of urgency. I believe I can develop a universal antidote for the ghostly deity's essence. Thus, Amidst her daily studies and tasks, Yue Heng began to dedicate her spare time to researching the universal antidote for the ghostly deity's essence. Her current antidote could only target individuals. It was not particularly difficult to concoct, and its efficacy was remarkable, as evidenced by Zhao Kongcheng. He was the first to consume the special antidote and not only survived but also retained a unique ability, the Shadow of Oblivion, and his talents were promising, nearing a breakthrough into the river realm. However, achieving the same level of effectiveness with a universal antidote posed significant challenges, as she felt something essential was missing in her research. At present, she could only produce a lower-grade version of the universal antidote, yet its significance seemed minimal. Observing the universal antidote for the ghostly deity's essence she had labored over for a month, Yue Heng felt dissatisfied and began to express her grievances to Lin Qiye. "What's wrong? Is it ineffective in preserving their lives?" Lin Qiye inquired. "It can preserve their lives. But those who consume it after exposure to the ghostly deity's essence will find their abilities and mental faculties sealed, rendering them ordinary. For some, surviving as a normal person is a fate worse than death," Yue Heng explained, which clarified her earlier statement regarding the antidote's limited utility. Lin Qiye, who had been listening, found the situation both amusing and troubling. Saving a life is already a significant achievement. Technically, calling it an antidote was a misnomer since the ghostly deity's essence was not a poison. Rather, this remedy mitigated the aftereffects of the essence, which was a more accurate description and easier to comprehend. For some individuals, this remedy was indeed a blessing, as they viewed survival as the utmost priority. Lin Qiye could not speak for others, but for himself, simply being alive was a tremendous gift. If he ever found himself in a desperate situation requiring the use of the ghostly deity's essence, having such an antidote to preserve his life and allow him to reunite with his aunt was a stroke of fortune. As for becoming an ordinary person, he had already experienced that for 17 years, so it held little significance for him. It might even bring him a sense of relief. He brought up Zhao Kongcheng as a prime example. Indeed, saving one life is a worthy endeavor. To live is to hold hope. Instantly, Yue Heng felt enlightened and grew more content with the version of the universal antidote she had created. Regardless, the priority was to ensure people survived, perhaps in the future. She could develop a more effective version of the antidote for the ghostly deity's essence. With newfound clarity, Yue Heng promptly pulled Lin Qiye to seek out Shenmai. "Old Shen, please deliver this formula to Commander Yi. He should have the means to ascertain the feasibility of this remedy in the shortest time possible and ensure that every night watcher is provided with such an antidote. Each day the remedy is delayed could mean the loss of another life. Those who protect the living in the darkness deserve a fighting chance. They should not be buried in the night. Is this the antidote for the ghostly deity's essence?" Shenmai gazed incredulously at the documents in his hands, astonished at Yue Heng's quiet yet monumental achievement. An antidote for the ghostly deity's essence. After years as a night watcher, he had never heard of any remedy capable of alleviating the aftereffects of the essence. The lower-grade antidote had its flaws but was still usable. Yue Heng harbored a touch of perfectionism. She found the lower-grade antidote unsatisfactory. "It is already quite good," Shenmai said excitedly, quickly utilizing special channels to submit the formula. "If this can be implemented, the headquarters will surely reward you. Every night watcher is a hero of the Great Xia, and preserving their lives is a monumental achievement." After delivering the documents, Shenmai took a moment to inquire, "Can we discuss rewards or requests?" Yue Heng replied that she lacked for nothing, and that those who needed something were her friends. "What do you desire? Speak freely. I can submit a request on your behalf." Shenmai was intrigued, eager to discover what Yue Heng might want beyond food. "I seek some mysterious corpses. Any quantity will suffice, whether large or small," she replied. The enigmatic corpse, intended for that enigmatic figure, Qingyu. Qingyu, a thief of secrets, is notorious for stealing mysterious corpses. This fact is well known within the 136 squad. Yue Heng paused. Could she admit that she had just thought of Qingyu when she actually had Lin Qiye in mind? It seemed inappropriate, as Lin Qiye possessed the ability to summon magic using the mysterious corpses, a secret known only to her, and it was unwise to reveal it so easily. One could say, indeed, it was meant as a gift for him. To keep Lin Qiye's secret concealed, it would be better for Qingyu to take the lead. However, if the reward comprised sufficient mysterious corpses, it might be feasible to offer a few to Qingyu as well. After all, such rewards are fitting for a competent shield. Understood. Besides gourmet food, Yue Heng had little else she desired, so when she finally made such a request, Shenmai naturally would not refuse her. He promptly conveyed her needs. Although it was a simplified version of the recipe, Yue Heng was entirely confident in its efficacy, as it had been formulated only after it could be mass-produced in this world. Thus, the headquarters of the Night Watch quickly verified the recipe's authenticity and dispatched personnel to begin crafting the antidote. Soon enough, the reward that Yue Heng sought arrived, and in ample quantity. Wait a minute, whose good deeds require them to undertake tasks in a prison? Upon seeing the assessment task assigned to her and Lin Qiye, Yue Heng felt a profound sense of bewilderment. The new assignment required them to go to such a place. To clarify, it was not a prison, but rather a fasting facility. Chenmai pointed out the significant difference between the two. Both involve confinement and the loss of freedom, so what difference does it make? One confines individuals with forbidden secrets, while the other holds ordinary people. Lin Qiye shared her sentiment, believing there was little distinction between the two locations. This is merely a task, with the only peculiar aspect being the location of its execution. Knowing Yue Heng and Lin Qiye's interests, Chenmai immediately mentioned that this task might involve a large number of ancient cult followers, providing ample opportunity for them to vent their frustrations. If only you had mentioned them earlier. Yue Heng instantly became intrigued, expressing her willingness to undertake this task. Likewise, Lin Qiye, harboring significant dissatisfaction towards the ancient cult, recognized this as an excellent opportunity for retribution. Here are the specifics of the task. To provide a reason for both of you to enter the fasting facility. And Qingyu will also make an appearance, charged with the crime of harboring a thief of secrets. Within the fasting facility, there exists a monument that suppresses forbidden secrets, which holds little significance for your sacred secrets. Thus, your execution of this task would grant you a relative advantage. After handing the task document to both individuals, Chenmai promptly destroyed it for confidentiality purposes. Must we be assigned a crime? Yue Heng noticed the reason given for their entrance, one that sounded rather uncomfortable. Are there no other, more favorable reasons? Or perhaps we could forego a reason entirely. Chenmai glanced at Yue Heng, then at Lin Qiye. Lin Qiye had an alternative justification for entering, but it seemed that Yue Heng had none. Me? Lin Qiye pointed at himself, bewildered. Within the fasting facility, there exists a mental institution. Lin Qiye, is this reasonable? Is this not merely bullying someone who has finally regained their health? Wait, I do not have a mental illness. Chapter 69. You are not mistaken. I am quite excited. I truly do not have a mental illness. Lin Qiye felt somewhat exhausted, having had to explain himself repeatedly. He had originally become blind after witnessing the seraphim on the moon. Ordinary people may not believe it, but how could the night watch not? All right, you do not have a mental illness. The tone seemed dismissive, did it not? Though you do not have a mental illness. It is true that you have a history of mental health issues. If you merely feign a mental illness once more, you could gain entry into the mental institution within the fasting facility for treatment. Chenmai proposed a second option for entry. Forget it. I'd rather be charged with harboring a thief, at least that could be clarified. Entering under the pretense of a mental illness would truly solidify that label upon me. Lin Qiye was reluctant to continue bearing the stigma of being labeled a mental patient. His mental state had always been perfectly sound and healthy, truly. Noting Lin Qiye's aversion to this suggestion, Yue Heng suppressed her previously burgeoning idea. Pretending to be a mental patient seemed rather amusing. Very well. Upon uttering this phrase, Chenmai produced a pair of handcuffs, fastening one to each of Yue Heng and Lin Qiye's wrists. If one is to act, one must commit fully. Yue Heng and Lin Qiye, and Qingyu, what is that expression on your face? I sense a hint of excitement from you. You are not mistaken. I am indeed quite excited. The gleam in Qingyu's eyes was unimpeded by the lenses, his tone brimming with restrained exhilaration. This is the premier superpower prison in Daxia. By entering, I will unravel many new enigmas. All my previous worries were unfounded. Seeing him in such spirits, Yue Heng felt no inclination to voice her concerns. She had previously felt guilty for dragging Qingyu into this mess, unaware that he was relishing the experience. Is this the realm of geniuses? We, the ordinary, truly cannot comprehend it. Lin Qiye was equally astonished by Qingyu's display of excitement. This is the fasting facility, housing only the most malevolent superpowered individuals. It is said that many followers are among them. I can't shake the feeling that you're about to do something nefarious. Hearing Yue Heng's tone, Lin Qiye felt a sense of foreboding. Do I seem like that kind of person? I am a thoroughly good individual, always law-abiding. Absolutely would not. Perhaps you should refrain from explaining. Your words only make me more anxious. Lin Qiye interrupted Yue Heng's lengthy explanation. To be honest, he was somewhat worried about those plotting to invade the fasting facility to wreak havoc. If the individuals from the ancient cult were indeed as the intelligence suggested, their fate upon entering the fasting facility would likely be quite grim. After all, both of them harbored no fondness for the ancient cult. The three of them now found themselves in the activity zone of the fasting facility, surrounded by towering steel walls that enclosed an area the size of 2 sports arenas. Every 100 meters atop the steel walls stood a dark watchtower, with the faint glimmer of sniper scopes reflecting from within. In the absence of forbidden secrets, anyone attempting to escape would likely find themselves shot dead. There are quite a number of people here, aren't there? Where shall we find them? Yue Heng merely glanced upward and noticed dozens of individuals directly ahead. Their task was to protect someone named Wu Tongxian and to prevent the ancient cult from causing disturbances within. Of course, there was also an additional task for Yue Heng, to ascertain whether she could treat Wu Tongxian. Although Yue Heng found it perplexing that, since everyone was targeting Wu Tongxian, they did not simply bring the individual out temporarily. Why was she required to enter the fasting facility? Wu Tongxian certainly had significant connections. It seems like someone is here to assert their dominance. You two go ahead. Observing the three individuals approaching their direction, Yue Heng quietly stepped back a couple of paces, ceding the battleground to Lin Qiye and Qingyu. Lin Qiye had grown accustomed to Yue Heng's tactics, but Qingyu clearly struggled to comprehend her repeated retreats. Is this your usual behavior? You'll get used to it, classmate Qingyu. Qingyu wanted to express that he found it hard to get used to. Nevertheless, Lin Qiye had already taken the initiative, handling the trio with ease. It seemed there was no need for him to intervene. Otherwise, why do you think I would allow him to participate? Lin Qiye is exceptionally formidable. However, it would indeed be disgraceful for a dignified agent of the three gods to be unable to defeat three ordinary individuals suppressed in the Forbidden Ruins. Although Yue Heng arrived in this world with almost no knowledge of the so-called plot, she could still sense that shortly after Lin Qiye broke through to the Chuan realm, a threat of divine aura enveloped him. Yue Heng has formed certain conjectures regarding this protagonist's golden finger with each breakthrough in spiritual power. He seems to gain the strength of a deity. Initially, upon reaching the Zhan realm, it was the goddess of night, Nyx. Later, upon reaching the Qi realm, it should have been a deity associated with magic. Lin Qiye's magical abilities stem from this god. After the cataclysm of Cangnan, he broke through to the Chuan realm, acquiring yet another divine aura. However, it remains uncertain what skills this deity has bestowed upon him. Wait, don't leave yet. Seeing those who were intimidated by Lin Qiye attempting to retreat, Yue Heng swiftly stepped forward to block their path. The individuals who had intended to leave found themselves immobilized, as if glued to the ground. Speak up. Oh, so you are the believers, and that's why you dare not utter a word? Yue Heng's questions were pointedly obvious, and as a newcomer to the fasting house, she inevitably attracted attention. This was precisely her intention. It was far too troublesome to seek out individuals discreetly. By amplifying her presence, it would be much more convenient for others to approach her. As for the notion of startling the snake in the grass, she found such antics quite amusing. Nonsense. I'm not one of those foolish believers. The believers you seek are over there, in the 4th, 6th, and 12th seats. A certain individual who had come to the rescue but ended up being thwarted by Lin Qiye and subsequently immobilized by Yue Heng, begrudgingly pointed to a corner. He had long found those few believers unpleasant. You are a night watchman who committed a crime. We believers have a grudge against you. With the accusation laid bare, the three believers in the corner resignedly approached Yue Heng, quickly deducing the reason for her interest in them. Indeed, I harbor a blood feud with you believers. I intentionally committed a crime to enter the fasting house, specifically to eliminate you believers who hide within. Yue Heng nodded vigorously, wearing an expression that suggested, aren't you clever? Her somewhat exaggerated demeanor led others to perceive her as deceitful. Murder is prohibited within the fasting house, remarked the 4th seat believer coldly. Though his gaze was fixed on the 4 individuals who had been immobilized, curiosity surrounded Yue Heng's ability to freeze them in place. It was a topic of intrigue for everyone still in the activity area. Oh, Yue Heng nodded, then provocatively added, but if you cannot discern how I immobilized those 4, you likely cannot fathom how I might kill someone either. In the sunlight, a subtle glimmer danced at the tips of Yue Heng's fingers. Those unfamiliar with her would assume it was merely the sheen of her nails. However, Lin Qiye, who was more acquainted with Yue Heng, understood that she concealed 6 finely sharpened needles imbued with poison at her fingertips. She had just used these needle-like instruments to immobilize the 4 individuals, which ordinary people would struggle to perceive due to their minuscule size. You dare not. Should you attempt to harm us, the snipers surrounding us will eliminate you immediately, and you shall not survive. The believers exhibited no concern, firmly believing that no one would resort to mutual destruction. Yet, Yue Heng possessed a rebellious spirit. Initially, she intended to frighten them, but their provocations ignited a genuine inclination towards action. Perhaps it was worth a try. Just as Yue Heng was about to launch the needles at the 3 believers, the prison guard, trailing behind with a whistle, interrupted her actions. You were fortunate today, but next time, luck may not be on your side. As she was ushered back to her cell by the guard, Yue Heng addressed the 3 believers. After her encounter, they should feel incited, unable to swallow their pride, and perhaps they would take action soon. She hoped they would act promptly, allowing them to complete their tasks and escape this wretched place, for each additional day spent here was a torment. What are you doing? During the free activity period, Yue Heng found Lin Qiye squatting in a corner, facing the wall. She crouched beside him and inquired. Lin Qiye did not lift his head, I am observing the little flowers. But the flowers are already dead, interjected someone nearby. Yue Heng gazed at the barren ground, falling into silence. There wasn't even a blade of grass, let alone flowers. These two individuals seemed to be suffering from some form of delusion. When did the flowers die? I didn't see that. Lin Qiye continued conversing with the other person, maintaining a back-and-forth dialogue. Observing the individual clad in a hospital gown, Yue Heng immediately surmised that he must be a patient from a mental asylum. Lin Qiye, are you certain your mind is sound? Engaging in such normal discourse with a mental patient raises my suspicions regarding your mental state. My mind is perfectly sound, Lin Qiye insisted. He merely had frequent dealings with patients, and he had grown accustomed to it. Very well, your mind is indeed sound. Here, have a little red flower. And do not dwell on any small potatoes. As Yue Heng spoke, a vibrant red flower did indeed bloom before the two of them, revealing two crimson camellias. As Qingyu approached, she chanced upon the two flowers, halting in her tracks. Perhaps you should tone it down a bit? Wow, a little flower. The mental patient eagerly reached out to grasp the flower, his tone brimming with delight. This is a gift of hope from nature. Why do you gaze at me? Yue Heng feigned indifference, claiming ignorance regarding the situation. I overheard the asylum staff calling him Old Dog Wu. Clearly, that is not a true name. Could he be the person we are searching for? Lin Qiye whispered to Yue Heng about the camellia she had conjured. Huh. Yue Heng stepped back, assessing the individual known as Old Dog Wu, and furrowed her brow. This is somewhat complicated. If the Wu Tongxian we seek is indeed this Old Dog Wu before us, healing him would be an almost insurmountable challenge for me. Although he appears to be mentally ill, he nearly deceived me as well. In truth, this individual does not suffer from any mental disorder. He merely feigns insanity habitually. One can never awaken a person pretending to be asleep. Likewise, one can never cure a person pretending to be ill. He is feigning illness? Lin Qiye expressed surprise upon learning that Old Dog Wu was merely pretending. He too had assumed the individual was genuinely a mental patient. Based on my assessment, he is indeed unwell. He may have feigned illness for so long that he has become increasingly convincing, to the point of nearly believing it himself. Therefore, curing him is nearly impossible. Fortunately, this is not a mandatory task. However, perhaps these two merely share the same surname. Old Dog Wu may not be the Wu Tongxian we seek. Yue Heng swiftly cast aside thoughts of Old Dog Wu as her gaze fell upon three believers from the ancient god church. The three believers also turned their attention to Yue Heng, their eyes filled with provocation. A splendid performance is about to commence. Master, can we truly leave such a significant matter in their hands? In front of the surveillance screen, Chen Fuzai remained composed, while his attendant looked somewhat anxious. I believe there is no issue. Calm and composed, Master Chen sipped his tea, feeling immensely at ease. If they could not resolve the issue with the followers of the ancient god church, there would be no need to establish a special team. The higher-ups of the Night Watch had long been aware of the general outline of the ancient god church's actions. However, they chose not to intervene, instead summoning Yue Heng and Lin Qiye to handle the matter, using it as a test for them. Moreover, the old man had faith in his judgment. The followers were hardly a match for them. After the tribulation in Songnan, Master Chen held high expectations for Yue Heng and Lin Qiye. Particularly, Yue Heng's ability to harness the laws of life ensured that, even if some matters slipped from their control, they would not end disastrously. Nevertheless, the three of them were somewhat insufficient, as the followers had numerous representatives. The old man decided to play the benefactor and lend them a hand. After all, a special team of three seemed rather inadequate. With that thought, Master Chen sent messages to Huaihai City and Guangzhou Shenzhen City. Chapter 71. No worries. They are even more unyielding. This doesn't seem quite right. The book boy had anticipated that their master would exhibit such a penchant for spectacle, deliberately exaggerating the situation to send messages to those two locations. What could possibly be unfavorable? This is splendid. The two of them were indeed quite suited for the special team. Had that individual named Shinqingzhu not vanished, their team would have been taking shape. Besides, the old man was merely relaying a message. Whether they came or not was entirely up to them. Master Chen felt that finally, there would be some entertainment to observe. To better enjoy the spectacle, he decided to temporarily leave the abstinence quarters. Remaining there might hinder their actions, as they would likely be wary of his presence. He truly was a good man. Although there was no grand announcement regarding Master Chen's departure from the abstinence quarters, those who needed to know soon became aware. At this moment, his departure brought a sense of relief to the three of them, as they were no longer worried about him dismantling the quarters. Yue Heng was the first to sense Master Chen's absence, feeling a profound trust from him. I have no interest in destruction, I only enjoy dismantling people. And Qingyu remarked, glancing at the food on the plate with discontent. Please refrain from speaking. Your mouth cannot be silenced, even while eating. Lin Qiye replied, slightly irritated. Today's dish was fish, and Qingyu, who despised fish, mused that perhaps consuming fish reminded him too much of devouring himself. Do not criticize him. You are just as picky. Lin Qiye retorted, unimpressed by his two finicky companions. Having food is already a blessing. Why overthink it? And Qingyi was somewhat better off, only recently discovering his aversion to fish. However, Yue Heng's selective taste was considerably more pronounced. She only consumed dishes infused with positive emotions, and both elements were indispensable. Clearly, those three mice over there are glaring at me. Their presence is overwhelming. It's quite nauseating. Yue Heng pushed the pot towards the three distant followers. For goodness sake, please do not liken trash to mice. And Qingyu felt offended by the analogy concerning the rodent army. Very well, I shall refrain from such comparisons in the future. Yue Heng acknowledged her error and immediately put it into practice. A few nuisances are approaching. Lin Qiye, you just focus on your meal and leave this to me. Yue Heng, who had no appetite for the food, restrained Lin Qiye, who was about to rise from the table. Interrupting a meal was hardly courteous. What is the matter? Do you wish to play a game of red light, green light? Yue Heng cast a glance at the group approaching them, which comprised both followers and influential figures from the abstinence quarters. They appeared quite intimidating, not to be trifled with. No worries, the three of us are even more formidable. The approaching group, silent, encircled them, believing that their sheer numbers would render Yue Heng powerless. Seeing their overwhelming presence, and Qingyu stood up. You're not eating anymore? But without the ability to nullify the void, can you fight? No, she replied. But I know how to kill. Well, she certainly hit the nail on the head. None of the three of them are easy to provoke. Do not move. It would be impolite to come any closer. Yue Heng waggled a finger. And the throng of dozens halted immediately, their eyes filled with terror. Without the ability to nullify the void, how could anyone simultaneously stop so many? You've made this too easy. I find no joy in killing anymore. After a moment of silence, and Qingyu drew forth the hidden curse threads. As slender as spider silk and exceptionally sharp, and as soon as they emerged, a cascade of blood followed. I suppose this is all I can manage. And Qingyu, be careful not to splatter blood into Lin Qiye's bowl. Thank you for the invitation. He has completely lost his appetite. With a flick of his chopsticks and a whispered incantation, Lin Qiye unleashed his power. The flowers intoxicate 3,000 guests. A single sword's frost chills 14 states. The sword aura surged forth, leaving shallow sword marks and splattered blood across the ground. Now I understand who Lin Qiye's third divine patron is. Through Lin Qiye's display, Yue Heng swiftly pinpointed her prior suspicions. Bragi, the god of poetry and music, son of Odin, king of the Norse gods. Given the prowess each of the three had displayed, no one in the abstinence quarters dared to provoke them further. Any one of them could easily subdue the entire group with a mere flick of their finger, especially Yue Heng, whose methods remained a mystery. It was as if she were truly engaging in a game of red light, green light, causing anyone who approached her to freeze in place. Does the monument of suppression hold no power over you? On their way out of the cafeteria, out of curiosity, and Qingyu posed this question. After all, it is quite a substantial monument. It must have some effect. I see. It holds no sway over you. And Qingyu grasped Yue Heng's implication and turned to Lin Qiye. What about you? Does the monument affect you? It likely suppresses half of my abilities. But at night, its influence lessens considerably. Is this the distinction between divine and ordinary suppression? The more powerful the suppression, the less it constrains? And Qingyu, the analytical type, began to ponder, is this what the world of brilliant scientific minds looks like? Yue Heng found these analyses exhausting. Her gaze drifting to the corner where Old Dog was squatted. They had been in the abstinence quarters for several days and had nearly mapped out every name within, including those at the Sunshine Mental Hospital. No one in the entire quarters bore the name Wu Tongxian. There were no Wus at all. Thus, this old dog Wu before her must indeed be her target, Wu Tongxian. What are you looking at? How has the little flower grown? Yue Heng approached her target, Wu Tongxian. However, he managed to stifle her with just 2 sentences. There is no little flower. Here is a little star, twinkling. Can't you see it? I see it. How could I not? Yue Heng replied, but Wu Tongxian persisted as if throwing a tantrum like a child. You're lying. The little star is gone. You didn't see it. I truly wish to pluck a star to show him whether or not it exists. If the little star is gone, then what are you looking at? I'm watching the little flower. I shall endure. All right, you continue watching. Enough. I no longer wish to endure this. Whoever wants to handle this ridiculous task may do so. She was done. This individual was clearly just teasing her. And it was utterly intolerable. Chapter 72. The grand performance begins. She had merely accepted a healing task. What fault was that of hers? Yet here he was, mocking her. Utterly outrageous. The intentions of that bald monk remain a mystery, allowing her to treat someone feigning illness. Infuriated, Yue Heng stormed away from Wu Tongxian, unaware that she genuinely possessed the ability to heal his emotional turmoil. Meanwhile, in the cities of Guangshan and Huaihai, through a series of coincidences, Yue Heng and Lin Qiye found themselves alongside Bailey Pangpang and Zhao Yuan, who were confined within the fasting facility. Almost simultaneously, they resolved to orchestrate a prison break. The two individuals aboard the aircraft were blissfully ignorant that their actions were playing right into someone else's scheme, leading them into treachery. How can they endure this? I bullied them so thoroughly, yet they remain inactive and fail to retaliate, mused Yue Heng, feeling a sense of boredom as she awaited the believers to make their move. Might it be that those within the fasting facility are the passive party, waiting for a signal from the outside believers before they can act? Lin Qiye, glancing at Yue Heng hanging from the horizontal bar, found the situation somewhat amusing. If you wish to bully them, there is no need to feign pressure to provoke their response. They are already deserving of a sound thrashing, which you can do openly. Oh, I see. Persuaded by Lin Qiye, Yue Heng felt an itch to find a few more individuals to discipline. Suddenly, a meteorite hurtled toward the fasting facility. Could this be the signal to act? The artificially generated meteorite was shattered before it even reached the facility, causing no harm whatsoever. However, the commotion it created served as an excellent signal. It appeared that the three believers had a fleeting flash of triumph in their eyes, indicating that they were about to take action. And soon Yue Heng would no longer feel bored. Lin Qiye's perceptive abilities allowed him to discern the emotions of the three believers, even without facing them directly. Ladies and gentlemen, I have a more entertaining plan. Would you care to hear it? And Qingyu adjusted her glasses, sensing misfortune was about to befall someone. Once we complete our mission, shall we not attempt an escape? For Qingyu, escaping from the most tightly guarded prison in the Great Xia was a thrilling and challenging prospect. Although Yue Heng and Lin Qiye were not particularly interested in such challenges, they agreed to indulge in Qingyu's whims. Very well. It seems our plan may require 2 more participants. Although I am uncertain about the circumstances, it appears that Pang Pang and Zhao Yuan have also entered, remarked Lin Qiye. The moment Bailey Pang Pang and Zhao Yuan's presence was felt within the fasting facility, Yue Heng immediately took notice. It was nearly impossible not to. Zhao Yuan carried the Great Xia dragon sparrow she had given him, and Bailey Pang Pang bore her blessing of life. The power of the town monument was insufficient to mask this familiar sensation. What business do they have here? What have they done? Surely, they are not here for our sake? Upon hearing the news of their entry, Lin Qiye was initially shocked, followed by a subtle amusement. I believe you have unraveled the truth. Yue Heng confirmed Lin Qiye's suspicion, though a flicker of surprise crossed her face. But why, upon entering the fasting facility, do we end up in the cells while they find themselves in the office? Our belongings were confiscated, yet theirs have been returned? Yue Heng struggled to comprehend the apparent disparity in treatment. This difference seems rather pronounced. Perhaps it isn't a matter of preferential treatment, and Qingyu, the logical thinker, expressed skepticism and proposed a reasonable hypothesis. If the meteor's descent was indeed a signal for action, the believers might be coordinating an attack on the fasting facility. But what if there are more than 3 believers inside, and the ones outside are the very individuals you mentioned, who have already begun their covert infiltration? Impossible. Pang Pang and Zhao Yuan cannot be believers, Lin Qiye promptly dismissed in Qingyu's conjecture. Yet, that remains the best explanation, for otherwise, we cannot account for their differing treatment. It indeed sounded plausible. If those 2 were dispatched by the Night Watchers on a mission, it would be unreasonable for Yue Heng's trio to be unarmed while they were equipped. However, both Yue Heng and Lin Qiye believed that while Qingyu's theory was roughly accurate, it contained elements of coincidence and misunderstanding. They firmly believed that Bailey Pang Pang and Zhao Yuan would not betray the Night Watchers by joining the believers. Wu Liang, are their mobile signals functioning normally? Yue Heng inquired of the system. All is well. They are currently within the fasting facility. Good. However, Yue Heng merely asked out of curiosity and did not pursue further. Wait a moment, Ahong. I have detected the approach of Shenqiju. The Wuliang system, initially performing a casual scan, unexpectedly pinpointed a familiar signal, the very Shenqiju, who had allegedly gone missing on his way to report in the capital. Is he nearing the fasting facility? Upon receiving news of Shenqinju's safety, Yue Heng felt a mixture of surprise and concern. Yes, he is accompanied by 2 individuals who are believers of the ancient divine church. The system infiltrated the electronic devices they bore, unveiling the identities of the other 2. Shenqiju has not been with the ancient divine church for long. I hope he has not sullied his hands with too much bloodshed and still harbors a desire for life, Yue Heng silently prayed. The previous encounter with Han Xiaoyan, who had transitioned from a night watcher to a believer due to his prolonged involvement with the ancient divine church, weighed heavily on her mind. As he sought death to atone for his sins, assuming all goes as planned, they will strike tonight, with the primary objective of destroying the town monument. Our mission is to lure them inside for slaughter while preventing others from escaping. Will they dare to enter only after the town monument has been destroyed? Yet, if the town monument were to be obliterated, the entire fasting facility would erupt into chaos, making it difficult to contain so many individuals. Fear not. Even if the town monument were destroyed, they would remain trapped inside. This is merely a test of our capabilities. The Night Watchers and the fasting facility are not without their contingencies. Furthermore, we are not powerless to stop them. After stating this, Yue Heng produced 2 earpieces and handed them to the duo. We will communicate through these. In addition to eliminating the overt believers, we must also root out the internal traitors within the fasting facility. Such a hassle, why not just eliminate them all? And Qingyu twirled the earpiece between her fingers, her tone slightly frigid. Hearing this, Yue Heng momentarily thought Qingyu might be the reincarnation of a vengeful spirit. Do as you wish, as long as they do not escape the fasting facility. Feeling weary, Yue Heng chose not to correct Qingyu, for despite her eccentricities, Qingyu's nature was not malevolent. She understood who could be killed and who must be spared, so Yue Heng decided against exerting further effort. These are your weapons, keep them safe. Weapons and forbidden items were prohibited within the fasting facility, yet Yue Heng's spatial abilities rendered her items undetectable, allowing her to conceal their weapons. As the moment to act drew near, it was essential to be adequately armed. If there is nothing else, you may disperse. Using abilities beneath the town monument can be quite draining. Those tasked with sending Yue Heng and her companions into the fasting facility likely never anticipated that Yue Heng could adeptly wield her various powers beneath such a massive town monument. If there were words she wished to convey to Lin Qiye and Qingyu but found inconvenient, she could simply draw them into the Silver Moon domain. Within this domain, they existed in a silvery white isolated space where time flowed at a much slower pace compared to the outside world. However, to those outside the domain, they appeared to remain in place with no discernible difference or any occurrence of significance. What precisely is her ability? Within the confines of the cell, the tenacious Qingyu, despite countless failed analyses, remained undeterred. For Qingyu, the existence of Yue Heng posed an immense enigma, one he could not decipher, as if they resided in entirely different realms. Suddenly, the entire fasting facility was engulfed in darkness, and moments later, the voice of the infinite system echoed. Heng. Someone has just sabotaged the main control room from within the fasting facility. I have seized control of the facility. Is there anything you require? Mark the traitor responsible for the sabotage of the main control room and ensure he does not escape. As for the rest, hold off for now and take this opportunity to cleanse the area. After issuing her commands, Yue Heng observed as a trio of devotees hurried past her door. In the shrouded darkness, devotee number 12 shot herself a fierce glare. How childish, she muttered before trailing behind them. As she passed by the cells of Lin Qiye and Qingyu, she gestured playfully, and the 3 of them shared a mischievous grin in unison. Wait. How did she get out? Once Yue Heng's figure had receded, Lin Qiye and Qingyu realized their cell door remained locked. It seems you've forgotten to release us as well. Listening to their grumblings through her earpiece, Yue Heng felt a mix of indignation and amusement. Forget? Not at all. Everyone else earned their freedom through their own merit. Why should you rely on others? Remember, relying on a crumbling foundation is precarious. Her reasoning, albeit somewhat skewed, was often compelling. Just as they finished their banter, the doors to their cell clicked open, confirming Yue Heng had indeed forgotten them. Meanwhile, as Yue Heng trailed the trio of devotees, it dawned on her that neither Commander Yi nor Master Chen would anticipate how effortless this task would be for them. For instance, subverting the fasting facility's defense systems, or emerging from their cells ahead of schedule, watching them self-destruct in a futile effort to dismantle the town mark stone. Yue Heng couldn't help but reflect on the severity of their brainwashing. There was little hope for them. Restoring to the infinite realm? Best not to harbor such thoughts. The sea realm is already quite commendable, neither useless nor overly formidable. With that thought, Yue Heng discreetly pocketed several fragments of the town mark stone, wishing she could abscond with the entire structure. As the duo of devotees diligently attempted to dismantle the town mark stone, they soon realized their efforts were in vain. They could only restore it to the sea realm. Devotee number 4 expressed his dissatisfaction, knowing his true strength lay within the Klein realm. We only reached the sea realm, so Wu Tongshin can't surpass this level either. Others might not even achieve the sea realm. Our chances of victory remain substantial. Devotee number 6, maintaining a positive demeanor, comforted him, though his thoughts were elsewhere. Had it not been for Xiaoyu, we might still be oblivious to the identities of those 2, the dual deity agents. The divine agents of the great Xia, these are thorns in the eyes of the dreaming lord. Perhaps we could also eliminate them. Having just regained their strength at the sea realm, they were already contemplating their next move. Standing nearby, seamlessly blending into the shadows, Yue Heng was at a loss for words. It appeared the traitors among the Night Watchers were more numerous than she had initially surmised. Although Yue Heng's suspicions about their identity leaks were misplaced, those details were deliberately divulged by Master Chen to draw them into the fray. Escalating the task's complexity and excitement, She remained unaware of this. "Ah, I hear you've been searching for me?" Yue Heng interjected, stepping in front of the duo of devotees. Her face adorned with what she believed to be a friendly smile. Above, a full moon had mysteriously emerged, casting silvery light upon the girl clad in simple prison garb. Her beauty still breathtaking, complemented by a sweet smile. "How many accomplices do you still have? Will that dreaming lord be joining you?" The sweeter her smile, the colder the devotees felt, as they realized they had failed to detect her approach, perceiving her as if she had materialized from thin air. Why the silence? Not speaking is quite rude. The two devotees exchanged glances, remaining mute, yet in unison launched their assault on Yue Heng. Such rudeness, rebound. Despite the seemingly childish term she used, Yue Heng's ability to rebound was indeed formidable. She had aptly named this auxiliary skill reap what you sow with this ability. Unless the duo was intimately familiar with their skills, a moment's hesitation could lead to their own demise. "She truly rebounds. I thought it was a jest." Lin Qiye, approaching with dual blades, was left astonished by the spectacle. "You're just in time. Compel them to speak the truth." Chapter 74. You must get used to it early. Though they had inadvertently injured themselves, they remained in the sea realm. "Are you certain I can take them on? 1 against 2? Lin Qiye questioned, realizing Yue Heng placed an excessive amount of trust in him. The Seraph's divine power had dissipated. He was now an ordinary figure in the river realm, ill-equipped to confront two in the sea realm. "Do you think I'm irrelevant? I am your ace support." 2 half-moons, 1 black and 1 white, manifested beneath the duo of devotees and Lin Qiye. The devotees, having only just regained their peak strength at the sea realm due to the destruction of the town-mark stone, suddenly found their abilities further suppressed to the pinnacle of the river realm. "Now that you're at the pinnacle of the river realm, go forth. I believe in you." Lin Qiye, perhaps you should not place your faith in me. At the pinnacle of the river realm, I can barely contend with one. Lin Qiye charged towards the slightly weaker devotee number 6, intending to leave number 4 for Yue Heng. Yet Yue Heng insisted, "I am merely support." "Why not you?" Yue Heng glanced at the corner where Wu Laogo stood, and upon being called out, he stepped forward, relinquishing his concealment. "I nearly thought I would have no role to play here." Wu Tongxian had anticipated someone would attempt to take him down as the meteor fell, preparing to counteract. Yet, he had not anticipated the magnitude of the upheaval. He had nearly deemed his intervention unnecessary. How could this be? "You are now the strongest within this fasting facility." Devotee number 4 glared intensely at Wu Laogo, or rather, Wu Tongxian, their long-sought target. "I may be mad, but that does not guarantee your safety." As Wu Tongxian approached devotee number 4, he passed by Yue Heng, patting her shoulder, his expression suddenly shifting. "What's wrong?" Yue Heng, oblivious, was unaware that Wu Tongxian had just invoked Lin Qiye's dark erosion. "Lin Qiye, when did he replicate your skill?" Yue Heng shot Lin Qiye a look that conveyed a sense of alarm regarding his lack of vigilance, only to realize belatedly why Wu Tongxian had just patted her. "Wait, was he attempting to copy my skill?" With dark erosion deployed, Wu Tongxian effortlessly eliminated devotee number 4, leaving him speechless and questioning his own existence. Throughout the days, he had attempted to replicate Lin Qiye's numerous abilities, but the immunity to all attacks had thwarted his efforts. How could his own replication skill rebound? Finally, it arrived. As a fissure suddenly appeared in the center of the battlefield, Yue Heng stretched lazily. Emerging from the crack was a devotee, who promptly caused the fissure to close behind him. "Just you alone? Well, it seems you've taken too long. I shall close the door." Countless water lilies blossomed, a subtle fragrance wafting through the sanctuary. The prisoners who had previously contemplated escape now closed their eyes in resignation. The auxiliary Forbidden Realm, Mirror Flower, Water Moon, was a mental manipulation skill. Those ensnared by it would succumb to a beautiful dream, one from which they might never awaken or, conversely, shatter into a myriad of pieces at the most splendid moment, bringing both death and despair. The representative of the great Xia deities, Yue Heng, and the dual deity representative, Lin Qiye, were recognized by the second seed of the arriving believers. It was this recognition that alerted him to the fact that they were ensnared in a scheme. However, they remained confident, believing that even if it were a trap, they would successfully complete their task of eliminating Wu Tongxian. "Which seed are you?" he inquired. "Did you not come in person?" Yue Heng had lingered for so long, eagerly awaiting Yu's arrival. Meanwhile, in Qing Yu dealt with some individuals he found bothersome and partnered with by Li Pangpang and Xiao Yuan to confront the traitor Xie Yu. As mentioned by Yue Heng, and Qing Yu instantly recognized them. By Li Pangpang was unmistakable, exuding the essence of a nouveau riche. By Li Tu Ming, Xiao Yuan. "Follow me," he commanded. "How do you know us?" "Why should we follow you?" By Li Pangpang and Xiao Yuan, unfamiliar with Qing Yu, were unable to fully trust him. "Yue Heng sent me to find you. The knife in your hand is the great Xia dragon sparrow, a gift from Yue Heng." And Qingyu replied nonchalantly, turning to leave without waiting to see if they followed. So it really was Yue Heng who sent you? How is she and Lin Qiye? Are they being mistreated? Is she eating well? Hearing and Qingyu mention the great Xia dragon sparrow confirmed his connection to Yue Heng, prompting them to trail behind him. Bai Li Pang Pang, ever the chatterbox, peppered in Qingyu with questions. Despite Qingyu's indifference to his inquiries, Bai Li Pang Pang remained enthusiastic. And Qingyu suddenly regretted not letting Lin Qiye take on this mission instead, wishing they could switch roles for the task of eliminating the believers. You didn't mention beforehand that Bai Li Tu Ming talks so much, and Qingyu lamented to Yue Heng and Lin Qiye. Lin Qiye chuckled. You'll get used to it. Yue Heng laughed outright. Isn't this to help you acclimate? Sooner or later, we will all be on the same team. Though Pang Pang can be quite talkative at times, he is still a lovable character. I only see a fool with money, and Qingyu remarked candidly. Honestly, where did you lure this landlord's foolish son from? I can't hear you, Bai Li Pang Pang interjected, forcefully entering the conversation to remind Qingyu to be discreet, at least not to speak such words in his presence. I know, I was speaking for your benefit. And Qingyu retorted, I'm just an ordinary kid from a normal family, Bai Li Pang Pang reiterated. But Qingyu ignored his insistence and resumed speaking with Yue Heng. You've put them all to sleep. What should I do? Analyze the sleeping individuals? Additionally, 2 believers have infiltrated, not on our side. You might want to deal with one of them. As for the masked one, let us not engage just yet. Chapter 75. From now on, I won't call you brother but hard-mouthed guy fortunately, and Qingyu is not rebellious. Otherwise, he might have sought out the masked individual upon hearing Yue Heng's words. Through Yue Heng's perspective, as she had seized control of the sanctuary's defense system, she could observe the entire surveillance feeds within the sanctuary. She noted the 2 infiltrating believers, one of whom, despite donning a mask, was instantly recognizable as the missing Qingyu from the previous year. Ah, so there are indeed 2 believers. It's unfortunate that I have not seen you, whom I have been waiting for, Yue Heng thought, gazing at the second seat of the believers, puzzled by his ordinary appearance yet unwavering confidence. Did he truly believe that his suppressed strength at the peak of the sea realm could overpower both her and Lin Qiye, let alone Wu Tongxian? Your bravado is quite impressive. This trivial matter does not warrant the involvement of Lord Yu, the second seat coldly remarked, preparing to employ his forbidden realm to imprison Yue Heng within his spatial domain. Before Yue Heng could react to his attack, Wu Tongxian had already stepped forward, shielding her from the second seat's assault. My target is you. The 2 of you should leave this place. I will handle this, Wu Tongxian declared. Recognizing the second seat's formidable power and his extensive spatial abilities, wishing to keep Yue Heng and Lin Qiye safe from harm. I want to leave. Lin Qiye, will you depart? Yue Heng asserted defiantly. Amidst the balance of yin and yang, Lin Qiye was embroiled in a fierce battle with the 6th seat of the believers, leaving him no time to respond to Yue Heng. Seeing this, Yue Heng concluded that Lin Qiye was equally unwilling to leave. You see, he isn't leaving either. At that moment, Yue Heng sensed an approaching presence. It was none other than Qingyu, adorned with a fox mask, who, upon spotting Wu Tongxian using the darkest corruption, was clearly taken aback when he realized it was not Lin Qiye. Qingyu, long time no see. After drawing Qingyu into her Silver Moon domain, Yue Heng promptly revealed his identity. You must have mistaken me, Qingyu replied, his expression betraying a moment of surprise, yet he stubbornly denied his identity. I am the 15th seat of the ancient god church under Lord Yu, he insisted, emphasizing his current position while refusing to acknowledge her claim. Such stubbornness. It seems I can no longer call you Brother Cool but must instead refer to you as hard-mouthed guy, Yue Heng teased, disregarding his denial. But how did you manage to infiltrate? She continued. Upon realizing that Yue Heng had truly recognized him, Qingyu understood he had been seen through. I heard you were imprisoned in the sanctuary, he admitted. Initially, he had been stationed outside for reconnaissance. But upon encountering Bai Li Pang Pang and Chao Yuan and learning that both Lin Qiye and Yue Heng were detained, he decided to enter the sanctuary. Fortunately, he sensed the aura of the darkest forbidden realm and made his way there. Oh, I see. You were concerned about me and Lin Qiye, Yue Heng remarked, delighting in his unspoken thoughts. Who was worried about you too? The stubborn Qingyu, unwilling to engage further with Yue Heng, grew increasingly obstinate. I am no longer a night watchman. I am now with the ancient god church, a disciple of Yu. Aren't you supposed to wield your star blade and execute me on the spot? Unless you are seeking death, I will not harm you, Yue Heng replied, shaking her head and fixing her gaze upon Qingyu. All right, I admit it, I lied. Even if you were seeking death, I would not have the heart to kill you. Her words, split into 2 statements, caused Qingyu's heart to rise and fall with each phrase. Yue Heng scrutinized him closely, finding no marks on his soul akin to those of other believers. Thus, it could be concluded that, strictly speaking, Shenqing Zhu was not a believer. Can you truly discern such details? At this point, Shenqing Zhu finally relaxed, nodding in acknowledgement. I owe that fellow a favor. So, why have you sought out the ancient god church? Yue Heng, having procured 2 chairs and a large bag of sunflower seeds, insisted on sharing them with Shenqing Zhu. Come. This domain is absolutely secure. No one can intrude. We have ample time to discuss at length. Seated in the chair with a handful of sunflower seeds, Shenqing Zhu felt his mind nearly short-circuit. Shouldn't this be a tense and oppressive atmosphere? Upon encountering Yue Heng, an air of leisurely comfort akin to a holiday afternoon enveloped the atmosphere. My goodness, bro, are you contemplating infiltrating the cult of the ancient gods as an undercover agent? Although Shenqing Zhu remained silent for a while, Yue Heng had already ignited a storm of thoughts, discerning the most plausible and reasonable answer among a myriad of possibilities. Initially, when I first encountered the murmurs, I harbored different thoughts. At that time, I had no confidence in evading his soul imprint and contemplated seeking a more reliable follower for a mutual demise. Finally, Shenqing Zhu spoke up, delivering remarkable information right from the start. How ruthless, how audacious, truly befitting of Shenqing Zhu. Later, I realized that the soul imprint had been averted, which sparked the idea of going undercover. My role as an undercover agent has not been in vain. I have ensnared them numerous times. The cult of the ancient gods is a bunch of fools, easily duped by me, without suspicion falling upon me. They have failed to notice this, and instead have grown increasingly appreciative of my contributions. I have always claimed that I am not lacking. I can thrive in any environment. If I am to be an undercover agent, I shall be the most formidable one. The cult of the ancient gods dares to set their sights on me. I will ensure they comprehend the consequences. As Shenqing Zhu grew increasingly animated, Yue Heng felt the stirrings of inspiration, realizing that his own laxity was excessive and that he should emulate Shenqing Zhu. Bro, you are truly remarkable for having such designs. Nonetheless, I find this plan quite appealing. Count me in. Together, we shall obliterate the cult of the ancient gods, leaving no remnants behind. I want to need your help. I can handle it alone. Bro's bravado returned, as he was reluctant to place Yue Heng in peril. However, this sentiment was not subtle enough to escape Yue Heng's notice. Yet, Yue Heng grew concerned that his undercover identity might be uncovered. Bro, aren't you afraid of being discovered while infiltrating the cult of the ancient gods? Undercover work is perilous. Once exposed, the outcome can be dire. Aren't you worried about being found out by the murmurs? If I'm discovered, so be it. What is the worst that could happen? Each day lived is a day earned. However, if I do find myself nearing death, I must ensure to drag a few down with me, so that I do not depart empty-handed. Shenqing Zhu's state of mind is truly unattainable for others. Your words, do you not consider your brothers? They are still searching for you. Upon hearing Yue Heng mention his brothers, Shenqing Zhu finally fell silent. Stay here and continue being a night watchman. Lin Qiye and I truly need your assistance. Suddenly, Yue Heng wished for Shenqing Zhu to abandon the idea of going undercover in the cult of the ancient gods. As a night watchman, it was his duty to remain vigilant. There is no way I will abandon my course halfway. Shenqing Zhu firmly rejected Yue Heng's suggestion. The cult of the ancient gods is a constant nuisance, appearing here and there. I find them utterly bothersome. The sooner we resolve this, the better. Out of sight, out of mind. Very well, I shall accompany you to the cult of the ancient gods this time, to expedite their demise. Shenqing Zhu felt the sunflower seeds in his hands had lost their allure, gazing at Yue Heng in exaggerated shock. You intend to claim my credit? Yue Heng's expression darkened. Your acting is so ostentatious, I cannot fathom how you managed to go undercover. The cult of the ancient gods is even more formidable than you imagine. I am already involved, and you must not take risks. As the charade faltered, Shenqing Zhu ceased pretending, finally voicing his genuine concerns. However, Yue Heng asserted, I am far more powerful than you suspect. Shenqing Zhu found himself at a loss. The sunflower seeds no longer appealing, and he gazed silently at Yue Heng, attempting to sway her with his eyes. Yet, Yue Heng was indeed susceptible to this tactic, conceding defeat. All right, I want to go. I want to steal your credit. However, I must gift you something. Though the jade given by Pang Pang might save your life at a critical moment, having more antidotes is certainly prudent. With that, Yue Heng demonstrated the art of pill crafting. Currently, the best antidote for the ghost goddess call in her possession is a bespoke version, tailored to each individual's unique restrictions and mental prowess. The antidote customized for Shenqing Zhu is effective solely for him. Should you ever find yourself in dire straits after using the ghost goddess call, take this medicine. This batch is poison. Few could discern its true nature as poison, yet it will gradually weaken the afflicted. Before long, a multitude of medicine vials filled Shinqingzhu's arms. Observing the array of colorful glass bottles, Shinqingzhu couldn't help but exclaim, "Why do you possess so many medicines? Do you run a pharmacy at home?" "Indeed. I am a professional apothecary. Shouldn't you be asking me for payment for these medicines?" Shinqingzhu assumed Yue Heng was jesting, playing along with the banner. "You reminded me. I should indeed be asking you for the payment." Yue Heng extended her hand towards Shinqingzhu. The smile beneath Shinqingzhu's mask froze. "I shouldn't have said that. My pockets are empty. Where would I find the money for medicine?" Shinqingzhu extended his hand, gently grasping hers. A golden light, visible only to Yue Heng, shimmered at their fingertips before merging into Shinqingzhu's being. Within the realm of the silver moon, time flowed at a notably slower pace. When they emerged, they remained at a distance, though only a few seconds had passed. "Lin Qiye, do you require assistance?" Noticing Lin Qiye still struggling against the sixth disciple, Yue Heng's conscience stirred, prompting her to offer help. However, Lin Qiye rejected her offer. "I am close, very close to surpassing my limits and defeating him. Although the sixth disciple has been repeatedly suppressed to the peak of the river realm, he himself is at the infinite peak, making him distinctly more challenging than an ordinary peak of the river realm. Yet, for Lin Qiye, who belongs to the river realm, this represents an excellent challenge. He seized this opportunity and ultimately succeeded in defeating the sixth disciple. Meanwhile, the battle between Wu Tongxian and the second disciple had reached a stalemate. The second disciple possessed spatial restrictions, capable of segmenting space and altering his position at will to evade Wu Tongxian's attacks. "Allow me to lend you a hand." Silver Moon Realm. A brilliantly luminous silver moon descended upon Wu Tongxian and the second disciple, enveloping them in a silvery white space. Within this domain belonging to Yue Heng, the second disciple's spatial restrictions were suppressed. To utilize his teleportation, he would first need to breach Yue Heng's Silver Moon Realm. Yet Wu Tongxian would not grant him that opportunity. "The murmurs have truly arrived. I knew my instincts were correct." Yue Heng supported the somewhat fatigued Lin Qiye, gazing skyward. Above the fasting house, a familiar man in a tailcoat appeared. He surveyed the battlefield below and the unusually tranquil fasting house, still unaware that his plans had completely unraveled. He only sought to obliterate this place and teach the night watchman a lesson. Dozens of meteors shattered the barriers of reality, hurtling down from above, igniting in dazzling flames as they collided with the atmosphere, hurtling with terrifying kinetic energy towards the fasting house. "This is a true nightmare, the cataclysm of falling stars." "Lin Qiye, my sword may be cold as frost across 14 states, but it differs slightly from yours. Observe closely." Yue Heng's gaze was fixed upon the meteors racing towards the fasting house, her target locked onto the one who brought the cataclysm of falling stars, her expression frigid. Frosty sword across 14 states. A rarely drawn sword emerged from Yue Heng's spiritual realm. The moment the sword was unsheathed, a piercing chill surged skyward. The island housing the retreat and the surrounding seas were gripped by an extreme chill. The seawater had begun to freeze, and the clouds above appeared to be suspended in time. What was truly frozen were the dozens of meteorites. It was the sword of Yue Heng, the Frostblade. Chapter 76. There's a ghost. The Frostblade's intent froze everything in its path. The sharp sword energy and brilliance pierced the heavens, aimed at Yu, wounding him gravely with a single strike. Clutching his chest, Yu suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity. This sword energy, damn it, he recognized it almost immediately. It originated from the same source as the one that had tormented him for half a year. He had no time to ponder why such sword energy would appear at the retreat. All he knew was that he needed to flee quickly. With such a formidable sword technique, coupled with the presence of the medium squad, he was in real danger. As for the task of assassinating Wu Tongxian and the followers remaining at the retreat, he dismissed them entirely. His own life was paramount. One must admit, he was remarkably swift. As Yue Heng unleashed the Frostblade, she leaped forward in pursuit of Yu, but the distance between them meant she was a moment too late. "Who?" Sensing 7 presences approaching, Yue Heng lifted her gaze. "Yu," the raspy voice declared, "the hunt has failed." In the next instant, there's a ghost. Suddenly confronted by a figure dragging 6 corpses, the sheer impact of the scene startled Yue Heng. The cloaked figure, Bewley, inquired, "Are you not polite?" Dressed in a black cloak. "The pinnacle of Klein, you are the medium squad?" Fortunately, Yue Heng quickly recognized them by the night watcher cloaks they wore. The material of the cloaks was uniform. Only the colors differed. The gray cloak belonged to the masked squad, the golden cloak to the phoenix squad, and the black cloak indicated the medium squad. Seeing a living person dragging 6 corpses, Yue Heng began to understand why Wu Tongxian had fallen ill. With Yu having vanished, she decided to see Wu Tongxian first. Noticing that the medium squad seemed intent on pursuing Yue Heng halted them. Wu Tongxian was still within her Silver Moon domain. If he emerged and found he had missed the meeting with the medium squad, she could not fathom his feelings, but she would certainly feel a pang of guilt. Very well. Yuli observed the completely dissipated presence of Yu, then glanced at the intriguing Yue Heng, ultimately agreeing to her proposal. Ah, quite the coincidence, we just arrived. And he has already killed the second seat. Although Yue Heng was not within the Silver Moon domain, she could sense everything occurring inside. The second seat, stripped of his spatial teleportation ability, was no match for Wu Tongxian and was swiftly slain. Furthermore, in another location, the fifth seat was also defeated by the frenzied trio of Black King Chao Yuan and Xing Yu, and by Li Pangpang. Just as Wu Tongxian emerged from the Silver Moon domain, preparing to voice his frustration, he beheld the familiar seven figures, momentarily stunned, his eyes glistening with tears. You've come. Wu puppy, long time no see. Yuli removed the hood of his cloak, revealing a youthful and handsome face. This was the medium squad? Why did it feel a bit odd? Yue Heng and Lin Qiye exchanged glances, communicating silently. As Wu Tongxian conversed with Yuli, he suddenly broke down, shouting loudly. Chapter 77. Bestowing life, transcending life and death, a long-awaited reunion. Yet, they stood right before him, mere corpses, and he could not even engage with them. Witnessing the somber atmosphere among the medium squad, Yue Heng murmured, I believe I understand why they said I could heal Wu Tongxian. Silver and azure light interwove around her as Eternal All was activated, infusing the retreat with vibrant life, dissolving the frost, and prompting countless plants to grow. Was this the power of life? Lin Qiye watched in astonishment as the six corpses gradually regained warmth and consciousness, performing a miraculous resurrection. What is this? Yuli and Wu Tongxian stared at Yue Heng in shock. My divine abode, Eternal All. However, once my divine abode is withdrawn, they will revert to their previous state. Reviving the dead is no simple feat. She had spent an entire year preparing to resurrect Songnan, managing to do so only when the mortal realm had not yet dissipated. Moreover, Yue Heng was already significantly drained today, barely managing to sustain Eternal All, making it impossible to immediately revive the long-deceased members of the medium squad. That was remarkable. Thank you. Yuli managed to suppress his excitement as he expressed gratitude to Yue Heng. As for Wu Tongxian, he was so overwhelmed that he could not utter a word, only weeping continuously. Wu puppy, what expression is that? After so many years, you can finally speak to me again. Are you not happy? One member of the medium squad, wielding a knife, spoke first after a brief moment of confusion. His voice was no longer hoarse and rigid, but rather indistinguishable from how it had been in life. As though he had never died, merely returning after a long separation. Instantly, Wu Tongxian burst into tears. Xiaohua, it's been years. Could you not be a bit gentler? Noticing that he had made Wu Tongxian cry, another squad member scolded him. Xiao Shitu, how could you speak like that? So, names like Xiaohua, Shitu, and Xiao Chao are actually real names? These names seem rather hastily chosen. Remove your divine abode. We have said all that needs to be said. Shortly after, Yuli and the others turned to Yue Heng, who had intentionally stepped back, and spoke aloud. The medium squad had shared much, yet also very little. Their primary focus was to untangle Wu Tongxian's emotional knots, reassuring him that they had always been with him, never departed, urging him to live well here, as they would meet again soon. All right. Once Yue Heng responded and withdrew Eternal All, the six cold bodies stood once more behind Yuli. Are you all night watchers? Yuli inquired softly, looking at Yue Heng and Lin Qiye. Both nodded, affirming, yes, we are still members of the 136 squad in Songnan City. Now I know who you are. Thank you for protecting Wu Puppy. And thank you for giving us the chance to see him again and bid farewell properly. Yuli earnestly apologized to Yue Heng, bowing respectfully. But she naturally evaded the gesture and instead patted Wu Tongxian on the shoulder. Chapter 78. I don't want to laugh, but I couldn't help it. Let us make a deal. Next time we meet, don't pretend to be ill to tease me. Huh, sure. In that moment of dazedness, Wu Tongxian felt the intense gaze of his captain fixated upon him. Wu puppy, bullying a child by pretending to be sick. How clever of you. Captain, I didn't Wu Tongxian attempted to defend himself, but found he could not explain, ultimately succumbing to the captain's pressure with a simple, I was wrong. In truth, when Yue Heng and the others first arrived at the retreat, Wu Tongxian had already noticed them, likely guessing their presence was connected to him. Yet, he preferred to keep his distance, believing it was better for everyone. You all continue chatting. We need to leave. The infinite system detected Chen Fuzi and Shou Ping approaching the retreat, prompting Yue Heng to bid farewell to the medium squad. Grasping Lin Qiye with her left hand and pulling Shen Qingzhu with her right, she headed to reunite with Qingyu and the others. During this time, Yue Heng communicated telepathically with Shen Qingzhu. The sudden voice of Yue Heng echoed in Shen Qingzhu's ears, yet her lips did not move. Shenqi Zhu recognized it as yet another of her incomprehensible abilities and nodded vigorously. All right, I'll escort you out of the retreat. With a mere flick of his consciousness, Yue Heng's sword tip cleaved the air, creating a rift in space. The masked Shenqi Zhu exhibited no hesitation, stepping directly into the breach. Could it be him? Once Shenqi Zhu vanished, Lin Qiye, on the left, suddenly spoke up. What? Yue Heng feigned ignorance, but having known each other for nearly 2 years, it was impossible for Lin Qiye to be unaware that Yue Heng was tacitly confirming his suspicion. Nevertheless, he chose not to pursue the matter further. Did you just send someone out? The astute Qingyu, despite wearing glasses, had keen vision and had noticed Yue Heng's actions, a feat that had eluded the plump Bailey and Xiao Yuan, who were ahead of him. No one, just a friend from the fasting hall, Bailey interjected, his exuberance evident. And Qingyu and Xiao Yuan remained silent. Xiao Yuan was typically reserved, while Qingyu chastised Yue Heng for his deception, recalling vividly that there was no such person in the fasting hall, especially one wearing a mask. Yue Heng was clearly concealing something from him. We entered for a reason. But how did the two of you get in? Aren't you afraid you won't be able to leave later? Lin Qiye teased, dodging Bailey's attempt to grab him by the throat. We came in to find a way to help you out, even if we can't leave. Being with you is still worthwhile, Bailey and Xiao Yuan replied earnestly. Enough with the sentimental talk. Let us leave first. Otherwise, when they arrive, you two really want to be able to get out? Yue Heng interrupted, unable to tolerate such sentimentality. Come, let me lead you in an escape. Attempting an escape had been their plan from the start, and having 2 additional people did not cause any errors. They successfully broke free. However, while resting on a rock and enjoying the sea breeze, Yue Heng spotted a young man in a black shirt walking on the water and suddenly found the grilled fish in his hand less appetizing. Wait, didn't I erase our traces? How could he still find us? Doubts about his abilities crept into Yue Heng's mind. Your traces are erased, but your sword remains unsheathed, Zhou Ping remarked. Observing the sword Yue Heng was using to skewer the fish, his expression slightly stiffening. The fish is gone. This one is mine. Don't look. Yue Heng, mistaking Zhou Ping's gaze for an interest in the fish, took a large bite and spoke hungrily. The other 4 were already too embarrassed to watch, and Zhou Ping was rendered speechless. I wasn't looking at the fish. I was looking at your sword. Oh, if you want to see my sword, that is fine. Wait until I finish the fish, and then I'll let you. Yue Heng, not perceiving any malice, was unusually accommodating. Who is this? Walking on water like it's nothing. And he arrived in the blink of an eye. Bailey and Lin Qiye whispered to each other. Lin Qiye glanced at Zhou Ping and, seeing no signs of disapproval, introduced him. He is the Sword Saint. Upon hearing this title, Bailey was nearly thrown off the rock in shock, exclaiming, the Sword Saint. One of the 5 pinnacle humans, the strongest Sword Saint. My heavens, I am actually seeing the Sword Saint. His exaggerated reaction startled both Qingyu and Xiao Yuan. However, Bailey's over-the-top enthusiasm made Zhou Ping somewhat uncomfortable. Yue Heng noticed this and settled Bailey down. Lin Qiye, also aware, quickly covered Bailey's mouth. After finishing the grilled fish, Yue Heng tossed his sword into the sea to wash it and then presented it to Zhou Ping, letting it hover before him. This is a fine sword. Does it have a name? Zhou Ping asked, his eyes sparkling with vitality as he examined the blade. Well, the name. Yue Heng hesitated, feeling that the name was not easy to utter. If I say it, you all mustn't laugh. All right, Zhou Ping and Qingyu readily agreed. The other 3 hesitated before promising, we won't laugh. Their assurances sounded insincere. This sword originally wanted to be called the Sword of Supreme Sovereignty, Yue Heng began, but was immediately cut off by a chorus of sharp laughter. Ha! Xiao Yuan laughed. That's so cringeworthy. Lin Qiye chuckled. I'm dying of laughter. What a juvenile name. Bailey cackled the loudest, receiving a glare from Yue Heng, who seemed ready to strike him down. I'm truly sorry, I couldn't hold it in. Lin Qiye was the first to apologize under Yue Heng's reproachful gaze, having tried to stifle his laughter. I want to accept it. Neither will it, Yue Heng pouted, turning his head away from Lin Qiye. You 3 are terrible. You 2 are the only good ones. In truth, only Zhou Ping remained composed, while Qingyu did laugh, albeit silently. Chapter 79. I am Zhou Ping, this ISNTA name I wanted. My sword has its own thoughts, Yue Heng quickly defended, asserting that the name was not her fault. Can a sword have its own thoughts? Come on, Yue Heng, at least find a more reasonable excuse. Bailey quipped, just as Zhou Ping gently interjected, affirming Yue Heng's words. It's true, when she mentioned the Sword of Supreme Sovereignty, the sword was quietly cheering. Indeed, though it may sound juvenile, it's quite understanding, Yue Heng remarked, patting the sword's body, aware that if the sword truly expressed its excitement, the resulting aura would be formidable. While the name was one it likely wasn't its true name. Zhou Ping noticed Yue Heng's unfinished thought. having been interrupted by the laughter of Lin Qiye and the others. Yes, I didn't name it that. It's too long and too childish. It would be a hassle to engrave it all over the blade. With that, Yue Heng turned the sword over, revealing 2 gleaming characters etched in small seal script, yet slow. Zhou Ping read the characters seriously. However, the other 4 could only think that yet slow was hardly an improvement. Yet, they dared not voice their opinions or laugh. Yue Heng sensed their silent mockery, glaring at them and feeling that Zhou Ping was truly a breath of fresh air. Sword Saint, you are the best, for we are kindred spirits. Zhou Ping's voice remained soft, like a gentle breeze at dawn. And please, don't call me Sword Saint, just call me by my name. I am Zhou Ping. He then raised his gaze to Yue Heng, extending his hand. Upon meeting his eyes, Yue Heng found them deep, bright, and clear. Devoid of any pretense, pure as a child's heart. Almost instantaneously, the thought, Lioli's pure heart, crossed her mind. Hello, Zhou Ping. I am Yue Heng. She smiled gently, readily adopting the new address as she grasped his outstretched hand. In that moment, the sword cradled in Zhou Ping's arms emitted a joyful hum. Sword Saint. How did you find us? You must be here for more than just a glimpse of Yue Heng's sword. Lin Qiye pressed closer, inquiring about Zhou Ping's purpose. He subtly hinted that if Zhou Ping was merely there to admire the sword, he should leave promptly, as his presence made them uneasy. However, Zhou Ping did not grasp this implication and simply nodded, saying, Yes, I merely came to see the sword. The previous frost-cold strike was delivered by her. I arrived propelled by that soaring sword intent, tracing its essence to find you. So it was because of this. They were in the sanctuary, unaware of the commotion caused by Yue Heng's sword. Countless superhuman beings felt the sword's aura but, upon discovering it emanated from the sanctuary, dared not approach. Ordinary people, too, sensed a sudden chill when the sword intent manifested, yet merely attributed it to a fleeting illusion. Who could have imagined that the entire sea had been frozen by that single strike? Only Zhou Ping, disregarding the various concerns, was intrigued by the sword intent and promptly requested leave to come here. Thus, the current scene unfolded. At that moment, Yue Heng noticed an incoming call on her phone. Upon seeing the number, she promptly switched off the screen. Whose call was it, and why did she not answer? Lin Qiye, beside Yue Heng, glanced at the ringing phone and noted it was an unregistered number, casually inquiring. I don't know, perhaps a scam call. However, Zhou Ping, with an inscrutable demeanor, contradicted her. If not for his overly serious tone, one might have assumed he was jesting. If I am not mistaken, that is Master Chen's number, is it not? It shouldn't be. Master Chen's number has recently been placed on my blacklist, she replied, her tone almost pleading. Could you perhaps pretend you did not hear that? Having said enough, she then realized Zhou Ping was seated opposite her. As fellow Apex beings, Yue Heng believed their relationship should be amicable. Fearing that Zhou Ping might disclose this matter to Master Chen, hence the awkwardness. If no one asks, I shall remain silent. Possibly due to Yue Heng's refusal to answer her phone, Lin Qiye's phone rang 2 minutes later, displaying Master Chen's name. Now, Lin Qiye hesitated to answer and also turned off his screen. Why do I feel as though you have done something unbeknownst to me? The atmosphere of hostility emanating from that call is palpable. Do not slander me. What could I have done? I have diligently and flawlessly completed my task, nothing else. Yue Heng retorted with conviction, merely having taken a fragment of the town ruin tablet. That object was nearly in shambles and surely of no use. Also, why did you place his primary number on your blacklist? Zhou Ping inquired earnestly, exuding an air of natural suspicion. His question left Yue Heng momentarily speechless. She concluded it was likely because she felt his words would not be to her liking. That should not be the case. You just mentioned having completed your task admirably. So there should only be rewards. After stating this, Zhou Ping departed across the surface of the sea. Lin Qiye, bewildered, questioned, who is coming to apprehend us? Have we committed any offenses? Qiye, are you certain we have done nothing wrong? We just escaped from the sanctuary. Bali Pang Pang seemed to still believe they were fugitives from the sanctuary. If someone truly has come to apprehend us, it would be Commander Yi. Yue Heng, without needing to use her senses, found that the most recent person they interacted with was Zhou Ping, now replaced by Yi Fan. Did you not say this was a mission? Once the mission is complete, is it not expected that we leave the sanctuary? Why would anyone come to apprehend us? And Qing Yu nearly believed he had been duped by these 2 individuals. Do not look at me. It is certainly her doing. Lin Qiye, having realized he had done little of consequence, promptly shifted the suspicious gaze onto Yue Heng. You, of all people, lack loyalty. After shooting Lin Qiye a glare, Yue Heng sincerely felt she had not committed any egregious acts. I understand now. It must be because we executed our mission too perfectly. Chapter 80. Let them also sign a contract of servitude. No, a letter of application. Half an hour later, in an office within the sanctuary. You lot are quite the runners. Why not continue fleeing? Commander Yi slammed a document onto the table, attempting to feign anger. though the mirth in his eyes betrayed his true feelings. Wasn't it merely a thought to step out for a celebratory feast? Upon your arrival, did we not obediently remain here? Yue Heng provided a reasonable explanation for their escape, citing the sanctuary's unpalatable offerings as her motive. Commander, you have no idea how dreadful the sanctuary's food is. I've lost 3 pounds over the past 2 months. Hearing this, Commander Yi and Master Chen, who was sipping tea nearby, exchanged glances with Yue Heng before falling silent. It appeared she had indeed lost a bit of weight. Is the food in the sanctuary truly that bad? With the pressure mounting, Master Chen, the warden of the sanctuary, set down his teacup and spoke in a grave tone. That does not justify placing my number on your blacklist. It was precisely because the sanctuary's food was so unpalatable that I blacklisted you. How can that not be a valid reason? Yue Heng asserted confidently. As a food enthusiast, this seemed a perfectly reasonable justification. If not, let us move past this and directly discuss why you sought us out. Did you two coordinate with them? Join the Special Squad's reserve team. Striving to become the 5th official Special Squad, forced into discussing matters at hand, Yue Fan felt he had overlooked something. And Qingyu has already stated, should what you previously mentioned regarding privileges be accurate, he will become one of us. Yue Heng and Lin Qiye addressed in Qingyu, seated opposite them. However, Li Peng Peng and Xiao Yuan had yet to weigh in. Well, it can be discussed later. Let's focus on the matter at hand. Who will be the captain? And who will be the vice-captain? Yue Heng, he shall be the captain, and he the vice-captain. Lin Qiye, she shall be the captain, and I the vice-captain. Both voiced their choices simultaneously, pointing at one another, with Yue Heng additionally gesturing towards Qingyu. Indeed, Yue Heng designated Lin Qiye as captain and Qingyu as vice-captain. Why am I involved in this? And Qingyu, having been deep in thought moments earlier, lifted his gaze to find Yue Heng's finger directed at him. Never mind. You two can sort it out. The roles of captain and vice-captain are evidently yours. The application forms had long been provided. Should Li Tuming and Xiao Yuan wish to join, I will temporarily remove their names from the list in Guangshan City and Huaihai City. Now, let us discuss how you accomplish this, Yue Heng. The scene depicted Yue Heng emerging confidently from her cell after the sanctuary system had been compromised. Shortly followed by Lin Qiye and Qingyu. This is entirely expected. If others can breach the system, why cannot I? The sanctuary security system was not particularly sophisticated. Otherwise, it would not have been vulnerable to betrayal and invasion. Thus, Yue Heng felt no pressure in her admission. You possess such skills? Yue Fan was genuinely surprised. Those involved in orchestrating this mission had anticipated it would be extremely challenging for Yue Heng and her companions. Little did they know, for them, the task was remarkably effortless. From the moment they exited their cells before the town ruin tablet was destroyed, the entire endeavor had exceeded their expectations. Just a smidgen. Yue Heng made a gesture indicating a small amount. And what about this? The surveillance footage switched to the area surrounding the town ruin tablet. While not entirely clear, it was evident that some force was preventing the followers from further damaging the tablet. This revelation took Yue Fan and the others by surprise. They had anticipated the town ruin tablet would suffer significant damage, and the followers infiltrating the sanctuary would possess immeasurable strength. Instead, the destruction of the town ruin tablet was curtailed, with the followers' powers reduced to the peak of the ocean realm, some even further suppressed. Then there are the other malevolent superhumans. One of the tasks is to prevent their successful escape. I did not anticipate that you possessed the capability to render them unconscious. I am quite curious as to which skill you employed. Not all of them succumbed to slumber. Those originally of the Klein realm were, after all, striving diligently to remain awake. This is one of my forbidden realms, the Mirage of Dreams. Would you care to give it a try? As she spoke, a lotus flower appeared in Yue Heng's hand, seemingly real. However, upon closer inspection, one would discern shadowy images within each petal. Perhaps it is best to pass. While it is true that we underestimated your abilities during this mission, rendering the task easier, it is undeniable that you executed it splendidly. Now, endeavor towards those 5 tasks. As we eagerly anticipate the day you officially become the 5th special team. To prevent someone from complaining that I am a miser, I am willing to grant you some respite before assigning new tasks. This was clearly directed at Yue Heng, yet she climbed the ladder of opportunity, oblivious to the concept of moderation. How long is some respite? Could you provide a definitive time frame? 1 month, 2 months, or perhaps a year? Do not wear such a grim visage. Although this mission appeared straightforward, I felt utterly drained, and without a doubt, 3 months is not an exaggeration. Before Yue Heng could finish her words, Yue Fan, unable to bear it any longer, departed. He feared that if he lingered, Yue Heng might indeed entice him into a vacation spanning 3 to 5 months, or even years. How could one leave so abruptly? Upon realizing that someone had truly departed, Yue Heng felt a twinge of regret. When she met the astonished gazes of Bai Li and Xiao Yuan, Yue Heng felt somewhat awkward. and then shifted the task to Lin Qiye. Captain Lin, look at the promising recruits before you. We must not let this opportunity slip away. Quickly explain to them, and have them sign the application form. Oh no, I inadvertently voiced my thoughts. The application form. Haha, that was a slip of the tongue. Please disregard it. Yue Heng shot them a glance, questioning if there was a flaw in her speech. Is the spiritual medium team not aptly described in such a manner? Lives have been sacrificed, yet their bodies must continue to serve as night watchmen and labor on. Chapter 81. No, both are bad news despite this. In light of the increasing frequency of mysterious events, the night watchmen remain insufficient, particularly those of formidable strength. Songnan has been the city most severely afflicted by mysterious assaults in recent years, yet it has been fortunate enough to experience a rebirth from the ashes. Other cities do not share Songnan's luck. The agreement between Yue Heng and Lin Qiye to form a special team was to ensure that Songnan's tragedy does not replay elsewhere. Contributing to the effort, shortly after emerging from the sanctuary, they received a task directly assigned to them by Yifan. Tian City and Ta County has issued a call for assistance, having discovered traces of a suspected large-scale ant-like mystery, preliminarily assessed to be between the realms of Chuan and Hai. If the information is accurate, this task is indeed suitable for honing our skills. Yue Heng examined the map and noted that the location was near the border. Sensing that this task would be anything but ordinary, Lin Qiye shared this sentiment but wished to express that if the information were to be disregarded, it is undoubtedly accurate. There can be no mistake. Is it too much to hope for their success? If that ant-like mystery belongs to the High Realm, it will prove exceedingly difficult to confront. And should any unforeseen circumstances arise, they would require rescue. Regardless, having arrived at the location, any discrepancies should not hinder our missions. Let us proceed to Anta County and gather information from the night watchman there. Lin Qiye rubbed his hands together, raising the collar of his cold weather attire. I must say, Anta County is truly frigid. Other areas have yet to experience winter, but here it is already several degrees below zero. Are you all genuinely cold? Why else would we be dressed like this? I thought you were merely attempting to disguise yourselves as ordinary people. I did not realize you were truly cold. Yue Heng, feeling no chill at all, had assumed that practitioners were impervious to the cold. Had it not been for Lin Qiye's tugging at her collar, she would not have realized. How could one fear the cold in my presence? It should always feel as warm as spring. As she spoke, Yue Heng rose onto her toes and patted each of their shoulders, a faint azure light flickering over them, dissipating the cold winds. To her astonishment, there were only 2 night watchmen in Anta County. Yue Heng gained first-hand insight into their scarcity. Although she did not glean much information, acquiring a map was not without merit. Let us venture into the forest to search for clues. Wait, where is Yue Heng? Lin Qiye was about to lead the group into the woods when he noticed that Yue Heng had vanished. I am right here. Yue Heng emerged from the side of a small house, holding a set of repair tools, which she seemed to have tucked away somewhere. What were you doing? Nothing much. Just assisting with the heating system. In a few days, temperatures will drop further. It would be unfortunate if news spread of night watchmen freezing to death. The heating pipes in the night watchman's base in Anta County had broken down, and in temperatures below zero, the interior resembled an ice cellar. However, the lowest temperature in Anta County can plummet to several degrees below zero, a level that could indeed prove fatal. You can repair heating systems? Not really. I learned it online, from the system. It was quite simple. I grasped it after a single viewing. One can memorize a map in mere seconds and learn how to repair heating systems after just one glance. Do we have 2 academic prodigies among us? Huh? Bai Li, did you not memorize that map? Enough. Do not flaunt your abilities. I am just an ordinary child from an average family, unable to compare with you all. The 5 of them conversed as they made their way into the primordial forest. Lin Qiye led the way, Bai Li and Qingyu followed closely behind, with Yue Heng and Chao Yuan bringing up the rear. It is uncertain whether to deem them fortunate or unfortunate. They had scarcely entered the forest when they encountered their target, the ant-like mystery. This ant was rather large, and it seemed unlikely that it would be able to climb trees. Yue Heng gazed at the nearly 2-meter-tall crimson giant ant before her, her first thought being the dish ants climbing trees. What on earth? With so many of them, why are they charging towards me? Bai Li's large, expressive eyes filled with indignation as he activated his protective shield. It seems you appear the most vulnerable. Hold on. Yue Heng called out, a sword aura bursting forth from her body towards the blood-red giant ant. Sensing danger, the giant ant hastily abandoned its attack on Bai Li. But it was too late. The sword aura severed its mandibles. Your sword truly possesses a spirit, Bai Li exclaimed, patting his chest, still somewhat shaken. Its vital point is not the mandibles. Where could it be? Upon witnessing the giant ant's crucial mandibles severed, yet still alive, Lin Qiye, while slicing through its 2 front legs, pondered where its vital point might lie. The vital point is the antennae. and Xingyu, possessing the sole correct answer, quickly deduced the location of the giant ant's vital area, knowing that with this knowledge, its demise would be far simpler. Lin Qiye swiftly dispatched the Chuan realm giant ant. Subsequently, they entrusted the corpse to Xingyu for an on-site dissection. Before long, Xingyu completed the dissection and began to share his findings. I have two pieces of news, one good and one bad. Let us start with the good news to lighten the mood. Li took over Xingyu's words. Yet, Xingyu did not adhere to the expected course of action. Pausing for a moment, he declared, "No, both are grim tidings." Li Pangpang exclaimed, "Are we truly this unfortunate?" The first piece of bad news is that this is merely a worker ant, according to the characteristics of ant colonies. There are many such worker ants. Furthermore, there should be a queen ant as well. Worker ants typically reside in the realm of Chuan, while the queen ant must be at least in the realm of Hai. The second piece of bad news is that the stomach of this worker ant is empty, indicating that the colony has run out of food. They are about to commence hunting? Indeed, and it will be on a grand scale, which is why we encountered them shortly after entering the forest. This news is utterly dreadful. Should those worker ants venture out of the primordial forest and into human habitation, the consequences would be unimaginable. It seems we will need to apply for a no-restriction zone next time. Yue Heng lamented the absence of a no-restriction zone, which would have allowed for the protection of the primordial forest. In Chapter 82, Lin Qiye exclaimed, "This is an injustice." He could only remove the necklace from around his neck, temporarily substituting it for the no-restriction zone to envelop the primordial forest. After completing these preparations, Yue Heng jested, "Rest assured, I will not lose my way." Though it was a jest, and Xingyu took it to heart. "You all head to that mysterious forest, while I will search outside to see if any worker ants have ventured forth. Remember to stay safe. The primordial forest is vast, and for the mysterious, there are multiple paths out of the forest." Considering the possibility that worker ants may have already exited the primordial forest, Yue Heng felt it imperative to eliminate this hidden danger. "Alone?" Lin Qiye frowned, expressing his disapproval. "Do not worry, I will find you." With a wave of her hand, Yue Heng swiftly vanished into the night. "She harbors a great secret," and Xingyu remarked, watching the direction in which Yue Heng had disappeared, feeling a peculiar sense of knowing a secret yet being unable to decipher it. What of it? Who does not carry a few secrets? However, that necklace of hers is truly unique. It does not resemble any forbidden object, yet possesses the capabilities of many. Li Pangpang claimed to be familiar with forbidden objects from around the world, yet he did not recognize the necklace Yue Heng had just cast aside. "Shall we continue onward?" Zhao Yuan inquired of Lin Qiye, awaiting his direction. Thus, the five-member group split into two paths. Yue Heng's suspicions were indeed correct. She had already discovered 3 worker ants had exited the primordial forest, and 2 of them had nearly exited but were thwarted by the barrier created by her necklace. Having dealt with 2, she needed to eliminate 1 more before seeking out her companions. Yue Heng's gaze meticulously scanned the darkness, quickly locating the trace of the 3rd worker ant. However, to her shock, a small girl was perched upon its back. Fortunately, she was merely unconscious and had sustained some minor abrasions. After swiftly dispatching the worker ant, Yue Heng cradled the girl in her arms, relieved to find no serious injuries. "Whose child is this? She looks so familiar." "Ah, it is the child of the captain of the night watch in Antak County." When they had gone to gather information from the night watchman earlier that day, this girl had just been led inside, calling that night watchman her father. "Thank goodness you are unharmed, little one," she said, removing her cold weather gear to wrap the girl warmly before making her way to the night watchman's stronghold. However, upon arriving, she found that neither of her 2 night watchman colleagues were present. "I saw Tingting being taken by a monster, so I came to find Diam." After hearing what I said, he went into the forest with his comrade, armed with a knife. "They will be all right, won't they?" The elderly man at the stronghold cradled his granddaughter, tears streaming down his face with worry. "They will be fine, Grandpa. You must stay here and do not venture outside, especially not into the forest." After giving her warning, Yue Heng hastened back into the forest. The primordial forest had been sealed off. Non-night watchmen could neither enter nor exit, so there was no need to worry about further mysteries emerging or ordinary people entering the primordial forest. Therefore, Yue Heng's return was relatively easy and swift. As she was about to sip the chicken soup that Zhao Yuan had handed her, she was suddenly confronted by Lin Qiye, who burst from the tent with a knife drawn. Yue Heng felt a deep sense of grievance. Lin Qiye, feeling slightly guilty, directed the blade towards the 2 worker ants bound together with emerald vines, resembling 2 oversized zongzi. "Here are the live specimens you requested." After taking a hearty sip of the chicken soup, which had been kept warm by a low flame, Yue Heng acknowledged, "This chicken soup was prepared by me." Li Pangpang, who had just emerged from the tent wearing a coat, immediately raised his hand to emphasize his contribution. "It was my suggestion to heat it," and Xingyu adjusted his glasses. maintaining formation. But I was the one who served it to her, Zhao Yuan insisted, claiming his share of the effort. Meanwhile, Lin Qiye, who was preparing to delve into the mysteries of the worker ants, suddenly felt the weight of 4 gazes upon him. I did nothing wrong. This is a gross injustice. He distinctly remembered that the food prepared by Li Pangpang was not to Yue Heng's taste, so he had not considered saving any for her. Who could have predicted that Yue Heng would suddenly change her preferences and indulge in such fare? No, 3 have emerged in total. One of them captured a child. And in my frustration, I killed it. The child is the daughter of that night watchman. I left her at the night watchman's stronghold. Yet, I can't shake the feeling that these 2 living ones are worse off than the dead one. Li Pangpang glanced at the intensely struggling worker ants beneath the dark god ruins, genuinely believing that putting them out of their misery now would be a form of relief. They may not necessarily perish, but that one is truly dead. Once dead, there is nothing left. Yue Heng remarked, recalling that Lin Qiye had previously encountered certain mysteries that were already deceased, and all of those had been killed by him. After finishing her chicken soup, Yue Heng initially intended to retire for the night. However, Zhao Yuan offered her another bowl, and after a moment's hesitation, she accepted it and began to sip slowly. By the way, have you all finished exploring that mysterious forest? She inquired, sensing a different atmosphere among Lin Qiye and the others. Chapter 83, moving toward his predestined conclusion. Don't even mention it. We encountered something bizarre there, a living paper figure. As Lin Qiye recounted their recent experience, he elaborated on the peculiarities of the paper figure. Did that paper figure have eyes? Indeed, Lin Qiye nodded. Not only did it have eyes, but it also made us feel uneasy. Yue Heng felt relieved that they had not pursued it. Otherwise, they might have needed to venture into the underworld to retrieve someone. Glancing at the 3rd bowl of soup placed before her, she could no longer contain herself. Old Zhao. Is this soup about to expire? Huh? Zhao Yuan, holding the bowl of soup, looked perplexed. She is full. Do not serve her anymore. Zhao Yuan glanced between Yue Heng and Lin Qiye, unsure if he had mistakenly recalled Yue Heng's considerable appetite. What is that paper figure? It does not appear to be a mystery. Yet its speed was too swift for me to analyze much. That can be classified as a type of mystery, albeit one native to our region. The legend you heard was not mere fabrication. There indeed exists a realm of the deceased here. The paper figure you encountered has escaped from that realm. A realm of the deceased? A thing of the underworld? Precisely. Yue Heng nodded slightly, having sensed a faint trace of yin energy emanating from Lin Qiye and his companions, prompting her inquiry. Typically, paper figurines lack eyeballs, as paper craftsmen seldom embellish them with such features. This is because once the eyes are drawn, the figurines can easily become conduits for spirits. Moreover, if a skilled individual imbues life into these paper figures, they may animate and transform into spectral entities. This practice is known as the eye-opening summoning technique. Astonishingly, the existence of an underworld is indeed a reality. After all, the Erling god made his appearance last year, so the presence of an underworld seems quite plausible. As she spoke, Li Pangpang rubbed his arms, appearing rather timid. Thankfully, we did not pursue them. Observing his demeanor, Yue Heng shook her head in silence. As dawn broke, the 5 of them tidied their campsite and made their way toward the Ant Queen's lair. The route was, of course, derived from information extracted from 2 worker ants through Lin Qiye's dark erosion interrogation. Ants possess an extraordinary ability to navigate, and their long-range communication signals are equally remarkable. Watching the worker ant they left behind continuously emit signals, Yue Heng did not intervene. Their mission was to unravel the mysteries surrounding the ants. And if this could lure the others out, it would be advantageous. Suddenly, the 2 night watchmen approached. Shortly after Yue Heng spoke, soft footsteps drew near, and 2 hunting rifles were aimed at their backs. Halt! Turn around! Commanded a youthful voice. You lot are truly persistent, having ventured into this forest despite its dangers. Hurry and leave with me. An older voice urged them to exit the woods. Isn't it dangerous here? Didn't you enter as well? Li Pangpang muttered, considering their group far superior to the 2 before them. After all, he believed Li Deyong and his companion were rather weak. Li Deyong earnestly tried to persuade them. However, the 5 young individuals were resolute, raising their rifles once more. Don't force us to take action. You are the ones who should not compel us to act. Yue Heng's penetrating gaze fell upon Li Deyong. Here, we can proceed deeper. You truly cannot. Upon hearing this, the younger night watchman astonishingly lowered his weapon and nodded solemnly, then turned to leave the forest. What did you do? Li Deyong exclaimed, astonished at Yue Heng, his rifle seemingly poised to fire at any moment. While questioning Yue Heng, he attempted to rouse his companion. Yet, his companion remained lucid, earnestly advising him, give it here, to prevent an accidental discharge. Lin Qiye swiftly snatched the rifle from Li Deyong's hands, moving with remarkable speed. In his attempt to reclaim it, Li Deyong stumbled and fell. You are not ordinary individuals. You are believers. Upon realizing they were not typical people, Li Diyang immediately thought of believers. This nearly prompted Yue Heng to exclaim, "Shah, who is a believer? That is not how one insults. Believers? What does that even mean? We are merely a standard photography team," Lin Qiye responded, bewildered. "Could you refrain from such coarse language? Can we not also be night watchmen like you? Greetings, I am Li Diyang, captain of Night Watch Team 332. This is Yue Heng." No, this uncle is quite stubborn. Had she foreseen her inability to control Li Diyang, she would have refrained from this endeavor. Truly, being a reincarnation of a deity is remarkable. All right, it is indeed impressive. Since it is dangerous, you should leave as well. In truth, Li Diyang had begun to believe Yue Heng was a night watchman. But seeing her youth and the lack of a special team appearance, he doubted their capability to resolve the issues at hand. Chapter 84. Your mood is dismal. This is our mission. We will not abandon it. However, she underestimated Li Diyang's determination. Yue Heng thought, forget it, I am exhausted from persuading. Perhaps this is fate. Why not bring him along? He is the captain of the night watchman here and should be able to provide us with some assistance. Lin Qiye suggested. Continuing to linger aimlessly was not a viable option. Whatever, Yue Heng replied, fatigued. Ultimately, Li Diyang decided to accompany them forward, despite knowing the dangers. An unseen force seemed to beckon him deeper into the forest, compelling him to resist the call, even without Yue Heng and the others. As they progressed, the atmosphere around Yue Heng grew tense, her mood evidently somber. Let us rest here. We should not be far from our destination. It's essential to regain our composure. Lin Qiye remarked after a considerable walk, patting the box containing the worker ants. Hearing this, Li Diyang, who was already quite hungry, settled down and retrieved a pack of compressed biscuits to snack on. Observing everyone staring at him, he assumed they were also hungry and generously offered his meager supply of biscuits. Did you perhaps not bring enough food? Let us share, even if this fare is unpalatable. It is quite filling. Yue Heng, who was drawing circles in the dirt with a stick, paused. Noticing her, Bailey Pang also hesitated, struggling to find the right words. What's wrong? The biscuits are sufficient. I can simply eat less. Saying this, he broke off a piece of biscuit and handed it to Yue Heng, who was nearest to him. Thank you. As she accepted the cold biscuit, Yue Heng's mood did not improve. Rather, it deepened further. Bailey. Lin Qiye glanced at Bailey Pang, who immediately understood and turned to venture deeper into the woods. Look, I have caught a wild mandarin duck hot pot. Yue Heng and her companions were utterly uninterested. Do I look like a fool to you? Li Diyang remarked, gazing at the steaming hot pot with a mix of disbelief. If I say you do, would you agree? Bailey Pang began to speak, but quickly changed his mind, placing the hot pot on the ground. In this frigid weather, nothing is more comforting than a hot pot. Come, choose what you wish to cook. If there is something you desire that isn't here, just say the word, and I will conjure it up. Bailey Pang then miraculously produced bowls, chopsticks, dipping sauces, and drinks from his pocket, leaving Li Diyang utterly astounded. You are not even pretending at this point. Hurry and eat. Fill your bellies so we can get to work. Yue Heng, cradling her sword, sat nearby, tapping it idly as it swayed gently, producing a faint sound. Dining is a significant affair. How could one allow unwelcome distractions to disrupt their meal? The ants that were about to emerge from the ground precisely detected the subtle signals of the sword's resonance, interpreting it as a warning of danger, and dared not surface. Once they finished their meal, Yue Heng ceased her tapping. Let us commence our task, comrades. At her declaration, the group immediately sensed the impending danger. Before long, dozens of worker ants swarmed from various directions, converging upon them with an intent to encircle. Is it just my imagination, or do these ants seem somewhat unsteady? Like they're drunk? Bailey Pang observed the swarm, his focus always differing from others. Regrettably, the ant queen had yet to appear. They still needed to venture into the nest. This was Lin Qiye's initial thought. Not a single one shall remain. Yue Heng, in a rather foul mood, considered the horde of giant ants an excellent outlet for her frustrations. With that, she charged first toward the swarm of giant ants with her sword raised. No, slow down. Leave some for us. I still have use for the corpses. Lin Qiye, wielding twin blades, pursued ahead while summoning his allies one by one. With a single stroke of her sword, Yue Heng reduced several worker ant corpses to ash. Upon hearing Lin Qiye's call, she reluctantly tempered her strength, leaving a few giant ants intact. She was, surprisingly, more ruthless than you. Bailey Pang cast a sidelong glance at the chuckling Chao Yuan, muttering a complaint before discreetly distancing himself. The deranged Chao Yuan had completely let loose, moving through the swarm of worker ants as if he were harvesting vegetables. However, Bailey Pang, being a walking repository of forbidden artifacts, was not slow in his own harvesting endeavors. And Qingyu elegantly and eerily sliced through the carcasses of the giant ants with her fine threads. Only Li Diyang stood there, gaping at the scene before him. his mouth agape in astonishment. The prowess of these individuals seemed quite formidable. No wonder they were dispatched to handle their task. Soon, the reserve team noticed that today's Yue Heng was somewhat different. Rather than shirking her responsibilities, she had engaged in battle. She wielded her sword without the aid of spiritual power or forbidden artifacts, effortlessly dispatching 3 to 5 giant ants with each strike. Thanks to her involvement, within just 2 to 3 minutes, all the giant ants had been eliminated, leaving behind a sea of corpses. What's troubling you? Lin Qiye detected Yue Heng's unusual mood and instructed his aides to gather the remains of the giant ants while he approached her with concern. I'm fine. What could possibly be wrong? I'm perfectly well. Yet, Lin Qiye was unconvinced by Yue Heng's words, as he understood her better than anyone else among them. He cast a glance at Li Diyang, who stood a short distance away. It's because of him, isn't it? Chapter 85, Fengdu. Like a bullied child, Lin Qiye indeed understood Yue Heng well, and his guess was accurate. Yue Heng was indeed feeling down due to Li Diyang. Li Diyang, without memories of his past life, was oblivious to the consequences that lay ahead as he continued on his path. Although Yue Heng was aware, she felt powerless to prevent him from heading towards a predetermined fate. Never mind, stop overthinking it. Just focus on what you need to do. Hurry and complete your summoning contract, and remember to choose someone visually appealing this time. Yue Heng opted not to confide in Lin Qiye, and instead urged him to hasten in completing his summoning magic. I will certainly choose someone powerful. Do you think everyone is like you, just a pretty face? With that, Lin Qiye began sketching a summoning magic circle around the mound of bodies. Meanwhile, Yue Heng approached Li Diyang one last time to inquire. No, I truly won't hold you back, even if I continue. What if there is no longer a Li Diyang in this world? Upon hearing this, Li Diyang realized that Yue Heng seemed to know something. However, he was not frightened by her words. Instead, he nodded resolutely. I must continue on. It is my conviction. All right, I respect your choice. After Lin Qiye completed the summoning magic, the group made their way toward the ant den. The den lay within a deep, vast crevice, and the group cautiously descended, witnessing a city that would likely lead to the downfall of several surrounding metropolises. Li Diyang doubted their ability to confront so many giant ants and tried to persuade them to retreat. But we are a special team, Yue Heng interjected. I can simultaneously restrain other ordinary giant ants, but the ant queen is at the pinnacle of the sea realm and will break free soon. So remember to act swiftly. Understood. Lin Qiye and the others immediately responded. Just as Li Diyang was still taken aback by the declaration of their special team status, something even more astonishing occurred. Yue Heng shouted with great conviction, "Halt." A brilliant sword light instantly illuminated the dark depths, and a chilling aura spread through the subterranean realm. The sword energy sliced through layer after layer of giant ants, landing a decisive blow on the ant queen, severely wounding her. Had there not been so many giant ants in the way, consuming much of her power, that strike would have obliterated the queen entirely. Now go. With that command, as everyone descended below, they discovered that all the giant ants had been encased in ice, resembling frozen candy ants. In this environment, they felt no significant chill. An unseen force enveloped them, shielding them from the cold. They merely needed to precisely thrust their blades at the vital points of the giant ants, which was no more challenging than slicing vegetables. The ant queen is escaping. I will pursue her first. Lin Qiye stayed vigilant within his mundane realm, while Yue Heng insisted that everyone follow her inside. Do not concern yourselves with these frozen ants. They should remain frozen for 3 to 5 days at least. With numerous forbidden artifacts at his disposal, Lin Qiye moved swiftly, leaving the others struggling to keep up. Fortunately, Yue Heng assured them she would serve as an excellent support. Suddenly, a gust of wind seemed to rise from the depths, causing Li Pang and the others to feel as light as feathers, as if a breeze propelled them forward. In mere seconds, they caught up with Lin Qiye, who had paused before a wall, lost in thought. Judging by the style and signs of time, it appeared to be built during the Han Dynasty, approximately in the era of Emperor Wu of Han. After glancing at the wall, Yue Heng immediately reached this conclusion, surprising even herself. You understand archaeology too? Li Diyang's eyes widened in disbelief, marveling at the exceptional talents of his companions. Meanwhile, Yue Heng was immersed in shock. She was highly sensitive to the aura of life and death, and it was clear that behind this wall lay the legendary northern underworld, Fengdu. When had Fengdu been encased in a man-made city wall? Li Pang rubbed his arms and suggested, "Shall we proceed?" Yue Heng glanced at him and declared, "This time, I shall lead the way." With that, she stepped forward, and the door behind her opened silently. Fengdu has shattered. No wonder. Why did this door open by itself? Lin Qiye observed closely, noting that Yue Heng had not touched the door. He also noticed a hole nearby, and was about to suggest entering through it when the bronze door swung open on its own. Yue Heng, be cautious behind you. Lin Qiye and Qingyu called out simultaneously, having noticed a swarm of eerie paper figures emerging from the bronze door behind Yue Heng. One wielded twin blades while another manipulated strange threads, both poised to confront the paper figures. Do not worry, they will not harm us. However, Yue Heng halted them, gazing at the peculiar paper figures, extending a finger to point at one's forehead. I am here. Please tell me your past and share your burdens. A faint glow ignited at the paper figure's forehead, and a mournful yet deeply aggrieved voice resonated within Yue Heng's eternal essence, echoing in each of their ears. The great emperor has vanished. The spirits and deities have all disappeared, leaving us vulnerable to bullying. They shattered the city of Fengdu, and we have been oppressed. The fragmented, sorrowful words seemed to bleed with despair. Chapter 86. By Li Pangpang frightens himself, who shattered Fengdu? Li Diyang instinctively wanted to ask this question, but refrained. Instead, Yue Heng, striving to remain calm, managed to query, though she herself was unaware of the anger that nearly overwhelmed her. It was 4 foreign deities. Shortly after the great emperor disappeared a century ago, they invaded, shattering Fengdu into 5 pieces. After taking their share, only the smallest fragment remains. These words fell upon them like a thunderclap, shocking them to their core. Foreign deities had seized the opportunity to invade their territory, committing atrocities and robbing them of their domain. Unbelievable. Who are these 4 foreign deities? This time, Li Diyang spoke up impatiently before Yue Heng could, uttering the names of Osiris, Hades, Yama, and Lucifer, each name echoing with a poignant and plaintive resonance that evoked a sense of sorrow. All right, I have noted them down, Yue Heng affirmed, truly committing these 4 names to memory, inscribing them onto her list of nemesis, alongside Gaia. These 4 outer deities each wield dominion over aspects of death. Osiris, the Egyptian lord of the underworld; Hades, the Greek ruler of the dead; Yama, the Indian god of death; and Lucifer, the fallen angel presiding over hell. After Yue Heng made this vow, the paper figures and spectral soldiers glanced back at Li Diyang, seemingly reluctant, but ultimately dispersed, granting them a path forward. My heavens! We are indeed in Fengdu. Must we venture forth to seek the Ant Queen? I had heard that only the dead could enter Fengdu. Bai Li Pangpang clung tightly to Chao Yuan, displaying considerable trepidation. What other choice do we have? Are we to wait for it to emerge? By then, it may have fully healed, rendering our efforts futile. Yue Heng, should we proceed inside? I defer to your judgment, Lin Qiye inquired, uncertain. And Qingyu echoed this sentiment. I will follow your lead as well. I intend to enter Fengdu, Yue Heng asserted, yet she did not impose her will upon the others. Pangpang, if you are afraid, you may wait outside and guard the entrance. That will not do. If you all enter, I must join you. Besides, Yue Heng, you are so formidable, you will protect me. Won't you? With that, Bai Li Pangpang abandoned Chao Yuan, attempting to cling to Yue Heng, only to be swiftly intercepted by Lin Qiye. Then let us proceed and leave the cowardly one behind. Qiye. Throughout this exchange, Li Diyang remained silent, quietly following in Yue Heng's wake. It is so cold, Bai Li Pangpang exclaimed as they stepped into Fengdu. Yue Heng cast him a sidelong glance. I do not feel cold. Perhaps you are simply more sensitive to it? Among the group, the one least equipped for the chill, Li Diyang, claimed he felt no cold at all. It's all in his head. Do not mind him. Chao Yuan remarked, rolling his eyes at Bai Li Pangpang's fear. Ever since Yue Heng had patted their shoulders upon entering the primal forest, he had not felt a chill. How could I not feel cold? We are in Fengdu. It sounds terrifying, and it feels as though countless eyes are upon me. Bai Li Pangpang was merely scaring himself. It would not do to inform him that a multitude of spirits was already entwined around him. That would surely frighten him to death. Are there truly ghosts? Why can we not see them? And Qingyu had scanned the surroundings several times, yet aside from darkness, there was no sign of spirits. We are within Fengdu, so surely there are ghosts. It's just that our mortal eyes cannot perceive them. Mortal eyes cannot see. Curiosity may be a dangerous folly, Bai Li Pangpang thought. Suppressing his fear and embarking on a reckless venture, he produced the forbidden item, the Eye of True Sight, and peered through it. In the next moment, Bai Li Pangpang was startled by what appeared before him, leaping onto Chao Yuan and clinging tightly. Ghost! Ghost! Even more alarmingly, he forgot to remove the Eye of True Sight, and the anguished wails of the wronged spirits filled his ears. Please, save me. I cannot remain here any longer. If I do, I shall become a vengeful spirit. Countless ghosts cried out in desperation, their voices a cacophony. The more Bai Li Pangpang shrieked in terror, the more piercing his cries became, causing Yue Heng's ears to feel as though they might burst. Take off the Eye of True Sight. Out of mind. Yue Heng urged him, yet he did not hear her. It was Chao Yuan who finally removed the eye from his face. Without the Eye of True Sight, Bai Li Pangpang finally quieted down. If we cannot see them, let us assume they do not exist. They cannot harm us, nor can they inflict any damage. Isn't that merely burying our heads in the sand? Moreover, How do we know they won't harm us if we cannot see them? Bai Pang Pang remained somewhat anxious, seeking reassurance. Relax and proceed normally. Just act as though they do not exist. Though Yue Heng endeavored to calm Bai Pang Pang, he still could not find peace. However, he ceased his panicked cries and nestled into the middle of the group, setting off with them. Yue Heng, where are we headed? Lin Qiye questioned. Sensing that the path Yue Heng was leading them down did not align with their search for the Ant Queen, as there was no trace of her presence ahead. Let the spectral soldiers assist us in locating the Ant Queen. I need to ventilate my frustrations first. There lingered a trace of an outer deity's presence within Fengdu. A lingering essence that vexed Yue Heng. The spectral soldiers will help us? How do you propose to enlist their aid? Is this yet another aspect of the Forbidden Ruins abilities?